Plundering the Heavens chapter 550 to chapter 601. At this time, the spiritual boat had already passed through the endless turbulence and stopped shaking violently. It seemed to have reached a calm place. Everyone knew that they had arrived at the demon god pavilion. They looked out from the spiritual boat and saw that they had arrived at a strange place. There was no sun or moon around them. It was as if they were in a starry sky. The sky around them was filled with broken stars. The inside of the demon god pavilion was not an ordinary place. It was like a chaotic starry sky. Is this the demon god pavilion? It looks pretty good. It was Wu Sang'er's first time seeing such a scene. He seemed to be in a daze. Although it's beautiful, every step is filled with danger. Our Lonely Edge Mountain sect's ancestors have left behind records that the Demon Emperor Pavilion is a broken starry sky. There is no sun, no moon, no sky, and no earth. There are only broken mountains and lands that exist in the endless void. There are void turbulences and underground rivers. With our cultivation bases, if we run into them, we'll die. However, there are endless good fortune here. At this time, Little Pun King suddenly spoke with a solemn expression. In their Lone Edge Mountain, there were notes left behind by their ancestors after they entered the Demon God Pavilion. The notes recorded the scenes in the Demon God Pavilion. It was also a clue for the future generations to find opportunities after they entered the Demon God Pavilion. It was not only the Lone Edge Mountain that had such records. The few major demon lineages that had entered the Demon God Pavilion would usually leave such records. The reason why Fox Immortal Fairy could gather so many allies was related to these clues that recorded the location of opportunities. Actually, Feng Xing, the Great Golden Crow, and Wu Sang'er also had such clues. However, it was Uncle Jen who gave them to the three of them. In the month that they stayed by Uncle Jen's side in Mount Fusang, Uncle Jen taught each of them a technique. Just when they felt that this technique was extremely profound, Uncle Jen, the old bastard, told them that he could only teach them superficial knowledge. The real opportunities were in the Demon God Pavilion. Let's find a place to heal first. The Great Golden Crow drove the spiritual boat and found a medium-sized meteorite to land on. Although it was called the Xianxia meteorite, it was still the size of a small mountain. What made them feel strange was that this place, which had no sky or earth, was actually filled with abundant spiritual energy. This small mountain floating in the void actually had some rare spiritual herbs growing on it. This caused them to be incomparably shocked. However, for the sake of the bigger picture, they first found a cave in the mountain for Feng Xing to recuperate. The others stood around to protect Feng Xing. However, the good thing was that they entered later than the others. In just a few breaths of time, they had already widened the distance between them. Therefore, they were not very worried about encountering enemies in a short period of time. To be honest, although Feng Xing destroyed the spiritual boat with one sword, which was equivalent to destroying Fox Immortal Fairy's alliance, they still had many hidden opponents. First, there were a few juniors from the Blackwood Ridge. Then, the Taoist of the Taisher family, who was known as the Idiot, also entered the Demon God Pavilion. If they encountered each other, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be friction. Apart from them, there was also the most terrifying Sea Billow King Ninth Prince. With the strength of the Great Golden Crow, he was considered a top master among the juniors in the demonic land. However, he couldn't withstand 3 spears from the Ninth Prince, which showed how fierce he was. Of course, the Great Golden Crow tried to defend himself afterward. Although he didn't want to take the spear technique head-on, if he escaped, that bastard wouldn't be able to stop him. It was the little bandit's fault. Back then, he only asked the Great Golden Crow to practice escaping skills. It didn't take long for Feng Xing's injuries to recover faster than he had imagined. In about 1.5 hours, he was almost fully recovered. However, he knew that he couldn't use the Green Fox demonic mask for the time being. Of course, he couldn't move it even if he wanted to. The immortal essence that was the size of a fingertip had been used up when he cut the spiritual boat with his sword. Now, he could only look at the Green Fox demonic mask but not touch it. After breaking out of seclusion, he discussed with the Great Golden Crow and the others. They planned to study all the clues in their hands and determine the direction so that they could search for the fortune hidden in this world. However, Feng Xing suddenly frowned. His divine soul power was the strongest, and he had already sensed something. He looked up into the distance and was instantly stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. Swoosh, before he could say anything, Fangxing jumped up and rushed into the sky. Seeing this, the great golden crow, Wu Sang-er, and the others thought that he had found some fortune, so they followed him immediately. However, he did not expect that after Fangxing charged for over 5 kilometers, he would see a woman in tattered clothes flying towards him with all her might. Judging from the way she was flying, she seemed to be seriously injured and was looking for a place to recuperate. However, she also noticed the broken mountain where Fangxing and the others were. After all, this half of the mountain was the place with the most abundant spiritual qi in the surrounding void. Thus, she came face to face with Fangxing and the others. "It's you?" The woman's expression changed drastically when she saw Fangxing. Then, she turned and fled. Meanwhile, Fangxing laughed heartily and gave chase. The woman flying toward the mountain was none other than the immortal fox fairy. As it turned out, she had been sent into the demonic emperor pavilion by the old woman of Green Hill at the risk of damaging her yuanying form. However, she did not have the protection of a special vessel. Even though she had put up all defensive mystic instruments and was protected by the elder ancestors' Qi of Tao, she was still gravely injured by the bizarre winds of the netherworld passageway. Moreover, she was sent in by the yuanying elder ancestor of Green Hill at about the same time as Fangxing, which was why they were actually very close to each other. Now, she was in a hurry to heal her wounds when she ran into Fangxing and the others. She was so frightened that she turned and fled without a word. However, now that Master Fang had seen her, there was no way he would allow her to escape. "Fox, where are you running to?" Fangxing laughed heartily. 2 golden wings sprouted from his back, stirring the winds and clouds as he chased after the immortal fox fairy. This woman is here too? Trying to escape from the great golden lord?" The great golden crow yelled as well. With a whoosh, he charged forward. Seeing that the immortal fox fairy was injured, he wanted to beat her while she was down. How could the immortal fox fairy, who was already heavily injured, escape from the great golden crow who was as fast as a ghost? She watched helplessly as she was about to be caught in the great golden crow's claws. Yet, the immortal fox fairy turned and shouted fiercely, "Do you really think I'm that easy to bully?" Gritting her teeth and glaring furiously, she endured her injuries and held up a mystic art. At the same time, a crimson fire whip materialized in the air, transforming into a fire dragon that was over 300 feet long. Its beard was visible, and it opened its mouth in the air, charging straight at the great golden crow. The immortal fox fairy, on the other hand, turned and fled after summoning the fire whip. She was quite a ruthless one. She did not feel the heartache for using such a top-notch profound artifact to break the enemy and buy herself a chance to escape. "Io, this fox is playing with her life," the great golden crow laughed and was fearless. He stretched out his claws and clawed at the fire dragon. Ever since he got the immortal scripture of the supreme sect, he liked to fight with his body more and more. He did not use any spells. Fangxing, who was only a little slower than him, sneered and ignored the fire dragon. He flapped his wings and rushed forward. He was already holding a black giant sword in his hand. He was as agile as a black dragon. With the power of his body, he was able to shift. Almost in an instant, he was already above the immortal fox fairy's head. The black giant sword in his hand slashed down. "I'll fight with you." Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, the immortal fox fairy's face was ashen. She clenched her teeth and formed a mystic art. However, her injuries were too severe. When the mystic art was formed, the spiritual power in her body surged and attacked her body. Not only did she not use any powerful spells, but it also aggravated her injuries. Her delicate body shook and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Oh?" Fangxing took a look, and the black giant sword moved to the side, changing the slash into a slap. With a paw sound, the giant sword hit the fox immortal fairy's chest from the side. The fox's injuries immediately worsened, and her whole body flew back like a fluttering butterfly. However, she crashed into a mountain rock that was floating in the air not far behind her. She spat out another mouthful of blood, tried to crawl a few times, and then stopped moving. Fangxing rushed over and pointed the black giant sword at her fair and smooth neck. He shouted, "Are you still going to escape?" The immortal fox fairy had no strength to resist anymore. She smiled sadly and slowly closed her eyes. In the face of such a situation, she did not want to say a word. Are you mute? I'm asking you a question. Fang Xing was instantly angry. He patted her face with his sword. Tell me, how did you come in? Where are the others? The immortal fox fairy still did not speak. Her face was ashen and she was silent. Fang Xing said, if you don't speak, I'm going to strip your clothes. The immortal fox fairy suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Fang Xing furiously. Fang Xing glared and was about to get close to her. He carelessly untied her skirt. I'm really going to strip your clothes, stop. The immortal fox fairy finally spoke. She shouted coldly, but her voice was already trembling. There were traces of fear in her eyes. Eh? I haven't stripped you yet, why are you asking? Fang Xing sighed helplessly, but Fox Fairy Concubine's face darkened. Judging from this bastard's tone, he's not trying to force me to speak, but stripping me of my clothes is the most fundamental purpose, right? It seems like it's not appropriate to throw a tantrum in front of him. This kind of person who doesn't have the word shame in his heart is undoubtedly the most terrifying to a woman who cherishes her feathers. Since I'm in your hands, what else do I have to say? I only hate that you're too ruthless. Do you know how many demon veins you've destroyed with that sword? Even my Xianxia mountain has fallen into great injustice because of that sword of yours. Forget it, if you're not afraid of the demon court punishing you, take my head. I, Fox Fairy Concubine, have lost everything because of a misstep. I'm at your disposal. The anger in Fox Fairy Concubine's eyes had yet to dissipate. She forced herself to speak, looking like she had resigned herself to her fate. However, even though she seemed resigned on the surface, she was still secretly threatening Fang Xing in her words. No one knew what she was planning. At my disposal? Fang Xing rolled his eyes and sneered, fine, I'll strip you of your clothes first. Fang Xing snickered and came forward again. Fox Fairy Concubine, however, was both furious and shocked. She shouted hurriedly, what are you trying to do? Fang Xing said, I can tell you're not convinced the moment I see you. So I'll strip you of your clothes first. Why does this bastard keep thinking of stripping me of my clothes? Fox Fairy Concubine was so frightened that she broke out in cold sweat. She could tell that Fang Xing was not joking. Seeing that the little bastard's claws were about to touch her clothes, she shifted back pathetically as she shouted into the distance, Ling Tian, little Peking, come and save me. We were like siblings before, but now, do you really have the heart to watch me be humiliated? Fang Xing turned and saw Wu Sang'er, little Peking, and the others flying over. He could only sigh helplessly and stop for now. Wu Sang'er and little Peking also looked at Fox Fairy Concubine in shock. This scene was far beyond their expectations. Looking at Fox Fairy Concubine's wounds, they vaguely guessed something, and immediately felt that fate was laughable. No matter how smart they were, how could they have guessed that just an hour ago, the Fox Immortal Fairy was still in control of all of their fates? She only scared them so much that they wanted to admit defeat several times, but an hour later, she became Fang Xing's prisoner? Little Peking's expression was strange. He looked at Fang Xing as if he wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. Alright, great-grandson, don't say that I don't take care of you. Hey, find a secluded place to sleep with this coquettish fox. Fang Xing waved his hand and threw out the immortal binding rope to tie up Fox Fairy Concubine. Then, he turned around and said to little Peking. Fox Fairy Concubine's expression changed drastically. She looked at little Peking as if she was pleading for help. Little Peking's expression also turned green. After a while, he did not speak, but he obviously did not care about Fang Xing's kind suggestion. Fang Xing was helpless. He shouted at the great golden crow again, Old Jean, don't torment that little snake anymore. You come over and sleep with her. The great golden crow had just finished dealing with the fire flood dragon and was wrapping it around his claw. He turned the semi-divine tool refined by the fire flood dragon into a bracelet on his claw. Hearing that, he looked over and shook his head repeatedly, I don't want to sleep. I'm not in the mood. I was schemed against by that old scorpion's concubine on the bed last time. I still have a shadow in my heart. I'll talk about it later. Fang Xing was instantly speechless, and he thought to himself, these two fellows aren't giving me any strength. I'll sleep." In the distance, Wu Yidian finally caught up. His face was full of joy as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Bang! Little Peking did not say anything. He kicked Wu Yidian. Wu Yidian was immediately stuck on a meteorite floating in the air. He screamed miserably again and again. "No one is willing to sleep with you." So pitiful, Fangxing looked at Fox Immortal Fairy with pity. He shook his head and said, "I'll take off your clothes first." It's the clothes stripping palm again. Fox Immortal Fairy wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, it was impossible to say that she was not flustered. After all, she knew where her advantage was. Moreover, when she first met Fangxing, she thought that he was interested in her. Now that she had fallen into his hands, she was really worried that such a situation would occur. If she was harmed by him, not only would her reputation be greatly affected, it would also be difficult for her to display her advantage in the future. Under such circumstances, she would rather this bastard slash her twice with his sword than be harmed by him. However, she could also see that she had placed her hopes on little Peking. However, little Peking obviously could not help her. In fear, she could only look at Wu Sang-er as if asking for help. She said with grief and indignation, "Sang-er, we have been good sisters for many years. Do you have the heart to see him humiliate me?" Wu Sang-er could not bear it and said hesitantly, "Big brother Fang." Fangxing waved his hand and said, "Say no more. This woman has already fallen into our hands, but she still wants to throw a tantrum. She did not tell us how she came in, nor is she willing to bow down to us. Today, I must sleep with her. I'll take off her clothes first." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands and walked forward. Fox Immortal Fairy was finally afraid of this guy who did not have any moral integrity. Moreover, she had already fallen into such an environment. Although she was unwilling to lower her face and bow down to him, she also knew that no matter how stubborn she was, what else could she do? She would only suffer more humiliation. In desperation, she could only clench her teeth and said coldly, "Okay, don't come near me. I admit defeat." As she spoke, she recounted what happened outside the Demon Emperor Pavilion. It was only a few sentences, and she even thought that she was the only one who came in. When Fangxing and the others heard it, they were also a little surprised. They thought that having a powerful backer was indeed different. They had clearly cut off their opportunity, but they could still use Yuanying's great magical power to reconnect it. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Of course, after entering the Demon Emperor Pavilion, they immediately fell into the hands of Fangxing and the others. This was something that the Yuanying ancestor of Xianxia Mountain could not have imagined. Or rather, she did not have the time to think about it at that time. Being able to send Fox Immortal Fairy in was already the best outcome. Alright, that's enough. Let's sign this jade deed first. Fangxing did not seem to expect Fox Immortal Fairy to admit defeat so quickly. He shook his head helplessly and threw a jade talisman out. Fox Immortal Fairy hesitated for a moment, but still obediently inserted her divine sense into the jade talisman. Now that she really did not have the capital to fight against Fangxing to the end, she straightforwardly accepted the wager. With that, Fangxing only needed to show the jade talisman in front of the elders of both parties to leave the Demon Emperor Pavilion, and no one could say anything about it. The green fox grimace was already destined to be Fangxing's, and the little foxes would no longer have anything to do with Xianxia Mountain. "I've already admitted defeat. I won't fight with you anymore. You should let me go, right?" Fox Immortal Fairy looked up at Fangxing, her gaze calm as she spoke softly. "Let you go?" Fangxing chuckled, and two beams of ferocity shot out of his eyes. He pointed the black greatsword at her forehead and laughed softly. "What did you tell us when you were outside? Now that you've fallen into our hands, you still want to leave so easily? Heh, if I let you go, are you going to use your coquettishness to get a bunch of idiots to deal with me? That's why I should just kill you." Fox Immortal Fairy's expression changed drastically at those words. Kill? The words that came out of the little bandit Uncle Fang's mouth gave everyone a fright. Not to mention Wu Yidian, who was pale with fright and almost wet his pants. Even the eyes of the golden crow flickered a few times. It was clear that a wager was one thing, forcing Fox Immortal Fairy to admit defeat, and even sleeping with her was another, but killing her was a whole different matter altogether. Wu Sang'er grew nervous and hurriedly pulled Fang Xing's sleeve aside, whispering, "Big brother Fang, you're not really going to kill Sister Fox, are you? After all, no one has ever died in the Demon Emperor Pavilion, and Sister Fox is the seat of hope for Xianxia Mountain. If you kill her, wouldn't you be destroying the future of Xianxia Mountain? I'm afraid a war would break out." Though he spoke reasonably, his eyes were filled with worry, and it was clear that he could not bear to kill Fox Immortal Fairy. Instead, the great golden crow's eyes turned vicious. "There's no one around here. If we really kill her, we don't have to worry about the news leaking." His thoughts were the same as Fang Xing's. After all, the two brothers had weathered many storms, and knew that letting the enemy loose now was undoubtedly asking for trouble. However, Fox Immortal Fairy's identity was indeed extraordinary. If she was killed, it could easily lead to irresolvable future troubles. After all, to put it bluntly, the Demon Emperor Pavilion was truly a place to seek opportunities. Simply put, it was a great opportunity given to the juniors by the Demon Court, and while there was competition, it was not like in the Nanzhan Mystic Domain, where blood was shed. It was better to leave some leeway if possible. Even in the wager between Fang Xing and Fox Immortal Fairy, it had always been a battle to determine the winner and the loser, but never a battle to the death. Of course, Fox Immortal Fairy had indeed intended to kill before, but she had never said it out loud. "Great-grandson, what do you think?" While the great golden crow and Wu Sang'er were surprised, Fang Xing smiled and looked at the little Peking beside him. Little Peking's face was pale, and he looked at Fox Immortal Fairy awkwardly. He slowly flew to the front of Fang Xing and said in a low voice, "I'm not a fool. Although I've been pampered by the ancestors since I was young, I also know that the people in the cultivation world are vicious. If you don't kill me, I will kill you. If you don't kill the snake, there will be trouble in the future. So, if you want to kill her, I won't stop you, because I also know Sister Fox's character. If you let her go, she will definitely use some tricks and come back again, which will be disadvantageous to you." Little Peking's words stunned the great golden crow and Wu Sang'er. They were obviously a little surprised. For a moment, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. "This, I think, if you want to talk about sleeping with her. I can still." Wu Weidian, who had flown over again, lightly coughed and was ready to express his opinion. At this moment, little Peking, who seemed to have made up his mind, opened his mouth again, "But, although I know that the right choice for you is to kill her and eliminate the roots, in my heart, I still hope that you can spare her once." His expression was calm. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "I, Ling Tian, the little Peking of Lonely Blade Mountain, don't think that I have any right to ask you for anything. But I can make an oath, if you can, for my sake, let her live, then I will." At this point, his face suddenly turned red, and he seemed to be unable to say anything else. It turned out that the little Peking had deep feelings for Fox Immortal Concubine. He couldn't bear to see her lose her head under Fang Xing's sword, so he wanted to plead with Fang Xing to spare her life. However, although this child was arrogant, he was also an honest person. He had already stated his request, but he didn't know what promise he should make to Fang Xing. What promise could he give to Fang Xing as a reward? Sell his life to him? That's too exaggerated. Even the little bandit wouldn't believe it. Give him treasures? Forget it, the ancestors on the mountain love him more than they love me. Promise to be his friend. This was the thought that flashed through the little Peking's mind at first. Although he was forced to hang around with Fang Xing, he really didn't acknowledge this little ancestor. However, at this moment, his mind gradually changed. What he wanted to say was that if Fang Xing let go of Fox Immortal Concubine, he would let go of the past enmity with Fang Xing and become friends with him. However, when he was about to say this, his heart skipped a beat. Even if I want to be his friend, I don't think he is willing. After all, he is capable, bold, and has a higher seniority than me. Will he lack a friend like me? Because of this conflict in his heart, the little Peking couldn't continue his words. His little face turned red. "Haha, my good great-grandson, you don't have to say any more. I'm experienced." Fang Xing shook his head and sighed. He came over and patted the little Peking's shoulder like an elder comforting a junior. Of course, the people beside him had a weird feeling in their hearts. Although the little Peking was younger than him, he had lived for at least 40 to 50 years. He was only considered young according to the age of the great Peking, but this guy actually regarded him as an elder. Fang Xing patted little Peking's shoulder unconsciously and said, "Brat, you don't have to say those words in your heart. Little Ancestor understands it. Since you followed Little Ancestor will give you face. It's not the first time that this bitch tried to kill me. I was going to punish her severely this time, but since you've spoken, I'll give you face and not kill her." Little Peking didn't know what he was feeling when he saw Fang Xing agreed so readily. It was rather complicated. Even the Great Golden Crow and Wu Sang'er were surprised. They looked at Fang Xing in confusion. But Fang Xing ignored them. He turned to Fox Immortal Fairy and said, "Bitch, my great-grandson can't bear to take your life. I'll let you off this time. Get lost quickly." He reached out and retrieved the immortal binding rope from her body. Fox Immortal Fairy was also surprised. She didn't expect to leave so easily. After being stunned for a while, she said to little Peking in a low voice, "Thank you." After saying those 2 words, she hurriedly flew away. However, Fang Xing called out to her again, "Slow down." Fox Immortal Fairy's expression suddenly changed. She said coldly, "You changed your mind?" Fang Xing smiled and said, "I said I don't want your life, but I didn't say I won't strip your clothes." "Strip my clothes?" Fox Immortal Fairy, who thought she had escaped a calamity, was stunned. And Fang Xing had already raised his huge black sword and pointed it at Fox Immortal Fairy's nose. "This is a robbery. Hand over all your valuables." This time, Wu Sang'er was also stunned. Even Wu Yidian and little Peking were stunned. The Great Golden Crow heaved a sigh of relief. He thought the little bandit had changed his sex. Fox Immortal Fairy gritted her teeth. In order to leave, she took out her storage bag and tossed it over. Fang Xing caught it but said it wasn't enough. Fox Immortal Fairy hardened her heart and plucked a double-headed ice phoenix hairpin from her head and tossed it over. But Fang Xing still said it wasn't enough. He looked at her waist. Fox Immortal Fairy had no choice but to hand over a heavenly cave ring hidden at her waist. In the end, Fox Immortal Fairy's clothes were still stripped off. She was only left with an undergarment and a pair of underpants. Her hair was disheveled as she squatted behind a green rock. Her face was red and embarrassed. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. She cursed at Fang Xing fiercely, "Bastard, I'll kill you sooner or later. No matter what, I'll kill you sooner or later." Fang Xing hugged a pile of treasures and laughed loudly. He shouted, "You dare to curse me? Don't keep the undergarment anymore. It can still be sold for money." Fox Immortal Fairy was shocked. She absolutely believed that Fang Xing would do such a thing. She didn't care about the exposed part of her body anymore. She hugged her chest and walked away on the cloud. 2 slender and white long legs, Xiao Man's slender waist, and the shape of her beautiful buttocks outlined by the white brocade underpants made Fang Xing, the Great Golden Crow, little Peking, and Wu Yidian's eyes lit up and their mouths became dry. The Great Golden Crow pushed little Peking. "Are you really going to let her go like this? If you have any ideas, I can help you hold down her legs." Wu Yidian shook his head and muttered, "I promised to sleep with her just now." No one paid attention to him. Little Peking was so angry that he kicked him again. "Cousin, he kicked me," Wu Yidian complained to Wu Sang'er. This time, Wu Sang'er didn't want to help him. He rolled his eyes at him and said, "You deserve it." Seeing Fox Immortal Fairy flying away, the Great Golden Crow finally believed that Fang Xing had really let her go. But he felt that something was wrong. This was not the way a little bandit would do things. He couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Fang Xing, "You just let her go like this?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes at him and also replied with a voice transmission, "Yes, I have tender feelings for the fairer sex." The Great Golden Crow was speechless. He said disdainfully, "What are you pitying? Tell me honestly, what are you planning?" "Ha ha ha ha," Fang Xing laughed, and a gleam of pride flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "This fox is nothing. It's meaningless to beat her, so I want to do something big with her hands." Then he told his plan to the Great Golden Crow in detail. The Great Golden Crow was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out. After a while, he shivered and said with a dry throat, "You are not joking, right?" Fangxing looked at him with disdain. What do you think? The great golden crow choked. After a while, he said, I just didn't expect you to be so fierce. Fangxing laughed mischievously and no longer paid attention to him. He held a pile of treasures that he plundered from the fox fairy's body and sat on a rock. Come, let's divide the treasures. This fox seems to have spent a lot of money. She brought a lot of good things, one for each of us. This double-headed ice phoenix hairpin is a good thing. It's actually a top-grade profound artifact. It can almost be called a semi-divine artifact. Xianxia, come here, I'll put it on for you. This cicada-winged snake sword actually contains 99 high-grade sword lights. Amazing, my great-grandson will give it to you. Jean Liuzi, take this ring, you can release a Thunderstar defense. Mother Vasterisk Kerr, Fangxing divided the treasures one by one. Finally, he pulled out a breast-wrapping cloth from his storage pouch. It was unknown whether it was the fragrance of the fox fairy or the body fragrance of the fox fairy, but it was clearly an extremely private thing. He then threw it to Wu Yidian, whose eyes were shining as he waited to divide the treasures. But when the little Pung saw Wu Yidian's wretched appearance, he immediately snatched the breast-wrapping cloth and said, I'll exchange it for you. It seemed that even though he had almost let go of his desire for the fox fairy, he still couldn't stand her being profaned. On the other hand, after Wu Yidian received the cicada-winged snake sword, he was stunned for a long while. Then, he actually shed tears. What's wrong? Why do you want that breast-wrapping cloth so badly? Fangxing rolled his eyes and kicked him. Wu Yidian shook his head while crying and said, No, it's this sword. 3 years ago, there was an auction in Ting province, and I took a fancy to this sword at first glance. Originally, I wanted to bid for it and use it as my personal sword. In the end, after begging my father for a long time, he finally agreed to buy it for me. But I didn't expect that. He took out all the spiritual essence he had at that time, but he couldn't even gather half of it. He was humiliated for no reason. Then, he used 300 taels of spiritual essence to bid for this magic artifact and gave it to the fox fairy. I didn't expect that it would actually return to my hands. The crowd didn't expect him to cry because of this, so they couldn't scold him for the time being. To put it bluntly, among the little 5 ancestors of the demonic world, there was no need to mention Fangxing. He was a famous one-legged bandit who had seen countless rare treasures. Every one of the treasures in his hands was priceless. As for the great golden crow and Fangxing, they had wandered around a lot and gained a lot of knowledge. As for the little Pung King, he had a good family background and didn't need to worry about resources to cultivate. But Wu Xianxia and Wu Yidian were in a more difficult situation. It could even be said that Wu Yidian ended up like this because he didn't have enough resources and had to forcefully raise his cultivation. In the cultivation world, no matter if one was a human or a demon, it would be difficult to advance without resources. Well, didn't I still give it to you now? Wu Xianxia came over and comforted him softly, coaxing her cousin like a child. Really gave it to me? Wu Yidian wiped his tears and hugged the sword, looking as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it away. Isn't it disgusting? Fangxing kicked him angrily and said carelessly, As long as you listen to your little ancestor, there are so many treasures that you won't be able to move. Wu Yidian's eyes immediately began to shine, but he still didn't believe it. He laughed and said, This sword is enough. The great golden crow snorted and said, You can doubt other words, but you can still believe the words of the little bandit. I promise. Really? Wu Yidian's eyes were already full of worship. He looked at Fangxing as if he was looking at a god. Why do I feel a little disgusted? Fangxing felt a chill and said to Wu Yidian seriously, If you look at me like that again, I will hit you. After dividing the treasures, the little 5 ancestors buried the spirit boat on the spot. Such a huge spirit boat could not be stored in a storage bag. Then, the 5 of them looked at the clues that they had in their hands and compared it to the starry sky. After confirming their location, they headed towards the place of fortune that was closest to them. There was a huge ancient palace here. It sat alone on this barren mountain that was floating in mid-air. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had been floating. It was the first fortune that they were looking for. According to the records of the Lonely Edge Mountain, there is a martial art recorded in this palace. It is mysterious and mysterious. 1,300 years ago, an ancestor of my tribe saw it here. However, due to the limited time, he did not comprehend this martial art. Instead, he left this place and went to find another divine art that was more suitable for him. However, he recorded down this location and passed it down to the future generations. The golden winged little Pun King was the first to fly over. When he saw the ancient palace, he introduced it to the people beside him. For the elites who entered the Demon King Pavilion, most of the information and clues in their hands were passed down by their ancestors. The ancestors who entered the Demon King Pavilion before them only had 10 days to search for fortunes. Most of them already had their own choices in their hearts. Therefore, after entering this place, they encountered many fortunes along the way and had no choice but to part with them. It was also because of this that there were many clues left behind. Let's go in and take a look first. Feng Xing made up his mind and was about to rush into the ancient palace with the other 4 demons. However, at this moment, 5 demon cultivators flew up from the mountain range below. They were 3 men and 2 women. 3 of them were in the early stages of the Golden Elixir realm and the other 2 were in the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. They flew into the sky like lightning and landed on the roof of the ancient palace. They were filled with murderous intent and immediately took out their instruments. One of them shouted coldly, "Who is in front of us? We came here first, and we've already occupied this place. You'd better find another place, or wait for us to comprehend the fortune here before entering this hall." At this time, however, they were still quite a distance away, so the demon cultivators couldn't clearly see the appearances of Feng Xing and the others. They didn't use the Dharma Eye technique, but they could sense that among the 5 of them, only 2 had the aura of a golden core cultivator. The other 3 were clearly only at the Foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, of the 2 golden core cultivators, one had a weak aura, and the other had a weak aura. "Yo, there's someone who dares to snatch the fortune from me?" Seeing this, not only did Feng Xing not leave, he swaggered down and said with a smile, "So what if I don't exchange?" As he descended, the 5 demon cultivators finally saw his appearance clearly. They were greatly shocked, as if they hadn't expected it to be this human cultivator who had recently become famous among the demon race. They immediately groaned inwardly. If they had known it was him, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to challenge him. Still, there was nothing they could do. Looking at his Dao Qi from afar and looking at his face up close, who would have thought that this bastard's aura was so weak? Of course, although Feng Xing's golden core aura was weak, he was not someone they were willing to offend. The 5 demon cultivators were not stupid. After exchanging glances, one of the snake demons stepped forward and cupped his hands, smiling apologetically. "So, it's Brother Xing, hehe, sorry for not recognizing you. I'll let you have the fortune here. Let's part ways here." With that, the 5 demons actually cupped their hands and were about to turn and leave. There were no fools among the demon race. How could someone who could challenge the Green Hill faction and the Azure Sea faction be someone they could casually bully? Moreover, they had also seen the Great Golden Crow and the Little Pun King following beside Feng Xing, and those 2 were not to be trifled with either. One was the treasure of the Lone Edge faction, while the other was a great crow that was rumored to have headbutted a veteran golden core cultivator of the Blackwood faction to death in a head-on duel. Furthermore, an ancestor with profound cultivation had recently appeared in the Fusang Mountain, and be it family background or ability, they were not people that demons from small races like them could afford to provoke. That was why they were prepared to give up the fortune the moment they met. Wait, they were about to leave, but Feng Xing would not let them. He called out to them with a tilted neck and squinted eyes, and slowly flew up. What is it, Brother Xing?" The snake demon asked politely with a smile. Feng Xing said, "Did I say you could leave? Who was it that told us to change places just now?" His tone was rather rude, and one of the crocodiles among the 5 demons was already filled with rage. The snake demon, on the other hand, was courteous, and hurriedly said with a smile, "I was blind just now. I apologize to Brother Xing. You can leave if you want, but leave your treasures behind." Feng Xing flew 2 rounds around them and said heroically, The snake demon was stunned and didn't quite understand what Feng Xing meant. "Robbery. Don't you understand?" Feng Xing raised the sword in his hand and shouted majestically. "Robbery? For a moment, the faces of these demons turned ugly. Everyone entered the arch pavilion to seize the fortune, and it was already a great concession that they were willing to give up the fortune. Anyway, in their hearts, Fangxing would sooner or later be dealt with by immortal fox fairy, Sun Lan Si, or Taisher clan. But who would have thought that this human bandit would not only seize the fortune, but also want to rob them? Did he really think they were afraid of him? Bastard of the human race, you have made so many enemies, and you can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to provoke us? The crocodile demon finally couldn't bear it any longer, and shouted loudly. His iron tail was like a whip, and like a raging tide, it swept towards Fangxing in an earth-shattering manner. However, he was still not very convinced of Fangxing's strength. After all, Fangxing's gold core aura was very weak, and although he had a great reputation, there were very few battles that he won with real martial arts. In addition, he boasted that his strength was not weak, so he was not very afraid of him. Fangxing glanced at him and sneered, "Today, I will let you see what it means to be unable to protect yourself." After saying that, he was about to rush up and beat him up, but he didn't expect a swoosh. It was actually the little Pung King with a golden halberd that rushed past him. His body was like a dragon, and the halberd stirred up the wind and clouds. He actually directly fought with the crocodiles, and he shouted, "Don't be in a hurry, I will take this battle on your behalf. Watch how I kill a gold core at Foundation establishment." This great-grandson is actually quite powerful. Seeing that the little Pung King was so fierce, Fangxing really didn't make a move. He retreated to the side and stared at the other two. "Hee, looks like you sold that favor pretty well. This little bird is starting to return the favor." The great golden crow came over with a smile and said, "Robbing is also part of your plan?" Fangxing rolled his eyes at him and said, "This is a hobby." As he finished speaking, his gaze swept across the 4 demon cultivators who had yet to make a move. His eyes lit up, and there was a hint of malice in them. The 4 demon cultivators were already complaining incessantly in their hearts. The powerful crocodile demon was actually being entangled by the Foundation establishment little ancestor of Gooblade Mountain. Looking at the two sides exchanging blows, the Golden Core Realm crocodile carp could not win. It seemed like it was at a disadvantage. A Foundation establishment little ancestor already had this kind of ability, let alone the 2 gold core cultivators who didn't look like good beasts. Because of this, the 2 of them, like Fangxing and the Golden Crow, didn't dare to make a move and just watched the battle together. In the field, the little Pung King seemed to want to return the favor to Fangxing with his actions. At this time, the more he fought, the braver he became. He really showed the effort that Lonely Edge Mountain had spent on him all these years. The golden halberd in his hand danced like an angry dragon, enveloping the whole area. He fought with the crocodiles head-on. His strength and power didn't seem to be at a disadvantage, and he even gradually took the initiative. "You've gone too far, back off." The crocodiles fought for a long time without being able to win, and it was already getting impatient. It should be known that it was a gold core second transformation cultivator, while the opponent was only a Foundation establishment late stage. This kind of entanglement meant that it had lost. In addition, it was also a hot-tempered and impulsive person. In a moment of desperation, it actually roared and no longer held back. Its body turned around like a dragon, and it spat out a ray of light. At the same time, an iron whip-like crocodile tail followed closely behind. "Ah, be careful," Wu Sang-er nervously covered her small mouth. Wu Yidian, on the other hand, was already scared stiff. They were all in the Foundation establishment stage, but the little Pung King's strength was far from what they could compare to. "Look at my 8,000 halberd chaos universe." At this moment, the little Pung King also shouted loudly. His body shook, but he turned into half of his demon form. His body was covered with iron feathers that looked like diamond, like an indestructible iron armor, protecting his body. At the same time, the golden halberd in his hand slashed down from the sky. The golden halberd in his hand seemed to have transformed into thousands of clones, and each of them had infinite power. When combined together, it became a strange power that could destroy anything. "Gee!" The crocodiles roared in pain, and staggered backwards. A section of the crocodile's tail fell in the air, and blood splattered everywhere. "Who do you think you are? You dare to challenge the little ancestor? I said I'd rob you, so I'll rob you." If you don't want to die, then do as I say. The little Pun King's movements did not stop. He stepped into the air and chased after the crocodiles, and the golden halberd pointed straight at the crocodile's chest. Today, he used his halberd to defeat a gold core, and the depression he had for many days was swept away. The little Pun King's arrogant and domineering aura reappeared. Haha, what a good great-grandson. As expected of the Lonely Edge Mountain's treasure. When I built my foundation, I might not have been stronger than you. Feng Xing also clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Then, he and the great golden crow forced their way forward, and glared at the crocodile's two companions. He shouted, "You two want to fight too?" The two demons, however, completely lost the courage to fight. Fearfully and helplessly, they obediently stood together with the crocodiles. They smiled bitterly and said, "We don't dare, we don't dare. We only beg for Brother Xing to spare our lives." Feng Xing waved his hand, and said impatiently, "What do I want your lives for? I'm just robbing you. Now, hand over all your magic weapons, pills, talismans, formation flags, and even Dharma cloves." The 5 demons were speechless. After a while, the snake demon said awkwardly, "We have to take off our Dharma clothes as well?" Feng Xing considered it for a moment and glanced at the 2 delicate and pitiful female cultivators. He also felt a little embarrassed. He hardened his heart several times and finally waved his hand magnanimously. He said, all right. This young master is kind-hearted. How about this, the 2 women can leave behind their undergarments. As for the man, forget about the man. Apart from the thing in his crotch, he can't take anything away. The great golden crow sneered and said, yes, that's the rule. The women can leave behind their undergarments, and the men can leave behind their underpants. In the end, the 5 demons didn't have the guts to resist and obediently allowed Wu Yidian to search their magic tools, pills, maps, and even magic robes. In the end, the only ones left standing in the cold wind were the 3 naked male demons and the female demon who was hugging her chest. The male demon was all right, he was just a little embarrassed, but the 2 female demons were on the verge of crying. They looked like they were about to cry. Fellow Xing, can we go now? The snake demon wanted to cry but had no tears as she asked Feng Xing, let's go. Feng Xing finally waved his hand magnanimously, and the 3 male demons immediately flew away. But the 2 female demons only had a small undergarment on them. One of them was even more bold and unrestrained, and she didn't even wear an undergarment. Even though they had obtained permission to leave, their faces were still flushed red as they moved back step by step. They didn't even dare to fly. The great golden crow was annoyed seeing this and scolded, "Stupid, reveal your original form and fly." His words reminded the 2 demonesses. They had no choice but to shake their bodies and transform into their demon forms. One was a rattlesnake, and the other was a rabbit. Their bodies were either covered in scales or fur, so they didn't look too awkward. They flew on clouds and quickly disappeared without a trace. As for their current mood, it was simply too wonderful for words. They originally came to the Demon Emperor Pavilion to seize the fortune, but who the F***K would have thought that they would be robbed even cleaner than when they were born. This was truly a huge loss. Meanwhile, Feng Xing and the others laughed heartily and divided the things in their hands. Wu Yidian could be said to have the least, but he was already crazily excited. He looked at the tempered black iron armor and 3 bottles of high-grade thunder pills to replenish spiritual power, and he was simply wild with joy. He laughed and cried as he said, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How can treasures come so quickly? Is this a dream? He crazily moved to the side of the little Pun King and said, pinch me. The little Pun King directly lifted his foot and kicked him away. Wu Yidian let out an AO and shouted. It's not a dream. After dividing the things, they impatiently rushed down to the ancient hall below. When they arrived at the front, they saw that the ancient hall was simple and dilapidated. It was unknown how long it had existed. In front of the hall, there were still ruins of an incense burner, and 4 ancient pillars under the eaves. 2 had already fallen. The inside of the hall was dark, and they couldn't clearly see what was inside. Feng Xing used the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror to take a look. Seeing that there were no restrictions, he directly rushed in. When he arrived at the hall, he used the Dharma Eye technique to take a look. He saw that the hall was 30 zhang square, and there were 3 stone statues sitting at the center. Each statue was 10 zhang tall, and it was unknown what kind of stone it was carved from. These 3 statues were actually an elephant, a dragon, and a tiger. All of them were in the shape of half human and half beast. They wore Taoist robes and had strange postures. One of them stretched out his palm to support the sky, one punched the ground, and the last one pointed forward. The postures of these 3 statues were clear at a glance, but if one looked carefully, they would vaguely feel endless profoundness. It was just a single posture, but there were actually many changes for no reason. It was as if one's divine soul was being guided by these 3 statues to comprehend many martial arts. With a single glance, one would become infatuated, and would have the urge to sit down and carefully comprehend these martial arts until they completely understood the changes. Eh? That's not right. Fangxing looked at the stone statue that raised its palm to support the sky, and he gradually became immersed in it. However, he suddenly woke up and said to himself, these 3 stone statues indeed contain profound martial arts. If I were to learn them, I would probably be able to unleash 70 to 80% of my physical strength. However, there are too many changes. How can I finish learning them in a short period of time? With this kind of comprehension, 3 days will pass in the blink of an eye. After being called out by him, the great golden crow and the others also woke up. However, their gazes towards the stone statues were still somewhat nostalgic. The great golden crow said, but no matter what, the martial arts contained in these 3 stone statues are really extraordinary. It would be a pity if we missed them. However, we still have 3 volumes of Taoist incantations that we have yet to collect. If we delay our main business because of this, it will not be worth it. What should we do? The great golden crow cultivated his physical body, but he was somewhat reluctant to part with them. In the past, when the elites of the demon clan who entered the Demon Emperor Pavilion faced so many opportunities, they could only reluctantly part with them and search for the most suitable opportunities for themselves. This was also the reason why they could only enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion for 10 days. However, these opportunities were not so easy to obtain. Under normal circumstances, it would take 10 days to half a month to comprehend any one of them. Where would they find so much time? For this group of people, the main goal was to find the 3 Taoist incantations that Uncle Jen had pointed out to them. Now, they did not know how long it would take to find the 3 Taoist incantations, so they did not dare to waste too much time in front of these 3 statues. Therefore, those who entered the Demon Emperor Pavilion would most likely face a choice between fish and bear paw. It seems that we can only leave one person here to comprehend while the others search for other opportunities. We can set a time to meet in front of the Demon Spirit Palace. After we leave this place together, we can exchange our insights. This is the best way to obtain the greatest opportunity. Wu Sanger interjected, but there was a troubled expression on her face. But if we split up, it will be hard to guarantee our safety. Everyone fell silent. They knew that she was right. The grudge between the 5 Ancestor Alliance was not small. Right now, their choices were either to give up on some good fortune, like the ancient Hall's martial arts, and search for an even greater good fortune, or to split up again and again, each comprehending a good fortune. The result of doing so was that they would encounter dangers that were difficult to resolve. Of course, they were not the only ones facing this problem. The other alliances were also facing this problem. The reason why the Fox Immortal Fairy had been so anxious to deal with Fangxing and the others was because she was worried that if she did not deal with Fangxing, he would take advantage of the time when her fairy alliance split up to search for opportunities to launch a sneak attack. Fangxing also felt that this was a problem. He circled around the stone statues twice and said, "Can't we take them away?" The great golden crow sighed and said, "I have already tried to copy the appearance of these 3 stone statues and bring them out of the Demon Emperor Pavilion. Unfortunately, these 3 stone statues are extremely profound. Even with the powerful spirit of our golden core realm, we are unable to copy their postures. Even if we forcefully copy them, we will only be able to imitate their form, but not their spirit. We will not be able to comprehend the profound martial arts within." As he spoke, he could not help but feel a tinge of regret. As their cultivation increased, their spirits became stronger, and they were different from mortals. With just a glance, they could firmly remember ordinary books and drawings. When they looked back, they could not even make a mistake in the direction of a stroke. This was the benefit of cultivating a divine sense. However, these 3 stone statues were different. They contained the great Tao of martial arts. Although they did not seem to move, they were actually ever-changing. Even with their golden core realm cultivation, they could only comprehend them in front of the stone statues. They could not copy them with just a glance. The others also knew that what the great golden crow said was right. They all frowned and found it difficult to make a decision. Unexpectedly, Fangxing rolled his eyes and said, "Who said you can copy them?" "I said you can take the stone statues away." Swoosh, the gazes of the other 4 people turned to look at him. They were simply dumbfounded. Take the stone statues away? Isn't this too much of a bandit? How can we do this? These are the creations of the Demon Emperor Pavilion. How can we touch them? Wu Xianxia was the first to speak. She felt that her worldview was a little messed up. Fangxing asked directly, "Is there a rule that says we can't take them away?" Wu Xianxia could not answer immediately. In reality, the things in the Demon Emperor Pavilion could be taken out. In the past, if the seniors who entered the Demon Emperor Pavilion found scriptures, rare herbs, precious pills, or broken weapons, they would definitely take them out without hesitation and treat them as creations that they found themselves. But to take these 3 stone statues away, that was too ridiculous. The little rock king pondered and said, "I wonder if we can take them away?" The great golden crow took out 2 storage bags and said, "The storage bags are only 10 square meters. We can't take them all." Fangxing chuckled and clapped his hands. "Wu Yidian, go and bring the spiritual boat here." The others suddenly realized that this little bandit really wanted to take all 3 stone statues away. They felt strange and excited at the same time. Fortunately, the spiritual boat was not far from here. Wu Yidian really went to fetch the spiritual boat excitedly. Meanwhile, Fangxing, the great golden crow, and the little rock king each grabbed a stone statue and knocked off the lotus flower base with their heavy weapons. Then, they carried them out of the main hall. This feeling was a bit crazy, but it also vaguely felt good. On the other hand, Wu Xianxia was about to go crazy when he saw the 3 fellows carrying a huge stone statue each. The spiritual boat was actually not very big. It was about 10 zhang long and 10 zhang tall. If enough essence was added into the spiritual source, the space could be expanded a little. However, it was only 150 zhang long and 15 zhang tall at most. However, it was enough to put the 3 stone statues inside. When the 3 stone statues were piled into the cabin, the group's faces were a bit red. They were sweating and excited. "Let's go. Snatch all the demons and take all the fortuitous encounters." After emptying the main hall, Fangxing jumped onto the roof of the spiritual boat and laughed excitedly. He waved his huge black sword forward. Rumble, the spiritual boat set off. The 5 Ancestor Alliance, which had shaken the entire demon race with their vile and despicable methods, began their journey of looting the Demon Emperor's pavilion. Everywhere they passed was barren. From west to north, from north to east, then from east to south. Wherever they passed, all the unfortunate demon cultivators, regardless of whether they were male or female, were robbed clean. The entire area was as desolate as a locust swarm. Plunder everything, plunder everything. This bastard is so brazen. He's clearly asking for trouble. While Fangxing was leading the great golden crow, the little Peng, and the others in pillaging, Fairy Fox Fairy, who had spent more than 4 days suppressing her injuries, had finally emerged from seclusion. When she ran into 2 Yao cultivators, she wore only a doo-doo and underpants, her expression as cold and proud as a phoenix robe. She indifferently asked the 2 Yao cultivators about the current situation of the 5 Ancestor Alliance, her eyes as cold and indifferent as a sword. Haha, Fairy Fox is right. Those bastards might be arrogant, but they've incurred the wrath of the masses. Right now, everyone is discussing how to work together to deal with them. If Sir also takes action, they'll definitely have to bear the consequences. The Black Dragon Spirit and Fire Rhinoceros Demon nodded and bowed as they stood in front of the Immortal Fox Fairy. However, their eyes kept glancing at the Immortal Fox Fairy's body. They couldn't help it. The Immortal Fox Fairy, whose beauty had spread far and wide, was standing in front of them in such a small amount of cloth. They really couldn't control their eyes. even if they didn't want to. Could it be? Fairy Fox Fairy naturally sensed the perverted gazes of these two fellows, but she pretended not to see them. After a long moment of thought, she indifferently said, I will naturally take action. You can be at ease. That's right, can I borrow your Taoist robes? Of course, how could the two demons disagree? They hurriedly took out their own Taoist robes and gave them to the immortal Fox Fairy. The immortal Fox Fairy didn't avoid them and put it on in front of them. She tied up her hair and fastened the jade belt around her waist. The Taoist robes automatically changed in size and fit her body. When the beautiful and seductive immortal Fox Fairy wore this male robe, she instantly looked more seductive and heroic, making people stare at her. Fairy Fox really is, the black flood dragon spirit was stunned. His eyes lit up and he opened his mouth, wanting to praise him, but he didn't know what to say. Fox Immortal Concubine put on a pair of boots that looked like they were carved out of beautiful jade. She took out a water mirror and looked at herself in the mirror. She turned around and saw that the person in the mirror was full of heroic spirit. Her face was like a celestial being, her waist was slim and legs were like jade. She was also satisfied with her appearance. She nodded her head lightly and smiled. She said softly, Thank you for giving me the clothes. There's no need. Fairy Fox, you don't have to be so polite. The two demons were almost speechless. They only felt that today was a feast for their eyes. Fox Fairy Concubine ignored them and continued, You can die now. Ah? The two demons were a little dazed. Fox Fairy Concubine said indifferently, Do you think that after you saw my naked body, I will still let you live and spread the news? After realizing that Fox Fairy Concubine was not joking, the two demons were already stunned. Their faces were full of vigilance and they retreated with a smile. Then, they shouted loudly and escaped in two directions. A cold smile flashed across Fox Fairy Concubine's face. After the two of them escaped more than 300 feet away, she lifted her feet lightly and took a step forward. Swoosh, she took a step forward and her figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already 1,000 feet away. In her slender hands, there were two heads that died with grievances. After casually tossing the two demons' heads away, Fox Fairy Concubine took out their storage pouches and even their mystic instruments. After identifying their uses, she put them away one by one. When she was ready, she raised her head again. Her gaze was cold as she looked towards a certain direction in the starry sky. Her voice was so cold that it seemed to be scooped out of ice. You forced me to do this. Once she recalled the little bandit who forced her to hand over all her mystic instruments and talismans and even take off her mystic robe. Fox Fairy Concubine's expression twisted. Do you think that I have no other way to deal with you after tricking the allies I gathered around me and robbing all my mystic instruments? Although my strength will be weakened after losing my handy mystic instruments, the true ability of the Green Hill Foxes has never been in combat. Helpers. If I want to find you to deal with you, I only need to say a word and you will have as many helpers as you want. I'd like to see how many you can trick and kill if everyone is against you. You think you've hidden your identity well? It's a pity that the Divine Prefecture emissary revealed your secret. That Li Hongyi is from the southern border Ghost Kingdom. Since she recognizes you and He Lingzi holds you in such high esteem, you must also be from the southern border and a famous figure in the Divine Prefecture. In addition, you have such a deep friendship with the Fusang Mountain's Golden Crow Crown Prince. If I still can't guess your identity, isn't I worse than a fool? After all, the major events that happened in Nanzhan's mystic domain are not a secret in our demon land. Whoosh, Fox Fairy Concubine gritted her teeth and flew into the sky. It was also on this day that a shocking news began to spread in the Demon Arch Pavilion. Xing Fang, the human cultivator who had committed many evil deeds in the demon land, was not actually called Xing Fang, but Fang Xing. The number one little demon of Nanzhan, Fang Xing, the Fang Xing who once took away 1/3 of Nanzhan's mystic domain by himself. This news was like a huge stone thrown into a surging lake, splashing waves hundreds of feet high. That human cultivator is actually the legendary number one little demon of Nanzhan? In an ancient tomb floating in the air, Wei Wuji, one of the 8 lineage's ancient demons, the Taoist of the Rat clan, was full of surprise. His small eyes lit up as he laughed heartily. Fox Fairy Concubine, this news was released at the right time. Wonderful, wonderful. It's said that the demon the Arch Pavilion has countless fortunes, but how can the fortunes in the demon the Arch Pavilion compare to the ninth heaven mystic coffin? That little demon is the one who took away 1/3 of Nanzhan's mystic domain by himself. He himself represents a great treasure. No matter how great the fortunes of the demon the Arch Pavilion are, how can they compare to him? The Taoist of Mount Wuing slapped his thigh and ordered coldly, "Everyone, get out of the cave. Find him, subdue him, and rob him." In a garden filled with spiritual herbs, the ninth prince of Xianxia, Ao Bai, who was focused on looking for elixirs that could replenish blood and increase life, suddenly raised his head. "Nanzhan's Feng Xing? The little demon who is known as the #1 genius of Nanzhan? I didn't expect to meet him here. No wonder he has the guts to make an enemy of Xianxia. I want to establish my Tao through battle, and this person is the best whetstone for me." After saying that, he shouted towards a direction, "Bookworm, are you going?" His voice traveled 100 miles until it reached a dilapidated hall 100 miles away. Inside the hall, there was actually a stack of ancient books hidden. A skinny scholar who was buried in the pile of ancient books and reading strenuously raised his head. After being stunned for a long time, he said in a daze, "After studying hard for 100 years, I learned a golden core body. Now that the calamity is approaching, I want to enter the Tao through killing and learn some techniques." He is quite suitable. After saying that, he threw away the ancient book, stood up, and said in a clear voice, "Let's go, let's go." In another place, in a cave of a huge mountain, there was a sea of rocks that emitted poisonous smoke and heat waves. A ferocious ape that was close to 3 feet tall was lying comfortably in this sea of rocks, soaking in a bath. There was a huge water and fire cudgel by his hand, and beside him, there was a pile of dead demonic beasts that were unique to the sea of rocks, fire rock lizards. The ferocious ape, who originally planned to comfortably soak for 10 days and then leave the demon the Arch Pavilion, put the jade talisman in his hand aside after hearing the news. After thinking for a while, he smiled sinisterly. Boom, he jumped out of the magma, dragging the big cudgel, and exited in advance. His identity has still been exposed. In an ancient battlefield with bright red soil, Li Hongyi, who was dressed in red, threw away the skull in her hand, and muttered to herself, her eyes shining. Beside her, senior brother He, who looked like a young man, said, "Back then, I said in front of Fairy Fox that I would leave a token for him," which was enough of a hint to Fairy Fox. If she still can't guess the identity of this little demon, it can only mean that this Fairy Fox of Xianxia Mountain is just an undeserved reputation. Now that his identity has been exposed, a great calamity is upon him. If he can't survive this calamity, it means that he's nothing much. If he can survive this calamity, then I'll give him a birth, and represent my master to accept a disciple. What's there to guard against? He's actually Feng Xing? The 4 little ancestors from the Demon Chase League all had a great change in expression, and their voices were cold. Especially that Chui Xiaoting, the little ancestor of the Chui family, did not know that the person he had provoked was actually the #1 little demon of Nanzhan. Needless to say, the bitterness in his heart flowed endlessly, and it was too late for regrets. As for the bald man with the 2 sabers on his back, he chuckled, "Senior brother He, senior sister Li, you've had a hard time keeping this from me. Back then, when the mystic domain of Nanzhan opened, my younger brother was challenged by Huangfu Daozi and lost, becoming the laughingstock of the Dao sects of the Divine Prefecture. I originally wanted to come out of seclusion to settle the score with Huangfu Daozi, but in the end, Huangfu Daozi was assassinated by that little demon. As a result, I can only find this little demon to avenge my younger brother's humiliation. Unfortunately, he disappeared 4 years ago, and no one knows where he went. Now that I've met him in the demonic land, I have to fight him. Senior brother He, senior sister Li, this is a sore point of mine, don't stop me." "Senior brother," he said lightly, "I asked you to leave him a token so that you can test him and see if he can withstand your 9th strike." The bald man laughed coldly and said, "Within the first 3 strikes, I can spare his life, but after that, I will kill him." "Senior brother," he said, "there are no less than 100 big and small forces in Nanzhan, but only the Huangfu family and the spiritual mountain temple are worthy of our attention." The Huangfu family's Daozi was originally cultivated by the Huangfu family and was prepared to be sent to the Divine Prefecture to seek opportunities, but unfortunately, he was killed by this little demon. There are rumors in the world that the successor of the spiritual mountain temple has also come out of seclusion, and his identity is unknown. Some people have already investigated and found out that this little demon has a close relationship with the spiritual mountain temple, and it is very likely that it is him. It is also because he is the successor of the spiritual mountain temple that I left him a token. I still want to be friends with him, but the token cannot be given away for free. My friend is also not someone that can be casually given away. No matter what his identity is, if he can't even withstand your ninth strike, how can he be qualified to receive the token of the Divine Prefecture's Northern 3 Dao? The bald man was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. All right, then I will feel at ease and test the strength of the number one person in Nanzhan. Listening to the faint sense of superiority in the words of this pair of brothers, only Li Hongyi, who was born in Nanzhan, frowned slightly. Senior brother I didn't tell you his identity because I wanted you to test his strength. The Dao formula that Uncle Jen asked you to find is these 3 tortoise shells? At this time, in the Demon Sovereign Pavilion, Fang Xing and the famous little 5 ancestors of the Demon Lands were far away from the center of the Demon Sovereign Pavilion on a barren mountain in the west. Following the clues that Uncle Jen had given to Wu Sang'er, they found a desolate mountain range. At the end of the mountain range, there was a huge statue of a black-shelled divine tortoise standing tall. Wu Sang'er knelt on the praying mat in front of the tortoise statue and prayed to the ancient mantra that Uncle Jen had taught her. Then, a strange black disc appeared in front of the praying mat. The disc was filled with runes, divided into heavenly stems, earthly branches, and other trigrams. It looked chaotic, but it was also a combination of yin and yang. It was mysterious and unpredictable, giving people a headache. Wu Sang'er frowned and remained silent. Her slender fingers moved quickly and methodically through the trigrams on the disc. She only raised her head after the time it took for an incense stick to burn. As if she had completed some mysterious test, the statue of the black-shelled divine tortoise above her head opened its mouth and spat out 3 pieces of black stone that trembled in front of her. Looking closely, they were actually 3 pieces of tortoise shells. Wu Sang'er's breathing quickened. Her hands trembled as she held the tortoise shells and bowed again. Uncle Jen taught me the art of all beings. This is an extreme deduction to understand the mysteries of the heavens. The great art must be hidden in this tortoise shells. Actually, it is strange. This tortoise shells look ordinary, but I can't understand them. Maybe I need a long time to understand the secrets of this tortoise shells. But I believe that I have found the right place. This is the Dao formula that Uncle Jen mentioned. Wu Sang'er put away the tortoise shells and frowned slightly. Her expression was serious. Jean Liuzi's art of longevity is an armored ancient corpse, while Hua Lanzi's art of longevity is 3 tortoise shells. Fang Xing frowned and patted his shoulder with his huge black sword. Old Death didn't trick us, did he? The Great Golden Crow said, that armored ancient corpse is very powerful. Uncle Jen didn't lie to us. What did you learn? When they were at Mount Fusang, the 3 of them cultivated with Uncle Jen for a month. Uncle Jen said that he had cultivated a scroll of the 3 lives Dao art. He split it into 3 parts and imparted it to the 3 of them. Each of them had a Dao art. However, what they received back at Mount Fusang was only the 3 basic scrolls of the Dao art. After that, Uncle Jen gave them some clues to enter the Demon Arch Pavilion. Uncle Jen said that the 3 Dao formula he taught them were only the first part. The essence of the Dao formula was hidden in the Demon Emperor Pavilion. If the 3 of them wanted to cultivate the Dao formula to the great success stage, they needed to find the 3 Dao formulas and obtain the mysteries of cultivation. After entering the Demon Emperor Pavilion, although Fang Xing and the 5 Ancestor Alliance looted all the fortunes and plunder everywhere, they did not forget Uncle Jen's instructions. The path they took was also planned according to the 3 Dao formulas. Finally, on the 3rd day, they found an armored ancient corpse in a ruined cave abode. To others, the ancient corpse only had an immortal body. However, after the Great Golden Crow saw it, he sensed it and determined that the ancient corpse was the art of longevity of the 3 lives Dao formula he was looking for. After obtaining the ancient corpse, they went from the extreme west of the Demon Emperor Pavilion to the north. Finally, they arrived at the burial place of the demon turtle. Wu Sang'er followed the method taught by Uncle Jen, bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, and carefully pushed the 3 turtle shells. The Great Golden Crow and Fang Xing did not think that there was anything special about the 3 turtle shells, but Wu Sang'er determined that the 3 turtle shells were the mysterious art of all beings that Uncle Jen taught her. Now that she thought about it, she had already obtained 2 of the 3 lives Tao formula. Little Fang, you already have the art of longevity and the art of all beings. Where are the clues to your Tao formula? The Great Golden Crow and Wu Sang'er both looked at Fang Xing. Their main purpose for entering the Demon Emperor Pavilion was to obtain these 3 Tao formulas. Now, only Fang Xing's Tao formula was left. To be honest, I always felt that the old man was lying to me. Hearing the question, Fang Xing scratched his head and let out a long sigh, but did not explain anything. While they were talking, a golden light flew over from afar. It was little Pun King Ling Tian carrying Wu Yidian as he flew over. When he got close, he threw Wu Yidian on the ground and reprimanded him hatefully, "You useless bastard. You scared me so much that I almost peed my pants. I, little Pun King, have never done anything with a coward like you in my life. I've lost all my face." Wu Yidian, however, was a little aggrieved and said, "I am clearly stronger than us." Little Pun King was speechless and kicked him again. Wu Yidian, however, lowered his head and did not say anything. He was just like a girl. "Alright, don't hit him anymore. Sai, I asked you to gather information. How is it going?" Wu Sang'er could only come out to mediate the conflict. At the same time, she asked little Pun King. It would have been better if little Pun King didn't mention it. Wu Yidian immediately showed a bitter face and said, "We are in big trouble now." Little Pun King immediately glared at Wu Yidian, who was scared and did not dare to speak anymore. Little Pun King then said, "It is indeed a bit serious. We went to inquire about it just now, but there were a few fellows who refused to say anything. Only after I killed 2 of them did they tell the truth. According to them, our reputation has really spread. The matter of robbing people everywhere has already aroused public anger. Many powerful characters have already decided to come out and deal with us. But this is still nothing. More importantly, there is a matter that is spreading in the Demon Emperor Pavilion." Speaking up to here, he was a little hesitant and frowned at Fang Xing. Fang Xing glanced at him strangely and said, "If you have something to fart, hurry up and say it. I am handsome, but you don't need to look at me like that, right?" Little Pun King was a little speechless. After a while, he said, "In the Demon Emperor Pavilion, there is a rumor about your true identity. They said that you are the one who caused a huge disturbance in the Nanzhan mystic region 4 years ago, the #1 little devil in Nanzhan." Fang Xing. Speaking up to here, his brows were tightly knitted and there seemed to be some excitement in his eyes. Hearing this, Fang Xing acted as if nothing had happened. He rolled his eyes and said, "I am Fang Xing, so what?" He didn't really care. According to the original plan, he didn't intend to continue hiding his identity. It was fine even if that group of people guessed it in advance. He didn't understand the meaning of little Pun King's gaze and casually agreed. But he didn't expect that after he admitted it, little Pun King became excited. His eyes lit up and he said, "You are really Fang Xing? So you are Fang Xing, haha." Fang Xing was startled. He picked up Wu Yidian and asked, "Your insanity is contagious?" Before he finished speaking, little Pun King excitedly took 2 steps forward and said happily, "Do you know? I have heard about you since 4 years ago. You fought against the Huangfu clan alone in the Mystic region and snatched away a third of Nanzhan's fortune in the Mystic region. Later on, you beheaded Huangfu Daozi and left with his head. Then, you killed 10 gold core realm cultivators of the Huangfu clan and almost killed a generation of experts of the Huangfu clan. You even forced a few old fellows of the Huangfu clan to come out to oversee the clan. This matter is simply a legend in our demon land. When I heard about you that year, I felt that you were a character. I swore that if I met you in the future, I would definitely drink a jar of wine with you first, then." Speaking up to here, he didn't continue and smiled embarrassedly. Fang Xing felt somewhat uncomfortable under his worshipful gaze and casually said, "Then what?" Little Pun King refused to say. It turned out that he swore that he would definitely drink a jar of wine with that little demon Nanzhan and then have a great battle to see if he was really as exaggerated as the rumors said. However, it was not easy to say this now. After all, he had already suffered a great loss in the hands of Fang Xing outside the Fusang Mountain. In terms of strength, he was truly convinced of his defeat. Wu Sang'er understood little Peng Qing's crazy look. In fact, when she first heard about Fang Xing from Jin Liuzi, she was also a little surprised. However, after all, her social circle was much lower than little Peng Qing's, so in her impression, she only thought that Fang Xing was a person who could cause trouble and did not really worship him. However, little Peng Qing was different. He knew very well how powerful the Huangfu family was. He hated this ancient family that had once played a great role in Nanzhan's pursuit of the demons and killed countless demon experts and extracted their souls to form a lake. Until now, after 3,000 years of prosperity, the demon race had recovered a lot of strength, but they still did not dare to officially take revenge on the Huangfu family that could almost be called the public enemy of the demon race. One reason was because they were worried that the divine prefecture would intervene in this matter, and the other was because they were afraid of the unfathomable power of the Huangfu family. Little Peng Qing was only a junior at the foundation establishment stage at that time, and his realm was not as high as the current Wu Dian, but he had done something that the current heavens favorites of the demon race did not even dare to think about. How could this not make the proud little Peng Qing admire him? Of course, there were rumors after the incident that the spiritual mountain temple, another major force of Nanzhan, had protected the little demon when he caused a great disaster and stopped the Yuanying experts of the Huangfu family for him. Therefore, it was also speculated that the little demon was actually a successor that the spiritual mountain temple had secretly cultivated. However, even if this was true, the little demon dared to stand at the heart of the struggle, so he should not be underestimated. Let's not talk about these nice things first. Let's think about how to solve the disaster later. At this time, Wu Dian spoke with a face full of worry. His face was as bitter as a gourd, and he sounded like he was about to cry. Disaster? The Great Golden Crow and the others all looked at Wu Dian. Wu Dian was about to cry and shouted, "It's over, we have incurred public anger, the 9 sons are coming to kill the demon." What's this 9 sons slaying demon? Fang Xing, the Great Golden Crow, and Wu Sang'er were confused and didn't know what it meant. The little Peng Qing was dissatisfied and glared at the weeping Wu Dian, who didn't dare to speak anymore. However, the little Peng Qing said, 9 sons slaying demon means that someone is coming to deal with us. If we say that we have provoked 30% of the strong enemies by robbing everywhere, then almost everyone who entered the demon sovereign pavilion is prepared to become our enemy after your identity was exposed. That sly rat from the invisible mountain, the bookworm from the Taisher clan, the 9th prince of the Kanglan Sea, even that fool from the Great Sage Mountain and a few envoys from the Divine Prefecture. A total of 9 people, who are the most outstanding cultivators who entered the demon sovereign pavilion, have announced that they want to fight with you. So many people? The Great Golden Crow was shocked. He already knew about Fang Xing's plan, but he was still surprised that so many opponents were attracted. After being stunned for a while, he hurriedly asked, "They shouldn't be like this, right? The Huangfu clan has done countless evil things to the demon race and is a great enemy of the demon race. The little bandit has dealt a heavy blow to the Huangfu clan in the Nanzhan, which is considered a favor to the demon race. Even if they don't want to repay him, they shouldn't join forces to become his enemy, right?" Fang Xing's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. He smiled lightly and said, "I have robbed a lot of treasures in the Xian domain." The Great Golden Crow immediately stopped talking. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Fang Xing, the one-legged bandit, had countless treasures. This matter was known not only in the demon land, but also in the Divine Prefecture and the demon land. Naturally, it would attract countless troubles. On a deeper level, even the Great Golden Crow might not be able to escape from this matter. After all, he had also shared many treasures with Fang Xing. If the news were to spread, who knew how many people would have designs on him? This is only one of the reasons. There is another reason. The little Peng Qing said, "Your reputation is so resounding. Who knows how many people want to become famous through killing you? After all, after the end of the Demon Emperor Pavilion, the prodigies of the demon territory will all go to the Divine Continent. There will be endless opportunities there. For those who are going to the Divine Continent, this reputation is their capital. It might cause some trouble, but it will attract the attention of the great cultivators of the Divine Continent. This attention, without a doubt, represents opportunities and opportunities. Who wouldn't be tempted? When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. They knew that what he said made sense. If they were in his shoes, they probably wouldn't let go of such an opportunity either. Wu Sang'er looked worriedly at Feng Xing and said, "What should we do?" "Let them come," Feng Xing replied calmly. "Let's see if he can kill this young master, or this young master will kill them." Little Peng King and Wu Sang'er were surprised to see him so calm. On the other hand, the great golden crow's eyes were obviously excited. After hanging out with the little bandits for so long, he already knew them very well. No matter how big the trouble was, as long as the little bandits showed such an expression, it meant that they had a card up their sleeves. As for Wu Dian, although he was afraid, he was much calmer than before. Along the way, he had followed the little bandits and robbed a few times. Under the stimulation of countless treasures, he had become much more courageous. The Nine-Sun Slaying Demon, no one knew who revealed this name, but it had quietly spread throughout the entire Demon Emperor Pavilion in a short period of time. Facing the direction of the 9 elite prodigies, the ordinary demon cultivators had already regarded the human cultivator as a dead man. The number 1 little devil of Nanzhan was indeed very strong. The demon race acknowledged that he was very strong, but still, no one thought that he could fight against 9 elite junior experts with his own strength. Even if one's cultivation was superb and strength outstanding, and could win against one, how could one win without being injured? And if one was injured, how could one deal with the challenge of a second person, or perhaps, if 1 or 2 or 3 of the peerless 9 joined hands, how would one deal with them? In this sort of situation, no matter how one looked at it, Feng Xing's group was in desperate straits. Will that fellow flee or admit defeat? The ordinary demi-humans were already beginning to speculate about this question. But no one had expected that in the face of the despairing situation of the 9 demon-slaying disciples of the Demon Emperor Pavilion, that human cultivator would still decide to continue robbing them. Not only did he not restrain himself, he became even more vicious. The female cultivators weren't even willing to leave behind their undergarments. He robbed as he walked, stealing whatever he saw, robbing whatever he saw from the demons he saw. Every monster they encountered from the 5 Ancestor Alliance seemed to have been washed clean. And this 5 Ancestor Alliance, who had already become the target of all, continued robbing as they advanced deeper into the Demon Emperor Pavilion. They were like a swarm of locusts, and wherever they passed, not a blade of grass grew. This enraged the cultivators of the Demon Emperor Pavilion, and they rubbed their fists and swore to cut him down. In truth, as they went deeper, even Wu Sang'er and the little Peng King began to worry. They were well aware that the deeper they went into the Demon Emperor Pavilion, the more likely they were to run into the experts of the other factions. When the time came, they might even be surrounded and attacked. No matter how powerful the 5 of them were, they would not be able to fight against all these demons. How would they be able to stop them? But in their anxiety, they had tried to persuade Feng Xing several times, but Feng Xing was stubborn and did not seem to care at all. Helpless, they could only ask the Great Golden Crow, but the Great Golden Crow winked at them and told them that there was no need to worry. These little bandits were best at fishing in troubled waters. The more chaotic the situation, the easier it was for them to trick others. All they had to do was wait and watch the show. The little Peng King and Wu Sang'er also thought of Feng Xing's endless tricks and unexpected actions. Only then did they relax a little and continue forward. Feng Xing, the Great Golden Crow, and Wu Sang'er came for the Dao chant. Now, they had obtained 2 out of the 3 Dao chants. As for the little Peng King, he had no specific purpose. He only came for the fortune. Along the way, he had been robbing and plundering along the way with Feng Xing. The fortune that he had obtained had already filled up more than half of the spiritual boat. It could be said that the harvest was huge and far beyond imagination. After all the demon elites that entered the Demon Emperor Pavilion carried with them top-grade mystic artifacts. This in itself was a huge fortune. However, the elixir that they wanted to find for Wu Dian was nowhere to be found. But Wu Dian did not care. He squatted in the spiritual boat every day and laughed at the pile of mystic artifacts. Wu Sang'er and the others always felt that he was getting crazier. As for the remaining Dao chant, which was the one that Uncle Jen imparted to Feng Xing, they did not know where it was. But seeing that Feng Xing was rushing toward the depths of the Demon Emperor Pavilion unhurriedly, the Great Golden Crow and Wu Sang'er guessed that the Dao chant should be in the Demon Palace in the depths of the Demon Emperor Pavilion. That was the most central position of the entire Demon Emperor Pavilion. The altar to lead the Demon Emperor Pavilion was there. And according to the legends, the most profound and mysterious fortune in the Demon Emperor Pavilion was hidden in that strange demon palace. Someone is watching us from afar again. I'll go and chop off a few more heads. As the spiritual boat moved forward steadily, little Pung King Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a murderous aura. Over the past few days, there would often be some beast cultivators nearby, but they didn't dare to approach them. They only followed them from afar. It seemed that they were sent by a great force to keep an eye on Feng Xing and the others. They were afraid that Feng Xing and the others would escape or play some tricks. The little Pung King had a fiery temper. After knowing Feng Xing's identity, he faintly wanted to protect him. Once he discovered that someone was following them, he would be furious. He would chase after them with his halberd and kill a few people. In the past 3 days, he had already killed 4 or 5 people. He went to kill again. Will something happen? Wu Sang'er said worriedly as she stood on the railing of the spiritual boat and looked into the distance. The large golden crow, who was drunk from the wine jar, said, "This little tyrant was raised by the old bastards of Mount Guren. The amount of resources consumed on him alone is enough to raise 7 of you and 10 of Wu Dian, so you don't have to worry. Although he's a foundation establishment cultivator, even with my current strength, I might not be able to defeat him. Furthermore, on him, there are countless life-saving treasures, escape treasures, sneak attacks, and so on. No matter how strong his opponent is, he'll be able to put up a fight, let alone a few stalkers." Wu Sang'er calmed down a bit and was about to say something when Feng Xing, who was sitting cross-legged at the bow of the spiritual boat, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the little Pung King, who had flown away like a lightning bolt, suddenly retreated at a speed faster than when he charged out. He almost crashed into the spiritual boat, and he only managed to stabilize himself after exhausting all his nature essence. His face was pale, and his hands were trembling as if he could no longer hold the big halberd in his hand. His eyes were filled with anger as he looked into the void. "After you reach the core formation realm, you might have the power to fight with me. Right now, you are too weak." A cold voice came from the void, and a tall demonic figure walked out from the depths of the dark void. It was 30 feet tall and looked like a small mountain. When they got closer, they realized that it was a half-human, half-ape demon covered in black hair. It was dragging a water and fire cudgel in its hand, and its eyes were as gloomy as a ghost's. Mad Ape Taoist of the Great Saint Mountain? Seeing this figure, Wu Sang'er and the Great Golden Crow gasped at the same time, and fear appeared on their faces. Even Feng Xing frowned. Someone who could knock the little Pung King back with one strike of the cudgel was definitely not an ordinary figure. Although the northern demon land had suffered heavy losses 3,000 years ago, after 3,000 years of reproduction, it had recovered a lot of vitality. Today, there were tens of millions of demons, and every year, there were countless outstanding juniors. However, there were only a few who were outstanding in the eyes of the older generation. Apart from the Fox Fairy and a few others who were extremely talented, the most special ones were a madman and a fool. The fool was from the Taisher clan. Although he was called a fool, he was actually crazy. He did not like to cultivate since he was young, and only liked to hide in the study room and read books. He read until he was more than 70 years old. However, when he was old, he suddenly comprehended the Tao and his cultivation progressed like a god. In 3 years, he built his foundation, in 7 years, and in 10 years, he completed the path that other demons and humans could not complete in hundreds of years. This person was called Taisher Idiot, and he was a brilliant human cultivator in the demon land. The other was the madman, the Taoist of the Great Sage Mountain, who never made friends with others and never knew how to enjoy life. Ever since this ferocious ape was born, his parents died because of him. Coupled with his eccentric personality, he was not liked by the elders. He was also a man of few words, and every day, he only knew how to train his body and practice martial arts. Because of this, he had reached a crazy level. 10 years ago, the elders of the Great Sage Mountain were preparing to choose a descendant to be a Taoist, and they poured a lot of resources to train him. Therefore, a battle was held within the clan. The entire Great Sage Mountain went crazy, and even the clansmen whose bloodlines were so thin that they could not even touch the royal family came from far away to participate in this event. However, the person who was most qualified to participate in this battle did not take it seriously at all. He sneaked into the wilderness north of the demon court alone to train. He left for 3 years, and when he came back, a new Taoist had already been appointed, and a new royal family had even risen, greatly suppressing the descendants of his parents. The ferocious ape was not long-winded either. When he returned to the Great Sage Mountain, he first ate 100 kilograms of meat and 30 jars of strong wine. Then he picked up the water and fire cudgel that he had brought from the wild grassland and smashed the Taoist into minced meat. After that, there was no after that. The Taoist who had received the resources of the clan and had been trained for 3 years still could not withstand this cudgel. What kind of Taoist was he? The Yuanying ancestor of the Great Sage Mountain immediately suppressed all the strange movements within the clan, and appointed him as the new Taoist. There were quite a number of top young experts in the demon land, but the ones that people were most afraid of were the ferocious ape and the idiot from the Taisher family. After all, the other experts such as the fox fairy concubine, the 9-headed minor saint of the Netherworld Mountain, the Taoist of the Purple Mist Lake, and the Taoist of the Shadowless Mountain might be shrewd, vicious, or sinister, but they were still human and approachable. However, these 2 guys were like monsters that could not be judged with common sense. Right now, the little Pung King Ling Tian had charged out with the intention of killing the little ant that was tailing him. However, he never imagined that it wasn't the little ant that was tailing him but a ferocious person. The little Pung King was actually sent flying back with a single strike of his rod. "You came looking for trouble so soon?" Feng Xing narrowed his eyes and glanced at it. He raised the huge black sword in his hand and shouted, "Orangutan, what are you doing here?" Orangutan, the originally somber atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Wu Sang-er, the great golden crow, and the others secretly wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. Facing this ferocious ape from the Great Saint Mountain, even if it was his enemy, it was rare to see someone who dared to call it an orangutan. The mountain-like ferocious ape didn't show any expression of anger or anything. Holding the water and fire rod upside down, it slowly walked in the air and looked at Feng Xing who was sitting at the bow of the magic boat with gloomy eyes. It said slowly, "Do you know little Shan Kuei?" These words that came out of nowhere caused everyone present to be slightly stunned. Feng Xing was even more puzzled. He thought carefully and asked, "What is that thing?" The ferocious ape said calmly, "It's my nephew. He said that you gave him a 4-sided wind and thunder rod." 4-sided wind and thunder rod? This name finally reminded Feng Xing. He suddenly understood and said, "You mean the little monkey with 2 snot trailing down his nose?" The ferocious ape nodded and said, "He is my nephew. I was the one who took him to the 1,000-peak garden." Feng Xing laughed and said, "Your nephew is a good boy. He knows how to pick up girls at such a young age." However, it turned out that the ferocious ape mentioned a trivial matter that even Feng Xing didn't want to think about. At that time, the fox girl Xiaowan was kicked by the blue shark general of the Kanglan Sea and was forced to apologize. Among the onlookers, no matter young or old, no one dared to tell the truth. It was a little wild monkey with 2 snot trailing down his nose who fearlessly told the story, making people understand the fox girl's grievances. When Feng Xing kicked the blue shark general to death and took a group of little foxes to another mountain peak to drink, the little wild monkey also sneaked over and hid behind the bushes to peep. It was pulled out by Feng Xing. Feng Xing still remembered it and asked the monkey why it was not afraid of the Kanglan Sea at that time and dared to tell the truth. The little wild monkey first said, "Someone will trample on injustice," and was kicked in the butt by Feng Xing. Then, he asked again. The little wild monkey glanced at the fox girl Xiaowan and lowered its head in embarrassment. Feng Xing was happy when he saw it. It was not easy for this little monkey to be in heat at such a young age. It was in line with his taste. When he was happy, he snatched the wooden stick from the little monkey's hand and casually took an iron stick for it. This iron stick was robbed from other cultivators. It was also a magic weapon used by Jin Dan. The quality was not high and it was not very useful to him. However, this stick was a rather heavy gift for a little monkey who had not yet officially started to cultivate. The little monkey was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. In addition, he blushed when the fox girl looked at him, so he carried the stick and ran away. Fangxing did not take it seriously. He turned around and continued to drink with the big golden crow and the others. They did not disperse until the evening. He did not expect that such a thing would be brought up at this time. The 3 feet fierce ape was silent and only spoke after a while. At first, when I saw that someone would give such a heavy gift to a little child, I thought that it was a request from our great sage mountain. Later, when I did not see you personally coming to visit me, I thought that you wanted to use me to deal with the Xianxia foxes after entering the Demon Emperor Pavilion. I did not bother to pay attention to you. Later, I heard that you destroyed that ridiculous fairy league with a single sword strike, and there were rumors that you were the #1 little devil of Nanzhan. I knew that I was wrong, so I came looking for you. The 3 feet fierce ape's words stunned everyone present. Who would have thought that the mad ape of the Great Sage Mountain, which was said to be crazy and ferocious, and kept away from strangers, would actually care about a gift received by a little child? Moreover, at that time, they all saw Fangxing casually hand the little monkey a black rod, and the little monkey then carried it away with great effort. Who would have thought that the rod was actually the profound level weapon, the four-sided tempest staff? In a split second, only 2 thoughts arose in their minds. First, this fierce ape's meticulousness did not match his appearance. Second, this bastard bandit was really generous. That was a gold core mystic instrument, and he just gave it away so casually? To deal with that coquettish fox, do I still need to form an alliance? Fangxing curled his lips in disdain and said, I don't need that rod either. I just saw that the little monkey could tell the truth, and did not let my little foxes be wronged. Also, he has good taste, able to tell who is good-looking at such a young age, and really does look like my 9th uncle. That's why I casually gave it to him. You don't have to take it to heart. By the way, why did you come looking for me now? Vicious Ape didn't know that the Uncle Joe mentioned by the little bandit was actually a rapist of the mortal Jianghu. He thought it was a nice thing to say, so he nodded lightly and said, I've come to drink a bowl of wine, have a fight, and do you a favor. Fangxing was slightly startled and looked up at it. Even the great golden crow and the others were slightly startled and looked at the fierce ape in confusion. The 10 tall ferocious ape said indifferently, because you're Nanzhan's Fangxing, the Fangxing that once beheaded Huangfu Daozi with a single sword strike. So I've come to drink a jug of wine with you, and it's also because you're Fangxing that's said to be the #1 expert amongst the younger generation of Nanzhan. So I want to fight you and see if you're as formidable as the rumors say. Out of consideration for that tempest rod, I'll help you and return this favor. Drinking and fighting again? Fangxing heard this and squinted at the little Pun King. He thought to himself, why is the monster clan all like this? When the little Pun King first heard of his identity, although he did not say it directly, he knew that this guy was similar to the fierce ape from his bare appearance. Of course, he also heard that this fierce ape really did not have any hostility towards him. Instead, it was willing to help him. Although it was using the four-sided wind and thunder rod as an excuse, in fact, it also wanted to make friends with him. Although the little bandit was rude and unreasonable, he was still very astute when it came to this kind of interpersonal communication. He accurately heard the implied meaning. It's easy to drink and fight, but what can you help me with? Fangxing raised his hand and threw out his wine gourd as he asked with a smile. The 3 ferocious ape took the wine and gulped down a mouthful of it. It was supposed to be a carefree and unrestrained act, but it ended up choking on the wine. After coughing a few times, it turned to Fangxing in astonishment and asked, what wine is this? Why is it so strong? Fangxing laughed mockingly and said, don't pretend to be a big shot in front of me if you are not good at drinking. He was already prepared to watch a joke. The wine in his gourd was brewed using the secret method passed down to him by Bai Qianzhong. It was full of spiritual energy and extremely strong. It could not be compared with ordinary wine. This 3 fierce ape was also fierce, but he was caught off guard. Even if he usually drank strong wine like water, he would still choke at this time. Fangxing was waiting to see the embarrassing scene of him spurting wine out of his nose. When the fierce ape heard this, he was not angry. He just grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He raised his head and drank another mouthful. This time, he was prepared, so he was obviously much better. He drank a few mouthfuls and wiped his mouth, looking extremely happy. He then threw the wine gourd back and carried the water-fire cudgel on his shoulder, saying, "I won't take advantage of you. You are now in trouble. If you want to fight, you can wait until we get out and fight to your heart's content. But if you need help now, I can help you with something." Fangxing thought for a moment and did not stand on ceremony. He said directly, "Can you help me with anything?" The fierce ape was even more impolite. "Don't talk about lending money." Fangxing was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said, "What about killing people?" The fierce ape said, "I won't kill those I can't afford to offend, and I won't kill those I can't beat." Fangxing was directly speechless. "Then what the hell are you helping me for?" He pondered for a moment and said, "If you really want to help, just stand aside and watch the show." The Great Golden Crow, Wu Sang-er, and the others were overjoyed to see such a powerful ally. Among the 5 ancestors, Wu Sang-er and Wu Edian had low cultivation levels and weak combat abilities. Although the Little Pun King had a strong foundation and outstanding combat abilities, he was limited by his realm and couldn't use his full strength. Only Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow could fight against the top masters of the various races. With the help of this vicious ape, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even if they couldn't win, it was enough to make the masters of the various races wary. However, before they could rejoice, they suddenly heard Fangxing's answer. "Stand aside and watch the show," such a great master that could only be encountered by luck, and they wanted him to stand aside and watch the show. The Great Golden Crow and Wu Sang-er both looked at him. Even the Little Pun King looked at Fangxing in confusion. He had just been hit by the vicious ape's staff, and he knew how fierce this ape was. The only one who was calm was Wu Edian. Ever since he got the treasure of the spiritual boat, Wu Edian was no longer crazy. He squatted in front of the artifact every day and looked at it as if even if the sky collapsed, it wouldn't be enough for him to look elsewhere. In short, everyone was thinking that even if Fangxing had an idea and was competent, he wouldn't push such a great master away, right? Now that you've become the target of everyone, you're considered the enemy of almost everyone in the Demon Monarch Pavilion. To be honest, before I came to find you, I already received a few messages inviting the masters of the various races to kill you in front of the Demon Monarch Pavilion. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for you to even leave the Demon Monarch Pavilion safely, let alone keep the fortune. Under such circumstances, you still don't need my help. Even the vicious ape was a little confused, so he sat down cross-legged in the void and asked with a frown. "If I didn't have some ability, would I dare to cause such a big mess?" Fangxing smiled nonchalantly and said to the vicious ape, "You're just a monkey. I don't want to bully you, so don't interfere." The atmosphere immediately quietened down. All the demons were puzzled by Fangxing's current intentions. After a moment of silence, the 3-foot ferocious ape said softly, "The day before yesterday, when the carp appeared at the Purple Mist Lake, he already told us how you destroyed the boat outside the Demon Emperor Pavilion with one strike of your sword. It was indeed a brilliant move, but it can't be repeated. In addition, they already know your true identity, and they are extremely guarded against you. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to use any more tricks." After that, he stretched out a finger. "I can do you a favor. Remember it." He stood up, dragged the cudgel of fire and water, and slowly walked into the void. His figure gradually disappeared among the stars in the sky. "Little bandit. Don't go too far. After all, there are a bunch of old things outside. If you go too far, you won't be able to escape." Seeing the 3-foot ferocious ape leave, Wu Sang-er and Little Pun King both felt a little awkward. They still felt that it was hard to understand why they sent away such a strong helper who came to their doorstep. On the other hand, the Great Golden Crow was unprecedentedly solemn. He came over with a serious expression and tried to persuade Fangxing in a low voice. Based on his understanding of Fangxing's character as a bastard who wouldn't take advantage of others, he only felt panic when he thought about it carefully. He didn't even want a helper. How was he going to cheat others? In response, Fangxing laughed and pointed his huge black sword forward. "Let's go." As they moved forward, the path through the depths of the Demon Emperor Pavilion was filled with surging murderous intent. In Fangxing's perception, he had already sensed several vigorous auras spying on him along the way. However, seeing that he was moving in the direction of the Demon Emperor Pavilion, they restrained themselves and didn't show themselves. This feeling was as if he, who had been robbing others, had become a fat sheep in the eyes of others. The inexplicable atmosphere made Wu Sang'er too afraid to speak loudly. She looked at the great golden crow. The great golden crow squinted his round eyes and frowned deeply. He was pondering what method Feng Xing would use to solve this unsolvable situation. He looked at little Peking. Little Peking had a solemn expression and was looking ahead as if he was ready to fight at any time. He looked at Wu Yidian. That guy was still looking at the treasures. What on earth is he thinking? Wu Sang'er looked at Feng Xing, who was sitting cross-legged with a calm expression and even had a hint of a smile on his face. What on earth is he thinking? At this moment, in the depths of the Demon Emperor Pavilion, there was a magnificent hall that was thousands of feet high. It was abruptly floating in the void. This hall was built entirely with black rocks, and its style was different from the Taoist palaces. It had a pointed roof and cloud eaves, and there were carvings of strange demonic beasts everywhere. At first glance, there was an indescribable demonic aura emanating from the depths of the hall. In the depths of the hall, there were 3 huge statues, standing on 3 sides. One palm was pushed out, pointing at a point in the center of the 3 statues. In front of this hall, there were dozens of huge meteorite rocks floating quietly. In the middle, which was also the highest position, were 9 seats, where 9 mysterious figures with tyrannical auras were sitting cross-legged. These 9 people were the 9 sons who were preparing to fight against the demon. These 9 people could almost represent the 9 strongest juniors of the demon race in the past 100 years. At this moment, they were borrowing the name of the 9 Sons Alliance of the Tsang Lan Sea's Little Dragon King to wait here to fight against the demon. Among the 9 of them, the one with the deepest hatred was none other than the Fox Immortal Fairy, who was dressed in men's clothes and sitting on the 3rd meteorite from the left. At this moment, her gaze was fixed on the glass mirror in front of Ao Bai, the 9th prince of the Kanglan Sea, who was sitting cross-legged on the meteorite in the middle. What was reflected on the mirror was the scene of Feng Xing sitting cross-legged at the bow of the spirit boat. He was silently flying in the void and heading towards the demon palace. Fox Immortal Fairy, who had suffered a lot in the hands of Feng Xing, was really not confident. She couldn't help but say, this kid once forced his way out of the Thousand Peaks Garden, easily defeated the Little Rock King of the Lone Blade Mountain, and even killed General Blue Shark of the Golden Core realm of the Tsang Lan Sea with 1 foot. Although these achievements are nothing to us, it also proves from another aspect that his strength is not as simple as it looks. Moreover, when this person was in Nanzhan, his most powerful strength was not his cultivation level, but his endless tricks. This time in our demon land, he also repeatedly used tricks and made countless unexpected moves with the help of Dharma treasures. Fellow Taoists, if not for Immortal Fairy's words, we can't be careless when facing this kid, no matter how confident we are in winning. It's best to subdue him as soon as we meet, lest there be more problems. He. On the 2nd meteorite rock from the right, a short and wretched-looking Taoist of Mount Wuing, who was dressed in linen clothes, laughed strangely. Fox Immortal Fairy, you're really afraid of losing to this kid, right? There's only one way out of the Demon Emperor Pavilion. As long as this little devil Nanzhan doesn't want to be trapped here for 100 years, he will definitely come to this demon palace. Now that we're guarding the entrance of the palace, where else can he escape to? In fact, we didn't impatiently surround him at the outer perimeter. Instead, we waited for him to come. Isn't it to prevent this kid from using tricks like luring the tiger away from the mountain? The method of waiting for him to come is stupid, but it's the least likely way to cause trouble. On the 1st meteorite rock from the left, the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake, who had just come out of seclusion few days after entering the Demon Emperor Pavilion, said coldly, before entering the Demon Emperor Pavilion, this son of AB** TCH suddenly played a trick and almost caused me to lose the opportunity to enter the Demon Emperor Pavilion. Even after entering, I still spent an extra 4 days in seclusion to heal my injuries. I missed a lot of opportunities to search for good fortune. Everyone, I have no other request this time. Firstly, I want to kill that Feng Xing to vent the resentment in my heart. Secondly, I want to seize his good fortune to make up for my loss this time. On the 2nd meteorite rock from the right, the short and small Taoist of Mount Wuing looked over with bright eyes and said with a smile, you only want this kid's good fortune in the Demon Emperor Pavilion? That's easy. Anyway, what I want is the good fortune he obtained from Nanzhan's mystic domain. He. I heard that this son of AB** TCH seized 30% of the good fortune in Nanzhan's mystic domain by himself. That is an amazing treasure. Thus, the two of them changed the topic. The demons pondered for a while and all spoke up to seize the good fortune. Taoist of Mount Wuying, you want to monopolize the good fortune in Nanzhan's mystic domain? With the strength of your Mount Wuying, do you think you can swallow it? Aren't you afraid that Mount Guren will find trouble with you? It's better to divide it into 9 portions. If all of us capture him and force him to tell us the location of the good fortune in Nanzhan's mystic domain, even if we divide it into 9 portions, it will still be a considerable fortune. Moreover, if we divide it evenly among the 9 of us, Mount Guren won't be able to take revenge on us. After all, that group of lofty rocks may be arrogant, but they are not real fools. The cultivators discussed animatedly. When it came to a real dispute of interests, no one was willing to give way. In the end, they reached a temporary agreement verbally. Fox Fairy wanted the green fox ghost mask in Feng Xing's hands. There was no doubt about this. Because of this, she agreed to share less of the good fortune. Meanwhile, Ao Bai, the 9th prince of Xianxia, got the biggest share. He also got the golden crow crown prince from Mount Fusang. Apart from that, there was something special. The Great Sage Mountain's 30 feet ferocious ape did not speak. The divine prefecture emissary also smiled but did not speak. He did not interrupt or object to the splitting of the resources among the demons. In fact, Fox Fairy had been secretly observing the reactions of these people. When she realized that they did not have the intention to protect Feng Xing, she was slightly relieved. Carrie, just when they were discussing about the general distribution, a demon who was stalking them flew over and knelt in the void in front of Ao Bai, the 9th prince of Xianxia. Nanzhan's little devil, Feng Xing, is heading straight for the demon palace. He is only 100 miles away from here. When the demons heard this, their eyes were filled with murderous intent and they looked into the void. A distance of 100 miles could be considered very close for people at their level. A great battle was already right before their eyes. Bastard, I want to see how you are going to escape this time. When Fox Fairy heard that Feng Xing had really come and did not use any tricks, she thought hatefully in her heart. Actually, to be honest, she was intelligent and talented since young. She was also born with an unparalleled beauty. It could be said that she was treated like a princess since she was young. Since she grew up, everything she wanted to do was very smooth. However, ever since she met that bastard of the human clan, she repeatedly failed, was repeatedly bullied, and was repeatedly teased by him. If she thought about it carefully, she actually did not gain the upper hand even once. She felt very aggrieved. Oh? So many people are waiting for me. Feng Xing jumped up from the bow of the boat and laughed loudly as the boat sailed toward the demon palace that was floating in the void. At this moment, the great golden crow, Wu Sang-er, little Pung King, and the others had also stood up and stood behind him. Even Wu Dian had sensed it and climbed out of the cabin to take a look. He was immediately frightened by the murderous aura of the countless masters in front of him and fainted, falling back into the cabin. On the side outside the demon palace, half of the people looked gloomy when they saw Feng Xing, while the other half gnashed their teeth in hatred. Except for the few Taoists of the big clans who were high up on a row of meteorite rocks, half of the rest were disheveled. Most of the women had casually put on a male cultivator's dharma robe to cover their bodies. There were even many people who had directly transformed into their true forms and were glaring at the little bandit with fiery eyes. Most of these people had been robbed by Feng Xing and had their clothes stripped off. Those who could borrow other people's clothes had no choice but to open their mouths and ask for it. Those who couldn't borrow clothes naturally couldn't just stand there naked, so they all transformed into their true forms and faced the little bandit. Of course, their expressions didn't look good whether they borrowed clothes or not. This human was really too sinister. Nanzhan Feng Xing, your name has spread across the 4 provinces. We naturally have to welcome you. Among the countless angry gazes, the first one to speak was the Taoist of Mount Wuing. This person was a Taoist of the Rat clan. He was short and sinister, and when he spoke, he sneered coldly. Even the nicest words he said would make people's hearts turn cold. Welcome my ass. Open your treasure vault and let me choose. That's what you call welcoming. Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said. The Taoist of Mount Wuying's sneer instantly froze on his face, and he couldn't smile anymore. He, a human merchant from Nanzhan once told me that the most powerful thing about Nanzhan, that little devil, is his stinky mouth, followed by his guts, and his ability to overturn the sky and the sea. Now, it seems that he doesn't need to say that. Purple Mist Lake's Taoist spoke with hatred in his eyes, it's just that your brain isn't very smart. At this point, you still dare to behave atrociously in front of us? Bullsh *T, I'm the best at being handsome, the second is being smart, and the third is scolding people. Don't you dare slander me. Fang Xing was a little angry. He gave Violet Mist Lake's Taoist an unfriendly look. Humph, enough with the nonsense. Fellow Taoists, who wants to exercise and capture this little devil? Fox Fairy Maiden, who was sitting quietly at the side, suddenly shouted. She couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, 4 to 5 people revealed a murderous aura. There were the 9 sons who were sitting on the meteorite, and the demonic cultivators of the small clans who were standing on the 2 sides of the void. However, with a single sentence from Immortal Fox Fairy, the hypocrisy of the scene was revealed, and the bloody nature of the situation was revealed. They were here to steal his reputation, kill his body, and steal his fortune. Whoever took him down first would undoubtedly gain great fame. Reputation was also a great fortune. For the demon cultivators who were about to go to the divine prefecture to cultivate, it was even more valuable. Fang Xing was Nanzhan's #1 little devil. Previously, when Nanzhan descended from the mystic domain, a group of young talents emerged. Including Li Hongyi, who came to the demon land as a messenger of the divine prefecture, a total of nearly 30 people entered the divine prefecture. Now, some of them had already begun to show their talents. However, even these people rarely spoke out against Fang Xing's title of Nanzhan's #1. Didn't this mean that this human cultivator before them was the true #1 cultivator in Nanzhan? Then after killing him, Fang Xing killed Huangfu Daozi. Although it was a sneak attack, it also confirmed his title as Nanzhan's #1. And at this time, if someone among the demons killed Fang Xing, they would undoubtedly suppress the #1 little devil in Nanzhan. With reputation, there would be attention. With attention, there would be opportunities. They would have the capital to go further than others. It was because of this consideration that everyone was tempted. They had their eyes on the round head of Fang Xing. Of course, keeping an eye on him was one thing, but no one rushed to make a move for the time being. After all, he didn't get the title of Little Devil for nothing. The demon cultivators had already begun to ponder, hoping to let others take the lead while they observed first. Instead, when Fang Xing heard this, his mouth was half opened. He seemed to be surprised and shouted, "Capture me? Why do you want to capture me?" Fox Fairy Concubine shouted coldly, "Now that things have come to this, why are you still pretending to be confused? Fang Xing of the human race, you hid a disaster, hid your identity, and sneaked into my demon land. What is your intention? This time, we allowed you to enter the Demon Arch Pavilion because of the Lone Edge Mountain. Who would have thought that you first violated the rules outside the Demon Arch Pavilion and slashed the spiritual boat with your sword, causing 10 demon elites to lose their way to enter the pavilion. After entering the Demon Arch Pavilion, you plundered everywhere and robbed countless people's artifacts. Now that we are enforcing justice on behalf of heaven, we want you to spit out those stolen goods." The Great Golden Crow and the others were instantly furious. They turned around and wanted to vent their anger on Little Pun King. However, they saw that Little Pun King was also full of anger at this moment. There was anger on his face, but there was also a sense of disappointment that he had expected better from Little Pun. He didn't have the heart to make a move on him. "Coquettish fox, if you spent more time on cultivation, you wouldn't have suffered so many losses in my hands. Now, I just feel that it's strange. Every time you open your mouth, you can accuse others of this and that. What's the use of that? At this moment, you think that you can definitely defeat me. However, I have to remind you that I can spare you once, but there won't be a second chance." Fang Xing squinted his eyes and laughed. There seemed to be no anger in his voice, but it made Fox Fairy Concubine's heart tremble inexplicably. Fang Xing didn't waste any more words. He suddenly made a slash with his huge black sword, and shouted, "It's pointless to continue talking nonsense. I know very well why you're waiting for me here, and so do you. Benefits are more important than anything in the world. Fighting for benefits is the most correct principle. You want to snatch the benefits from my hands? No problem. Let's see how capable you are." Then, he slashed back with his sword. With a crack, more than half of the cabin wall of the spiritual boat was destroyed, revealing the dazzling array of spiritual artifacts and treasures in the cabin. The cultivators glanced at it from a distance and almost held their breaths in astonishment. There were fist-sized immortal essence fragments, spiritual essence crystal rocks that were more than 3 meters tall, white bone artifacts that had been through countless years, stacks of Dharma robes, and piles of spiritual artifacts. They were obviously the treasures that he had robbed from the demonic cultivators. What was more shocking was that there were 3 tall stone statues in the spiritual boat. Is this AF** king move? The demonic cultivators were shocked, and they almost couldn't help but curse. They knew that this human B***** had been robbing people after entering the Demon Emperor Pavilion, but they didn't expect that he had gotten so many treasures and deliberately didn't put them in his storage bag. Instead, he piled them up in the spiritual boat. He was simply greedy on purpose. For a moment, the murderous aura that enveloped Fangxing increased by 3 times. Although fame was precious, the benefits were also enough to make people drool. With their bright eyes, the demons didn't notice that Wu Dian, who had only a few strands of hair on his head, was standing at the door of the spiritual boat's cabin and staring at them vigilantly with blood-red eyes. Although his legs were trembling, he held a soft sword in his hand, looking as if he would kill anyone who dared to come forward and snatch these treasures. Fangxing didn't stop after showing off the treasures in the spiritual boat. With a sneer, he took out a scroll painting and said in a loud voice, "I just want to play with these useless things. They are nothing compared to the things that I found in Nanzhan's mystic realm. Many people don't understand how I brought those ferocious beasts into the Onyx Abyss prison and secretly took them away when I left. Now, let me tell you, the vicious picture in my hand is enough to summon tens of thousands of ferocious beasts and flatten a region." All the demon cultivators were speechless. They gasped and were speechless. Fangxing tossed the 100 villains painting to the great golden crow behind him and took out the green fox ghost mask. He yelled at Fox Immortal Fairy, "Vixen, this is the rare treasure you want. It contains heaven-defying power and a mysterious inheritance. Even with my intelligence, I only unlocked about 20% of it after studying it for many years. I used this mask to injure the Black Abyss prison overlord." Swoosh, Fox Immortal Fairy's sword-like eyes shot toward the mask in Fangxing's hand. She had seen this mask once when Fangxing chopped the spiritual boat with his sword. That was how she identified the mask. Fangxing casually tossed the mask to the big golden crow and took out another book. After glancing at it, he shouted, "This book was given to me by my 9th uncle. It's written by a famous painter, and the pictures are vivid and lifelike." Suddenly feeling that something was wrong, he put it away with a chuckle and said embarrassedly, "I took the wrong one. Wait for me to find a more powerful one. It won't be over if I can't scare you to death." All the demons almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, even so, it was enough to tempt them. Moreover, because they were merely looking at the bigger picture, they felt that there were even more treasures that this little devil had yet to reveal, and they were even more tempting. Just as they were about to lose the patience to let him continue, the Taoist of Mount Wuing raised his voice and shouted, "Little devil. At that time, there was a rumor in Nanzhan that you alone obtained 30% of the fortune of the Nanzhan Profound region. Is that true?" Fangxing rolled his eyes. "Of course it's false." The demonic cultivators froze, and they all had the same thought. They didn't believe that this little demon was lying. But it was also at this moment that Fangxing shouted, "With my ability, since I've made a move, how could I possibly only take 3 points? Are you looking down on me? I'll tell you clearly that I got at least 70% of the fortune." Boom, the demonic cultivators were in an uproar. Even the little dragon king of the deep sea, the bookworm of the Taisher family, the 3-feet-long vicious ape of the Great Sage Mountain, and the God Prefecture messenger looked uncertain. They couldn't maintain their usual calm expressions and exclaimed. "However, whether you can snatch it from me depends on your ability." Fangxing sneered and spoke again. At this time, the Great Golden Crow, Wu Sang-er, and the others behind Feng Xing were very anxious. The demons were attacking Feng Xing because they wanted to take the opportunity that Feng Xing had obtained in the Nanzhan mystic domain. However, not only did this little devil not divert the demons' attention, he even added fuel to the fire. Did he think that there were not enough demons targeting him? If this went on, what should he do if he attracted the demons' attention, especially the Great Golden Crow? He couldn't hold it in anymore. He rushed to Feng Xing and said, "Little bandit, what are you up to?" "Big Gene, I know you have a lot of ideas, but you're playing a little too much today." "What ideas do you have? Can you share them with me? Even if you are tired of living and want to rob the underworld, you have to give me some time to leave my last words. Keep this young master's things properly." Feng Xing didn't explain. Instead, he took out his storage bag, the immortal binding rope, the talisman in his boots, the teleportation talisman in his sleeves, and the heart protection mirror on his chest. He stuffed all of them into the Great Golden Crow's arms. He only held a huge black sword in his hand and said in a low voice, "Uncle Jen gave each of us a scroll of Tao formula. Today, I am going to take mine." After that, he stepped into the void with his sleeves fluttering. He held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. "I have endless opportunities and a mountain of treasures. I wonder which bastard has the ability to take them." For a moment, there was silence. No one answered. Was this human cultivator crazy? He knew he was going to die, but he still wanted to challenge him. It could even be said that even the Golden Crow and the others could not understand what Feng Xing was thinking. They had thought that Feng Xing had been so calm because he had thought of a backup plan and planned to trick others. However, now that the development of the situation was completely different from what they had imagined, they could not help but think that Feng Xing had run out of ideas and was planning to fight with his life on the line. They felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. "Little bandit, with Lord Jean around, how can I let you risk your life alone?" The Great Golden Crow cawed and wanted to help. Even the little Pink King raised his golden halberd with a cold gaze. However, Feng Xing had no intention of letting them make a move. He gently waved his hand, indicating for them to calm down. At this moment, the 9 sons of the Demon Fa clan were staring coldly at Feng Xing. They found it hard to believe that this little devil was challenging them under such circumstances. Wasn't it rumored that this little devil was never willing to fight properly with others and only liked to scheme and scheme? However, this thought only flashed in their minds for a moment, and then a few people had the same idea. After all, the 9 disciples who were qualified to wait in front of the demon palace were not mediocre, and their strength was top-notch. To put it bluntly, almost everyone had a kind of pride of being invincible among their peers. Even if they were to face the cultivators of the divine continent, they might not be afraid to fight, not to mention the early-stage gold core Feng Xing boasting shamelessly, "I'll fight you." It was the Violet Mist Lake's Taoist. Feng Xing had once severed the passageway to the demonic emperor pavilion with a single sword strike. He had thought that he had lost all face, but now, he was the one who was most eager to regain his lost face. While others were still considering to observe the situation, he couldn't help but let out a roar and become the first person to officially attack Feng Xing. "I, the fish dragon gate of Purple Mist Lake, will kill you today in front of all my friends, to protect my Taoist heart." With a loud roar, the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake, dressed in purple, flew out and casually made a seal. A vast water mist rose around his body, as if there was a great change in the weather. In an instant, the area within a radius of 10 miles was shrouded in this purple mist. Then, his figure flashed again and again in the mist, and in an instant, he pounced in front of Feng Xing. He made a seal with both hands, and a Dragon Gate seal slammed down on Feng Xing, who was in the middle of the purple mist. Boom! With this seal, a Dragon Gate of unknown height condensed behind him. Its power was monstrous, and it came crashing down. The Dragon Gate seal, the heart sword slaying all living things, this technique was the most powerful technique of Purple Mist Lake. The lineage of Purple Mist Lake was left behind by a golden carp tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, there were not many demons in the lineage of Purple Mist Lake, let alone great demons. Compared to the lineage of true dragons, which was already monstrous at that time, it was like comparing an emperor to a beggar. It was said that the ancestor of Purple Mist Lake once had a good fortune. At that time, the Dragon King set up a dragon gate at the mouth of the sea and issued an edict to thousands of marine creatures. Whoever could leap out of the water and jump over the dragon gate would receive the legacy of the dragon clan and help them become demons. That dragon gate was 333 feet tall. How could a normal marine creature jump over it? The marine creatures all thought that the Dragon King was a child's play. Only the golden carp at that time took it seriously. After jumping for 99 years, it finally jumped out of the water and jumped over the dragon gate. The Dragon King personally invited it to the Dragon King and imparted the legacy of the dragon clan to it. That golden carp received a good fortune and cultivated for many years. Finally, it shed its demon fetus and ascended to become an immortal. However, in the land of demons, it left behind the unique lineage of Purple Mist Lake. This Dragon Gate seal was personally passed down by the demon immortal. Its intention was distant and its power was boundless. When the seal struck down, the seal would hit the person and the intent would sever the heart. If not for the heroic spirit of the demon immortal who used his mortal body to leap over the Dragon Gate, this seal would not have been able to withstand it. The original form of the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake was a golden carp. People said that he had the style of his ancestors. At a young age, he understood the seal left behind by the demon immortal. A few years ago, when he came out of seclusion, he used this seal to discuss Tao with a golden core Mahayana stage demon cultivator. In the end, it ended in a draw. Although it was only a discussion of Tao and not a battle of magical powers, the depth of his attainments was evident. It seemed that this time, he was really anxious. Therefore, when he saw Fang Xing, he used this seal to avenge his previous humiliation. What broken seal? Watch as I use the mountain to suppress the dragon gate and the sword to cut your flesh. Fang Xing was fearless in the face of the Purple Mist Lake's unique skill. With a roar, he took a step forward. His chi and blood surged, and a muffled sound of thunder rang out. Then, he wielded his sword with both hands and slashed at the Purple Mist Lake's Taoist who had formed a seal. At the same time, with his unreasonable and forceful attack, the power of the mountain treasure appeared in his realm of consciousness, and the shadow of a huge mountain appeared behind him. This sword, with the power of the mountain treasure, was as heavy as a mountain. Rumble, the sword against the seal, the mountain against the dragon gate. The Taoist of Purple Mist Lake, who had intended to defeat Fang Xing in one move, was shocked to the point that the chi and blood in his body surged. He knew that he was very strong. In the face of his Dragon Gate seal, perhaps even cultivators in the Golden Core Mahayana realm would have to be cautious. However, he did not expect that Fang Xing's strength would be so strong. When he slashed with the sword, a black spatial crack appeared in the air. It was like a rolling avalanche. Crack, crack, under the forceful attack, the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake's hands made a cracking sound as if they were about to break. However, this only scared the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake and discouraged him. He desperately summoned 3 azure talismans, which turned into 3 large lakes in the air. Like a dream or an illusion, they blocked between him and Fang Xing. However, as he summoned the talismans, he had already lost his mind to Fang Xing. The dragon gate behind him collapsed with a loud bang. "You think you can come and go as you please?" Fang Xing shouted and rushed forward. He was unreasonable, and the huge black sword in his hand slashed again. Swoosh! 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 As his huge black sword slashed forward, the 3 talismans that the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake had summoned shattered one after another, and the illusions disappeared. It looked like Fang Xing had cut down the dragon gate with 1 sword and the 3 lakes with 2 swords. The pure strength of his body had broken through all illusions. Swoosh! When the last illusion of the large lake disappeared, the huge black sword in his hand had already slashed straight at the panic-looking Taoist of Purple Mist Lake. "Bastard, you have such physical strength." "Today, I will." The Taoist of Purple Mist Lake looked embarrassed and angry. He retreated hundreds of feet, flicked his sleeves and shouted. From the looks of it, he clearly did not dare to continue the fight. "Go to hell, you bastard. Today, I will use your head as a sacrifice to my sword." Fang Xing's murderous aura was not going to let him go. He shouted and slashed with the endless fierce wind. This son of a bitch is so fierce. At this moment, on the meteorite in front of the demon palace, except for the young dragon king of the deep sea, Taisher Chi the divine prefecture messenger, and a few others who still maintained their calm expressions, the expressions of the others had changed drastically. It seemed that no one had expected this human cultivator to be so fierce. The dignified Taoist of Purple Mist Lake, an outstanding talent among the younger generation of the demon clan, was actually defeated by Fang Xing with 2 swords. At this moment, Fox Fairy turned her head and looked at the Taoist of Shadowless Mountain Rat clan. There was some surprise in her eyes. "Since you have won, why are you so ruthless?" "Fang Xing of the human clan, Grandpa is here to experience your magical power." The Taoist of Shadowless Mountain Rat clan narrowed his eyes. He aimed at the gap when Fang Xing was attacking the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake with all his strength and shouted coldly. At the same time, his figure flashed and disappeared from the meteorite. When he reappeared, he had already rushed behind Fang Xing. His skinny and short body jumped high into the air, and his sharp claws slashed at the back of Fang Xing's head with a swoosh. He said experience, but his attack was actually a sneak attack. Get lost. The Taoist of Shadowless Mountain had calculated the timing, but he did not expect that Fang Xing's divine soul was powerful and had extraordinary senses. He actually turned around at this critical moment and slashed his sword straight at his chest. He knew that his sneak attack had failed, but he was not in a hurry. With a cackle, his figure swept back a distance of 300 feet like a shadow. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Yo, yo, yo, your reaction is very fast, hee, isn't it?" "Very fast," Fang Xing chuckled, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. He held his sword and was about to rush towards the guy who had sneak attacked him. But at this moment, the corner of his eye suddenly twitched. His figure slanted and he suddenly saw a sharp and invisible sword light of fire will, like a silk thread, brushing past the Taoist robe in front of his chest. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. And where the sword light of fire will came from, Fox Fairy, who was dressed in men's clothes, had just let go of the spell that Sher Kai had formed. There was a murderous intent between her brows as she stepped into the void. "Bastard, don't you have any shame? You want to fight 3 against 1? Not far away, when the great golden crow saw this scene, he was already fuming with anger and shouted angrily. "This is a demon slaying, not a battle of magical powers. Why is there a need to care about one-on-one?" Fox Fairy's voice was cold. She slowly walked forward and formed a triangle with the other 2 demons to surround Fang Xing. For a moment, Fox Fairy, who wanted to take down Fang Xing as soon as possible, and the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake, who was full of resentment and wanted to kill Fang Xing, as well as the Taoist of Mount Shadowless Rat clan, who coveted Fang Xing's treasure and wanted to take him down as soon as possible, stood in 3 different positions, surrounding Fang Xing in a triangular formation. The chi on their bodies surged, forming a small battle array. The dignified Taoist of the 3 great demon lineages, the top young talents of the northern demon land, had suddenly decided to besiege Fang Xing. This is too much. A dignified Taoist doesn't even care about his face. What's the point of cultivating a human face? Seeing this scene, Big Gold was extremely annoyed. With a rumble, his golden wings spread out, and his body rushed over like a hurricane. He was majestic and fierce, but because he saw that Fang Xing was besieged, he could not sit still. Although being surrounded could be said to be the little bandit's own fault, if he did not clean up his own brother's mess, who else could he count on? "Little bandit, you kill the carp first, I'll kill the mouse, and then I'll kill the fox." With a loud roar, the great golden crow flapped its wings and was about to attack the Taoist of Mount Shadowless. However, before it could pounce, it suddenly saw 4 figures moving behind the meteorite in the middle. They moved into the air and blocked in front of it. Looking at the appearance of these 4 people, they were all wearing water armor, and their cultivation was not ordinary. Their murderous aura was frightening. They were the personal battle generals of the 9th Prince of the Kanglan Sea. "My master said that he would take you down sooner or later. You don't have to rush to attack now," one of the 4 battle generals said expressionlessly. Murderous aura floated around his body. Obviously, if the golden crow moved, they would also attack. The great golden crow's eyes were cold. "You want to stop Big Gold with just the 4 of you? Do you really think I won't eat you?" Seeing that there was going to be a commotion here, even the little golden rock was ready to fight, but on the other side, Fang Xing, who was surrounded by Fox Fairy and the others, suddenly laughed loudly. Golden Liuzi, why are you so anxious? I have been around for so long, when have I ever suffered a loss? Look after my treasure for so long. Today, I will fight with all my might. With a stern shout, the black giant sword trembled, and a whirlwind swept up on the ground. As the wind swept down, Fangxing's Daoist robes fluttered in the wind, and his grayish-white hair twined around his head. He felt indescribable elation in his heart. His cold gaze turned towards Fox Fairy Concubine and the other two's faces, and he shouted, "The three of you should have come at me together long ago. In a one-on-one fight, I can't even use 30% of my power, how can I fight to my heart's content?" Swoosh! The black giant sword moved again, like a ferocious dragon that was drinking the river. It suddenly raised its head, and with a rumble, it transformed into three sword shadows, each slashing towards the Fox Fairy, the Daoist of Mount Wuying, and the Daoist of Purple Mist Lake. The power of the sword, compared to when he slashed at the Daoist of Purple Mist Lake alone, was surprisingly stronger, not weaker. The chi dynamic increased, it was as domineering as the awakening of a demon. This bastard was hiding his strength just now? The Daoist of Mount Wuying shouted in surprise. Then, he sneered. This way, my attack was not in vain. Swoosh! When facing Fangxing's sword, it actually didn't dodge or evade, and allowed the sword to slash it into two. But when its body was slashed apart, it didn't suffer any injuries or blood, and instead gradually faded away to become an afterimage, whereas its real body had shockingly appeared 10 meters away from Fangxing. It was almost as light as a ghost shadow, its body floating in the air as it pressed towards Fangxing's calf, and its sharp claws slashed out like hooks. This attack did not aim to inflict serious damage. It only wanted to take away one of Fangxing's legs. The secret technique of Mount Wuying, Void Escape Technique. Die. The Violet Mist Lake's Daoist didn't dare to take Fangxing's sword head-on. After he swiftly dodged the attack, he let out a fierce shout and pressed his palms together. Shockingly, a boundless water will appeared in the air. It was almost like a large lake, and it descended from midair. It pressed down directly towards Fangxing. Within this lake, there were all sorts of strange and evil Dao wills. So long as one fell into the lake, there would be hundreds of ways to subdue the enemy. At the moment when Fangxing attacked, the Fox Fairy had already formed a seal. She opened her mouth, and a red pill appeared in the air. It was as if frost had condensed into a layer of sword chi. In an instant, it turned into a large net made of hundreds of fine and sharp sword chi. It covered Fangxing. It was the fox core sword that she had cultivated to the extreme. Humph. Fangxing only smiled coldly at the counterattack of these three people. He had already made 3 moves. Step, throw the sword, seal. Swoosh. The shadowless mountain Daoist, who was determined to get his hands on Fangxing, would at least be unable to use one of his legs for half a day. Just when he was about 80% sure that his claw would land on Fangxing, he did not expect Fangxing to suddenly raise his foot and step into the air. With a rumble, a formless ripple spread out from where his foot landed. At this moment, his right leg was actually as hard as a mountain, indestructible and powerful, like a jade pillar that supported the heavens. Pa, 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 before his claw could grab Fangxing's leg, he had already been hit by the murderous aura around Fangxing. He broke 3 of his fingers, almost injuring them. Die, you damned rat. Fangxing stepped and activated his chi and blood, breaking the Daoist of Mount Wuying's insidious technique. He turned around and struck his head with his palm. He. Little devil, you are indeed extraordinary, the Daoist of Mount Wuying laughed coldly. He suddenly somersaulted backward and jumped 10 feet away. Although he looked relaxed, he was shocked. What kind of freak is this guy? His Dan concoction technique is ordinary, but his body is so strong? As for the Daoist of Purple Mist Lake, he took advantage of the fact that he had 2 helpers and was not pushed too hard by Fangxing. He performed a complicated seal, wanting to envelop Fangxing with a huge lake. However, he did not expect that the guy did not even look at the technique he was using. He turned around and threw his sword. The sword was 3 times longer, wider, and thicker than an ordinary sword. It was filled with endless murderous aura, and it almost tore the void apart. Whoosh! the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake, who was trembling in fear, did not dare to take the sword head-on. He quickly leaned back and dodged the sword. While he was trying his best to dodge the sword, the huge lake that he had painstakingly created naturally dissipated. After casually tossing the sword, Fangxing quickly formed seals. His 10 fingers transformed into lotuses, instantly forming 3 seals. Then, like a sword, his finger pointed straight at the red core that the fox fairy had cast in the air. In an instant, time seemed to have frozen. The towering sword released by the fox fairy's red core seemed to have been frozen. Everything seemed to have slowed down by several times. Only Fangxing's finger pointed out. Fox core sword. At this moment, Fangxing was also using the fox core sword. It was the fox core sword that he had used to injure the Black Abyss Helm Master when he wore the green fox ghastly mask for the first time. After using it that time, he had already memorized the secret technique of the Fox clan. Although his attainment was not as deep as the fox core sword, the technique he had learned was much more brilliant than the one that the fox core sword had used. With the support of his majestic spiritual power, its power was even more limitless. He actually used the sword to fight the sword, using the technique to break the momentum, and forcibly restrained the fox core sword. He attacked later, but arrived first. He wanted to kill the enemy with one finger. How can this be? How can this be? At this moment, the fox core sword's face was full of fear. She only struggled to break free from the illusion when the finger was about to touch her forehead. She gritted her teeth fiercely and spat out a mouthful of natal blood essence into the air. Amidst the rumbling thunder, she finally regained her freedom and flew back immediately. At this moment, the finger intent of Fangxing's finger had already touched the top of her forehead. Although it avoided her vital organs, it messed up her hair. The fox core sword's face was full of fear. Her body moved like smoke, and her hair fell from the side of her face. Impressively, the sword intent of Fangxing's finger had already destroyed her bun and cut off half of her hair. I've let you off the first time, but I won't let you off this time. In the fox core sword's frightened eyes, Fangxing's smiling face magnified endlessly and occupied all of her attention. How can this be? How can he be so strong? The fox core sword couldn't help but roar crazily in her heart. She had always thought that she did not take Fangxing seriously. Although she acknowledged his strength, she only thought that they were evenly matched. Now that she was willing to besiege Fangxing with the other two, she only wanted to take him down quickly to prevent any accidents from happening. She did not really think that she was no match for this guy. But no matter what, she did not expect that this guy, whom she did not think highly of, could actually counter the 3 of them in one move. He used the fox core sword to break the fox core sword. He was just a hair's breadth away from killing her. This little bastard is indeed ruthless. Brother, you, fox core sword, don't hold back. Let's join hands and deal with him. The Taoist of Mount Wuing was clearly injured by Fangxing's fire intent. In a rage, his body shook and turned into the appearance of a giant rat that was 30 feet tall. Then, he opened his ferocious mouth and spat out a pile of smelly white bones. These white bones flew into the air and stretched their bodies, making cracking sounds. They held all kinds of white bone magical weapons in their hands and climbed strangely in the air. They jumped back and forth from the meteorites in the air. Their movements were surprisingly fast, and they rushed towards Fangxing. They were the white bone puppets that he usually nurtured. The Taoist of Purple Mist Lake also secretly gritted his teeth and pointed a finger at the center of his forehead. From behind his head, a purple talisman flew out and swayed as it flew into the air. Then, purple chi surged and drew a prison, trapping Fangxing within it. You don't have a sword. Let's see how you can hurt people. Fox core sword, who had only hesitated for a moment, shouted again. She opened her mouth and spat out a scarlet-red fire intent, turning the area in front of her into a sea of fire. There were invisible chains crisscrossing in it. It was the Fox God Fire, one of the 3 divine techniques that Fox core sword had cultivated. This meant that she was really angry. When she spat out the fox fire, her face had dimmed a little. How is he? Wu Sanger was so nervous that he pinched the wing of the great golden crow, almost pulling off a piece of its fur. The great golden crow did not feel any pain. He just murmured, "Not the same, the little bandit is not the same as usual." at this time on the meteorite, the ninth prince of the Kanglan Sea, Taishir Chi the 30 feet fierce ape of the Great Sage Mountain, the divine prefecture messenger, and the others, who were just spectators, suddenly looked at the scene. They did not know if Fangxing could withstand the joint attack of these three people. If he lost, it would naturally mean that he was just SOSO. But if he won, wouldn't it mean that his strength was unimaginable? Hee. In the chaos, a voice came out with a sneer, "The fire is not strong enough, great millstone of yin and yang." Boom, 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 there seemed to be dark thunder surging. The demons looking at the battlefield in front of the demon palace could not hear the sound of thunder or see the lightning, but they could faintly feel the dark thunder surging in the battlefield. At the same time, they could even feel the heaven and earth slowly rotating. But soon, they understood that it was not the heaven and earth rotating, but the yin and yang reversing. The vortex came from the center and came from the front. Purple Mist Lake's Daoist's divine talisman, Fox Fairy's divine fire shrouded, Mount Wu Ying's Daoist surrounded and killed by the skeletal puppets. Even the small figures were submerged, and they could not see anyone at all. Suddenly, something strange happened. It was as if a giant had grown in the battlefield and was about to break through the sky. Chi activity surged, causing the divine fire to reverse and the divine talisman to shake. There was no giant, only a shadow that was extremely small compared to the battlefield. Behind his back, there were two golden wings that were almost 10 feet long. Every feather was a feather sword. The two golden wings rotated slowly and shone with golden light, protecting him. Every skeletal puppet that charged at him was minced into pieces by the sword wings. The secret technique of the Great Rock Clan of Mount Guren, 108,000 swords? Many of the demons in the field were knowledgeable. Their eyes widened in surprise, and many of them exclaimed, "It's just the manifestation of divine will, but it has such power?" The secret technique of the Great Rock Clan was evolved from a pair of golden wings of their clansmen, and it had endless divine power. But this human cultivator in front of them was just an illusion of spiritual power, and he had such a pair of divine wings, not inferior to the Great Rock Clan. At this moment, his palms formed a mysterious seal, one up and one down, one forward and one backward, slowly drawing a circle. A wisp of green gas and a wisp of black gas slowly appeared around him as he drew a circle with his hands. Then, one positive and one negative, yin and yang reversed. When the fairy fox's divine fire got close to him, it was actually drawn over by these two wisps of yin and yang qi. Then, it was destroyed by the enormous power and turned into pure divine light. Bit by bit, it became the source of the yin and yang qi's power and became completely useless. Could it be that this kid's strength is actually this strong? The fox fairy staggered backward, her beautiful face already turning green. And Purple Mist Lake's Daoist's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He shouted desperately, "Primordial divine talisman, suppress." Buzz, the purple talisman above Fangxing's head suddenly trembled slightly, and vaguely, the sound of chanting could be heard. The purple chi in the air suddenly expanded, and like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, it poured down on Fangxing. However, at this moment, Fangxing did not care at all. A cold smile appeared on his face. With a flip of his hands, yin and yang reversed, pushing the yin-yang grinder. Crack crack, as the yin-yang grindstone reversed, the power of the fox immortal concubine's fox god fire, which was initially destroyed, rose against the heavens and turned into a gigantic divine light. It gathered around Fangxing and rushed towards the sky. It collided with the purple gas that poured down from the purple talisman in midair. There was a rumble, and a violent airflow surged in all directions, shattering countless meteorites in the void. The surrounding demons, who were weaker, could not even stand steadily at this moment. They covered their faces with their sleeves and circulated their spiritual energy to protect themselves. As for Purple Mist Lake's Daoist, he only felt an overwhelming force colliding with him. Blood spurted out of his mouth and he was sent flying dozens of feet away. When he opened his eyes again, he only saw a purple talisman floating slowly in front of him. The silver hook and iron drawing on the talisman were already mostly broken. At this moment, he could not believe his eyes. A cold fire surged from the bottom of his heart. Primordial divine talisman. You actually destroyed my divine talisman? At this moment, Fangxing had already flown into the air, and his voice was like thunder. He shouted at Purple Mist Lake's Daoist, sword, come. Purple Mist Lake's Daoist was stunned. Then, as if he suddenly felt something, he turned around and fled. Whoosh! A huge black sword flew out from the void behind him and stabbed straight at his back. Because he dodged fast enough, he managed to avoid being hit in his vital organs. However, one of his arms had already been separated from his body. This huge black sword flew straight at Feng Xing like a bolt of lightning. It originally had the momentum of a bolt of lightning, but with a wave of his hand, he easily caught it in his hand and pointed the sword in all directions. That's all you've got? You're useless even if you want to be a fat sheep, and you still want to fight with me? Feng Xing laughed and the huge black sword slashed out again. Rumble. Like a black dragon stirring up the heaven and earth, the huge black sword in his hand was like a bolt of divine lightning, and in a flash, it cut down 3 people. The Daoist of Invisible Mountain, Fairy Fox, Purple Mist Lake, and the others were all frightened out of their wits. They wanted to escape from the battlefield, but they were entangled by him and his sword, unable to escape. They could only grit their teeth and hold on, no longer caring about holding back. All kinds of mysterious demonic arts, martial techniques, and powerful Dharma treasures were used as if they were worthless. There were only 4 of them, but they turned the void into a battlefield of tens of millions. However, what was even more shocking was that Feng Xing and his sword alone were able to suppress the 3 of them. This person is so capable that even the combined strength of the Taoists of Xianxia Mountain, Invisible Mountain, and Purple Mist Lake can't take him down? On the meteorite, the Snake Queen of Blackwood Ridge, who was wearing a tight green Dharma robe, had already spoken in surprise, unable to control herself. Hee, only with this kind of ability is he qualified to take on my 9 slashes. On the side of the Divine Prefecture emissary, the bald burly man had his hands on his twin blades, already eager to fight. Beside the little Pun King of the Kanglan Sea, the Taoist of the Taisher family, Taisher Chi who had been reading an ancient book, seemingly unconcerned about the battle, also raised his head at this moment. A strange look flashed across his eyes as he gently stuffed the ancient book into his sleeve, slowly rose, and chuckled softly. Good, only by fighting with such a person can I learn that killing move, and offer my Confucian sort of book heart, bookworm, itching for a fight? Beside him, the 9th Prince of the Kanglan Sea chuckled softly, still a little unconcerned. Taisher Chi smiled without saying a word, only looking at the battlefield. Using your heads as a sacrifice to yours truly sword? At this moment, in the midst of the tumbling and fierce battle in the void, Feng Xing only felt that the situation had arrived. With a cold shout, his figure suddenly disappeared like smoke. Shockingly, he was already less than 30 feet away from the Taoist of Mount Wuing, who was rolling his small eyes in bewilderment, unsure if he should retreat from the battlefield while the pressure on his body dissipated. The huge black sword directly swept towards his head. Damned rat, I thought you only know how to sneak attack. Have a taste of my sword? The Taoist of Mount Wuing was so frightened that cold sweat flowed down his back. He jumped up and jumped into the air. Chi! Feng Xing's sword cut his body, and in the midst of the blood, a skinny figure escaped into the distance. On the other hand, Feng Xing didn't care in the slightest. He knew that even though this mouse had fled, he'd already suffered a heavy injury from that strike of his, and his gaze turned to lock onto another person. His feet stomped on the air as the 2 golden wings on his back unfolded with a swish, and they actually covered half the sky as he charged directly towards Fox Fairy while shouting loudly. Coquettish fox, give me your head. Facing such a majestic slash, the Fox Fairy Maiden's mind was frightened, and she didn't dare to take it head-on. Without thinking, she turned around and used her teleportation technique, and her figure escaped into the void. However, Feng Xing also didn't hesitate to teleport, and actually escaped into the void together with her. When the 2 figures appeared at the same time, they were less than 30 feet away from the Fox Fairy Maiden. Whoosh! The sword swept horizontally, and he wanted to cut off her head. The Fox Fairy Maiden moaned, and her pair of beautiful eyes finally revealed a hint of fear. It's not easy for a beauty to be born, how can I cut off her head so easily? Just as Feng Xing's sword was about to cut off the Fox Fairy Maiden's head, a clear and long cry sounded. On the left side of his body, a thin and handsome young man wearing a green Confucian robe floated over. As he sighed, he pointed at Feng Xing from afar. Feng Xing was immediately alerted. In an instant, he turned around and glared angrily. His body turned rapidly, and the black giant sword in his hand drew a circle and swept outwards. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and suddenly, an ancient sword that came out of nowhere appeared out of thin air, and slashed at Fangxing's body. However, it was broken by the black giant sword in his palm, and it made a sweet long cry in the air, and then flew back into the scholar's sleeve. But at this moment, a sharp blade light escaped from 1,000 feet away. It was silent, but its power was infinite. It actually cut a faint crack in the void, and like a long snake from east to west, it hung in the air for a long time. However, Fangxing didn't have time to react. He held the sword with both hands, and slashed several times in the air. The violent power whistled like the wind, and this slash was resolved. After this slash, it was a bald man from the divine land with 2 scimitars in his hands. "Kid, your reputation is so strong, as expected, you do have some ability. If you can receive my slash, I'll give you a fortune." The bald man and Taisher Chi flew towards Fangxing from the east and west respectively. When they saw each other, they were slightly startled. Although the two of them attacked one after the other, in reality, they attacked at the same time. It was just that the distance between them was far, so they rushed over at different times. However, when they saw each other, they were slightly hesitant. After all, they had their own identities, so they didn't really intend to join forces. "Fellow Taisher, I heard that you only know how to read. Are you going to display a divine power for us to see today?" The bald man looked at Taisher Chi, and his gaze stopped for a moment on the ancient sword beside Taisher Chi, as he laughed softly. Taisher Chi didn't have any temper. He bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Brother Zhou, you're laughing at me. Chi is only a scholar, so how would I know any divine power? It's just that my hands are itchy, so I want to join in the fun. I want to try a few of the 3-legged cat sword techniques that I've studied for 100 years. Since Brother Zhou also wants to make a move, Chi doesn't dare to make a fool of myself. I'll naturally give this opportunity to Brother Zhou." As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed, and was about to retreat from the battle. When the bald man heard this, he smiled coldly. He didn't stand on ceremony, and only said indifferently, "Then, thanks." But also at this moment, suddenly, a rude and unreasonable voice resounded, "Let your grandpa, you 2 bastards, come at me together." "Who?" From the side, Fangxing swung his sword. The sword swept across the sky, and it directly slashed towards Taisher Chi and the bald man. "He actually wants to fight Taisher Chi and Zhou Xianxia from China." All the demons at the scene were shocked. Even young Dragon King of the Sea of Azure Waves and senior brother He of the Divine Prefecture revealed a surprised expression. Although Fangxing fought against the Taoist children of the 3 demonic lineages alone and showed his boundless ferocious power, if he were to fight against either Taisher Chi or Zhou Xianxia from the Divine Prefecture Pure Yang sect, it would seem that he was evenly matched. However, if he were to fight against both of them at the same time, it would seem that he was overestimating himself. Taisher Chi was immortal for 70 years and experienced the sorrow of aging mortals. In 10 years, he rose to the level of foundation building and core formation and became famous in the demon land. Although he was born in the same century as Fox Fairy and the others, he was actually older than the other Taoist children by half a generation. His strength was even more unfathomable. Together with the 3-foot ape from the Great Sage Mountain, one was ferocious and the other was crazy. They were the 2 most famous freaks in the demon land. In the demon land, everyone knew that he was not to be trifled with, but they didn't know how much. Some people guessed that his strength was not inferior to the Taoist children of the various demonic lineages, and some people thought that his strength had long surpassed his peers. As for Zhou Xianxia from the Divine Prefecture Pure Yang sect, the demon land didn't know much about him, but it could be predicted that this person's cultivation was not ordinary just because he was from the Tao sect of the Divine Prefecture. Just now when he slashed the sky with his saber, he even showed his extraordinary attainments in the saber technique. Even though they saw Fangxing forcing back the 3 of them who joined hands with Fox Fairy and the others, revealing his terrifying strength, the 2 of them still didn't want to join hands. Firstly, it was because of their identity, they didn't want to do so. Secondly, it undoubtedly showed their strong confidence. However, under such circumstances, Fangxing was unreasonable and trapped the 2 of them into the battle circle at the same time. Bang! Taisher Chi who had the intention to retreat, made a few gestures with his fingers. 3 ancient flying swords protected him and blocked Feng Xing's sword, but he couldn't stop himself from retreating. He originally intended to give up this battle, so he took the opportunity to move away. Zhou Xianxia, who faced Feng Xing's saber, also raised his 2 sabers and blocked them in front of his chest. They were split apart by Feng Xing's sword. The 2 sabers made cracking sounds and spar flew. Zhou Xianxia's body couldn't help but float back over 100 feet. His face was already filled with anger. Feng Xing, keep your arrogance to yourself. If you can take my saber, I will reward you with a noble birth. Zhou Xianxia shouted coldly and blocked the attack of Feng Xing's sword. Then, he flipped the saber in his right hand and slashed down diagonally. At this moment, along with the rise of the saber's momentum, there were actually 8,000 saber shadows in the air. They were like tidal waves, and they directly enveloped Feng Xing. At the same time, the saber in his left hand was placed behind his back. It was as if a heavenly gate was opened behind him. Water and fire actually appeared out of nowhere in the space. Feng Xing didn't care at all. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Even his pupils were slightly red. With a shout, he shook his wrist and swung his sword. Rumble. In an instant, he slashed 3 times towards Zhou Xianxia. Take my saber. Take my saber. Take my saber. He shouted 3 times. With each shout, he swung his sword. The sword swept up a violent void turbulence. Bang! The first strike gathered an infinite amount of strange power. It was like a black dragon turning over the sky. It completely ignored the 8,000 blade shadows and slashed toward Zhou Xianxia. This strike had no will at all, only the power of a mad demon. With a cracking sound, it seemed to break the water mirror in the void. It also seemed like Zhou Xianxia's blade will, which was like flowing clouds and spring water, suddenly appeared in extremely discordant black light. The saber intent of the flowing clouds in the sky was broken for a moment and could not operate smoothly. After that, before Zhou Xianxia could react, Feng Xing's second slash had already come. This slash, cut through the void, rolled up endless water, fire, wind, and thunder in the air, and like a tornado, it slashed toward the bald head. Zhou Xianxia only felt that before he could use the mysterious saber technique, it was blocked in his chest. He was so angry that he almost went crazy. However, at this time, Feng Xing's third slash had already arrived. It was not fancy at all. It was simple. It was aimed at his neck and was about to cut off his head. Boom. 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 In this kind of situation, no matter how much hatred Zhou Xianxia had, he could only temporarily defend and forcefully take the 3 slashes. With every slash, his body would shake and he would quickly retreat. After the 3 slashes, he had already retreated like lightning and smashed into the void like a meteor. Ha 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 ha, Feng Xing shouted. He did not chase after him. He only flipped his hand and swept toward Taisher Chi. Studying the scriptures for 70 years, just like a hairpin in a casket waiting to fly, Taisher Chi saw that Feng Xing had sent Zhou Xianxia flying with 3 slashes, and his eyes slightly brightened. He waved his sleeve and a green ancient sword floated in the air. Then, he pointed with his finger. Every time he pointed, another sword would appear. In the end, there were 3 ancient bronze swords that appeared beside him. They floated lightly in the air, and on the bodies of the swords, there was a vast chi dynamic that twisted the void. Among the 3 ancient swords, one was red, one was green, and one was gold. They were densely covered with cloud patterns and were full of spirituality. Taisher Chi looked at the 3 ancient swords with gentleness as if he was looking at a lover. His pale and slender palm gently stroked the 3 ancient swords and said in a low voice, "Ever since I met the 3 of you by chance when I was 10 years old, you were destined to accompany me on the path of heaven. It's a pity that your murderous aura is too strong. In order to strengthen my spirit, I studied the scriptures for 70 years. Then, I cultivated. I built my foundation in 3 years and formed my core in 7 years. But I still could not let you show your ferocious power in the past." Buzz. 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 The 3 ancient swords lightly trembled as if they had sensed something. Taisher Chi, on the other hand, laughed out loud. For a moment, he was full of heroic spirit. Today, I unsheathed the sword and fed you with the blood of this child. It's not a waste for the three of you. When I go to the divine continent, I will teach you how to make a name for yourselves. Go, beauty is jade. Kill this child and establish your name. When Taisher Chi'er saw that Feng Xing had already rushed over, he pointed with his finger. With a buzz, the vermilion ancient sword disappeared. At the same time, a thin red line appeared in the sky and pierced towards Feng Xing, who was flying over. The red line was like a beauty. When the sword slashed over, it was filled with dense killing intent. However, it was extremely sad and beautiful, as if a beauty was sobbing. At this moment, if someone was able to get closer to take a closer look, they would be able to see that on the vermilion red sword, there were traces of patterns that formed the appearance of a beauty dressing up. This sword was named Beauty Like Jade, and the concept behind it was as captivating as a beauty. Unfortunately, this sword met the bandit Feng Xing. If one were to ask what Master Feng hated the most in his life, there was no other choice. It was reading. Back then, he only managed to learn to read because his uncle pointed an arrow at him. Not to mention reading moral essays. Because of this, Master Feng had to beat up every scholar he saw. This was a matter of principle that he had to adhere to, not to mention that Feng Xing, who was rushing over, was not afraid of this light sword. Even the huge black sword in his hand seemed to tremble slightly when it saw the vermilion ancient sword. It faintly revealed a sense of excitement. To put it in other words, that feeling was like a boorish man who slaughtered cows and dogs every day seeing the daughter of his husband's family next door. His eyes started to light up. Swoosh, the sword swept across the sky like the spring rain falling on the ground. The beauty's tears flowed. Unknowingly, it had already slashed in front of Feng Xing. Taisher Chi'er put his hands behind his back and a hint of arrogance appeared on his skinny face. Who said that cultivation had to be like other people who fought for resources in a barbaric manner? Who said that one couldn't step onto the path of cultivation and obtain supernatural powers if one read books? Look at me, Taisher Chi'er. I've read for 70 years and have a clear heart and righteousness. With this ancient sword, beauty is jade, I can also. Just as he thought of this, he was suddenly stunned and couldn't continue thinking. Because at this time, Feng Xing had already collided head-on with the vermilion ancient sword. He originally thought that this sword would easily behead him, but he didn't expect that Feng Xing's sword would be even faster. The huge black sword slashed on the ancient sword with a dang sound. Then, he raised his hand and slashed again. Then, he raised his hand and slashed again. Aya, you want to run? Chase up and slash again. He was still muttering, I'll make you beautiful as jade, I'll make you beautiful as jade, I'll make you beautiful as jade, dang 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 dang. A series of crisp sounds could be heard. The huge black sword regained a faint spirituality and was extremely happy. Yes, it was as happy as a butcher catching the young lady from the headmaster's family next door and spanking her. Buzz, after taking a few slashes, even the vermilion ancient sword let out a mournful cry. A crack actually appeared on the body of the sword. Taisher Chi'er was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He couldn't care about anything else anymore. He pointed with his finger and shouted, Xianxia, go. Whoosh. The green ancient sword swept through the sky and brought with it a vast and green feeling of heaven and earth. It was as if thousands of green rivers were falling. However, it left in a carefree manner. Very quickly, there was a series of clanging sounds in the sky, followed by a series of curses. I'll make you Xianxia, I'll make you Xianxia, I'll make you Xianxia. Feng Xing waved the huge black sword and chased after the green ancient sword in the sky. He chased and slashed at it while the vermilion ancient sword stayed 1,000 feet away. It actually didn't dare to come closer. How? How can this be? Taisher Chi'er was already really stunned, or perhaps he was stunned. 70 years of studying and understanding, 10 years of cultivation, and 9 years of nurturing. Now, he was 1 year away from being 100 years old, but this was the first time in 90 years that he had a formal battle with someone. He originally wanted to use the 3 ancient swords to become famous, but who would have thought that this would happen? Weren't these 3 ancient swords accompanied by the great Tao? Weren't they able to disturb the Tao heart and slash the divine soul? How did it become a situation where he was being chased and beaten? Golden House. In this situation, Taisher Chi'er was about to release the 3rd ancient sword, but he didn't expect that when he raised his head, he would see that the human cultivator was already striding across the sky and slashing with the huge black sword. He shouted, "I'll make you golden house." Buzz, the golden ancient sword flew away with a whoosh, but it didn't slash towards Feng Xing. Instead, it escaped. Taisher Chi was scared out of his wits. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Golden house! Golden house, come back, golden house!" The absurd scene of Taisher Chi's attack shocked all the demons. Even Feng Xing laughed out loud. He understood that the three ancient swords couldn't hurt him. Firstly, when he was forming his gold core, he used the underworld sea water and the primordial death chi to train his spirit. At this moment, his sea of consciousness had already become a world of consciousness. His spirit was like the scorching sun and could be said to be indestructible. The strongest sword intent of the three ancient swords couldn't harm him at all. Furthermore, the black giant sword in his hand also had a great origin. Back then, when it was in the sword tomb, it was also locked tightly. Although the sword embryo inside had already entered his sea of consciousness, there was still some residual aura in the giant sword. One could even faintly feel that it contained some spirituality, and it was this spirituality that restrained the three ancient swords. In this way, in his eyes, the three ancient swords were only magic treasures of a slightly higher grade. They were really nothing. Of course, in the eyes of others, this scene seemed a little funny. Undeserved reputation. This was the evaluation of Taisher Chi that the surrounding demons who saw this scene made in their hearts. The bookworm of the Taisher clan, who was as famous as the Taoist of the Great Sage Mountain, Mad Ape Kong Kong was really just a piece of trash. At this moment, Taisher Chi's ethereal demeanor was completely messed up. He stood there blankly and even forgot to recall the three ancient swords. Only when Feng Xing's sword was about to reach him did he suddenly shout like a madman, "Little devil, what kind of evil technique did you use? I'm a scholar with a clear mind, and I have a clear mind to nurture my sword. How can I be defeated by a boorish man like you?" As he shouted, he drew a circle with both of his hands. A clear light suddenly appeared and a righteous aura shot up to the sky. At this moment, he was both embarrassed and angry. He actually wanted to take on Feng Xing's giant sword head-on. "I don't care if you're reasonable. I'm just going to kill you with one sword." Feng Xing's sword did not hesitate at all. As he shouted, the power on the sword increased. He didn't care about the cultivation principles of Taisher Chi at all. He only remembered that in the Ghost Smoke Valley, Uncle Joe, who was the most literate, was the weakest in martial arts. Therefore, he didn't care about the so-called powerful battle power from reading. He only wanted to kill with one sword. Buzz, with a slash of the sword, the black sword was like a dragon, and it directly stirred into the ball of clear light in front of Taisher Chi. It only stopped for half a breath's time, and the ball of great spirit that Taisher Chi had cultivated for 70 years dissipated like smoke. After all, he had been studying for 70 years, and he always had the thought of using reading to understand and nourish his spirit so that he could control the three ancient swords that he had accidentally obtained when he was young. The great spirit was not pure. Usually, this great spirit was enough to defend against enemies, but at this time, it was a joke when facing a little devil like Feng Xing, who was full of murderous aura. Blood spurted out from Taisher Chi's chest. He was almost cut in half by the sword, and he seemed to have gone mad. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of him, and an enchanting woman in black clothes appeared next to him. It was the Snake Queen that was sent into the Demon God Pavilion by the Blackwood Ridge. She didn't make a move before, but when she saw Taisher Chi was injured, she immediately teleported over and held Taisher Chi in her arms. She turned around and spat out a green poisonous smoke. The green smoke turned into a poisonous fog the moment it came out. It had a pungent smell, and it was sour and bitter. Even a golden core Mahayana cultivator would find it hard to resist. Feng Xing was shocked and jumped back. He covered his nose and said, "You look pretty, but why is your breath so bad?" A sinister look flashed across the Snake Queen's face. She didn't answer, but the lower half of her body turned into the form of a snake. A snake tail that was as soft as a whip stretched out silently under the cover of the poisonous fog. It was more than 300 feet long, and like a dragon, it stretched out towards the back of Feng Xing. Then, it suddenly appeared and coiled towards Feng Xing. This was unexpected, and even Feng Xing didn't manage to avoid it. Instead, he was wrapped by her. Her muscles and bones immediately contracted, and she strangled him tightly, wanting to mince Fangxing into pieces. At the same time, the snake tail was still pulling with force, wanting to pull Fangxing into the poisonous fog. Don't you know that when I was young, I liked to catch snakes in the wild and roast them to eat? Fangxing didn't panic at all. Instead, he laughed. His whole body was wrapped up, and he couldn't use any strength in his arms and legs. However, his feet were rooted to the ground, and he was nailed in the void. Then, his body shook, and just like a jade pillar pressing down on the firmament, the force of this shake had a weight of almost 10,000, and it actually directly threw the Snake Queen up. At this moment, the Snake Queen was still holding Xianxia in her arms. Suddenly, both of them flew into the air, and like a heavy object tied by a string, they were thrown by Fangxing heavily towards a meteor the size of a palace beside him. Boom! The two of them crashed heavily onto the meteor, and the meteor was smashed into pieces, causing smoke to rise everywhere. In order to protect Xianxia, the Snake Queen held him in her arms, and used her own body to resist the force of this collision. Even though she had the cultivation of the middle stage of Jindan stage, this collision seemed to have changed the position of her internal organs. Her qi and blood flowed in the opposite direction, and she felt dizzy. It was unknown how many bones in her body were broken, and she couldn't use any strength for a moment. The snake tail that was wrapped around Fangxing naturally loosened, however, Fangxing surprisingly refused to let go. Seeing that the snake tail had slipped from his body, he actually stretched out his left arm, and clamped the snake tail that was as thick as a water bucket under his ribs. Then, a fierce wind rose, and he shouted, "Rise," and threw the Snake Queen up again. Under his divine strength, the Snake Queen actually couldn't resist at all, and was used as a snake whip by him. He smashed 4 or 5 meteor stones, and blood spurted out from her mouth and nose. With such a fierce wind, not to mention the ordinary demons, even the few Taoists sitting on the meteor stones were dumbfounded. The Fox Fairy, the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake, the Taoist of Mount Wuing, and the others were hiding not far away. They secretly watched this scene, and their eyes were filled with fear. They had always thought highly of themselves, and they knew that the little devil Nanzhan was famous, but he mostly relied on crafty tricks, and he didn't have many achievements in head-on battles. Therefore, they were only guarding against him using tricks, but they never thought that his strength was so terrifying. Especially the Fox Fairy, whose head was almost cut off by his sword just now, and her entire mind was invaded by Fangxing's murderous aura. No, the blood feud has been sown, and such a strong enemy, I can't let him live, as she muttered to herself. The Fox Fairy suddenly looked fiercely at the Taoist of Mount Wuing and the others. This ability, I'm afraid it's comparable to those freaks in the Divine Continent. With him here, how can we have a good time? The Taoist of Mount Wuing also put away his usual cheeky smile, and his expression was solemn, which was rare. Yo, you guys are still here? The three of them thought that they had hidden very well, and that they wouldn't be discovered by Fangxing, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, so they could wait for an opportunity to strike. However, they didn't expect that Fangxing, who was holding the Snake Queen like a snake whip to whip the meteor rocks, would actually turn his head and look in their direction. Then, he smiled like a flower, and suddenly jumped up, waved the Snake Queen's body, and whipped the 4 to 5 meteor rocks around him. This time, he used a clever method, and actually whipped the 4 to 5 meteor rocks directly towards the three of them. The Fox Fairy and the others were shocked, and hurriedly jumped up from the void. Each of them cast a spell to disperse the meteor rocks, and prepared to escape. However, it was also at this moment that they were stunned, and felt an extremely strong aura, and subconsciously looked behind Fangxing. Half awake, half dreaming, half floating, real and fake, and also a lotus. Behind Fangxing, there was suddenly a voice that sounded like a ballad, and it was accompanied by a strong murderous aura. In the void, no one knew when an iron lotus flower had bloomed, and the bald man from the Divine Continent stood upright on the jet-black and domineering iron lotus flower. He formed a seal with both hands, and stared coldly at Fangxing. If one looked closely, the iron lotus flower under his feet was formed by 2 scimitars, and because the momentum of the scimitars was too fast and too fierce, a half-real iron lotus flower appeared, and it was breathtaking, and filled with murderous aura. "Little devil, try to take my dream 9 blades," the voice was deafening, and it shook the void, and the murderous aura was pressing. At the same time, on the iron lotus flower, there was already a ray of black light, and it whistled and slashed towards Feng Xing. This ray of black light was half real, and even its trajectory was intermittent, like a dream or an illusion. When it first appeared, it was still 1,000 feet away from Feng Xing, and when it reappeared, it was already behind him, and it was only a finger's distance away from his body. At this time, Feng Xing had just waved the Snake Queen, and the few meteorites were thrown towards Fox Fairy Concubine and the others. This blade was really too fast, and he hurriedly threw away the Snake Queen, whose body was already badly mutilated, and turned around, and held the black giant sword horizontally in front of his chest. Wow! With a strange cry, Feng Xing was sent flying by this incomparably strong blade light, and his body crashed into a meteorite behind him. Whoosh! The second ray of black light had already formed in an instant, and it followed closely behind, and its momentum was actually 3 times faster and 3 times heavier than the previous blade. Bang! Feng Xing, who was retreating quickly, could only forcefully take on this blade again, and his body retreated again, and he had no room to fight back. Give me back 3 strikes, and I'll slash you 9 times. If you can withstand these 9 strikes, a bright future awaits you. The bald man Zhou Xianxia's voice was filled with killing intent. If you can't take it, then that means you're just SOSO. If you die, then so be it. After he was sent flying by Feng Xing's 3 sword strikes, his heart was burning with anger. He didn't immediately turn around to attack. Instead, he was truly enraged. He performed a hand seal and pushed his Grand Dream Heart skill to its strongest level. Then, his saber turned into an iron lotus. After the first slash, the second slash, the third slash, the fourth slash, up to the 9th slash, all of them slashed out violently. 9 consecutive streaks of black light, each faster than the last, more ferocious than the last, and more murderous than the last. Feng Xing couldn't dodge the first slash, and could only take it head-on. It was impossible to dodge the next 8 slashes. He was practically like a torn cloth bag that rumbled as he was blasted flying. During this period of time, he didn't make a single sound, and it was even to the extent that it was impossible to clearly see if he was struck by the saber. He could only see that everywhere he passed, all the meteors exploded into pieces and caused clouds of smoke and dust that were like fireworks to rise into the air. It was like a thin string had strung together a few hundred fireworks, and it was tragic, beautiful, and gorgeous. He had retreated 300 miles. This is a rare opportunity. Fox Fairy and the other 2 Taoists looked in the direction where Feng Xing was sent flying, and their eyes lit up. Swoosh, 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 3 figures flew out at almost the same time and chased after Feng Xing, who was sent flying by the 9 slashes. They were Fox Fairy, Purple Mist Lake Taoist, and Mount Wooing Taoist. The 3 of them were almost scared out of their wits by Feng Xing, but they were Taoists of the same lineage after all. They were tough and stubborn. After suffering a loss, they would not subconsciously ask for peace. Instead, their killing intent became stronger, and they swore to kill Feng Xing. At this moment, they accurately seized an opportunity. The great dream blade of the Divine Prefecture cultivator Zhou Xianxia was indeed extraordinary. Catching him by surprise, Feng Xing took the 9 slashes head-on and fell into the dark void. Moreover, through their powerful divine senses, they could sense that the ferocious Feng Xing's aura weakened with every slash. After the 9 slashes, the aura of Feng Xing, who fell into the depths of the dust in the void, was faintly discernible. This made them sure that even if Feng Xing was not killed by the 9 slashes, he must have been seriously injured. This was the chance to kill him. Even Zhou Xianxia, who was in the air, frowned when he saw Fox Fairy and the others taking the opportunity to attack after the 9 slashes. However, in the end, he turned his head to look at senior brother He. Seeing that he did not say anything, he did not stop them. Insect, why do you have to do this? In the field, a sorrowful voice sounded. Taisher Chi hugged the Snake Queen of the Blackwood Ridge, who was badly mutilated. Feng Xing had grabbed her tail and used her as a whip. No matter how strong her body was, she could not withstand such torture. At this moment, she was seriously injured. On the other hand, Taisher Chi who was protected in her arms, was unharmed. Your Taisher family maintains the pure bloodline of the human body. You are a Taoist, so you can't marry me. the Snake Queen's face was badly mutilated, and her facial features were indistinguishable. She said intermittently, 20 years ago, I asked you if you would give up your identity as a Taoist to marry me. You refused to answer. Now. I'll ask you again. Will you marry me? I'll kill that bastard to vent your anger, Taisher suddenly roared loudly and gently put down the Snake Queen. After that, his figure suddenly moved, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind like a great drum. Amidst his mournful and despairing roar, the three ancient swords that were afraid of Fang Xing's slashes and took the initiative to avoid were pulled over and protected him by his side. They carried a murderous aura as they charged towards the depths of the void. Only the Snake Queen looked at his back with a mournful expression and muttered to herself, You still haven't answered. Bang! Fang Xing was slashed 9 times by the divine prefecture cultivator, Xianxia, and was sent flying for 300 miles. In the end, he crashed into a mountain rock the size of Mount Fusang. The power of the 9 slashes was so strong that he directly crashed into the mountain rock. No one knew how deep it was, but a bottomless hole was left on the surface. There was no breath coming out from the hole, it was dead silent. Cousin, is he all right? Wu Sanger was so nervous that his heart was in his throat. As he asked, he flew in that direction. Swoosh, after flying for a few meters, she felt a strong wind whistling past her body. The great golden crow grabbed her and dashed forward with all his strength. At this moment, this guy's expression was tense, and he was even more nervous than her. There was even a trace of murderous aura in his round eyes that only showed slyness. Every golden feather on his body seemed to be filled with murderous aura, standing straight up like sharp swords. Not far behind them, the little Rock King also revealed his original form and flew over with a murderous aura burning all over his body. Even Wu Dian was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly drove the spiritual boat over to check. Don't die. Please don't die. If you die, they will definitely snatch my treasures, there's no need to hold back. Send him to hell. Fox Fairy, Taoist of Purple Mist Lake, Taoist of Shadowless Mountain, and Taisher rushed to the mountain where Fang Xing fell. Almost without thinking, someone shouted, and then the 4 of them launched violent attacks. For a moment, spells, divine lights, and artifacts all attacked the big hole left on the surface of the mountain, bringing up a huge amount of smoke as if it was going to tear the heaven and earth apart. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. At this moment, they were not willing to let go of any chance to kill Fang Xing. Even if they wanted to gather their divine souls after killing him and ask him about the whereabouts of the mystic domain's fortune, they were not willing to let him live at this moment. The power displayed by this human cultivator had truly come as a huge shock to them. Crack, crack, the 4 of them joined forces, and their powerful attacks not only shaved off a corner of the hanging mountain, but also caused the fault in the middle of the mountain. A crack as thick as a python appeared in the middle, and with a muffled sound, the whole mountain almost split apart. The huge momentum and the smoke and rocks that soared into the sky blocked everyone's vision, and they had to put up a defensive spell. Is he dead? Fox Fairy couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice, and there was no sign of life in the smoke. He took those 9 strikes, how could he not die? Taoist of Shadowless Mountain also muttered to himself and swallowed hard. Is that the strength of the disciples of the Divine Continent? That Baldy, looks like he is less than 100 years old. How could he have such horrifying attainments now? If we go to the Divine Continent in the future, will we have to fight with such a group of monsters? Haha, pity us, a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Do we really think that we are invincible among our peers? Why are you thinking so much? Let's find that bastard's corpse first. I want to tear him into pieces. Taoist of Purple Mist Lake said coldly as he looked straight at the billowing smoke in front of him. Is he dead? Fox Fairy opened her mouth again, but she repeated what she said just now. Her voice was a little rough, and not as sweet as usual. He can't be not dead, right? The demons were infected by the panic in her voice. They looked up and felt a chill run down their spines. How powerful was the great Dream 9 strikes of the Divine Continent cultivator, Xianxia, it didn't matter if he could hit his opponent or not. As long as he took the force of those 9 strikes, he would be able to kill his opponent. What's more, the 4 of them followed closely behind. Beating a drowning dog, even such a huge mountain was cracked. If that bastard didn't die, wouldn't he look more like a demon than them? The smoke in front of them lingered for a long time. There was dead silence. The demons that rushed over were all looking at the cracked mountain in silence. No one spoke for a moment. Young Dragon King of the Tsanglan Sea had a cold smile on his face. His expression was as arrogant as ever. Senior brother Pure Sun Daoist of the Divine Continent, Crane, had an indifferent expression. Vaguely, there seemed to be a hint of pity. As for the ghost cultivator, Li Hongyi, she frowned. Her gaze was long, sometimes cold, and sometimes indifferent. No one knew what she was thinking about. Kong Konger, the three-zhang-tall ferocious ape of the Great Sage Mountain, did not say a word. He held a big stick in his hand. The Great Golden Crow and Wu Sanger looked nervous and angry. The little Golden Pun King was unusually anxious. Every breath he took was much heavier than usual. As for Wu Dian, he was still on his way and had not arrived yet. He should be dead, right? After a while, the Taoist of Mount Wuing said with a cold smile. He seemed to let out a long sigh. If he doesn't die after taking 9 strikes from me, then it means that I'm not capable enough. The Divine Continent cultivator, Zhou Xianxia, sneered and proudly crossed his arms. He snorted and said. This sentence was like hitting a brick or a nail. All the cultivators subconsciously accepted the conclusion that Feng Xing was dead. Instantly, countless demon cultivators heaved a long sigh of relief. A relaxed smile appeared on their faces. No matter how overbearing this human cultivator was, or how he robbed them clean, he was dead now. It was just that he did not die in the hands of a demon elite after all. It was not a good thing. Fighting like this is more interesting. Just as the demons were about to let out a sigh of relief, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. Swoosh! Everyone's eyes suddenly looked towards the source of the voice. Some were shocked, some were afraid, some were frightened, and some were ecstatic. Boom! All of a sudden, in the midst of the chaotic scene where the smoke had yet to settle, a ray of golden light suddenly shone and shook off the surrounding rocks. That golden light was a pair of golden wings. When it spread out, it covered a distance of 200 feet and forcibly shook off the rocks. The huge mountain that was already on the verge of splitting apart was blasted apart by this power, and with a muffled sound of thunder, it actually split apart. Kacha, the huge mountain slowly split into 2 halves and collapsed on both sides. Endless smoke billowed, and a huge power swept across the area. As for the golden figure, it suddenly shot up into the sky from the crack. Swoosh, he rushed to the top of the mountain and spread out his 2 golden wings. The huge black sword swayed and swept away the smoke in front of him. This scene made people think that he had split the mountain, flew out from the foot of the mountain, and flew to the 9 heavens. Damn Baldy, do you think that you can kill me by sneaking an attack on me? The figure in the sky was the little devil. He looked a little disheveled at this moment. The Dharma robe on his body was torn in many places, and there were even a few terrifying cracks on it. However, the chi in his body did not weaken, but instead, it was growing. The surging chi and blood made people feel that he was like a scorching sun. The wounds on the surface of his body were actually healing at a rapid speed. How strong was his physical body? The demons were speechless. It was hard to imagine how strong this little devil's physical body was. As for Feng Xing, he shook his arms and kicked his legs as if he was stretching his muscles. Then, he sneered and suddenly swooped down. Damn Baldy, if I don't chop off your bald head today, I will change my surname to yours. As he shouted, the huge sword slashed down. The sword will was like a river, the sword chi was like the sea, and the ferocity was like the sky. After being ambushed by Zhou Xianxia, he was really angry. All the power in his body exploded, and he swung his sword. Boom! The huge black sword attacked as if it could split the sky and the earth. The strong wind caused Zhou Xianxia to lose his balance. His expression changed, and he roared in despair. The iron lotus under his feet flew up and formed an iron lotus array in front of him. It was like a battlefield, standing between him and Feng Xing. However, everywhere Feng Xing's black sword passed, the iron lotus flowers exploded. The sword was like a demon, and it directly cut off the bald man's head. Pfft! Feng Xing's figure flashed past like a ray of dark light. With a sweep of the giant black sword in his hand, a large head flew into the sky. The surrounding demons were captivated and could not believe their eyes. The cultivator from the divine continent, who was chosen as the emissary of the divine continent, was an outstanding disciple who came to the demon land to receive the geniuses and Taoists of the demon lineage. But at this moment, his head was sliced off by the little devil. For a moment, the demons felt as if their hearts were gripped by a devil's claw. Some kept rubbing their eyes, some were so frightened that they retreated in the air, and some even let out meaningless cries. How dare he behead a cultivator from the divine continent? In fear, some people turned to look at the leader of the divine continent cultivators, senior brother He. At this moment, his expression was the same as usual, without a hint of panic. Even Li Hongyi, who was dressed in a big red robe, had a normal expression at this moment. There was not the slightest hint of surprise on his face. He only slightly squinted his eyes and looked at the talisman between senior brother He's slender fingers. This talisman had already been taken out and injected with spiritual power when Fangxing attacked the bald man with his sword. When the bald man's head was beheaded, the talisman had already dimmed and disappeared by half. Chi. As the bald man's head flew, the talisman completely disappeared from his fingers. When Fangxing cut off the bald man's head with his sword, he did not have the slightest sense of accomplishment. Instead, his eyes turned cold. Swoosh! His gaze swept around fiercely. He didn't care about the bald man's head that flew into the air and his body that was slowly falling to the ground. At this moment, the head and the headless body were fading and thinning. Then, they turned into a talisman that was split into two. It looked like he had beheaded the bald man, but in fact, he had only cut off a substitute talisman. It was also at this time that the bald man's figure appeared behind senior brother He. He cut an extremely sorry figure. His Taoist robe was tattered and messy, and he was holding an iron blade in both hands. However, one of the blades was extremely dilapidated, and there were many iron holes in it. The other blade was broken from the hilt. These two divine tools that had been forged in the Earth Flame Palace for 81 days, the Iron Lotus, had been destroyed. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. When he appeared, he immediately shouted, "How dare he? How dare he? How could he dare to kill me? How can he kill me? How could such a village cultivator possess such domineering strength?" Zhou Xianxia of the Divine Continent, after a series of roars, was already covered in cold sweat and his face was distorted. This was because he understood that he was in a very dangerous situation just now. If senior brother He hadn't predicted the enemy's move and didn't hesitate to sacrifice the Yuan family's blood transformation divine talisman to replace him under the little devil's blade, his head would have been cut off by now. This feeling of stepping on the edge of death made him feel both fear and anger. I said, it's not a good idea to test his strength. Li Hongyi, who was wearing a big red robe, glanced at the bald man with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He said softly, "What's more, you were not testing him just now. You really wanted to kill him. So, what's wrong with him killing you?" Zhou Xianxia glared hatefully at the red-clothed lady. He was momentarily speechless. Before this, he had always relied on his status and did not place Fangxing in his eyes. Moreover, when he had been sent flying by Fangxing's 3 strikes, he had also felt extremely humiliated. That was why he had disregarded everything and activated the Great Dream 9 strikes with all his might. Moreover, he had used the first strike from behind when Fangxing was least expecting it. This caused his 9 strikes to have a slight sneak attack. It could be said that he did not think that this person could survive his strikes. Previously, when senior brother Crane had asked him to test him, he had only asked him to test out his 9 blades. Moreover, the intention was to see if senior brother Crane could withstand his blade intent in a head-on battle. He did not really want senior brother Crane to activate the power of the 9 blades to kill him. However, at that time, senior brother Crane had been enraged and could not care so much. He had directly used the dream of the 9 blades with the intention to kill. Even senior brother He had sensed his thoughts, but he didn't stop him. However, he had never expected that the man would still be alive after he had slashed out 9 times with his saber. Not only did he not die, but he became even more ferocious. Although the clothes on his body were tattered and there were countless wounds on his body, making him look extremely haggard and miserable, the oppressive ominous aura on his body could not be faked. It was as if the ominous aura was attached to the sword and fiercely slashed towards him. He had already taken out the iron lotus flower that his master had given him to protect his life. However, it was still unable to defend against that sword. The petals exploded like fireworks. If it wasn't for senior brother wouldn't he have really died? Although he knew that Li Hongyu was right, he still felt indignant. I can kill you, but how can you kill me? How dare you kill me? B*****, I will kill you. Before Zhou Xianxia could finish this thought, a loud roar rang out and the little devil rushed towards him again. That little devil had not killed him once, and now that he was not dead, he wanted to kill him a second time. Chi. The sword was like smoke, accompanied by a sea of fire, and it directly slashed towards Zhou Xianxia's neck. Boom! The murderous aura that rushed towards him made Zhou Xianxia lose all his courage. Under the shroud of the little devil's murderous aura, he even felt that he was looking at a three-headed and six-armed devil. Senior brother save me. At this moment, Zhou Xianxia lost all confidence in taking the attack head-on. With a loud roar, he hid behind senior brother Boom! There was no need for him to shout. Senior brother had already moved. This young man, but his seniority was frighteningly high, and he was the leader of the divine prefecture messengers with unfathomable strength. When he saw Fang Xing rushing in this direction, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He dusted off his robe and stood up gently. His green robe billowed in the wind. Standing in front of Fang Xing, he raised his hands and cupped his fists. Fellow cultivator Fang, listen to me. His two big sleeves fluttered as he cupped his fists, triggering a vast chi dynamic. It was as if the endless power in the void on both sides was drawn by him and gathered in the middle, forming a void power that covered half the sky. It collided with the sea of fire that accompanied Fang Xing. The endless power was annihilated and disappeared like the spring wind and rain. Huh? Seeing this person blocking his way, Fang Xing stopped in midair and waved his big sword. Little bastard, go away, I will kill this baldy first. Little bastard? Hearing this form of address, many people felt speechless. The leader of the divine prefecture messengers, Pure Young senior brother was actually called a little bastard by this guy. He looked young, but his seniority and cultivation were frighteningly high, okay? When senior brother heard this, he wasn't angry. He smiled and said softly, I know you have grievances in your heart, but you can disperse them now. Senior brother Zhou didn't really want to covet your good fortune, and he doesn't have any enmity with you. His attack this time was a test that I specially set for you. Now that you have passed the test, and your performance is even better than I expected, this enmity can be resolved. Fang Xing, who was in the air, was slightly stunned. You arranged for me to be tested? Senior brother nodded gently and said, although I have been cultivating in the divine prefecture, I have also heard of your name in Nanzhan. Since I have met you, I naturally can't miss out on your good fortune. Previously, I tested you just to see if you match up to the rumors. Now that I have seen your skills, I am willing to give you a pure Yan Dao token and guide you to the divine prefecture to cultivate. I wonder if you, boom, senior brother voice was extremely light, but it spread through the void. Everyone felt as if he was speaking beside their ears. Without a doubt, this person deliberately transmitted his voice to the public, letting everyone know his attitude. He actually wanted to protect this bastard. Now that Fang Xing had obtained countless good fortunes in the Demon the Arch Pavilion, he had formed a blood feud with the Taoists of various lineages, and it had almost become a situation where one side would not rest until the other was dead. Facing this person's terrifying strength, the demons already had a feeling that they were willing but powerless. They originally hoped that senior brother or the little dragon king would take down this bastard, but they did not expect that senior brother would actually open his mouth to protect him. The demons who were unwilling all showed resentment on their faces, but for a moment, no one dared to speak. Of course, there were also many people who secretly rejoiced in their hearts. In any case, if this senior brother wanted to resolve this grudge, it was good that this little bastard would be too embarrassed to attack us. With all these thoughts in mind, the void was silent. Everyone looked at the sky, not knowing what the little bastard's attitude was. At this moment, Fang Xing also had a strange expression on his face. He looked at senior brother up and down, and looked back and forth 3 times. After 3 times, he seemed to be in disbelief and pointed at his nose, asking again, Are you testing me? Senior brother smiled faintly and said, You have passed. Fang Xing shook his head and suddenly looked at senior brother He arrogantly. Who do you think you are? You dare to test me? Boom. Fang Xing immediately unsheathed his sword. The huge black sword was like a bolt of black lightning as it slashed towards senior brother He. Senior brother He did not expect this, but his cultivation was extraordinary. Seeing the sword coming at him so quickly, he raised his hands like lightning and pinched a seal in front of his chest. Pure yang fire will appeared around his body, like dozens of fire dragons circling around him. Fang Xing's sword struck the dragon's body, but it was blocked by the fire will in the air, and the giant sword could not fall for a while. Impudent! He shouted, and there was some dissatisfaction between his brows. With his status, it was rare for him to personally help Fang Xing resolve his grievances, take the initiative to seek peace, and even want to protect him. To put it bluntly, there were many Taoists in the demon lineage, but how many people were worthy of his help, but never had he imagined that his good intentions would actually be met with this bastard's malicious intent. But Fang Xing laughed fiercely and shouted, If I pass the test, you will give me a chance to follow you. If I don't pass the test, then I will die in vain, right? F*CKU, who do you think you are? With a backhand slash, he had already used all kinds of elixir techniques. Now, I will test you to see if you have the qualifications to follow me. Chi, another sword slashed out, and he had already activated the fire will in his core. The sword light swept across, and a sea of fire was added to the sword will and scorching fire poison. Fighting fire with fire, senior brother He showed an amazing fire will, which was far superior to the fire will of Fox Fairy's fox core. It was also the fire will that enveloped the void and locked the space, so that Fang Xing's sword could not cut down. And in the face of this move, Fang Xing also used the fire will that was transformed from the Samadhi true fire in his core. Fighting fire with fire, he broke the void that he had locked, and slashed with his sword. This kid's fire will is so strong? A hint of surprise flashed between senior brother He's brows. All along, when they saw Fang Xing, they admired his physical body. The toughness of this little devil's physical body had reached an unimaginable level. Not to mention the fact that he had used his physical body and sword to defeat the combined forces of Fox Fairy, the Taoist of Mount Wuing, and the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake. Just the fact that he was able to take 9 strikes from Zhou Xianxia without dying, and that he was able to get up and fight again without losing his power was already very rare. With this physical body, it was enough for him to obtain a place in the Divine Land sections. However, no matter how strong his physical body was, it was already an established fact that this child's Dan rank was not high. Anyone could see that he only had one Dan creation method, and that Dan creation method only had a faint fire will. It did not seem to be an extraordinary Dan creation method. With this kind of Dan creation method, not to mention that it would not have a strong power, his future achievements would be even more limited. To be able to cultivate to the late gold core realm was already a gift from the heavens. This view was actually one of the reasons why senior brother He of the Divine Land, although he respected Fang Xing, he did not think too much of him. He respected Fang Xing because of what he had done before, but after all, his future was hindered and his achievements were not great. Because of this thought, he would let Zhou Xianxia test Fang Xing's strength. After all, the Divine Land sects did not accept trash. However, all these thoughts were swept away by the fire will displayed by Fang Xing at this moment. However, as Fang Xing wielded his sword, the fiery will in his body soared and exploded, attaching itself to the sword light. As the huge black sword slashed out, the body of the sword was already attached to the shockingly powerful fiery will. Wherever the figure passed, the void turned into a sea of fire. It was like a flame cloak that extended hundreds of feet, long behind him, covering the void, and like a sea of fire that rolled back, leaning towards senior brother He. Chi! 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 A chilling sound rang out. The sea of fire against the will of fire, and the will of fire devoured the will of fire. The will of fire unleashed by the two men actually produced the effect of annihilation after they collided. They collided continuously and then disappeared, leaving behind only the astonishing power of collapsing space around them. It swept out in all directions like a whirlwind. Other than Zhu Daozi, no one else could come within 1,000 feet of them. Rumble, the two fire will were annihilated, and the void in front of senior brother He had already broken apart. Even Feng Xing's fire will had the upper hand. There was a fire python that followed Feng Xing's black giant sword and directly chopped down on senior brother He's head, its power invincible. I have locked my essence for 3 lifetimes and cultivated for 300 years to refine the purest pure young fire will, but I can't take down this boy. Senior brother He was also shocked, almost did not dare to believe the scene before him. He thought that the pure yang fire will that he cultivated was ranked in the top 3 among all the major sects in the divine prefecture. Looking at the other 3 regions, except for the demon ghost evil fire of the Huangfu family and the extreme demon fire of the devil land, there was no one who could rival it. He did not expect to lose today. Of course, if he knew that Feng Xing's fire will was formed from the Samadhi true fire, he would not think so. I'll take you down first and teach you how to be a man. Senior brother He furrowed his brows tightly when he saw Feng Xing's sword slash over. He was already a little annoyed. Boom. He formed a seal with one hand and stood in front of his chest, while the other hand transformed into a palm and pressed down on Feng Xing. In front of him, as he formed a seal, a towering mountain that seemed to stretch for thousands of miles appeared, standing between him and Feng Xing, blocking Feng Xing's unstoppable sword. At this moment, the palm that he stretched out turned into a big golden hand. It was 100 feet in size, and its whole body seemed to be cast from pure gold. The palm was like a palace, and the fingers were like golden pillars, forcibly pressing down on Feng Xing. That was not all. When he struck out these 2 styles, his tongue was like a lotus flower, and he spat out a word, imprison. As he said this, a bolt of green lightning shot out from his lips like a slithering snake. In an instant, it traveled thousands of meters and silently wound its way to Feng Xing's back. After that, it suddenly turned into a green lightning net. It was like a prison formed from green lightning, directly locking down the space around Feng Xing, making it impossible for him to escape. It was even to the extent that he couldn't shift, and he could only obediently be suppressed by himself. Mountain, metal, thunder, that senior brother from the divine prefecture actually controlled 3 Dharma essences at the same time, plus the fire will just now. Could it be that he has formed 4 Dharma essences? Do the cultivators of the divine prefecture really have such power? When the surrounding demon cultivators saw this scene, each and every one of them seemed to be struck by lightning, and their minds were agitated. Witnessing Zhou Xianjua's saber will already made them feel endless pressure, but now that they saw senior brother He's 4 Dharma essences, they felt despair. Only Li Hongyi looked at the scene in front of him with a cold gaze. Senior brother He has formed 5 Dharma essences. At this moment, other than the wood will that protects the physical body, the other 4 Dharma essences have been used. I wonder if this little devil can resist it. Hey, are you trying to show off your power to me? In the sky, other than the young dragon king of the Sea of Azure Waves who was stunned by senior brother He's attack, Feng Xing, who was trapped in the field, was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt more and more refreshed as the battle went on. With a loud roar, the black giant sword pointed up diagonally. It did not slash at the mountain guarding seal that senior brother He had formed, but triggered the remaining fire will to soar into the sky and pointed at the giant golden hand that covered the sky and earth. At the same time, he also formed a seal with his left hand and pointed at the void. At the point where the seal and the void met, a circle of ripples spread out like water, and then a torrential water will gathered and manifested into a huge wave. In half a breath, it became a lake, in 1 breath, it became a sea, in 3 breaths, it became a vast ocean, tumbling and rolling as if the Milky Way of time was overturned, directly rushing towards senior brother He. It was the water will of the dragon pearl of the Sea of Azure Waves. After that, he opened his mouth and shouted at senior brother He, imprison your grandpa. As he cursed, a purple lightning was spat out and turned into a thunder python, flying around his body to resist the green lightning. This bolt of lightning was shockingly the will of thunder that was transformed from the selected lightning liquid. Water, fire, thunder, there were 3 techniques. For a moment, the air was full of turbulence. Water, fire, thunder, and lightning suddenly appeared. It was already a mess, almost like the end of the world. And the surrounding demons, including Li Hongyi, young dragon king of the Sea of Azure Waves, senior brother He, and the others, were all stunned. Who said that this little devil's physical body was strong but the quality of the elixir was poor? It was obviously the 3 techniques of elixir formation. Previously, this little devil's performance was already so terrifying, but it seemed that he was still hiding his strength. Ha 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 ha, fighting with you alone is not satisfying enough, you bunch of bastards, come at me too. That was not all. When the little devil used the 3 techniques to resist senior brother He's 3 techniques, in the midst of his laughter, he suddenly took 3 steps in the air. Every step he took, there was the illusion of a huge mountain, majestic, and terrifying, then fiercely crashed into the surrounding people, such as Fox Fairy, Purple Mist Lake Daoist, Shadowless Mountain Daoist, Taisher Chi Zhou Xianxia, and the others. This little bastard actually wanted to fight all 6 of them at the same time. Is he crazy? The surrounding demons were so frightened that their legs were trembling. This little devil had also displayed the 4th skill, which meant that he had also formed the 4th skill. Compared to senior brother He, who had formed the 4th skill, he was not the slightest bit inferior. But what was even more frightening was that in the midst of a fierce battle with senior brother He still dared to provoke the others. Was he too arrogant or too crazy? Did he not put the demons in his eyes at all? Cousin, what is he trying to do? Wu Sang'er was so nervous that she stuttered. She turned her head and tightly grabbed the wings of the great golden crow. However, when she turned her head, she saw the great golden crow slapping her head fiercely, and said regretfully, Motherf *cur, for techniques of elixir formation, this little bastard must have obtained a great creation in that damn place, and it is even greater than what he told me. What was I hesitating for? I should have followed him in. At this time, Fangxing had completely turned the void within 100 miles of the demon palace into a land of chaos. The strength displayed by this little devil had already made the demons tremble. He wielded the giant sword, manipulated the 4 arts of fire, thunder, water, and mountain, and actually fought against the 7 people, including senior brother He of the Divine Land, Baldi Zhou Xianxia, Fox Fairy Concubine, Daoist of Mount Wuing, Daoist of Purple Mist Lake, Taisher Chi and Snake Queen Concubine. That was not all. The key point was that he actually managed to resist, and the more he fought, the more ferocious he became. If someone told them that a junior had such terrifying strength, the demons would definitely not believe it. But now that they had seen it with their own eyes and experienced it personally, they had no choice but to believe it. They already felt that their pride had been overturned. For 3,000 years, the demon race was suppressed in the northern demon land to flourish and develop. Nanzhan was guarded by the Huangfu family and Lingshan temple, so few of them dared to go there. The devil land was across the sea, so they could not go there. As for the divine land, they dared not go there. The only contact they had with the outside world was the Wing Prefecture, where the Demon Chasing League was located. This also led to them using the Demon Chasing League as a reference for strength. Generally speaking, being able to gain an advantage against the Demon Chasing League meant that one's strength was already very shocking. Zhu Daozi also compared his own strength with the juniors of the Demon Chasing League and boasted that he was invincible among the juniors. Previously, he respected the Divine Land Messengers and the young Dragon King of the Sea because of the great forces behind them, not themselves. He thought that even if they were strong, they were only slightly stronger than him. But at this moment, they deeply realized that they were really thinking too much. As soon as Zhou Xianxia, the successor of the Great Dream Blade, made them gasp. And when senior brother He displayed the magical power of the 4 elixir laws, it almost made them feel despair. However, when the little devil revealed his ferocity, they realized that there was a huge gap between them and those at the peak of their generation. Not to mention his strength, just his courage to fight against 7 people at once. How many people could match him? However, this coldness that emerged from their hearts also turned into killing intent at this moment. After all, this little demon was too powerful. If they did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill him, they would not even know how they died when he turned around. Moreover, this little bastard who was so shockingly powerful at such a young age also caused deep jealousy to rise in their hearts. Why do you have such terrifying strength at such a young age? Why should the Tao child of my bloodline, who is high and mighty, lose to you? Hatred, fear, and jealousy formed a monstrous killing intent. Especially since this little bastard was courting death by dragging them into the battle, he deserved to be killed even more. Originally, with their status, they really did not dare to intervene in the battle between this little bastard and senior brother He. At this moment, among all the demons present, no one was able to maintain their composure, regardless of whether they were able to make a move or not. The Zhonglan Little Dragon King was one of them. The Great Sage Mountain's Taoist Kong Konger, who was squatting on the meteorite and holding the aqua and fire cudgel tightly. The more he watched, the more excited he became. As for the others, even the Great Golden Crow and Little Pun King, they were already panicking. Do you need help? The Little Pun King held the golden halberd in his hand tightly, almost unable to restrain himself from stepping forward to fight. Wu Sang'er also said anxiously, he is obviously not as agile as before. Why did he provoke so many strong enemies? Is he crazy? The Great Golden Crow could not answer. At this moment, he was also dazzled and speechless. Although he was usually bullied by this bastard, he only felt that this bastard was at most a little stronger than him. Who would have thought that this bastard would have such ferocious power? It seemed that he could not even hope to catch up with him with just his physical body. Unless he took out the mysterious domain sword embryo that had been nourished in his body for 4 years, there would be some hope. Wait a little longer. This little bastard is definitely not someone who likes to fight head-on with others. Motherf *Ker, he has always thought that only bastards who do not take advantage of others when there is an opportunity. This time, he actually provoked the opponent first, and even took off his magic weapon, warning us not to help. He must have his reasons. Hold back for now, don't make a move, and wait and see. Also, based on my understanding of him, you can rest assured that if he is in danger, he will definitely open his mouth to ask for help. This bastard is not ashamed at all. The Great Golden Crow's words seemed to be said to Wu Sang'er, but also seemed to be explaining it to himself. Gorilla of the Great Sage Mountain, didn't you say that you would help me? Does that still count? At this moment, Fong Xing, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly shouted. Vicious Ape, who was sitting on a meteorite not far away, grinned, clenched the water and fire cudgel beside him, and said in a deep voice, Yes, who do you want to kill? Hearing this, the Great Golden Crow and the others were slightly stunned, and immediately prepared to attack. They thought that this little bastard finally could not resist and was about to open his mouth to ask for help. They had long been unable to restrain themselves, and were ready to rush in and kill. Although Little Peng's cultivation was at the foundation establishment stage, he had already thrown caution to the wind, and his eyes were shining. The Great Golden Crow was also ready to take out the sword embryo that he had nourished for 4 years. But at this moment, Fong Xing, who was in the battlefield, laughed and shouted, Come, fight with me. Everyone was stunned, and almost thought that they had heard wrong. Even Kong Konger, who was next to him, was stunned. After a while, he said in surprise, Are you crazy? Fong Xing, who was in the battlefield, kicked away Taisher Chi-er's ancient sword Golden House, turned his head and shouted, Crazy your ass, do you dare to fight? Kong Konger of the Great Sage Mountain was stunned for a while, and then a smile appeared on his monkey face, Interesting, then I will help you. Boom. As he spoke, he actually rushed up and smashed his cudgel down. There was nothing special about this cudgel, except that it was powerful and fierce. When the cudgel smashed down, even the void collapsed, and the scattered fragments of the void caused the Taoist of Mount Wuing and the Fox Fairy to slide dozens of feet away from where the cudgel landed, and the place where Fong Xing was turned into a realm of nothingness. The power of the cudgel was comparable to the strength of the body that Fong Xing had displayed just now. It seems that there are still some extraordinary figures in the demon land. This gorilla is one of them. Li Hongyi, who had been watching quietly from the side, smiled, and then looked at the Little Pun King, and said to himself, This Great Pun Bird's foundation is really solid. If one day he forms his gold core, I'm afraid he can also be one of them. When he glanced at the Great Golden Crow, he was slightly stunned, and felt that he could not see through him. But, as the number one of the younger generation in our Nanzhan, what are you planning? Finally, she looked at Fong Xing, who was fighting fiercely, and showed deep confusion. Is he crazy? Why did he provoke the Taoist of the Great Sage Mountain? He could have been a helper. After all, Wu Sang'er was just a little crow in the foundation establishment realm, and she was also a timid female. At this moment, she was about to cry. I think, he is really crazy. This time, even the Little Pun King could not help but speak with a trembling voice, and he was extremely shocked. It can't be. What is this little bastard trying to do? Only the Great Golden Crow and Wu Yidian were still rational. One stared at the battlefield with his round eyes, and the other squatted by the side of the spiritual boat and stared at the Dharma treasures inside, guarding his own fortune loyally. Little Dragon King, in the chaotic battlefield, Fang Xing's voice suddenly sounded again. At this moment, among the demons, the young Dragon King of the Kanglan Sea, Ao Bai, who had not made a move all this while, was looking coldly at the water magic that Fang Xing displayed. No one knew what he was thinking. Moreover, he felt that there was no other possibility of this matter, so he did not intend to make a move. However, when he suddenly heard the guy who was bound to lose actually call out his name, he immediately frowned. Swoosh! He looked over, wanting to hear what this person had to say. Do you believe that I slept with your elder sister? The second half of Fang Xing's words stunned all the demons who heard it. Is he cursing us? Is he cursing Jiu Longzi of the Kanglan Sea? This should be courting death, right? And when Little Dragon King Ao Bai heard these words, he was also stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes revealed an ominous glint, and his murderous aura overflowed. Boom, he stood up, bringing with him an ominous aura. The cloak behind him fluttered, and rolled into a cloud in the air. The ominous aura on his body almost made the surrounding temperature seem to have entered a cold winter. Even Kanglan Hai's followers beside him hurriedly retreated more than 10 feet, making a circle. Are you courting death? The murderous intent shot out from the Little Dragon King's eyes, and his voice sounded as if it was scooped out from an ice cave. Cultivators, no matter if they were humans, demons, ghosts, or dragons, all of them wanted face. They especially couldn't stand such insults. Fang Xing even used such vulgar words to speak to someone with the status of the Little Dragon King. To a certain extent, he was courting death. However, Fang Xing added, I really slept with your elder sister. Boom, anger exploded in the heart of the Little Dragon King, Ao Bai, and he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He waved his hand, and a sapphire blue spear covered with stars appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Fang Xing, who was fighting fiercely in the void. Although he didn't really make a move, the murderous intent on the spear made everyone who was blocking this line feel frightened. They subconsciously wanted to dodge, as if a disaster would befall them at any time. All of you back off, let me take this guy's head. The Little Dragon King, Ao Bai, stepped into the void, and the sapphire blue spear was already wrapped with spiritual power. Although he was furious, he still didn't want to fight with the crowd. He wanted to drive away the demons and fight this guy alone. Hey, your brain must have been kicked by a donkey. I really King slept with your elder sister, Fang Xing angrily replied again. The Little Dragon King couldn't hold it anymore and directly stabbed out with his spear. I don't care if I join hands with others or not, I'll stab this bastard to death first, he is indeed crazy. The Great Golden Crow, who was watching, saw Wu Sanger looking at him and directly made a judgment. Fang Xing was really crazy. If he wasn't crazy, who would dare to do what he did? In the hearts of all the demons, they were very sure of this question because they couldn't imagine what kind of monster dared to challenge Fox Ferry, Purple Mist Lake, Shadowless Mountain, Taisher Clan's Taisher Idiot, Blackwood Ridge Clan's Snake Queen, Great Sage Mountains Daoist Kong Kong Divine Continent's Cultivator Zhou Xianxia, and Pure Yang Daoist Senior Brother He. Finally, he even dragged the fierce god of Blue Wave Sea, Little Dragon King Ao Bai. Originally, Little Dragon King didn't want to make a move because of his identity, but he didn't want to attack this human bastard together with others. But that guy was really courting death, saying I slept with your sister and no, your sister slept with me. In the face of such humiliation, even the mortals in the world couldn't stand it, let alone Little Dragon King of Blue Wave Sea who was feared by everyone. And because of this, a battle that was hard to come by in 1,000 years began in this demon sovereign pavilion. 1 against 9, a battle that was courting death, boom boom boom. At this time, Fang Xing didn't hold back at all. Not only did he push his physical strength to the extreme, he was like a demon god rushing left and right, slashing, punching, kicking, and headbutting. Even the fire intent in his core was not held back. The thunder intent of the thunder liquid of creation, the fire intent of the true Samadhi fire, the water intent of the dragon pearl of Blue Wave Sea, and the mountain intent of the mountain treasure were all displayed. The battlefield actually showed a state of apocalypse. The combat power he displayed was rising steadily, and it had already shocked Senior Brother He and Little Dragon King. At first, They thought that he was just an inferior golden core initial stage pill, and no one took him seriously. But after a battle, they found that his physical body was tyrannical, and his sword intent was sharp. He was not inferior to a Daoist, and he had a chance of winning. Later, they found that his battle techniques were strange, and his spells were divine. He used the yin-yang millstone, and he displayed a ferocious power that surpassed a Daoist. Later, after he defeated Taisher Idiot and Zhou Xianxia, the demons suddenly realized that his potential had not been fully unleashed yet. He actually had an undying body, a body full of supernatural powers, and the vigor of a green-skinned hooligan. When he pestered them, his strength could only be described as terrifying, but at this moment, even Senior Brother Crane and Little Dragon King of the Sea of Azure Billows had joined the battle. Only then did the demons realize that this bastard actually still had all kinds of supernatural powers that he had yet to use. How was it a Dan of one technique? It was clearly a Dan of 4 techniques. The fire will in that Dan was not inferior to Senior Brother Crane's pure young fire will. The water will was not inferior to Little Dragon King's Azure Billows water technique. In addition to the thunder will and mountain will, they were all top-notch quality. With so much power gathered in one body, was he the monster, or was this human bastard the monster? However, even so, Fangxing was still surrounded by perils. In reality, he had almost reached his limit when he fought against the 5 of them. If the 9 of them attacked together, he would be in grave danger. What's more, among the people besieging him, there were ruthless characters like Senior Brother Crane and Little Dragon King. These 2 people already had the ability to fight one-on-one with him, but at this moment, they attacked while besieging him. How terrifying was that? Wha? Fox, you used a sword to stab my butt, I will remember you, F***ck, damn monkey, do you want to die? You dare to hit me with the fire and water stick? Damn it, damn Baldy, don't run, just slash me once and run away, bookworm, I've finally caught you, F***ck your grandfather's Little Dragon King, you dare to save people from my hands. I will F***ck your sister. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the little bandit's screams could be heard from time to time. He was besieged, and the greater the pressure, the more energetic he became when he scolded. Although it sounded absurd, the surrounding Great Golden Crow and the others were already filled with nervousness. They knew that he had already suffered several serious injuries. There were several times when they couldn't help but want to help him, but they knew that this situation was deliberately created by the little bandit, so they endured it. Little bandit, what are you thinking? What kind of ghost Dao tactics did Uncle Jen teach you? Are you sure it's not a technique to seek death? The Great Golden Crow couldn't help but mumble to himself. He almost couldn't bear to look at Fangxing, who was besieged. If we don't save him, he will die. Li Hongyi, who was dressed in a bright red dress, came to the side of the Great Golden Crow and said coldly. He didn't ask for our help. The Great Golden Crow tilted his head and looked at the lady in red. Although he didn't know her, he still replied. If he doesn't ask, are you going to watch him die? Li Hongyi seemed to be a little angry and asked coldly. The Great Golden Crow was stunned for a moment and said in a low voice, if he needs help, he won't hesitate to ask me. Li Hongyi was silent for a moment. In fact, she could tell that Fangxing's battle seemed to have a deeper meaning behind it. She even vaguely understood that he wanted to walk the legendary path of cultivating his mind through battle. This was the most popular method in the Devil's Lands. Constantly fighting, tempering oneself, or dying in battle. If one could survive, one's battle prowess would naturally rise along with the tide, and one would be able to snatch opportunities from others. However, in her opinion, Fangxing's attempt to cultivate his mind through battle was probably a failure. Even if he really learned something from this battle, what use would it be? Right now, he was already surrounded and was about to die. Even if he learned something, there was no time to understand it. As a cultivator from Nanzhan, he can't die here. There are still things for him to do in the Divine Land. Li Hongyi looked at the Great Golden Crow again and mumbled to herself. Suddenly, she made up her mind. If you won't save him, I will. Whoosh! She reached out and tore off the silk handkerchief that was tied up her hair. She held it in the air and looked at the domineering battlefield. She was about to make a move. Seeing this, the Great Golden Crow made up his mind. He spat in the air and said hatefully, I don't care. Mother asterisk cur, do it. After enduring for so long, he really could not endure it anymore. However, Fangxing had warned him several times not to help, so he forced himself to endure it. However, now that he was reminded by Li Hongyi, he realized that he could not just follow whatever the little bandit said. That bastard was not very reliable. What if he failed to take this extremely dangerous path? Little B asterisk starred, even now, you still don't know your mistake? On the battlefield, the huge black sword in Fangxing's hand had been knocked out of his hand. It stabbed into a meteorite in the distance. The bald divine continent cultivator, Xianxia, had a hint of a smile between his eyebrows. He waved the remaining iron saber in his hand, unleashing a murderous aura as he shouted, quickly kneel down and admit your mistake to senior brother He, and perhaps we will spare your life. At this moment, Fangxing was almost unrecognizable. His entire body was covered in blood and scars, and his waist had suffered a saber strike that had almost slashed him into two. He'd relied on his spirit energy and the formidable recovery ability of his body to forcefully join the two halves of his body together, whereas on his left shoulder, there was a large expanse of charred marks that had practically exposed his black bones. His entire body was in an extremely miserable state, and even the spirit energy around his body had dimmed down. After the huge black sword in his hand was knocked out of his hand, he was in a state where he was fighting the enemy with his bare hands. He looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. All the demons were certain that this man would be killed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xianxia, on the other hand, was angry because he was defeated by Fangxing. So, he deliberately raised this sentence at this moment. When the demons who were besieging Fangxing heard this, their hearts trembled. They looked at senior brother He with torch-like eyes. They all knew that senior brother He had the thought of protecting Fangxing just now. It was because this B asterisk starred was courting death that he ended up like this. But at this moment, who still wanted this little B asterisk starred to live? After all, they had already formed a deep hatred. If he survived, what would happen to them in the future? Therefore, at this moment, if senior brother He dared to protect him, it would be tantamount to becoming the enemy of all the demons. Especially the Kanglan Sea's little dragon king. He even lazily put away the spear in his hand and said coldly, "This man used filthy words and insulted me several times. I must take his life. I don't care who you are. Whoever dares to stop me will be my enemy." All the demons were afraid of the identity of the divine land cultivator. As the ninth prince of the Kanglan Sea, he did not care about it. And senior brother He was not a fool. He felt the intention of the demons, and a trace of coldness slowly rose on his face. After a moment of silence, he finally said in a cold voice, "I originally pitied you for having cultivated so hard, so I planned to help you. Unfortunately, you were too arrogant and I really couldn't help you. There was nothing I could do. Today, you will die here and beg for forgiveness from the Taoists of the demon race." This sentence was undoubtedly equivalent to a death sentence for Fangxing, and the hearts of all the demons calmed down. "Beg my ass, why don't you beg for forgiveness for me?" Although Fangxing was severely injured, he laughed. Seeing that the demons who were besieging him relaxed a little because of the shock, he actually took the opportunity to draw a circle with his hands and cast a spell again. He attracted water and fire, sweeping in all directions. Zhou Xianxia laughed and shouted, "You are the one who asked for death. Who can save you?" Swoosh! Out of the two black iron machetes, only one was left. It drew a crescent arc and slashed towards Fangxing. "Kill him, lest the night is fraught with trouble." The surrounding demons shouted one after another, especially Fox Fairy, Shadowless Mountain Daoist, Purple Mist Lake Daoist, Taisher Chi Snake Queen, and others who did not want Fangxing to live. They attacked almost at the same time like a misty rain. They did not hold back at all and covered Fangxing, who was in the field. Although this little bastard is fierce, he is after all an arrow at the end of its flight. This battle is about to end. At this moment, only senior brother He, Little Dragon King, and Kong had yet to make a move. The first two were acting with dignity, whereas Kong had been staring at Fangxing all along. She thought that she would receive Fangxing's cry for help. As long as that bastard said a word, with Konger's guts, she would dare to go against all the demons and rescue him. However, Fangxing, who looked like he could not hold on any longer, actually did not cry for help, boom, spells, treasures, and other attacks that were like smoke and clouds shrouded Fangxing, as if it was a law of certain death. Boom, Fangxing forcefully withstood this wave of attacks, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He can still hold on, again. Someone shouted again. Spells and treasures interweaved into a net again and fell down from the sky. Boom, Fangxing withstood it again, and his body fell like a paper kite, as if he could not even stand stably. Haha, I will take this little devil's life. Be careful, don't destroy his divine soul. Yes, 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 we still need to force him to tell us the whereabouts of the mystic domain's fortune. All the demons were overjoyed. They rushed forward one after another and attacked with all kinds of spells, covering the falling Fangxing. Not far away, Li Hongyi and the Great Golden Crow, who were ready to make a move, were shocked. They had already been stopped by Senior Brother He and Little Dragon King. Fangxing seemed to have no chance of survival. Under the overwhelming attacks, it was impossible for him to survive. His last chance of survival was extinguished. It was also like a 1,000-pound weight had finally reached the moment when the last strand of thread snapped. In the midst of countless spells and divine lights, a long and slow chant suddenly sounded. Your swords and sabers are like a furnace, help me to comprehend the great Tao technique. If you help me to comprehend the great Tao, I will kill you like mowing grass. As Fangxing chanted, a murderous aura appeared out of thin air and instantly filled the surrounding space of 1,000 feet. It was also at this moment that the divine light and magic treasures that covered the sky and shot towards Fangxing seemed to be affected by some kind of power. They suddenly stopped in the air for a breath of time. At the same time, an extremely heart-palpitating feeling emerged in the hearts of all the demons. It was a feeling of danger, just like the feeling they had when they had not stepped onto the path of cultivation and faced their natural enemy. With your whetstones, I've finally helped me understand that damned, killing technique. Fangxing's voice came from below, with a trace of exhaustion, but more of a secret joy. Under this layer of attack that was like a curtain, one could vaguely see that he was already sitting cross-legged in the void. Beside him, various kinds of power, accompanied by the manifestation of cryptic scriptures, surged out from his body and turned into rays of divine light. They intertwined and slowly formed the shape of a cocoon, enveloping Fangxing's entire body. At this moment, Fangxing could no longer be seen, only the thunder-like sound of his heartbeat could be heard from within the cocoon. What is he doing? Is he trying to use our murderous aura to gain enlightenment? Someone cried out in a trembling voice. He was a little flustered by this strange scene. Using battle to cultivate one's heart was not a rare technique. Even though the demons had not seen it before, they had heard of it, because it was the most common technique in the Devil's Land. The demonic seed's favorite method was to continuously fight and kill others. They believed that this was the fastest way to grow, and in reality, they had indeed used this method to grow many heroes, each of them with a strong murderous aura. However, seeing this strange scene with their own eyes, the demons were still somewhat flustered. More than that, there was hatred and fear in their hearts. He dares to use us to gain enlightenment? He's courting death. It was also at this moment that the hearts of the demons were filled with shock. However, two loud shouts rang out. They were none other than Young Dragon King of the Sea of Azure Billows and Senior Brother Young He of the Pure Tao sect from the Divine Continent. Their expressions had already become a little twisted after they had effortlessly blocked Li Hongyi and Young Dragon King's rescue. Anger was almost gushing out from their eyes. At this moment, the other demon cultivators were intimidated by the evil intent emitted from the demonic cocoon, but the two of them were filled with endless anger. With a loud shout, Little Dragon King had already thrust his spear into the demonic cocoon, straight at the location of Fangxing's heart. The body of the spear contained wind and thunder, it was actually on fire. Senior Brother He also took out a flying sword from his sleeve and thrust it straight at the center of Fangxing's forehead. Just now when the demons besieged Fangxing, they did not make a move. They knew that Fangxing would definitely die, so they did not want to join in the fun. But at this moment, the two of them attacked at the same time. They could tolerate this kid living for a while longer, but they were absolutely unable to tolerate him comprehending the Tao at this moment. What a joke, cultivating the mind through battle, what kind of method was that? The most standard way of cultivating demonic seeds was to be the most evil among evil, the most demon among demons, and the most demon among demons. As long as a cultivator, they could tolerate you hurting them, they could tolerate you harming them, but they could not tolerate you comprehending the Tao in the process of fighting with them. It was clearly a battle of life and death, but you treated it as an opportunity to break through. Then what do you think I am, a whetstone? Once you really comprehended the Tao, then wouldn't we become a laughing stock? To put it simply, comprehending the Tao in a fierce battle was simply pointing at someone's nose and scolding them. And this was also the reason why senior brother he and little Dragon King attacked at the same time. The minds of others were intimidated, but the two of them had profound cultivation and were not affected. Moreover, the invisible barrier emitted from the demonic cocoon could not stop their attack that contained endless anger. The dragon spear and flying sword had already broken through the layers of obstacles and pierced directly above and below the demonic cocoon, but at this moment, the two magic weapons stopped at the same time. Two hands stretched out from the demonic cocoon. One was holding the dragon spear, and the other was holding the flying sword. The two hands were delicate and white, but they contained great power. They grabbed the two weapons like iron pincers, but they could not move forward at all. This power is so strong. For a moment, this question flashed in the minds of little Dragon King and senior brother he at the same time. But at this moment, someone suddenly shouted. 3 ancient swords whizzed out at the same time and pierced straight towards the demonic cocoon. Taisher Chi after all, he had studied for 70 years. His spirit was far stronger than other demon cultivators, and he had also gotten rid of the demonic intense intimidation in advance. And after his mind cleared, the first thing he did was to suddenly control the 3 ancient swords and pierce towards the demonic cocoon. You already have 2 weapons in your hands. Do you think you can take on 3 of my ancient swords as well? With such a close distance and the huge black sword not in his hand, Taisher Chi believed that as long as he was not yuanning, he would not be able to dodge these 3 swords. Chi. 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 Another 3 subtle sounds were heard, and Taisher Chi's eyeballs almost popped out. Feng Xing, who was in the demonic cocoon, really did not dodge the 3 flying swords. In fact, he did not even try to dodge. However, 3 more hands stretched out from the demonic cocoon, and each of them was holding 3 ancient swords. This strange scene even made Taisher Chi speechless for a moment. Even young Dragon King of the Sea of Azure Waves and senior brother he of the pure Sun Taoist of the divine region were frowning at this moment. Their hearts felt as though they were being pinched and they were palpitating. How many hands does he actually have? At this moment, all the demon cultivators came back to their senses. When they saw this scene, they immediately screamed in a trembling voice. For a moment, all the demon cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. There was only one person in the demonic cocoon, but what was going on with those 5 hands? The demons still had this little bit of eyesight. Those 5 hands were all real, and they were not illusions made by spiritual power. Kill him! Someone shouted, and it woke all the demons up. They immediately attacked again. Who cares what he is, let's kill him first, this bastard is really too terrifying. He's even more like a demon than a Motherf * king demon. How can we be at ease if he doesn't die? However, this tempting thought only flashed past their minds for a moment. Because suddenly, 2 rays of light shot out from the demonic cocoon. They passed through the greenish-brown demonic cocoon and landed on the bodies of the demons faintly. This caused panic in the hearts of the demons, and they did not attack immediately. What was even more terrifying was yet to come. After the 2 rays of light shot out from the demonic cocoon, another ray of light slowly lit up. 2 rays of light meant that there were 2 eyes. Then, what's with the 3rd eye? Just when the demons were puzzled, another hand slowly stretched out from the demonic cocoon, and its 5 fingers opened up. The 6th hand. Sword, come. There was a low shout from within the demonic cocoon, and it was filled with indescribable demonic intent and killing intent. Whoosh, the huge black sword that was stuck in the meteorite 1,000 feet away seemed to be drawn by some inexplicable force. It was automatically pulled out of the meteorite and brought with it a gust of wind as it flew towards the demonic cocoon. Then, it firmly grasped the 6th hand that stretched out from the demonic cocoon. At that moment, the demonic cocoon suddenly exploded. A figure flew up into the sky and floated motionlessly above the heads of all the demons. Great-grandson, let me borrow your golden halberd. The figure shouted. Not far away, the little rock's golden halberd immediately flew out of his hand and was grasped by the figure. "Chimpanzee, let me borrow your water-fire cudgel." The figure shouted again. Below, Taoist Kong Kong of the Great Sage Mountain grinned and threw the cudgel into the sky. "Wu Dian, take my bloodthirsty saber from the spiritual boat." After taking 3 weapons, the voice spoke again and shouted at Wu Dian, who was in the distant spiritual boat. Wu Dian was so scared that he almost forgot to breathe. However, when he heard the voice, he turned around and entered the spiritual boat as if he was struck by lightning. After a while, he took out a blood-red saber and threw it into the sky angrily. The demonic shadow grabbed it. Rumble, the figure held 4 weapons and slashed at the void. Fierce wind swept through the area like a violent gale. Come, come, come. The battle just now is not over. Let's continue." 4 of the hands held weapons, while the other 2 formed a seal. 3 eyes slowly looked down at the demons below. 3 heads and 6 arms. Among the demons below, one of them finally shouted. For a moment, their minds were seized, and they seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. The figure in the sky was Feng Xing. However, he didn't look like Feng Xing anymore. At this moment, the figure in the sky was actually a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms that was twice the size of Feng Xing. He looked just like Feng Xing, but his body was surrounded by billowing black smoke. It was a murderous aura that seemed to be real. His 6 arms held sabers, swords, cudgel, and halberd, and his 3 heads swept at the demons around him. On the front of his face, there was a vertical eye on his forehead. It was blood-red in color and looked like a blood lake. It could see through people's hearts and cast nightmares. 3 heads and 6 arms, the true spirit manifested the body. At this moment, what Feng Xing was displaying was the 3rd great technique of the 3 lives Tao formula passed down by Uncle Jen, the great technique of killing. Uncle Jen had lived for too long and was too mysterious. Currently, no one in Mount Fusang knew when he had survived. However, there was no doubt that this muddle-headed old deaf man was definitely extraordinary. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to teach the Great Golden Crow and Wu Sang-er, who had extraordinary attainments in divination. Strictly speaking, the Great Golden Crow and Wu Sang-er's talents were not extraordinary. It was already extraordinary that they could reach this stage. On the other hand, the once extraordinarily talented Wu Dian, because Wu Gumu wanted him to soar into the sky, had been desperately cultivating with Wu Gumu, and did not learn the useless things like Uncle General. After Feng Xing rescued the Great Golden Crow, Uncle Jen decided to pass down a Tao formula to each of them. According to Uncle Jen, among these 3 Tao formulas, Wu Dian originally had 1. Unfortunately, Wu Dian's Qigong deviation had damaged his Tao foundation, so Feng Xing, the little bastard, had taken advantage of it. Of course, although that was what he said, everyone understood that the main reason was that Feng Xing did not hesitate to enter the Black Abyss prison to rescue the Great Golden Crow. More or less, he had left a good impression in the old man's heart. After 3 months of separate cultivation, the Great Golden Crow was taught a great technique of immortality, but the specific magical power was still unknown. Wu Sang-er was taught the great technique of all beings. He only knew that it was a technique to deduce the secrets of heaven, and did not think that it was mysterious. And what Feng Xing received was this great technique of killing. Strictly speaking, the art of slaughter was not a specific spell or divine ability. It was a battle technique that stimulated one's potential. When Uncle Bembwa taught it to Feng Xing, he only saw that Feng Xing's foundation was solid and his potential was limitless. For a little brat like him, after cultivating the art of slaughter and stimulating all of his potential, he would explode with an abnormally terrifying potential. As for what it would be like, even he himself did not know. This was because everyone who cultivated the art of slaughter would have different results, and not everyone could withstand the backlash of this art of slaughter. Even Wu Dian was in a state where his potential was exhausted and his foundation was shaky. If he cultivated this technique, he would die even faster. One of the conditions to cultivate the great art of killing was to be met, and that was the line between life and death. One had to move one's qi and blood under the immense killing intent to comprehend the mysteries. Moreover, once the silver bottle cracked, the great art would naturally be completed. It was easy to say, but how could the real line between life and death be so easily encountered? In particular, Fang Xing's character of only a bastard who could take advantage of others will suffer losses was even more difficult to encounter. Because of this, Fang Xing thought of a wonderful opportunity, and that was the demon the Arch Pavilion. The demon the Arch Pavilion, which gathered the geniuses of the demon, human, and dragon races, was suitable for cultivating this technique. Because of this, Fang Xing thought of a wonderful opportunity, and that was the Demon Sovereign Pavilion. The Demon Sovereign Pavilion, which gathered the geniuses of the three races of demons, humans, and dragons, was the most suitable place to cultivate this great technique. Because of this, Fang Xing thought of a wonderful opportunity, and that was the Demon the Arch Pavilion. The Demon the Arch Pavilion, which gathered the geniuses of the demon, human, and dragon races, was suitable for cultivating this technique. Most importantly, there was no Yuanying realm expert here, so he could avoid being crushed to death. And the final result was that he succeeded. In the line between life and death, he comprehended the profound theory, manipulated the blood and qi, and the great technique of killing was successful. However, even he didn't expect that the phenomenon he cultivated with the great technique of killing would have 3 heads and 6 arms. It should be known that his true spirit was a demon on the outside but a saint on the inside. Because he had once parasitized a tormented spirit, he had completely digested the tormented spirit's power. As a result, his true spirit had always looked like this with 3 heads and 6 arms. With his powerful divine spirit, when he gathered his divine spirit power to look at someone weaker than him, this 3-headed, 6-armed demon image would appear in the other party's mind. Although the demon image was a demon image, it was still an illusory image formed by the divine spirit, so it wasn't too surprising. However, when he manipulated the blood and qi with the great technique of killing and directly transformed his physical body into this 3-headed, 6-armed demon image, everyone was shocked. How did he become like this? This brat, is he also a demon? None of the surrounding demons knew about the profoundness of the great technique of killing, but Fang Xing's demon image really scared them. Dharma image? Could this be a Dharma image? Someone exclaimed. Upon cultivating to the Yuanying realm, a cultivator or demon cultivator could cultivate a Dharma image, possessing supreme power. For example, the 9-tailed fox demon image of Qingqiu Mountain, the 9-headed lion image of Nether Mountain, and the golden-bodied Arhat image of Lingshan Temple. This kind of Dharma image was born from the cultivator's physical body and true spirit, but it was different from its original form. It contained a terrifying divine power that could destroy the heavens, and its appearance was also strange, containing creation. When someone saw Fang Xing's appearance, they couldn't help but associate it with Dharma images. Impossible, Dharma images are the manifestation of the divine spirit, but he's a transformation of the physical body. It can't be Dharma. The shocked demons, even at this critical moment, cried out one after another, unable to conceal the shock in their hearts. Amidst the chaos, only Senior Brother Crane of the Divine State frowned when he saw Fang Xing's appearance, and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. At the same time, an unconcealable murderous intent leaked out, as if he had touched upon some painful memory. Senior Brother Crane, this brat, what kind of magical power is he using? Next to him, Zhou Xianxia was panic-stricken and asked Senior Brother Crane. It's the evil technique of the demon seed, Senior Brother Crane said coldly, but it made the bald man Zhou Xianxia slightly startled. Senior Brother Crane stroked his eyebrows, his eyes slightly red, and said in a cold voice, this is a human body devil appearance, which is essentially the same as the demon cultivator's human form. It's a secret technique that prompts the transformation of qi and blood. Haha. This is an ancient secret technique that the monsters in the demon abyss have cultivated since childhood. It's rare in the entire divine state. I've lived for 3 lives, and I've only seen it once, but I didn't expect to see it here. Demon abyss? The bald man Zhou Xianxia suddenly heard this name, and his face suddenly became frightened. Senior Brother Crane sighed with a deep look. Yes, it's that group of monsters. You should have heard of it. In my previous life, when my cultivation was at its peak, I suddenly fell. Except for Master, no one in the Pure Yang sect knew the reason. Didn't you ask me? Let me tell you, in my previous life, I was killed by a guy with a devil appearance. That guy came from the demon abyss. Then isn't he invincible? Zhou Xianxia was full of bitterness. Invincible? What a joke. Senior brother Crane suddenly became angry and scolded sternly. When I was killed by the demon child, it was because my cultivation was not enough, and my strength was not good enough. Our divine state also has many talented divine sons who can destroy the devil appearance with a flip of their palm. Otherwise, how do you think we can defend the demon abyss and prevent the demon seed from invading the east? Besides, since I was killed by a person with a devil appearance in my previous life, in this life, I will rise again from the person who killed the devil appearance. Between the words, there was a burning murderous aura, completely different from the usual indifference. Don't believe his tricks. So what if he has 3 heads and 6 arms? When the Taoist of Hades mountain transforms into his original form, isn't it also a 9-headed Xiaotian? After all, this little devil is only in the first tier of gold core. I don't believe that we can't kill him if we combine our strength. Let's all attack together. Not far away, a demon also shouted. It was the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake. Yes, he's only in the first transformation of gold core. The demons who looked terrified shouted one after another. They were really frightened by this strange scene, and seemed to be using it to boost their courage. First transformation of gold core. Hearing the words that the people around unintentionally mentioned, Fox Fairy, Taisher Chi and the others all smiled bitterly. This child has formed 4 gold core techniques and has such a strange transformation ability. How can he be considered to be in the first transformation of gold core? It's obvious that after forming his gold core, he didn't take the opportunity to comprehend Tao techniques in seclusion to increase his cultivation. If he had gone into seclusion after forming his gold core, how could he be in the first transformation of gold core? No matter what kind of strange method he used, I don't believe that with the strength of the 9 of us, we can't kill this gold core first transformation devil. Someone shouted again. It was Zhou Xianxia. At this moment, he had already stood out and shouted loudly. His voice contained a magical ability that shook the demons as if they were in a dream. Only then did they realize that they seemed to have been frightened by the devil intent on Feng Xing's body, and actually lost the courage to continue fighting. It was only when their minds were shaken by this shout that they came back to their senses. Monstrous killing intent rose in their hearts once again. That's right, what's there to be afraid of? No matter how fierce this little devil was just now, wasn't he still unable to fight back against us when we joined forces? So what if he had 3 heads and 6 arms now? After all, he was only in the first transformation of gold core. With his realm, how could he fly up into the sky? With the young dragon king of the Azure Sea and senior brother he of the divine land, they didn't believe that they couldn't chop off 3 of his heads. Therefore, in an instant, they were filled with murderous intent and prepared to attack again to suppress Feng Xing on the spot. But it was also at this moment that Feng Xing, who was in the air, seemed to be slowly getting used to his current appearance. His 6 arms waved the weapons in his hands a few times, then he chuckled and raised his head to look at the demons. You guys think that I'm only in the first transformation of gold core? As he spoke, he actually took the initiative to descend from the sky and rushed towards the Jiuzi and the other demons who were preparing to attack below. The fierce wind blew so hard that the demons with weaker cultivation could not open their eyes, and the fiendish aura of the demonic shadow made them even more frightened. They forced themselves not to be shocked by the fiendish aura all over his body, and they all shouted and attacked one after another, as if it was a conditioned reflex to shoot out many divine lights. Rumble, the young dragon king of the Azure Sea's spear whistled out with a murderous aura and stabbed towards Feng Xing's face. At the same time, senior brother he pinched his fingers together and a fire python appeared in the air. It shook its head and tail and twisted towards Feng Xing's waist. And Taisher Chi with red eyes, controlled the 2 ancient swords Yan Ruyu and Qianzhong Su at the same time and attacked like a pair of scissors. The others, such as Fox Fairy, Taoist of Mount Wuing, Taoist of Purple Mist Lake, Zhou Xianxia and the others, all attacked. Under Jiuzi's relentless attack, all kinds of divine lights, magic treasures and talismans once again fell like rain, directly drowning Feng Xing who was diving down. Under such a majestic attack, most likely even a cultivator at the peak of the gold core realm would be forcibly suppressed. And Feng Xing's fiendish aura was almost completely drowned, as if he was once again beaten down forcefully like before. However, history obviously wouldn't repeat itself. Facing such a violent attack, Feng Xing laughed out loud instead. His laughter was wild, and his sword and halberd were fierce. A fierce roar sounded. "Today, I'll let you guys see how I raise my cultivation." Bang bang, Fang Xing, who swooped down from the sky, was like a demon god. He waved his 6 arms as if he was baring his teeth and brandishing his claws. The huge black sword in his hand flicked and smashed away the spear that Little Dragon King of the Blue Wave Sea thrust towards his face. Then, his second hand swung the water and fire cudgel that he borrowed from Kong Kong. With a smash of the cudgel, the water and fire collapsed. The monstrous power had already dispersed a fire python that senior brother he summoned. The third hand held the bloodthirsty manic blade. This was also a semi-divine weapon from the mysterious region. It would go berserk upon contact with blood and could draw out thousands of bloody lights. It was extremely bloodthirsty and cold. The more blood it was contaminated with, the stronger its power would be. It was most suitable for killing on the battlefield. However, in order to cultivate the nameless technique passed down by the huge black sword, Fang Xing had always used the huge black sword as his weapon. As for a weapon like the bloodthirsty manic blade, he had always kept it. He brandished the blade like a bloody fan and shook away the 3 ancient swords that Taisher Chi'er used. At the same time, he shook away the Snake Queen and the Taoist of Mount Wuing who were around Taisher Chi'er. Then, the fourth hand held the golden halberd that Little Peng borrowed. With a violent roar, it pierced through the void and shattered the lower body of the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake who was using the water technique to attack him. That was not all. The 4 weapons danced like wheels and suppressed the 4 directions, but he still left 2 hands to form seals. Millstone of Yin and Yang. As the dark thunder surged, the Yin and Yang chi reversed and formed the millstone of Yin and Yang in front of him again. Boom! Boom! It was as if the sky was shattered. With the demon's shadow as the center, a hollow that was visible to the naked eye formed around his body. Then, it was annihilated at an extremely fast speed and suddenly spread to the surroundings. The strong wind that could shatter meteorites swept towards all the demons in the surroundings. It was almost as difficult to resist as divine light. Those with low cultivation and those who were injured even needed to cast spells to resist it. For a moment, there was no one within 100 feet of Fang Xing. There were no meteorites either. He had actually swept out a hollow. All of the surrounding demon cultivators staggered backward from the force of his attack, except for one. The bald-headed cultivator from the divine continent, Zhou Xianxia, had lost most of his power when his divine weapon, the Iron Lotus, was destroyed. In this siege, he could only wield a single saber in his hand and unleash a burst of murderous aura to pressure Fang Xing. However, without a doubt, that burst of murderous aura was directly destroyed by Fang Xing's yin-yang grindstone. Then, the divine light rebounded and he was sent flying like a kite. But after flying for less than 30 feet, he stopped. Because at this moment, Fang Xing actually directly rushed forward, one of his hands, and grabbed the front of his shirt. "Damn Baldy, you screamed very fiercely just now. This time, are you going to use another substitute?" Fang Xing charged straight at his head, his 3 monstrous eyes looking at him maliciously. Then, Blooddrinker swung around like a gale. "No. Senior Brother Crane, save me." After Zhou Xianjua's head was chopped off by Fang Xing's blade earlier, he was actually scared out of his wits. It was precisely because he was scared out of his wits that he appeared exceptionally violent and ferocious in the encirclement behind him. This was undoubtedly an action he used to conceal the panic in his heart. But at this moment, being grabbed by Fang Xing's Taoist robe and being so close to this little devil with 3 heads and 6 arms, Zhou Xianjue was so frightened that his heart went cold. What dignity? What face? What life was more important than this? His heart twitched as if it was being pulled. Zhou Xianjue had already subconsciously opened his mouth to call for help. And Senior Brother Crane, who was not far away, really changed his expression. As the head of the Divine Prefecture emissaries and Zhou Xianjue's senior brother, he naturally would not let Zhou Xianjue be killed. It was just that the substitute blood talisman could not be controlled just because he wanted to. He was already prepared for it the first time, so he naturally had enough time. But this time, Fang Xing moved too quickly and caught Zhou Xianjue before he had time to react. Then, he saw that the little demon had already waved his huge black sword. Senior Brother Crane shouted and rushed out with both techniques. Boom! He pinched a seal with both hands and his fingertips turned into a huge golden sword, which directly chopped at Feng Xing's arm. He wanted to separate Feng Xing and Zhou Xianxia with one sword. Unfortunately, Feng Xing astonishingly had 6 arms at this time. He wielded the golden halberd and the waterfire cudgel at the same time, and smashed senior brother Crane's magical attack. Meanwhile, the huge black sword didn't stop as it slashed out. Pooh! A big bald head flew up with a whistling sound. It was different from the last time when there was no blood in the neck cavity. This time, there was a fountain of blood spraying into the air like a blood-red firework. Whoosh! Feng Xing's other hand reached out and caught Zhou Xianjue's flying head in his hand. Don't kill me. I'm really just testing you. I don't have any evil. Zhou Xianjue's head was separated from his body, but his Jingdan stage cultivation was extraordinary after all. He did not die for a while and sent a sound transmission with difficulty. Well, if you can take my punch, I believe you. Feng Xing's reply was straightforward. His 5th hand smashed out with a boom, and it was as if he had smashed a rotten watermelon. In this case, how could Zhou Xianjue still escape? Even his head, body, and soul were destroyed by Feng Xing's punch. Until death, he did not have the confidence that he would die, so before dying, he did not even have the chance to self-destruct. Little devil, you dare to kill my divine continent cultivator, I will suppress your soul. Senior brother Crane was already furious at this time, and his eyes were about to pop out. Once again, he roared and rushed forward. His magical power was fully displayed, and his roar was like a mountain. I hate people like you who take the initiative to provoke me the most. I will kill every one of you. Feng Xing laughed and kicked Zhou Xianjue's headless body towards senior brother Crane. The wings on his back curled up, and his figure rushed in another direction again. At the same time, after he killed Zhou Xianjue, his Jingdan stage had suddenly changed. Previously, when he was besieged by the 9 demon slayers, above his Jingdan stage, there were 9 evil spirits entwined. After killing Zhou Xianjue, the murderous spirit surrounding the Jingdan stage had been reduced by 1. For him at this time, it was as if there was 1 less chain on his body. His body suddenly lit up and flew around his body. Swoosh! Above his head, there was a dazzling Jingdan stage that appeared like a scorching sun. It spun in the air, and the Jingdan stage light shone brightly. Jingdan second transformation. He actually broke through the realm at this time? Someone cried out involuntarily, almost unable to imagine the scene in front of them. Although it was only the transformation of the Jingdan stage to the second transformation, and not a big improvement like entering the middle stage of the Jingdan stage, it was still amazing. Ha 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 ha, Feng Xing also realized that he had directly advanced to the second transformation of the Jingdan stage, and laughed loudly. Old Fu Sang really did not lie to me. The foundation establishment cultivates the body, the Jingdan refines the soul, the enlightenment of the mysterious way, and the advancement is like killing people. While laughing, he raised his head and looked at the people around him. When the great killing technique was first mastered, the soul and the body were both at ease. Killing 1 person, advancing 1 realm. Killing 9 children, I directly turned into Yuanying. Killing 1 person, advancing 1 realm, killing 9 children, turning into Yuanying. With a stern shout, all the demons were so scared that their expressions changed. Even people like Little Dragon King and senior brother He of the Divine Land were shocked for a moment. The advancement of the Jingdan stage could not be said to be difficult. Half of it was accumulation, and the other half was enlightenment. Once the accumulation and enlightenment was achieved, it would naturally improve rapidly. However, if the enlightenment was not achieved, or the accumulation was not enough, it would be stuck in a certain realm. This might be a lifetime. For human cultivators or demon cultivators who had stepped into the Jingdan stage, as long as the quality of the Jingdan stage was not bad, there would rarely be a situation where the first or third transformation of the Jingdan stage would appear. Under normal circumstances, after forming the Jingdan stage, one would strike the iron while it was hot, go into seclusion for a few years, understand the principles, and cultivate the divine technique according to the method in the Jingdan stage. Often, one would advance by leaps and bounds in a few years, and even break through the realm. For example, after forming the Jingdan stage, both the Fox Fairy and the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake had gone into seclusion for a long time. This seclusion was to familiarize and comprehend the method in their Jindan stage, and use it to cultivate the divine technique. The other was to improve their cultivation. The fox fairy formed her Jindan 10 years ago, and then went into seclusion for 3 years. When she came out, she was already at the 5th transformation of the Jindan stage. After that, she began to take over the affairs of Xianxia Mountain, and learned the art of crossing principles. For 7 years, she did not advance by a single level. As for the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake, he formed his Jindan 7 years ago, and then went into seclusion. He had just come out not long ago, and when he came out, he was already at the 6th transformation of the Jindan stage, half a step into the late stage. The reason was simple. Those with high-quality Jindan stage had accumulated a lot of accumulation during the foundation establishment stage. After forming their Jindan, they only needed to comprehend the method in the Jindan stage, and the accumulation they had made would naturally allow them to improve their cultivation rapidly for a period of time. Only those who did not have much accumulation during the foundation establishment stage, and barely formed their Jindan stage, did not have enough accumulation, and would slowly improve step by step. And Fang Xing, on the surface, belonged to the latter. In the eyes of others, other than having a strong physical body, there was almost nothing good about him. The quality of his Jindan stage was poor, and his level was low. He looked very much like those itinerant cultivators who had barely formed their Jindan stage, but did not have the strength to continue cultivating in seclusion to improve their level. However, in reality, his accumulation was far more abundant than those Taoists of the demon race. It was just that his Jindan stage cultivation method was destined to be different from other cultivators. For Fang Xing, the level of his level did not even have much of an impact on his strength. At the very least, he, who was at the 1st transformation of the Jindan stage, and himself, who was at the 3rd transformation of the Jindan stage, did not have an earth-shattering increase in strength. At this moment, his accumulation was far from being able to unleash its potential. If he chose the path of seclusion, he would probably not be able to come out without 10 or 20 years, and this was under the condition that his comprehension was extremely high. Moreover, even if his comprehension was very high, seclusion would not necessarily bring out all of his potential. It was also because of this that Uncle Jen, that old monster who had lived for who knew how long, pointed out a bright path for Fang Xing, and that was to use battle as a barrier. This great battle was not only a process of cultivating the great art of killing and unleashing the potential of his physical body, but it was also a journey of seclusion for him. In this great battle where he gambled with his life and death, every move he made involved his own fate. It was also because of this that the killing intent and murderous aura of the 9 slaying demons were connected to his fate, entangling with each other like shackles that restrained Fang Xing's soul. And for him who had cultivated the great art of killing, every time he killed one of these 9 people, one of the shackles on his body would break, and the power of his soul would rebound, and his cultivation would increase by 1 realm. If he really had the ability to kill all 9 of them, his soul would be free, and the potential of his physical body would be fully unleashed, and he might really be able to transform into Yuanying. Strictly speaking, this was a good fortune that was even greater than the great art of killing itself. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but it was also extremely dangerous. It could be said that the benefits were directly proportional to the risks. Many of the key points had been carefully considered in that 1 month, but because it was too mysterious and dangerous, even Fang Xing did not dare to believe it. However, fortunately, Fang Xing was not stupid. He knew that Uncle Jen was indeed extraordinary, so after thinking about it, he still did it. Then, after killing the bald man Zhou Xianxia, he was shocked to find that it was true. Since that was the case, then there was no need to be polite. Kill, 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 motherf asterisk cur. Amidst the laughter, Fang Xing's figure did not stop for even a moment. The black giant sword, golden halberd, waterfire cudgel, and bloodsucker manic blade danced like a windmill, annihilating senior brother He's spell, dispersing Snake Queen's poisonous smoke, knocking away Taisher Chi-er's ancient sword, and at the same time, repelling Fox Fairy's sword Chi and Shadowless Mountain Taoist's sneak attack. He was like a demon god, charging forward, and no one dared to face him head-on. His 3 heads and 7 eyes swept across the empty space. He had already chosen his next target. Impressively, it was the severely injured Purple Mist Lake Daoist, who was now preparing to escape from the battle. Fang Xing laughed loudly. The golden wings on his back floated into the air, and his body swept over like smoke. He shook off the attacks that were aimed at him, and directly rushed towards the golden carp. "You, don't kill me. Do you want to cause chaos in the demon realm?" Purple Mist Lake Daoist was now really scared out of his wits. Even if he tried his best to escape, he could not outrun Fang Xing, so he could only shout in fear. "You besieged me before, and you were not afraid of causing chaos in the demon realm. What should I be afraid of?" Fang Xing shouted coldly. Facing the threat of Purple Mist Lake Daoist, he did not care at all. Bloodsucker Gale had already slashed out with a murderous aura. Purple Mist Lake Daoist was really scared out of his wits. He suddenly realized that this little devil really did not care about the threat of chaos in the demon realm. Even he, Fox Fairy, and the others were afraid when they were preparing to kill Fang Xing. It was also because they felt that their side had the upper hand that they dared to make a decision. At the same time, they actually encouraged themselves several times in their hearts. After all, if they killed Fang Xing, they might become enemies with the Lone Edge Mountain. However, no matter how arrogant the Lone Edge Mountain was, they could not deal with the joint forces of several tribes at the same time. But this little devil was different from them. He really wasn't worried about whether or not a war would break out. This child's ferocious aura, in addition to the ferociousness he displayed when he killed the Divine Continent's cultivator Zhou Xianxia just now, made the Purple Mist Lake's Daoist child feel a real killing intent. For a moment, he lost all his courage. Dragging his heavily injured body, he flew into the sky and fled. He rushed towards the Tsung Lan Sea's little dragon king who was standing in the void and watching coldly from the sidelines. His face was full of pleading, hoping that this little dragon king could save his life. However, when the Tsung Lan Sea's little dragon king saw the Purple Mist Lake's Daoist charging towards him, he merely frowned and did not make a move. From the looks of it, he seemed to be waiting for Fang Xing to kill the Purple Mist Lake Daoist. Purple Mist Lake's Daoist shouted in panic. He had flown less than 200 feet when Fang Crossing arrived above him and slashed down with his saber. Boom, a trace of despair flashed in the Purple Mist Lake's Daoist's eyes. He no longer counted on the little dragon king to save his life. He turned around and desperately put up a barrier. Unfortunately, such a barrier was almost useless under Fang Xing's saber. It was directly shattered. Endless blood shadows fell from the sky like a waterfall and frantically poured into the Purple Mist Lake's Daoist's body. The dignified Daoist did not even have the chance to let out a scream before he turned into a burst of blood mist. Even his body and soul were wiped out by this saber. Above Fang Xing's head, the golden core illusion appeared once again. It spun in the air and there was indeed another ray of golden core light around it. The spiritual energy was oppressive, forming a sharp contrast with his demonic three-headed and six-armed form. Fang Xing's golden core rotated once again and the spiritual light shone brightly. Impressively, it had broken through from the golden core second transformation to the golden core third transformation. Awesome! Fang Xing shook off the blood on his saber and knocked away two sword lights that attacked from behind. He laughed loudly. Not far away, the Kanglan Sea's little dragon king also revealed a cold smile. It seemed that he was very satisfied with the other party's massacre. "Little devil, come and fight me!" Someone shouted from behind. It was the furious senior brother he who had already roared and chased after him. Between the two experts, the little dragon king looked on coldly from the sidelines. This senior brother he, however, was bent on killing Fang Xing and chased after him. "Why? Come and chase me." Fang Xing dodged the green thunder senior brother he and turned around to make a face at him. The three heads rolled their eyes and stuck out their tongues at the same time. That was a real face. Fang Xing did not want to fight him head-on. He avoided him and rushed in another direction. Since he was ready to start a massacre, he did not want to be entangled by senior brother he. Fortunately, although senior brother he was strong, he did not cultivate his physical body. He could occasionally use spells to speed up, but in this kind of chaotic battle situation, his weakness was revealed. If he stood in one place and fought calmly with others, he could display a terrifying strength. But now, this little devil god, Fang Xing, was rushing back and forth in the battlefield, purposely avoiding his peaks. This made him so angry that he could not display his strength at all. His physical body was not strong enough, he could not even touch Fangxing's shadow. The next one is you. Fangxing rushed and killed a few more rounds in the air. His gaze suddenly fell on Fox Fairy. His golden wings fluttered, and his murderous aura was like a beacon. He rushed straight to Fox Fairy. That fox was already scared out of her wits. She circled her hands and drew a fox god fire to block Fangxing. Then, she turned around and fled. Her escape was quite methodical. With a turn of her body, she had already rushed to the back of Mount Wuing. Then, with a dash and a slide, she rushed towards Senior Brother He of the Divine Land. She was not stupid. She had already seen through Fangxing's intention, so she deliberately escaped to Senior Brother He. However, this harmed Mount Wuying's Daoist. This rat was also scared and shouted, "Coquettish fox, you harmed me." His figure suddenly split into 5, but he turned into 5 rats and fled in 5 different directions. However, Fangxing only chuckled. The vertical eye on his forehead looked at the void and destroyed all the void. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Impressively, he caught Mount Wuing, who was about to escape from his right, in the void. This big rat, who was originally a rat spirit, was simply scared out of his wits. A series of shouts came out of his mouth. "Fellow Daoist, please spare my life. Wuji is willing to offer all creation to redeem my life, call me Grandpa." Fangxing could not be bothered with him. He raised his hand and brandished the blood-guzzling frenzied saber. At the same time, he shouted, correcting his incorrect address. Mount Wuing did not hesitate. "Grandpa, please spare my life, eh? You're even older than me?" Fangxing, on the other hand, was startled. He felt that this rat was a promising talent. The saber in his hand did not fall. Instead, he sent him flying hundreds of feet away with a flying kick. When he turned around and saw Senior Brother He chasing after him again, he laughed and waved his weapon at him in provocation. Then, he turned around and looked for the next target to kill. Force him to turn around and fight with Senior Brother He. Suddenly, 3 ancient swords came stabbing at him. Surprisingly, Taisher Qi had already made a move to force Fangxing to turn around. This child had already seen that after Fangxing transformed into his 3-headed and 6-armed form, his strength was terrifying. The Taoists of the demon lineage could not even last a few rounds against him. Once they were targeted by him, they would definitely die. The only ones who could exchange blows with him were probably Senior Brother He of the Divine State and Little Dragon King of the Deep Sea. Little Dragon King saw that Fangxing was hunting down the Taoists of the demon lineage, but surprisingly, he did not have any intention of stopping him. Instead, he looked happy to see it happen. He had some personal friendship with Little Dragon King. Based on his understanding of this dragon, he had already guessed that this person was probably eager for the demon race to have a civil war. The more demon race Taoists Fangxing killed, the happier he would be. In this way, the only one who could stop Fangxing was Senior Brother He of the Divine State. However, this little devil was very clever. He did not fight with Senior Brother He head-on. He only avoided killing the Taoists of the demon lineage. In this way, wouldn't everyone be killed by him? With this thought in mind, Taisher Qi mustered up his courage. He did not dodge, but instead flew over and controlled the ancient swords. He wanted to force Fangxing to turn around and fight with Senior Brother He. At the very least, he wanted to entangle Fangxing so that Senior Brother He would have time to rush over. At this moment, he already had the intention to fight with his life on the line. He bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed blood on the 3 ancient swords to increase their power. No matter what, he had to keep him alive for a few breaths of time. Buzz. 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 The 3 ancient swords trembled and created 3 ripples in the void. The sword Qi was extremely strong. It flew from the sky and directly slashed towards Fangxing. "It's you 3 again?" When Fangxing saw the 3 ancient swords, he immediately shouted fiercely. At the same time, the huge black sword in his hand actually whistled without moving. The sword hummed as if it was roaring. When Fangxing was being suppressed by the 9 demon-slaying warriors, the 3 ancient swords in the sky were like a punching bag that had been bullied many times. They slashed towards Fangxing many times. Their power even made Taisher Qi feel that the three ancient swords were using 30% more power than usual. They were abnormally easy to use. This was also the reason why he dared to stop Feng Xing at this moment. However, he did not expect that when Feng Xing was being suppressed, the three ancient swords were abnormally fierce. However, at this moment, Feng Xing had transformed into his three-headed and six-armed form. He was invincible when he rushed forward. The ferocious aura on his body increased exponentially. Compared to the first time he caught the three ancient swords and hit them, he was many times more ferocious. Even the huge black sword was furious, as if it wanted to smash the three ancient swords into pieces. And because of this, Taisher Qi realized in a daze that the three ancient swords that were very ferocious just now were terrified again. The three ancient swords that were full of spirituality were terrified again. They were already 30 feet away from Feng Xing, but they actually stopped in the sky. The swords hummed slightly, as if the three fellows in the sky were discussing whether or not they should continue to stab. Ha 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 ha. Feng Xing, on the other hand, was amused by this scene. As he laughed out loud, he waved the weapon in his hand and smashed the three ancient swords away. Then, he slashed his hand and grabbed Taisher Addict. This bookworm was not good at close combat. Furthermore, the strange appearance of the three ancient swords was really unexpected to him. His reaction was slightly slow, and he was actually caught by Feng Xing. He did not even have the chance to resist. As for the three ancient swords, they watched their master being captured. They flew in the sky blankly and did not have any intention of coming down to help. Taisher Qi was still desperately making hand seals. He was almost about to collapse. Yan Ruyu, Qianzhong Millet, Golden House. What happened to you guys? Damn you, you want to stop me? I'll kill you first. Feng Xing grabbed Taisher Qi and slapped the bookworm a few times. At the same time, he waved the blood guzzler in his hand. This was the advantage of having 3 heads and 6 arms. One hand grabbing people, one hand slapping their faces, and the other hand chopping off their heads. Taisher Qi woke up from the slap. He vaguely felt that the connection between him and the 3 ancient swords had already faded. Despair finally rose in his heart. Seeing that he was already caught by Feng Xing, and that senior brother Crane of the Divine State was still some distance away from him, he no longer had any hope of surviving. He simply grabbed onto Feng Xing's arm and clenched his teeth. His eyes emitted a hint of madness. I've lived for 100 years, when has anyone ever bullied me like this? Let's die together. As he spoke, he reversed his true spirit. On the surface of the gold core in his body, cracks immediately appeared. A terrifying aura emitted from his body. At the same time, golden scars suddenly lit up on his body, as though it was about to explode, self-destructing the gold core. Taisher Qi saw that there was no hope, but he still had some backbone. He was about to self-destruct his gold core and perish together with Feng Xing. You want to self-destruct? Feng Xing understood his intention, but he only snorted coldly. He waved the blood guzzler and slashed him into 2 halves. Taisher Qi was suddenly stunned. The golden scars that lit up on his body gradually extinguished. When the blade slashed through his body, it seemed to take away his life and the spiritual power in his body at the same time. I want to kill you, and you still want to self-destruct? Feng Xing sneered and kicked him to the side. The blood guzzler in his hand flashed with a trace of blood light. In Feng Xing's hands, it could be said that a myriad of magic treasures flowed back and forth like flowing water. If there was nothing special about it, he would not keep it in his hands at all. He had kept this violent blood-drinker saber since he was in the Foundation establishment realm, and it was nothing more than because he valued the special characteristics of this saber. It was very simple. This saber could absorb blood essence to increase its strength, and with a slash, not only would it slash the flesh, it would also slash the soul. It was a pity that the Taisher family, a rare genius with both talent and luck, was killed without even having the chance to self-destruct. His 3 ancient swords buzzed in the air, as if they wanted to escape into the void. However, Feng Xing just shouted, "You dare to run?" The 3 ancient swords trembled and floated in the air. They didn't even have the courage to flee. Feng Xing didn't say much. He directly took a storage bag from Taisher Qi and opened the mouth of the bag in front of the 3 ancient swords. The 3 ancient swords actually trembled continuously, as if they had submitted to his ferocious might. They hesitantly flew over from afar and automatically entered the storage bag. They obediently lay dormant, and the bodies of the swords buzzed softly as if they were begging for mercy. Haha, what are you going to call Yan Ryu, Thousand Bell Millet, and Golden House? Feng Xing looked into the storage bag and laughed. That sounds too bad. In the future, you will be called bitch, fat sheep, and knockoff. The three ancient swords wailed, but they didn't dare to object at all. You dare to kill him? I'll fight you to the death. It was also at this moment that a voice filled with extreme resentment resounded out from the side. A black-clothed woman with a human body and the tail of a snake had dim eyes as she shouted out fiercely, and she held two snake-toothed swords in her hands as she charged towards Feng Xing. Shockingly, it was the Snake Queen from Blackwood Ridge, yet when she saw Taisher Chi'er being killed by Feng Xing, she actually seemed as if she didn't want her life anymore, and she wanted to take revenge on Feng Xing even if she had to lose her life. Swoosh swoosh, the two snake-toothed swords slashed out a strange poisonous fog, which entangled towards Feng Xing like a dragon. However, the strength of this demon was far inferior to that of Feng Xing. Feng Xing only slashed across the air, and the poisonous fog in front of him had already dissipated. After that, his figure flashed and he had already rushed to her side. He grabbed her neck with one hand and suppressed the spiritual energy in her body. He lifted her up into the air as if he was carrying a dead snake. Three strange eyes looked at her coldly, and a dense murderous aura looked into her eyes. Kill me. Since you've already killed him, why don't you kill me as well? The Snake Queen was surprisingly not afraid of Feng Xing, and she shouted with all her might. Feng Xing frowned, but he didn't slash down with the sword in his hand. He waved it twice and threw the Snake Queen to the side. Just now, you besieged me in order to save someone. This time, I'll spare your little life. The Snake Queen obviously didn't expect that this little devil would actually spare her life, but after being slightly startled, her face was full of hatred again. She knew that she wasn't a match for this little devil, so she didn't dare to rush forward again. Instead, she shouted sternly, I will kill you sooner or later. If you dare to kill him, even if I'm not a match for you, I will still kill everyone around you, and let you. At this moment, her heart was full of hatred. She knew that she couldn't take revenge, but she vented the hatred in her heart through cursing. Feng Xing raised his eyebrows, and suddenly grabbed her in his hand. He sneered and said, Then I'd better kill you. The Snake Queen was immediately speechless, and her voice suddenly stopped. Chi. The bloodsucker manic saber swept across, and a head flew into the air. The Snake Queen's expression froze, and her expression was complicated. In the blink of an eye, he killed Taisher Idiot and the Snake Queen, this pair of fugitive lovebirds. Feng Xing's cultivation rose by another 2 levels, and he was already at the Golden Core 5th transformation. The hurdle from the Golden Core 3rd transformation to the Golden Core 4th transformation was passed without any difficulty. The current him was equivalent to directly rising from the Golden Core initial stage to the Golden Core intermediate stage, and the ferocious aura on his body also became more and more exuberant, and the black murderous aura fluttered around his body like a silk ribbon, making him look like a demon god. Little devil, where are you going to escape to? Taking advantage of this gap, senior brother he finally chased after him. He pinched many seals, and the thunder, mountain, fire, and metal spells all came out at the same time. And until now, the Fox Fairy was even closely following behind senior brother he. She firmly believed that this was a protective talisman, so she didn't choose to escape directly. She was afraid that after Feng Xing shook off senior brother he would turn back to kill her. Coquettish fox, if I want to kill you, it's useless to hide behind anyone. Feng Xing's gaze turned, and he scolded the Fox Fairy behind senior brother he. And this time, he didn't escape again, but rushed straight towards senior brother he, who was casting all the spells, and shouted, Little bastard, you have been chasing me for half a day, do you really think I am afraid of you? And at this time, senior brother he, together with the unpleasant memories of his previous life, plus the hatred of Zhou Xianxia being beheaded in front of him, his hatred for Feng Xing had also reached a critical point. He had been chasing Feng Xing crazily before, but he refused to turn back and fight. Now that he saw Feng Xing finally turning back and rushing towards him, his eyes were full of killing intent, and he shouted, The human body is a devil, and the devil is an unorthodox path, everyone has the right to punish you. With a bang, his two hands pressed in the void, and among the spells in the sky, a flying sword suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was linked together by the green lightning, and turned into a large formation made of flying swords. It was faintly discernible among the spells in the sky, densely packed, and directly shrouded Fangxing. Almost in an instant, Fangxing's figure had disappeared, and only Fangxing's curses could be heard in the sword formation. I have fought all over the world, and it is difficult to meet a worthy opponent. Originally, I wanted to go and experience the means of the divine sons and saintesses, and the arhats and bodhisattvas of the demon abyss. Today, I will use you as an example, and see if you are as powerful as the legends say. From the side, another person holding a dragon spear slowly walked over, and it was the little dragon king of the Kanglan Sea, Ao Bai. Previously, when Fangxing was hunting the Taoist of the demonic vein, he had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Only now, with the dragon spear in his hand, he slowly walked over. He first went to the place where Taisher Chier's corpse was lying, and stopped slightly. He glanced at this good friend who had some personal relations with him, and then his eyelids drooped slightly, and then he raised his head. "Bookworm, I will help you to take revenge, and I will not let you down." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes turned cold, and his figure suddenly turned into a phantom of a nine-headed dragon, and the dragon spear in his hand released its aura in an instant. Its momentum was like a bone-scraping sharp knife, and it was difficult to resist its edge. His figure moved, and he directly pounced into the sword formation. Wherever the momentum of the spear passed, all the flying swords and smoke were swept away, forming a nearly vacuum-like passageway. That passageway was impressively Fangxing, this little dragon king, who had fought all over the world and was invincible among his peers, had finally displayed his true ability. Rumble, the clouds and the void turned, water and fire coexisted, heaven and earth rolled, starstones exploded, and a fierce battle really began. "Why, Fangxing shouted, and he brandished all kinds of weapons to receive the spells and weapons of Little Dragon King and Senior Brother He. His 6 arms danced like a windmill. Not long after, the 3 of them rolled, and had already exchanged no less than 100 moves. From east to west, from top to bottom, it was unknown how many meteorites had been broken, and how many pieces of the void had been torn apart. This fierce battle had already made the faces of all the spectating demons change, and they secretly complained endlessly. After the Little Dragon King and Senior Brother He of the Divine Land attacked, that little demon didn't even have the strength to fight. How could he be so powerful now? And after this little demon transformed into the magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms, he killed the Taoist children of the demon race like slaughtering chickens and dogs. The strength he displayed was unimaginable, but Senior Brother He of the Divine Land and Little Dragon King could still resist him. How high was the strength of these 2 people? Was there really such a big difference between the juniors of this generation of the demon race and the disciples of the Blue Wave Sea and the Divine Land? The Great Golden Crow, Kong Konger, Li Hongyi, and the others were also secretly shocked. First, they were shocked by the fierceness of this killing technique, and second, they were shocked by the intensity of this battle. Although there were only 3 people, but compared to the battle of the 9 sons against Fangxing, this was actually stronger and not weaker. This was because after Senior Brother He and Little Dragon King attacked, Fangxing already had no strength to fight back, and the situation was in a disadvantageous position. Therefore, although the 2 people were full of murderous aura, they did not display their ultimate skills, unlike now when they attacked without reservation. And Fangxing, at this time, had been fighting a fierce battle for a long time, but he was still fighting 2 great experts alone, fighting with all his strength, and not falling into a disadvantageous position. Really, you 2 bastards, 2 against 1, don't you have any shame? Little Dragon King, aren't you very awe-inspiring every day? If you have the ability, fight with me one-on-one. I have long heard that this generation of the dragon race is mixed-blood bastards. Now it seems that you really don't have the guts. This little demon was indeed still number 1 in scolding people. He Lingzi, step back, I want to kill him with my own hands. Young Dragon King of the Tsanglan Sea was scolded by Fangxing to the point where he couldn't bear it any longer. With a stern shout, he brandished his dragon spear and swept towards Senior Brother He, dispersing the spell that Senior Brother He had cast out. However, it was a signal for Senior Brother He to step back and watch the battle from the side. Then, he clenched his teeth and took 8 steps in the air. The dragon spear in his hand released a shocking spear shadow, aiming straight for the heart of Fangxing's forehead. As expected, senior brother, he retreated with a frown. Standing in the air, he swallowed a few elixirs to recover his spiritual energy. Such cooperation was not really because he was provoked by Fangxing. The most important thing was that it was based on reality. Xianxia majored in spells, so his physical body wasn't strong. Moreover, this was his third life. His physical body was only 13 years old and hadn't grown to the prime of his life. This also caused his physical strength to be insufficient. Even his spiritual energy was somewhat lacking. In today's fierce battle with Fangxing, he had already consumed too much spiritual energy. The experience of 3 lives made him understand in his heart that the little devil was really very difficult to deal with after displaying the great killing technique. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he was ferocious and invincible. Even if he and Little Dragon King joined hands, they still couldn't suppress him in an instant. It could even be said that if it wasn't for this little devil's continuous battles this time, which caused his physical strength and spiritual energy to be abnormally astonishing, he and Little Dragon King really didn't have the confidence to take him down. If the spiritual energy in his body was at its peak and he displayed this 3-headed and 6-armed image, Xianxia would definitely turn around and escape. Even now, Xianxia had already discovered that if he wanted to defeat Fangxing, he could only fight with him and continuously consume his energy. He had once fought with the people of the demonic abyss and knew that the power of the human body and the demon image was strong. However, when displaying it, the potential of the physical body was exhausted. Therefore, it couldn't be sustained for long. After a period of consumption, when the physical body was too tired, the demon image would naturally be removed and the physical body would recover. At that time, the little devil would definitely be exhausted, and he could be easily killed. It was also because of these considerations that he took the opportunity to withdraw from the battle, and let the Little Dragon King tangle with the little devil while he recovered his spiritual power. Once the little devil's human and devil form was dispelled, it would be the time for him to take his life. In this way, the title of the #1 little devil who killed Nanzhan would be crowned on his head sooner or later. No matter how strong this Tsang Lan Si's Little Dragon King was, it would only be a wedding dress for him. Of course, he would not completely leave the battlefield. If the Little Dragon King was really defeated, he would immediately take action. He, who had cultivated for 3 lifetimes, was truly over 200 years old. The name of the 7 sons of the Northern 3 Paths wasn't obtained by relying on his own 2 hands. And the Little Dragon King and Fangxing were fighting alone. Astonishingly, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. When he attacked with his spear, it unexpectedly became more and more ferocious. The dragon spear and the 4 divine weapons in Fangxing's hands fought together. Both of them had tyrannical corporeal bodies. At this time, their tempers flared up. Unexpectedly, neither of them cast any spells, and only relied on the power of their corporeal bodies to fight fiercely in the sky. It stirred up the entire sky into disorder, and countless meteorites shattered. What human and devil form, it's only SOSO, the Little Dragon King fought to his heart's content. He let out a loud shout, and it was like the rolling spring thunder. The dragon spear in his hand suddenly slashed towards the void. It actually forcibly tore a crack in the void above Fangxing's head, and revealed a void lightning as thick as a flood dragon. It struck down towards Fangxing's head from above. Fangxing hastily raised the huge black sword and the golden halberd to block, and was sent flying 100 feet by the void lightning. Ha 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 ha. Your physical strength is already exhausted, let's see how you fight me. The Little Dragon King let out a long laugh. He stepped on the void, and directly chased after Fangxing, who was flying away, and slashed down with his spear. He had already discovered that the current Fangxing's attacks had become weaker and weaker. It was obvious that his physical strength was not enough. Could it be that the Little Dragon King is really going to take this kid's head? Xianxia in the void frowned tightly. He was somewhat hesitant to make a move to fight for it. Not far behind him, the fox fairy's eyes lit up, and her heart faintly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, the appearance of Fangxing chasing her like a demon god really made her tremble in fear, and her heart had already been branded with the mark of fear. And the other demons in the sky, seeing this scene, were also all delighted, as if a big stone had been lifted from their heads. Little devil, die. The Little Dragon King flew across the sky. Seeing that Fang Xing's expression was already a little dispirited, he did not hesitate and stabbed down with his spear. The little devil, who seemed to have no strength left, seemed to have no other way to resist. Facing this murderous spear, he could only throw away the water and fire cudgel and the golden halberd in his hands, and use his 4 hands to hold the dragon spear. Boom, the huge force on the dragon spear struck, and immediately pushed him back again and again. One retreat was 300 feet, and he directly hit a huge meteorite, smashing a deep pit on the hard green rock. Smoke filled the air, and it was extremely tragic. That awe-inspiring spear tip had impressively reached his chest. It seemed that as long as the little dragon king added a little more strength, he could kill him with one spear. It seems that your magical power is not as powerful as it looks, the little dragon king sneered, and a hint of killing intent flashed between his eyebrows. I'll give you a chance, surrender to me, and be my general, how about it? He. Fang Xing's drooping head slowly raised up, and he said with a smile, if I want to be. I can only be your brother-in-law, courting death. The little dragon king was furious, and no longer held back. He exerted force with both hands, and was about to stab the dragon's spear into Fang Xing's body. However, under this force, he was slightly surprised. When Fang Xing received his spear just now, he had already tested out Fang Xing's strength. He knew that Fang Xing had consumed too much strength at this time, and it was no longer enough to receive his full strength thrust. However, he did not expect that the dragon spear would not move at all at this time. Are you pretending? The little dragon king immediately came to his senses. He roared and was about to pull out the dragon spear. He had already discovered that Fang Xing's tired and weak appearance at this time was impressively pretending. Or it could be said that he was indeed very tired, but he was not as powerful as he appeared to be. He still had a very strong strength, enough to stop the dragon spear from entering his body. However, the little dragon king was not afraid. It was nothing more than another battle. The force whistled as the little dragon king exerted all his strength to tug the dragon spear. However, he suddenly discovered that Fang Xing was holding the dragon spear tightly, but he was unable to pull it out. These two people were actually in a stalemate for half a breath of time, like a tug of war. At this time, Fang Xing's eyes flashed with a trace of cunning light. He smiled evilly and said, "Brother-in-law, let me teach you a lesson." A strange look flashed in the little dragon king's eyes. The 9-headed dragon phantom behind him had already pounced towards Fang Xing. In terms of appearance, he was actually not much worse than Fang Xing. If his head, arms, and legs were counted, he actually had a few more heads than Fang Xing. Although the dragon spear was locked by Fang Xing, when the 9-headed dragon phantom appeared, it was enough for him to heavily injure the little devil and take back the dragon spear. After all, as a mixed blood of the 9-headed bug and the dragon clan, the advantage of his physical body was really many times stronger than the human race's Fang Xing. However, facing the whistling 9-headed dragon phantom, Fang Xing chuckled and said, "Only a fool would fight one-on-one, The little dragon king was slightly startled. Suddenly, a bad feeling flashed in his heart. It seemed that he had overlooked something. It was also at this time a black shadow and a golden shadow quietly rushed over from behind. It was the great sage mountain's Daozi and the great golden crow. One caught the fire and water rod thrown by Fang Xing, and the other stretched out his claw to grab the little Pun King's golden halberd. One on the left and one on the right, each of them activated their divine power and smashed towards the back of the little dragon king with a rumble. The momentum seemed to be able to even smash a hole in the mountain. "You, shameless!" Only then did the little dragon king realize that he had unknowingly arrived at the position where the great golden crow and Kong Kong were when he repelled Fang Xing with his spear. As for He Lingzi, who was watching the battle on the side, he was already a little further away. More importantly, the fire and water rod and golden halberd that the little devil had just thrown away were actually prepared for these two guys. He had already unknowingly fallen into a siege. In the midst of a fierce roar, he didn't even want the dragon spear anymore. In a split second, he revealed his original form and used the teleportation technique to escape. Rumble. Even though his reaction was fast enough, he was still hit by the attack of Kong Kong and the great golden crow. Pale golden blood splattered everywhere. Within the body of the 9-headed dragon, 4 heads were actually swept away. In an instant, he was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Meanwhile, Fang Xing also rushed over at this time. He held his dragon spear upside down and took the opportunity to sweep over, cutting off one of the remaining 5 dragon heads. This scene caused the surrounding demons to be stunned. Including Xianxia, who was in the air. What was going on? Didn't they clearly say that they were going to fight one-on-one? Even Xianxia had already withdrawn from the battle as he was told. Why did he suddenly become a siege again? However, the difference was that the one who was besieged just now was Fang Xing, and now it was the little dragon king who was besieged. Not only was he being besieged, he was even more shamefully ambushed. In an instant, he had severely injured the little dragon king who was originally in his peak condition. Haha, do I need you to say that I'm not shameless? Fang Xing held the dragon spear, black sword, and blood saber in his hands. He rushed towards the little dragon king together with Kong Kong and the great golden crow. His lively appearance didn't have the slightest hint of exhaustion as he shouted, "Why are you the only ones who can besiege me? Just now, I suffered a loss and beat up a bunch of you because I wanted to practice that lousy killing technique. Now that I, the little dragon king, have mastered my technique, do you really think that I'm a fool and still want to be besieged by you?" Amidst the loud laughter, Fang Xing brandished his saber in a carefree manner and struck randomly at the little dragon king. His carefree state of mind was simply indescribable. Mother Kerr. This is the heroic nature of the little dragon king. The Kanglansi's little dragon king, Ao Bai, was an extremely prideful person, or rather a dragon. Therefore, he couldn't understand why this little devil would use such a devious plan when he clearly had the ability to fight against him and Xianxia alone. From his point of view, conspiracies and tricks were clearly used by the weak when they didn't have enough strength to sweep away all obstacles. And no matter how hateful this little devil was, he could be considered as an expert who could enter his eyes. What's the point of playing this trick again? And Fang Xing also couldn't understand why this little dragon king. Was he stupid? Why did he want to fight one-on-one when he could fight one-on-one? After cultivating the great art of killing, he had already harbored evil intentions. In order to comprehend this great art of killing, he challenged the 9 demon slayers alone. It was really unbearable for him. He didn't have the lofty sentiments of fighting a group of heroes alone. He just felt that this group of bastards ganged up to fight him alone was too much of a bully. Since you guys bully me, then I'll bully you guys back. And because of this, when he was fighting against Xianxia and the little dragon king, he found that it wasn't easy to deal with these 2 guys. Therefore, he naturally came up with a devious plan. He faintly separated a strand of his divine soul and sent a voice transmission to the great golden crow and Kong Kong, arranging this plan. It was considered to be smooth. After the great golden crow heard it, he immediately agreed. On the other hand, Konger was a little hesitant, feeling that this was too shameless. Didn't you say that you would do me a favor? Just now, you asked me to attack you together, and then you borrowed my weapon. I've already helped you twice. You still owe me one. Then I'll owe you another favor. I won't help you. It'll be too shameful if this gets out. F***ck, you damn monkey. You don't give me any face. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to be willing to help me? I'm the Taoist of the Great Sage Mountain. No matter what, I won't do such a shameless thing. I've decided to do something big. How about giving you a share? How much is 1 share? A lot. Deal. Just like that, the trap that was dug for the little dragon king was prepared. Even Wu Sang Wu Edian, the little Pung king, and Li Hongyi who had been watching from the side didn't expect this, let alone the others. The little dragon king was too arrogant. Of course, in Fang Xing's eyes, he was stupid. As a result, he was seriously injured in an instant, losing 5 of his 9 heads. As for Fang Xing, Kong Kong and the great golden crow, not only did they gain the upper hand in the battle, they even wanted to beat the dragon while it was down. They quickly caught up and surrounded the little dragon king in the middle. They brandished their cudgels and slashed with their swords and sabers. For a moment, the little dragon king didn't even have the chance to heal his injuries. He roared again and again as streams of dragon blood splashed out from his body. He was both sullen and furious, utterly shameless. An angry roar came from the side. It was Xianxia who finally reacted. He attacked with anger to help the little dragon king out of his predicament. He was really depressed. Everything that he had planned out turned out to be like this. If the little dragon king was really killed by these three guys, or beaten until he lost his battle power, he wouldn't end up well either. Get him! Fangxing turned around and saw Heilingzi. He shouted loudly. Kong Kong and the Great Golden Crow also cooperated. The three guys immediately flew back and rushed towards Heilingzi to beat him up. Their actions were quite well coordinated, which scared Heilingzi. He hurriedly used the mountain art to block in front of him to stop Fangxing. The green lightning in his mouth forced Kong to retreat, and he used the sword art to form a sword formation to envelop the Great Golden Crow. In an instant, his reaction was also very fast. He blocked Fangxing's attack and was determined not to let this guy get close to him. He forced Kong to retreat, but he had the intention to kill the Great Golden Crow. The little Dragon King's injury had already made him vaguely feel that the situation was not right. Therefore, he picked the Great Golden Crow right from the start. He wanted to get rid of this seemingly weaker opponent first and gain the upper hand. However, he didn't expect that he still somewhat underestimated the Great Golden Crow. This guy's extreme speed was not just for show. The sword intent that filled the sky shrouded over, but it also made the Great Golden Crow really angry. With a cry, his figure had already turned into a stream of light, shuttling between the flying swords. There was actually not a single flying sword that could touch half of its golden feathers. In an instant, it swept behind him and stabbed with its halberd. Pure Yang Fire Essence. Once Heilingzi saw that the Great Golden Crow had disappeared, he suddenly became vigilant in his heart. For a moment, he didn't have time to think carefully. He shouted and made his move. His hands formed a seal, and an extremely scorching fire essence instantly ignited around his body, firmly protecting him. Under the Great Golden Crow's extreme speed, although he couldn't catch its flying trajectory, he still set up the pure Yang Fire Essence to prevent that guy from sneaking in attack. His reaction is quite fast. The Great Golden Crow also became ruthless. In a split second, without thinking, he opened his mouth and spat out a sword light. That sword light was green in color, ethereal in the void. It swept across the sky without leaving a trace. The shadow was extremely faint, but it seemed to contain the breath of the great Tao. Swoosh, out of everyone's expectations, the sword light swept across and directly chopped off Heilingzi's left arm, like cutting tofu. Around Heilingzi's body, it was already covered with pure Yang Fire Essence. Ordinary weapons or spells, once they entered the range of pure Yang Fire Essence, they would have long been melted, reflected, or annihilated. But that sword light seemed to come from the horizon, without a trace. It easily slashed into the fire essence and chopped off Heilingzi's left arm. After that, it turned one round in the sky and flew back to the Great Golden Crow. If it wasn't for Heilingzi's fast enough reaction and dodged half of his body in time, perhaps he would have already been chopped into two halves, blood splattered. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and their eyes were pierced red by this scene. Even Heilingzi had a shocked expression. He staggered a few steps back in the air, and a green color flashed between his brows. He quickly circulated the wood essence to heal his injuries. His physical body was like a plant, and it was healing rapidly. But the fear on his face couldn't be wiped away for a moment. How could this crow be so powerful? Heilingzi thought that he already had a good understanding of the strength of the Taoists of the demon lineage. Only the Taoist Kong Kong of the Great Sage Mountain, the Taoist of the Taisher family, the little Pun King of the Gu Blade Mountain, and the nine-headed little saint of the Hades Mountain could enter his eyes. Even the Taoist of the Purple Mist Lake, the Fox Fairy, and the others were not worthy of his attention, let alone the Great Golden Crow. But he never thought that it was this crow that he looked down upon that could actually injure him with one move. Could it be that this crow had always been hiding its strength? Ha 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 ha. Croak, 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 the sword light that the Great Golden Crow spat out had already flown back into its mouth. Looking at the half of Heilingzi's arm that flew off, it was also stunned. After a long while, it laughed ecstatically. While flying in the air, it shouted to Wu Sang below, Sang, look, isn't your cousin fierce? If King chopped off an arm of this kid from the Divine Continent. This is the sword embryo from the sword catacomb? Its power is really terrifying, no wonder the Divine Continent. Seeing this scene, Li Hongyi's eyes also lit up in surprise. Wu Sang'er jumped nervously and shouted, "Cousin, be careful behind." The crazily excited big golden crow turned his head and was immediately scared to the point that cold sweat broke out all over his body. The little dragon king, who had been injured by him and Kong Kong's sneak attack just now, had surprisingly rushed over again. A ferocious dragon had ferociously swallowed the big golden crow. The golden crow was really too fast. He was caught off guard for a moment and the little dragon king had already rushed to his side. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed, the golden crow hastily croaked and spread its wings to fly away. Roar! The little dragon king, who had changed into his original form, was furious. He, who had never suffered such a big loss in his life, hated the great golden crow and Kong Kong or even more than Feng Xing. At this moment, he changed into his original form and was about to eat this despicable crow. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and directly pressed his palm on the dragon's head. The dragon's head, which was the size of a house, was forcefully slapped down. "Bastard, you killed me twice when we were outside. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The great golden crow heaved a sigh of relief and immediately spat out sword light towards the little dragon king. "Jing Liuzi, this sword embryo of yours has not been nurtured for more than 10 years. It's best not to let it see the light of day." The person who came pinched the mouth of the great golden crow and warned him with a frown. It was Feng Xing who had come to the rescue in time. "All right, I will kill him with my halberd." The great golden crow trusted Feng Xing very much. As expected, he no longer spat out sword light. Instead, he waved his halberd and attacked together with Feng Xing. Boom! 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 A fierce battle began again. However, the battle between 3 people had now become 5 people. Feng Xing, who was originally besieged, became the side with more people. Lingzi and the little dragon king, who were originally at ease and waiting for the exhausted, had also suffered serious injuries. The situation of this battle seemed to have reversed. Feng Xing's side had completely gained the upper hand, and the opponents were unable to resist at all. At this moment, the demons in the distance also reacted. The ordinary demon cultivators, even the fox immortal fairy and the Taoist of Mount Wuing, who were already scared out of their wits, all hid far away and looked at the battlefield. Although they harbored malicious intentions towards Feng Xing and the others, they didn't dare to join the battle rashly after seeing that they had gained the upper hand. They could only watch from the side. Some of them even targeted Wu Sang'er and the others. At this moment, it was the time for the little rock king to show off his might. He flew up and revealed his original appearance. Impressively, he was a great rock with dazzling golden feathers and overflowing ferocious aura. He glanced at the demons with his cold and sharp eyes, intimidating them for a moment, and they didn't dare to come forward rashly. As for Wu Dian, he squatted in front of the spiritual boat's cabin and risked his life to fight anyone who approached. Protect the master. In this situation, the demon generals of the Sea clan who had entered the Arch Pavilion with the little dragon king rushed forward together. They had no choice but to take action. After all, if the little dragon king died, they wouldn't be able to live either. They could only grit their teeth and rush into the battlefield. Seeing that chaos was about to break out, Feng Xing suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, "All the bastards, listen up. Now, all the treasures in the Arch Pavilion are mine. If anyone is sensible and stays put, I can still leave you 10%. However, if anyone dares to go against me, I will rip off his underwear. If you don't believe me, you can try. Junior Hongi, what are you waiting for?" Feng Xing's thunderous roar shook the beast cultivators in the air to the point that none of them dared to move. Senior brother He, on the other hand, became nervous. Now that the pressure on him had multiplied, he had tasted the feeling of Feng Xing being surrounded. In addition, when he saw that Feng Xing and the rest were filled with murderous intent, he felt a mixture of fear and anger in his heart. He could not care about anything else. With a long roar, he urged Li Hongyi to help. When Li Hongyi heard this, a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. She understood that senior brother He's shout already contained a somewhat complicated meaning. Initially, he wanted to test Feng Xing's strength, but she refused to agree. Because of that, they had conflicting opinions and parted on bad terms. But now, he called her to make a move. The hidden meaning was that he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Calling her to make a move was not to make an enemy of this little devil, but to call her to save his life. This proud and arrogant senior brother had already admitted defeat. Seeing that the Sea Race demon generals had already formed a group and wanted to help the little dragon king, a ruthless look flashed across Li Hongyi's eyes. He suddenly turned to look at the golden-winged little rock and said indifferently, "Attack me." The little Pun King was slightly stunned and looked at Li Hongyi in confusion. From Li Hongyi's nervous reaction towards Fang Xing, he could already tell that this arrogant and beautiful woman, who had a cold demeanor like a female ghost, had good intentions towards Fang Xing. In addition, he was not stupid. He could tell that this woman's aura was not ordinary. After all, he had not formed his gold core, so he would not be able to gain any advantage if he fought with her. Thus, he stared at her blankly and did not really attack. Li Hongyi seemed to be a little impatient. Suddenly, she reached out with her slender hand and grabbed the little Pun King. Then, she waved her hand and smashed the little Pun King towards the group of Sea Clan demon generals who were about to charge into the battle. This sudden move startled the group of demon generals. Li Hongyi then took off the handkerchief behind her head and blew on it. Then, she tossed it into the air and covered half the sky. The little Pun King and all the Kanglan Sea demon generals were covered by the scarf. Their formation was disrupted, and Li Hongyi took advantage of the situation to chase after them. They couldn't free themselves to rescue the little dragon king for the time being. "Junior sister Hongyi, what are you doing?" When Xianxia saw this scene, he shouted furiously. Li Hongyi laughed and said, "Io, this little Pun King of the Lonely Edge Mountain is very powerful. I am being held back by him. Senior brother hold on for a while longer. Once I finish off this little Pun King, I will immediately go and help you." Xianxia was instantly angry and aggrieved. He was so hateful that he gritted his teeth. At this moment, Fang Xing rushed up again and attacked him fiercely. Xianxia did not dare to be distracted and let this little devil get close to him. He could only forcefully concentrate and cast spells to protect himself. However, he was already close to despair. Facing the current situation, the chances of him and the little dragon king winning were already very slim. "Kill this little bastard first," Fang Xing suddenly shouted and rushed towards Xianxia. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "He really dares to kill me," this thought suddenly flashed in Xianxia's mind. The scene of Zhou Xianjue's head being chopped off suddenly appeared in his mind. In an instant, his heart twitched fiercely. Monstrous fear had already arisen in his heart. Originally, his identity was his biggest protective umbrella. After all, he carried the mission of the Divine Continent to guide the Taoists of the demon lineages to the Divine Continent for cultivation. Therefore, not to mention the Taoists of the same level, even the 10 elders of the demon court and the Yuanying ancestors of the demon lineages with extraordinary status were polite to them. But this little devil in front of him did not care so much. He really dared to kill him. In addition, Xianxia had just eaten the sword of the great golden crow and had one of his arms cut off. For a time, Xianxia's hand seals were also greatly affected. The strength that he exerted was far less than before. At this time, he was already a little clumsy. Seeing that with Fang Xing's shout, the three opponents' attack power suddenly tilted towards him, he suddenly felt the pressure multiplying. His heart finally had the intention to retreat. "Little devil, I'll remember this debt today. I'll get it back from you sooner or later," Xianxia roared. Suddenly, he flicked his left sleeve, and 3 blood-red talismans floated out. The 3 blood-red talismans paused in the air for a moment and actually turned into 3 people who were exactly the same as him at the same time. At the same time, they formed hand seals and attacked Fang Xing, the Great Golden Crow, and Kong Kong. Their spiritual power was abundant, and the hand seals were profound. They were not much weaker than his real body, but they were able to resist the 3 of Fang Xing, while his real body flashed in the air and turned into a stream of light to escape. The dignified Divine Continent messenger, the famous figure of pure Dao Yang, Xianxia, actually chose to escape. This scene, not only Fang Xing and the other 2, but also the onlooking demon cultivators were stunned. Even Li Hongyi was a little surprised. After a long while, she covered her mouth and smiled. Her beauty could cause the downfall of a city. "Then let's kill this little dragon king." Fang Xing and the others each used their own magical powers to repel the 3 talismans that turned into Xianxia's doppelgangers. They turned their heads to look at the little dragon king again, but only saw silence in the air. They could vaguely see that the figure of the little dragon king, Aobai, was already hundreds of feet away. A voice mixed with anger and unwillingness came from afar. "Little devil, if you didn't use such a trick, you might not be able to defeat me. I'll fight with you again another day." The little dragon king, who was known to be undefeated in the four seas, also escaped. To be honest, the demons felt that their imagination was a little challenged. The two people who subconsciously thought that they would not be defeated no matter what, and would not escape no matter what, actually escaped faster than the other. "In front of me, the great golden lord, you want to escape?" At this moment, the great golden crow sneered. He spread his golden wings and was about to chase after them. In terms of speed, he dared to claim to be the first in the demon sovereign pavilion. How could he let those two guys escape? However, just as he flew up, he was pulled down by Fang Xing's claw. "Let them go." "And?" The great golden crow felt that there was something wrong with Fang Xing's appearance, so he hurriedly looked down. But he saw that Fang Xing's expression was also a little ugly. He used his mental cultivation method and spiritual power, but there appeared black smoke around his body and wrapped his whole body inside. When the black smoke dispersed, the magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms had already disappeared, and he changed back to the appearance of a skinny and vigorous young man. His face was extremely pale, as if there was no blood at all. He directly sat down cross-legged, stretched out his hand, and said, "Pills." The great golden crow hurriedly took out the storage bag that Fang Xing put here previously and gave it to him. Fang Xing rummaged through a large number of spiritual pills and swallowed them one by one. His face looked a little better, and he let out a long sigh. "F***ck, I'm so tired." Looking at him, the great golden crow understood that from the beginning to the end of this battle, the little bandit fought with the 9 experts. It seemed easy and relaxed, but in fact, it was like walking on thin ice. Whether it was the consumption of physical strength, the consumption of the gold core spiritual power, or the consumption of the power of the divine soul, they were all on the verge of collapse. This was probably the reason why he didn't let them continue to chase the enemy. In fact, that Xianxia and Little Dragon King had sharp eyes. What they saw at that time was really right. As long as they continued to consume Fang Xing, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, might really lose in their hands. However, Fang Xing fought bravely and fiercely, but in the end, he tricked the two of them, causing them to have no chance to push Fang Xing to the point of exhaustion. At this time, the surrounding demons didn't notice the abnormality of Fang Xing. They had already quietly retreated in groups. Even Xianxia and Little Dragon King had fled. These people didn't dare to stay with Fang Xing alone. Although they didn't confront this little devil head-on, of course, that was also because they weren't qualified. After all, they still waved the flag and shouted battle cry, for fear that this little devil would find trouble with them when he recovered. Seeing this scene, the great golden crow wanted to snatch him back, but Fang Xing waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. "Previously, someone said that you are the number 1 among the younger generation in our Nanzhan. I wasn't very convinced, and wanted to find an opportunity to compete with you, to see who is better. However, after today's incident, I feel that this title is not bad. At least, it's more reliable than the Northern Divine Mountains Daoist and the Western Desert's number 1 hero. At least you won't be scared out of your wits by the Divine Continent's cultivators." At this time, in front of the demon palace, all the demon cultivators had fled. Apart from the little 5 ancestors of the demon lands and Kong or of the Great Sage Mountain, the other demon cultivators really didn't dare to stay with this notorious little devil, for fear that they would be robbed by him until they only had their underwear left. However, apart from the 6 of them, there was still a woman who didn't leave. Instead, she walked up with a smile. It was Xianxia in a big red robe. "What's your relationship with Ghost Child?" Fang Xing sensed that this woman didn't have any ill intentions towards him, so he didn't put on a fierce expression and asked with a smile. "My name is Xianxia, south of Nanzhan, princess of the Ghost Country, elder sister of Li Ying, and now a true disciple of the Tai-Yin sect of the Northern Tao of the Divine Continent." Xianxia gently walked up to Fang Xing and directly revealed her identity. "It's really you." Fang Xing had also guessed it, so he was not surprised. From the first time he saw this woman, he felt that her aura was somewhat familiar. It was the same origin as his brother Li Ying. After she confirmed her identity, he curiously sized her up. He had heard of her name in Nanzhan before. She was a powerful figure. Li Ying was not bad, but he had always been suppressed by her to the point that he could not raise his head. Aren't you on the same side as that little bastard from the divine continent? Are you helping me or him? Fang Xing pondered for a moment and decided to ask the question directly. His eyes stared straight at her. Li Hongyi's eyes flickered and looked at Fang Xing with a faint smile. She said, "Why? If I don't help you, will you rob me too?" This question made Fang Xing a little distressed. He thought carefully and said, "For the sake of Ghost Child, I'll leave half of it for you." Li Hongyi was instantly stunned. She realized that this little devil was not joking. It seemed that he really wanted to rob her. After regaining her composure, she smiled and said, "It won't be easy to rob me. I may not win if I fight with you, but if I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. But don't worry, although I'm on the same side as senior brother I won't be your enemy. In fact, I want to stay here and see how you're going to deal with the trouble later. After all, this is not a small mess." The originally relaxed atmosphere became a little heavy after hearing what she said. Li Hongyi's gaze swept across Fang Xing and the rest and continued, "It's almost time to leave the Demon Sovereign Pavilion. Senior brother and the young Dragon King of the Xanglan Sea will definitely not be willing to accept this loss. In addition, there are many fortunes in the Demon Sovereign Palace. I'm sure they will not be willing to miss this opportunity. Based on their abilities, to be honest, you might not be able to win if you were to fight them head-on. Later, when their injuries are under control, and when the Fox Fairy of Qingqiu Mountain and the Taoist of Mount Wuing who were scared out of their wits by you come back to their senses, they will join forces with the elites of the demon race who were robbed by you just now. It's hard to tell who will win." When he spoke up to her, he sighed lightly and counted lightly. "What's more serious is that Violet Mist Lake's Taoist, Taisher Idiot, Blackwood Ridge's Snake Queen, and my pitiful junior brother Zhou were all killed by you. The death of any one of them could possibly cause great chaos, let alone you killed 4 of them in one go. I really want to know how you are going to deal with the troubles that will follow." Hearing this, even Wu Sang'er and Little Pung King looked at Fang Xing. This was indeed the truth. He had a good time killing just now, but when he thought of the troubles that would follow, it was really a headache. However, Fang Xing was not nervous at all. He grinned and said, "If you want to help me, then there won't be any problems, right?" Li Hongyi laughed helplessly and said, "To be honest, I really want to help you, but I don't dare to. It's not easy for me to gain a foothold in the Divine Prefecture. If I help you this time, all my previous efforts will go to waste. Don't make things difficult for me. Then there's no other way. I'll just take it one step at a time." Fang Xing sneered indifferently, then stood up and stretched. He turned to look at the magnificent Demon Sovereign Palace and said, "I heard that there are many great fortunes in this wretched palace, right? When can we open it?" At this juncture, he was still concerned about the treasures in the Demon Sovereign Palace. Wu Sang'er was a little speechless, but when he asked, he had no choice but to tell him the truth. "It's almost time. But don't we really need to plan how to solve the problems later? Now that we've entered the Demon Palace, no one is fighting with us for anything. But it's useless. If the people of those lineages come looking for us later, no matter how many fortunes we take." Just thinking about what happened after made him shudder, so he didn't continue talking about it. What he meant was that if he lost his life, it would be useless no matter how much fortune he had. To be honest, because of Mount Fusang's weak influence, they had to live very carefully. In their eyes, Purple Mist Lake's Taoist child, Taisher Idiot, and even the Snake Queen were all important figures that they could not afford to offend, let alone Zhou Xianxia from the Divine Prefecture. Fang Xing had killed these 4 people in one breath, which was already a huge disaster. Perhaps even Mount Guren and Uncle Jen would not be able to resolve this enmity. "We'll talk about getting out when we get out. Let's enter the Demon Sovereign Palace to find the treasures first." Fang Xing didn't bother to pay attention to them. He, who had already swallowed a lot of elixirs to replenish his spiritual power, was full of vigor again. He excitedly came to the front of the Demon Sovereign Palace and looked up at the huge palace floating in the void. This palace was really too high. Even with his current cultivation of gold core middle stage, he could feel a strong sense of oppression, which was a kind of genuine immortal's aura. When Li Hongyi and the others saw this, they also frowned slightly. They wanted to persuade him, but didn't know where to start. This person is really so heartless. He only does things with ruthlessness, but succeeds with luck. Even in Li Hongyi's heart, such a feeling had already arisen. But on second thought, based on what this little devil had done in the Xian domain of Nanzhan, he didn't seem to be the kind of person who only relied on luck to explore the world. In the end, she decided to wait and see for the time being. In her heart, she didn't see Fang Xing defeat the joint attack of senior brother He and Little Dragon King in one go. She felt that his strength was still a little lacking after all. If his mind and wisdom were not outstanding, then he was still a notch lower than the candidate she had in mind. Even if he went to the Divine Continent, he probably wouldn't be of much use and would just waste her expectations. The reason why she had such a thought was not because she looked down on Fang Xing, but because those people from the Divine Continent were really too scary. Everyone rested for a while, but it was already midnight of the night. Inside the huge demon sovereign palace, which had been silent like a tomb, there was finally a sound of a mechanism that made people's teeth ache. Everyone was immediately excited and jumped up to look at the demon sovereign palace. They were surprised to see that on the door of the demon sovereign palace, there was a flow of spiritual light, and then a large number of runes gradually appeared. Some kind of prohibition had been opened. Ka ka ka. After a few breaths, the door that had been tightly closed suddenly opened a little. Ha 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 ha, it's finally opened. Fang Xing looked into the demon sovereign palace. Seeing that there was no danger, he was immediately excited. He laughed and rushed inside. Behind him, Kong Konger, the Taoist of the Great Sage Mountain, the Great Golden Crow, Little Pun King, Wu Sanger, and the others also couldn't hide their excitement and entered. Only Wu Yidian, who had a poor life, pulled the spiritual boat with all his strength and anxiously followed them. So many immortal essences, ancient books, and weapons. After entering the demon sovereign palace, even Fang Xing and the Great Golden Crow, who were experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't help but be stunned. The inside of the demon sovereign palace was like a small world. The air was filled with jade platforms, some of which stored a large number of ancient books, and no one knew how long they had been floating here without being read. Some of them were placed with weapons with simple aura, and they emitted an ominous aura. No one knew who their former owners were. What was even more amazing was that some immortal essences were embedded in the walls of the demon sovereign palace. They were like stars, covering the entire hall with a kind of immortal light. When Fang Xing glanced over, he was surprised to see a piece that was even bigger than his head. Oh my, who said that the fortune of the demon sovereign pavilion is not as good as that of the mystic domain? The Great Golden Crow was so shocked that he stuttered. On the other hand, Fang Xing rubbed his hands and chuckled. Looks like I didn't come here for nothing this time. Kong Konger, the Taoist of the Great Sage Mountain, silently estimated the value of the fortune. Suddenly, he said to Fang Xing seriously, let me make this clear first. Whether it is what you snatched or what is inside, I have a share. Don't mix them together. Empty, empty, everything is ours, everything is ours. Someone shouted from behind. It was Wu Yidian, who came in with the spiritual boat. His eyes were fanatical, and he was even fiercer than Fang Xing. Once the demon sovereign palace opens, they will surely come back to kill us. Are you really not going to make any preparations? Li Hongyi seemed to be the only one who could remain calm. She reminded Fang Xing softly. You guys carry it first, Fang Xing said to the Great Golden Crow and the others. He approached Li Hongyi with a smile and put his arm around her shoulder as if they were very familiar with each other. He chuckled and said, he is here. Do you really think I am stupid and didn't make any preparations? Li Hongyi was not used to this. She rolled her eyes at him. Seeing that this little devil was not aware of it, she was too lazy to care about his little actions. She just sneered and looked in the direction of his gaze. You have a backup plan? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that there was already a skinny and shriveled figure at the entrance of the palace, sneaking into the demon palace stealthily. When he saw Fang Xing from afar, he wailed loudly and knelt down in the air from 1,000 feet away. He could be considered to have slid directly to Fang Xing, hugged the little devil's thigh and cried, Grandpa, I was wrong, I was really wrong, Taoist of the Wuing Mountain? This unexpected scene gave everyone in the demon sovereign palace a fright. They looked over in confusion. This rat was caught by Fang Xing during the fierce battle, but he was quickly kicked away. No one saw it clearly at that time. They thought that he had escaped by some means and did not think much about it. However, at this time all the demons had already escaped. No one knew what countermeasures they were secretly discussing to deal with Fang Xing. Unexpectedly, this rat rushed back at this time and hugged Fang Xing's leg, crying bitterly. Haha, the taste of my fire will is not good, is it? Fang Xing laughed and lifted the Taoist of the Wuing Mountain's chin. Only then did everyone see that there was a burn mark on the Taoist of the Wuing Mountain's face. It was faintly spreading, as if there was some kind of flame burning from inside his body. It looked especially terrifying. Connecting this with Fang Xing's expression and words, the cultivators suddenly understood something. It must be that Fang Xing had placed some kind of restriction on him. Grandpa, I was really wrong. Grandpa, please spare me. I will follow your lead from now on. The Taoist of the Wuing Mountain was crying with snot and tears. It was obvious that he had suffered enough. Fang Xing said resentfully, I didn't *King want to torture you. I originally wanted to help you break the curse after dealing with those guys. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, you would disappear without a trace? But since you're back, there's no need to be anxious. Tell me, what are those guys planning? Did they think of any way to deal with me? I'll help you break the curse after you tell me. The little devil made it sound easy, but only he knew what he had suffered. The Taoist of Mount Wuing wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He deeply felt that not long ago, he had secretly rejoiced that he had managed to save his life by begging for mercy. This legendary little devil really lived up to his reputation. However, at this moment, he wanted nothing more than to give himself 2 tight slaps. They have already sensed the opening of the demon palace. Just now, Senior Brother He of the Divine Land and Little Dragon King of the Sea exchanged secret techniques. Senior Brother He paid the price of 30 years of pure yang fire will to help Little Dragon King suppress his injuries. Little Dragon King also gave Senior Brother He the secret treasure of the Dragon Palace that could save his life, allowing him to use his techniques to his heart's content. His spiritual power will not run dry for 6 hours. The 4 little ancestors of the Demon Chasing League who were guarding the ripening blood orchids in a blood pool were also summoned by Senior Brother He. In addition, that coquettish fox and I also received a gift and our strength has increased significantly. The other demon cultivators also decided to join them in battle. Now that we have received a large formation from Senior Brother He, although it can't be used up too much in a short period of time, it is absolutely no problem for people with the strength of me and that coquettish fox. Almost like pouring beans, he spilled everything, explaining Senior Brother He and the Little Dragon King's arrangement thoroughly. It seems that there will be a tough battle sooner or later. Li Hongyi sighed softly and turned to look at Fang Xing. He said slowly, Senior Brother He and Little Dragon King, who have recovered their peak strength, are not to be trifled with. In addition, the 4 little ancestors of the Demon Chasing League were not here earlier, but now that they have been summoned by Senior Brother He, they are also a surprise force. Don't be fooled by their politeness to us, as if they are close followers, but that is only out of respect for our identity. In terms of real strength, these 4 are not weaker than the Taoists of the various demon lineages, perhaps even stronger to a certain extent. In addition, there is one more thing that I have to mention. At this point, Li Hongyi paused and turned to look at Fang Xing with a solemn expression. What Senior Brother He Lingzi is best at is actually not sorcery. He is one of the most outstanding 7 disciples in the 3 northern paths of the Divine Land. He is proficient in 4 paths: sorcery, formation, elixir, and talisman. Among them, he is best at formations. There is a kind of attack formation in China, and the standard to evaluate its power is to see if it can be trained to have the ability to transcend realms with the 8 suns slash. In other words, if the attainment of this attack formation reaches the extreme, it can train 8 cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment who can cooperate seamlessly to kill a golden core cultivator with the formation, or even 8 golden core cultivators who have reached the peak of the golden core realm, and can form a formation to kill a nascent soul cultivator. Can you imagine how powerful this is? To be honest, this Senior Brother He Lingzi already had such attainments in his previous life. And this time, since he is willing to pass the formation, those demon cultivators who are not strong individually, after being trained by him, the strength that they can display is absolutely not to be underestimated. Even if the time is a little short and the practice is not mature, but after all, there is strength in numbers. If more than 30 golden core cultivators join forces, as long as they guard the eye of the formation, it is not empty talk that they can trap people with strength like you and me to death. Everyone in the surroundings was astounded when they heard her, and no one spoke for a long time. Before this, in their minds, they did not think that Senior Brother He and Little Dragon King could make any big waves. After all, they were just defeated soldiers. Even if they came back with great momentum, it was just a hard ambush and the outcome was unknown. But now that they heard the words of Li Hongyi, who had a better understanding of the divine land, they suddenly realized that the outcome was no longer unknown. The strength of both sides was simply worlds apart. If they were to fight again, could it be that they would be taken down directly? Instead, Fang Xing scratched his head and said in confusion, "Do they really want to fight with me again? Why are they so troublesome? Why don't they wait until after we go out and directly report me and wait for those old fellows to deal with me?" Li Hongyi rolled her eyes at him and said slowly, "They can't afford to lose that face." Everyone was speechless, but after thinking about it carefully, what Li Hongyi said was right. In fact, Fang Xing was also right. For Senior Brother He and Little Dragon King now, the best thing to do was to wait until after they left the Demon God Pavilion and watch Fang Xing get into trouble. After all, he had killed too many people. Once he left the Demon God Pavilion, Purple Mist Lake, Taisher Clan, Blackwood Ridge, and even Hades Mountain, which had their opportunity to enter the Demon God Pavilion cut off by Fang Xing with one sword strike, would not let him go. In addition, the little devil's identity had been exposed, who knew how many people were secretly coveting him. It could be said that the moment they left the Demon God Pavilion would be the moment when Fang Xing was in big trouble. However, with Senior Brother He and Little Dragon King's status, they were really not willing to suffer such a big loss in his hands. Therefore, the two of them decided to join forces and took out their life-saving magic treasures and secret techniques. They did not hesitate to increase the strength of each other and the demons, just to fight with Fang Xing before they left the Demon God Pavilion. They had to get back at him with their own strength. "Grandpa Fang, I noticed that something was wrong with my body, so I took advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention and quickly slipped away. You must save me. Once they discover that I've slipped away, they'll definitely guess that I've returned to look for you. At that time, I'm afraid that they'll definitely kill me. Now that I'm already tied to you, please have mercy and spare me. I guarantee that I'll definitely serve you faithfully." The Taoist of Mount Wuing wept and kept begging for mercy. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot just now. On his body, there was a pill talisman that Fang Xing had inserted into his body. This was just a small technique that all the cultivators present who had formed their gold core knew. It sounded simple, but in fact, it was just condensing the pill light, turning the talisman into a seal, and inserting it into the sea of consciousness of someone with a lower cultivation than oneself. Using this technique was equivalent to inserting a part of one's spirit into someone else's sea of consciousness. Through this part of the spirit, one could seize the other person's shell or control the other party. However, this technique was somewhat useless. Firstly, it could only be used on people with a lower cultivation than oneself. Secondly, even if this technique was used, if it was used by someone with a higher cultivation than oneself, it could also be easily dispelled. In other words, if the Taoist of Mount Wuing was in the outside world, he could easily dispel this talisman by begging his patriarch. However, now that he was in the Demon the Arch Pavilion, he could only rely on his own strength. In addition, the pill that Fang Xing cultivated was the Lawless Pill, which contained the Samadhi True Fire Will. It was much more terrifying than ordinary pill talismans. After this Taoist of Mount Wuing discovered that there was this pill talisman in his sea of consciousness, he had already used all kinds of methods to dispel it. However, he realized that he could not dispel it at all. Instead, he had ignited the fire will and suffered greatly. With his sly character, if he had any other way, he would not have turned back to beg Fang Xing, "What do you plan to do?" Li Hongyi turned his head to look at Fang Xing. His eyebrows furrowed into a knot. The Taoist of Mount Wuing, Kong Konger, the Great Golden Crow, the Little Golden Peking, and the others had also gathered. At this moment, everyone was silent. Whether to fight or flee, they had to listen to Fang Xing's opinion. In their hearts, they knew that it was only a trick that allowed them to defeat the little dragon king of the Sea of Azure Billows and senior brother He. Now that the other party had returned, a fierce battle was probably unavoidable. It was very tricky. Fangxing acted as if nothing had happened. He did not dispel the fire will in the Taoist of Mount Wuying's body. Instead, he took out a jade book and threw it to him, asking him to insert his divine will into it. That Taoist of Mount Wuying was obviously hesitating. However, Fangxing did not pay attention to him. He straightened his body and looked around. He smiled and said, "Why are all of you gathered here? Did you take all the fortunes? These are all valuable things." The great golden crow sighed helplessly and said, "Tell us your idea first. Don't keep us in suspense." At this time, he was also worried. To be honest, the current situation was indeed very unfavorable. Senior brother He and Little Dragon King were really angry. If they turned around and fought with all their might, it would be very difficult to deal with them. These two, together with Fox Fairy and the 4 little ancestors of the Demon Chasing League, were already considered to have 7 masters. Even if the formation was hastily rehearsed in a short period of time, it would still be very difficult to deal with. This lineup could be said to be even more terrifying than the killing battle that Fangxing had just experienced. After all, this time, the other party would no longer have any reservations. They would definitely attack with all their might, and the danger was more than 10 times higher. Moreover, the top masters on their side were only Fangxing and Kong Kong. After that fierce battle, Fangxing's physical strength was extremely weak. This was a kind of consumption of origin, and it was impossible for him to recover to his peak in a short period of time. Kong Kong, after all, had only known each other for a short period of time, and it was not likely that she would be willing to risk her life for them. That Li Hongyi from the Divine Prefecture had also said that he would not casually help any side. Unfortunately, his own sword embryo had not been formed yet. Although sneak attacks could achieve miraculous results, it might not be enough in a head-on battle. As he thought about it, the pressure in his heart could not help but increase. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. He could not help but look at Fangxing with an urgent gaze. "What's there to keep us in suspense? Pack your things and leave." Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Fangxing also felt a headache. He knocked his head and said helplessly, "Escape?" The demons' hearts trembled. If they wanted to avoid this battle, leaving the Demon Emperor Pavilion was indeed the only way, but they had already caused a great disaster. Even if they left the Demon Emperor Pavilion, they would only be entering another disaster, or rather, it would probably be even more dangerous after they left. After all, in this Demon Emperor Pavilion, it was still a battle between peers, but once they left, they would have to face the wrath of the elders of Purple Mist Lake, Taisher Clan, Blackwood Ridge, and other branches. Li Hongyi sighed. "Have you thought about how to deal with their Yuanying elder?" Fangxing said, "Outside of the pavilion, they don't know that I have killed their Taoist." Li Hongyi snickered. "So many people saw it, how can we hide it?" She was almost too lazy to explain to the little devil's childish thoughts. He had already killed someone, how could he expect his family not to know about it? However, the little devil said something with a smile, but it scared her so much that her expression changed. The great golden crow's reaction was faster, and his eyes had already lit up when he heard that. Kong Kong of the Great Sage Mountain was surprised for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something and laughed loudly. Little Pun King, Wu Sang and the others were still a little confused. "Doing this? Aren't you afraid that things will get out of hand?" Li Hongyi stared closely at Fangxing and asked nervously. Even someone as daring as her was a little worried at this moment. Fangxing laughed loudly and said, "Do I look like someone who's afraid of trouble?" Li Hongyi had always been a courageous person, but even she was shocked by this little devil's idea. Thinking about it, this method was simple, but even if they thought of it, they would not dare to use it casually. She had also experienced the guts of the number 1 little devil in Nanzhan. After thinking about all the aspects, she only asked one question: "Even if we do this, it will be very troublesome." At that time, Fangxing pointed at the Taoist of Mount Wuying who was hesitating. "Don't we have him?" Everyone looked over curiously. Even the Taoist of Mount Wuying raised his head blankly. A smile appeared in Fangxing's eyes. He lifted the chin of the Taoist of Mount Wuing with his huge black sword and chuckled. Stupid rat, do you know why I didn't spare anyone but you just now? Because the moment I saw you, I knew that you were the kind of bastard who would abandon your wife, children, and even your parents' lives. So. I really like monsters like you. The Taoist of Mount Wuing was stunned. He held the jade booklet that Fangxing handed to him. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why don't you send in your divine sense? Fangxing knocked him with his huge black sword. The Taoist of Mount Wuing was in a dilemma. I will do my best to do things for Grandpa Fang. Can I not sign it? Fangxing placed the black sword on his neck. Can I kill you? The Taoist of Mount Wuing did not know what to say. He raised his head and looked at Fangxing with his round eyes pitifully. Fangxing was stunned. Suddenly, he kicked him to the ground. You are so ugly, but you still want to act cute in front of me? The Taoist of Mount Wuing had no choice but to sign the jade booklet. He did not doubt that the little devil would casually cut off his head. Even if he did not kill him with the sword, the strange pill talisman was firmly imprinted in his sea of consciousness. He could not get rid of it. In the end, he sent a divine sense into the jade booklet. At this moment, he had already accepted his fate. The world was big, but his life was more important. As for Fangxing, he grabbed it, laughed, and flew up into the sky. Keep moving. Move all the good fortune. Everyone looked at each other. After hesitating for a while, they also thought to themselves, let's go all out. Since the little devil had made up his mind, he would cooperate with him. Without competitors, they could work together against the treasures of the demon hall. What was there to be polite about? All kinds of ancient books were stuffed into the spiritual boat. All kinds of broken weapons were put into the spiritual boat if they could be put into the storage bag. The immortal essences on the walls of the demon palace were all knocked down. As for the opportunities that couldn't be taken away, they were directly destroyed. Anyway, the things that couldn't be taken away didn't belong to him, so he didn't feel bad about it. This bustle made the majestic demon hall look like it was suffering from a plague of locusts. It could be called the biggest catastrophe in 10,000 years. In the end, even Li Hongyi contributed his heavenly silk handkerchief as a bag. The spiritual boat was filled to the brim with the most valuable things. Those that weren't very valuable were directly taken out and destroyed, turning into pieces that floated in the air. Wu Yidian felt bad for them and wanted to cry, but he had no tears. He looked like he was about to die. Of course, although he felt bad for them, he didn't stop them. Although they were stupid, they could still tell what was valuable and what wasn't. Little devil, hand over your life. By the time the fully armored little dragon king, senior brother he of the divine land, and the others rushed back from the outside of the demon palace with a murderous aura, there was nothing valuable or complete in the entire demon palace. There was only a magic boat that was overflowing with water, a big bag on the back of the big golden crow, and a string of storage bags on Fangxing's body. Haha, you guys are late. I'm leaving. Let's meet again if fate allows it. Fangxing laughed heartily and waved at them. He actually wants to escape? Little Dragon King and the others were a little surprised. To them, they had already rushed over as fast as they could. In fact, they were just worried that Fangxing would leave too fast and lose the opportunity to fight. After all, he and Lingzi both felt that once this little devil left the demon the Arch Pavilion, it would be hard for him to escape the fate of being restrained by the Yuanying old ancestor. It wouldn't be their turn to make a move then. The two of them, who were proud and arrogant, were unwilling to accept this defeat. They emptied out all the fortunes in the demon hall. Someone noticed the changes in the demon hall and cried out involuntarily. They actually destroyed a lot. There were even people who discovered the broken magic treasures and other things, and they cried out with extreme heartache. Go, let's go too. Even if we can't kill him with our own hands, we can still vent our anger by watching him die. There were even people who rushed forward and prepared to leave the demon the Arch Pavilion to see the scene of the little devil being suppressed. Oh no, amidst the shouts, the meticulous Lingzi suddenly let out a loud cry, his gaze fixated on the altar that had already been activated. Swoosh, he rushed over directly with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. At this time, a few grooves around the altar were embedded with fist-sized pieces of immortal essence, which served as the source of the teleportation power of the altar. At this time, there were runes flowing on the altar. A light beam talisman with a thickness of 30 feet shrouded down. There were golden scriptures flowing in the light beam, which represented the activation of the teleportation power of the altar. When the light beam was at its brightest, it would be the time for them to be teleported away. But the strange thing was that there were many other things around the altar besides those pieces of immortal essence. Those talismans with extraordinary aura, some artifacts overflowing with ferocious aura, and some bottles and jars were tied around the altar carelessly, which was very incompatible with the sacred and gorgeous altar. Obviously, it was tied up by someone else at the last minute. If others saw those things, they wouldn't think much of it, but in the eyes of a knowledgeable cultivator like Xianxia, it scared him out of his wits. Swoosh, Xianxia had almost rushed to the vicinity of the altar, and his face was full of horror. But it was also at this time that the brilliance on the altar flashed a few times, and it was so bright that it was dazzling to the eyes. After it flourished, it suddenly converged, and finally became empty. On the altar, there was no trace of the little devil and the others. Someone with sharp eyes saw that when the little devil finally disappeared, he reached out and pinched a seal with a smirk and operated his spiritual power. Boom! In the instant after Feng Xing and the others were teleported away, Xianxia had already rushed to the side of the altar. Suddenly, the surroundings of the altar lit up with dazzling light again. It was those talismans and artifacts that actually exploded at this time. The self-destruction of the source of the art and the imprint burst out a huge destructive force, intertwined with each other, and the level of the force multiplied, turning into an extremely terrifying force. "Don't!" Xianxia screamed, and his heart was so cold that he wanted to die. But there was no way to stop it, and he could only desperately put up a barrier to defend. Even so, he was also pushed back heavily by this terrifying force, and directly hit the wall of the demon palace. The other demons were also shocked at this time, and looked in the direction of the altar in disbelief. For a moment, no one spoke, and they were all stunned by this sudden change. What happened just now? Why did the altar explode? Someone thought of a more serious problem. The altar is destroyed, how do we leave? And that senior brother after hitting the wall, almost did not stop for a moment, and once again rushed to the altar, and looked at it in horror. At this time, the smoke from the explosion had already dispersed, but it revealed the broken altar, and saw that the sacred altar had become extremely dilapidated. But generally, it still maintained its original appearance. After all, this altar was made of rare dark jade, and it was not that easy to destroy. But what gave people a headache was that at this time, on the altar, there were pieces of liquid appearing, destroying the talismans. It was the liquid that was contained in those bottles and jars, and it was a kind of talisman dissolving powder. People who practiced talismans liked this kind of thing the most, because when they practiced talismans on the jade books, if they made a mistake, they could erase the talismans and inscribe them again. But at this time, the talismans on the altar had been almost destroyed by this kind of liquid, and more than half of the talismans had been erased. Even the jade platform had already lost a few corners, and it was not square, and not round, and it had lost its connection with the heaven and earth. To put it simply, the altar was destroyed, completely destroyed. This kind of teleportation altar was the most intricate and mysterious magic item, and it could tear the space, and achieve long-distance teleportation. But also because of its mysterious function, it caused this magic item to be fragile. Cultivators who specialized in the Tao of talismans all knew that this kind of teleportation altar was said to have a total of 10,001 mysterious talismans, and the size and shape also had strict requirements, and no mistakes could be made, otherwise, the altar would not be able to be activated, and in serious cases, there would be a mistake during the teleportation process, and if this thing that was used to send people into the void passage made a mistake, the result was obvious. He actually destroyed the altar. The more Xianxia looked, the more desperate he became. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and shouted, "Does he want to trap us here to death?" Hua! In the hearts of the demons, who had faintly felt that something was wrong, suddenly, endless fear arose at the same time. The altar was destroyed? Then how could they get out? They were now in the demon god pavilion. Although there were endless opportunities here, it was also extremely barren. Apart from a few stalks of spiritual medicine, there was not the slightest bit of vitality. If they were trapped in this godforsaken place, how could they survive? Was this little devil really so ruthless before entering the pavilion, he cut off the path of creation of the Taoist of Hades Mountain and the others with a sword, and when he left the pavilion, he destroyed the altar that the demons used to leave the pavilion. For a moment, a kind of despair was circulating in the hearts of the demons, as they thought of all kinds of terrible consequences. Even the little dragon king, Aobai, who had always been so proud that his face rarely showed other expressions, had a very ugly expression at this moment. And this was also the answer that Feng Xing gave to Li Hongyi. So many people saw you kill people, what should you do? Leave all these people in the demon god pavilion. At this time, in the outside world, around the altar located in the middle of the hall of the demon palace, there were already more than a dozen powerful great elders of the demon race, as well as several nascent soul realm ancestors with demon meridians, sitting cross-legged around the altar in the middle of the demon palace's main hall. They had already calculated the opening time of the demon palace in advance and were already waiting here to welcome their disciples back from the demon emperor pavilion. There were also a large number of clansmen waiting outside the hall quietly. Among them, the nascent soul ancestral patriarch of Xianxia Mountain was the nascent soul ancestral patriarch of Mount Lone Edge, as well as the ancestral patriarch of Taisher family. Although his expression was calm, he was a little worried, anxious to know the outcome of the battle between the juniors of his family in the Monster Emperor Pavilion. In the eyes of the ancestral patriarch of Mount Lone Edge, Peng Wu, although the little human fellow who was sent back to the clan by the evil king before entering the pavilion, and although he had cut through many dangers with a single sword strike, the situation in the pavilion was still not to be underestimated. After all, the Taoist of Taisher family, and the Snake Queen of Blackwood Ridge were not on the boat, and those two would not let Feng Xing go. Moreover, the Fox Fairy of the Xianxia Mountain and the Taoist of the Purple Mist Lake were also sent into the Demon Emperor Pavilion by their ancestors. The Little Dragon King of the Kanglan Sea had conflicts with Feng Xing and the Golden Crow Prince. The Kanglan Sea was secretly eyeing something on the Golden Crow Prince, so it was very likely that they would fall out. It seemed that the juniors of the Kanglan Sea were at a disadvantage. Now, he did not expect much from Feng Xing and the Little Peng King. It was not bad to suffer a loss and return safely. After all, the evil king had already said that he had obtained a great fortune and endless resources. The Lone Edge Mountain did not lack these. Just as he was feeling uneasy, the altar in front of him suddenly glowed with spiritual light. The runes gradually lit up, as if someone had been teleported out. The old demons saw this and perked up. They looked up at the altar, only to see that the light on the altar was getting brighter, and a small figure appeared on the altar. He had a wretched face and small eyes that shone brightly. It was the Taoist of the Shadowless Mountain. He's the first one to come out? The demons were stunned, as if they did not expect this. Haha, he came out? The Taoist of Mount Wuing, Wei Wuji, looked around and let out a sigh of relief. He let out a shrill laugh and jumped off the altar. He bowed to a sharp-looking old man in a grey robe and said, "Grandson Wuji pays his respects to the great ancestor." Grandson did not disappoint the great ancestor and returned successfully. That old man was the nascent soul elder of Mount Wuing. After hearing the words of the Taoist of Mount Wuing, he felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his heart. However, his expression was still indifferent as he smiled and said, "There are so many powerful juniors entering the pavilion this time, and they are all proud and arrogant. I'm afraid they will have to fight for everything. How did a little fellow like you manage to snatch the first opportunity to come out?" Wei Wuji laughed and deliberately glanced at the Yuanying ancestor and Peng Wu of the Qingqiu Mountain. It was indeed not my turn, but that fairy fox of the Qingqiu Mountain is really impressive. She entered the pavilion alone, and as a result, the Taoist of the Violet Mist Lake, the Snake Queen of the Blackwood Ridge, the young Dragon King of the Sea of Blue Waves, and a few senior brothers from the Divine Prefecture were all moved by her. They are now fighting that human cultivator Xing Feng inside the Demon Emperor Pavilion. Seeing that they are not in a hurry to come out, I have to leave first. The surrounding Taoists were all shocked when they heard that, thinking that the scene was actually that big. The elder of the Qingqiu Mountain, on the other hand, was clearly relieved. He could not even hide the smile on his face as he thought to himself, "Who is really something?" She entered the Demon Emperor Pavilion alone and messed up all her previous plans, but she still managed to form such a situation. She is indeed the material for great things. Sigh. Putting aside the Violet Mist Lake, the Taisher family, and the Blackwood Ridge, even the juniors from the Sea of Blue Waves and the Divine Prefecture were moved by her. Pengwu of the Lone Edge Mountain, in particular, suddenly showed a hint of fury in his eyes. Although he had guessed that his juniors might fight with many people inside, he did not expect to be besieged like this. With the fury in his heart, he looked towards the Yuanying ancestor of the Xianxia mountain with a murderous gaze. The old woman originally had a hint of a smile on her face, but when she sensed Pengwu's gaze on her, she hurriedly retracted her smile and pretended to be calm. "Fellow Pengwu, why are you so angry? The duel between the juniors was decided by us a long time ago. It's unavoidable. As for who the juniors help, it's up to them. It's pointless for us to worry about it." Hearing her complacent words, Pengwu was infuriated. His ruthless gaze swept across the Violet Mist Lake, the Taisher family, the Blackwood Ridge, and even the dragon mother of the Sea of Blue Waves in the distance. After a while, he snickered. "I don't know since when did the Lone Edge Mountain have so many enemies. It was supposed to be a duel between two mountains, but now it looks like the juniors of the other tribes are stirring up trouble. Is it because my Daoist Ling Tian has yet to break through to Golden Core that Lone Edge Mountain is being looked down upon by others?" Hearing his words, the clansmen of the Violet Mist Lake, the Taisher family, and even the Blackwood Ridge felt a little uneasy. They knew that the great rock that had once terrorized an entire era had secretly hated their tribes. Their expressions were a little unnatural, especially the great elder of the Blackwood Ridge. Their Blackwood Ridge did not have the Yuanying ancestor, so he could not help but panic. The Yuanying ancestor of the Xianxia mountain really did not dare to offend the Lone Edge mountain that was famous for its ferocity. Seeing that Pengwu was really angry, he laughed it off and said, "Fellow Daoist Pengwu, you don't have to be so worried. Our two tribes have been friends for thousands of years. How could such a small matter cause a rift? Haha, I've actually considered this a long time ago. Before we entered the Fey Emperor Pavilion, I've already told Xian'er to stop after she wins this duel and spare the life of that Xing brat." When Pengwu heard this, he felt that she had the intention of showing off after getting the advantage. His anger did not subside, but rose instead. It was at this moment that the Daoist of the Shadowless Mountain followed up, "Spare the life of that Xing Fang? Haha, I don't think so. That human cultivator is really miserable now." The sky-throwing seal of the Violet Mist Lake's Daoist directly smashed into his head, and the Snake Queen's poisonous smoke directly sprayed into his body. His internal organs are probably already rotten. The three ancient swords of the Taisher family's Daoist are also extraordinary. "Ioyo, that's so miserable. Although he's not dead yet, I think he's almost there. If it wasn't for the fact that I was in a hurry to bring out the creation, I really would have watched a little longer." Boom. How could Pengwu bear it any longer? Killing intent sword, and the air was filled with dense killing intent. There were actually invisible feather swords floating in the air, waiting to kill. When the Violet Mist Lake, the Taisher family, and the Blackwood Ridge saw this, they were somewhat frightened. To be honest, although the Violet Mist Lake and the Taisher family both had Yuanying ancestors, they were not on the same level as the Gu-Blade Mountain in terms of strength and influence. As for the Blackwood Ridge, which didn't even have a Yuanying ancestor, they were even more miserable. Even the Great Elder's body involuntarily shrank back. Things have gotten a little out of hand, they were all thinking in their hearts, trying to think of a way to dispel the anger of the Gu-Blade Mountain. "Grandson Wuji, rest at the back. Don't say any more." When the elder of the Shadowless Mountain saw this, he spoke softly to stop Wei Wuji from continuing. The Yuanying ancestor of the Great Sage Mountain also advised, "There's no need to get angry so quickly. Let's wait for the juniors to come out first." Pengwu didn't choose to attack at this time, but his gaze swept coldly over the Violet Mist Lake, the Taisher family, and the Blackwood Ridge. He said coldly, "For thousands of years, my Gu-Blade Mountain has never seen anyone show weakness. It's fine if the successor of the evil king's bloodline doesn't die, but if anything happens to him, all of you who interfered will have to pay the price." Such a merciless threat immediately caused the expressions of the elders of the other bloodlines to change slightly. Forget about the Violet Mist Lake, the Taisher family, and the Blackwood Ridge, even the Yuanying ancestors of the other bloodlines began to worry. This was a troubled time, and the internal affairs of the demon lands could not be chaotic. If the Gu-Blade Mountain insisted on causing trouble, then things would really be too troublesome. They secretly looked at each other. Some of them were already secretly communicating with each other, discussing countermeasures. Now, they could only hope that their children would show mercy. It would be best if the human Xingfang didn't die, but if he really died, the other clans could only think about how to dispel the anger of the Gu-Blade Mountain. Unfortunately, what they wanted came true. Just as the elders were secretly discussing, they saw light appear on the altar again. Everyone immediately sat up straight, wanting to see who had returned this time. My good brother, you died so tragically. In the light, before the figure appeared, there was suddenly a long, strange cry that made people's hair stand on end. The elders were shocked and looked at each other. They looked up and saw many figures appear in the light. In the middle of the figures, there was a huge spell boat. However, what attracted the attention of the elders was the front of the spell boat. A great golden crow squatted on the ground and mourned. Its wings were holding a person covered in blood and without any signs of life. It was crying in a long, drawn-out tone. Behind it, the little Pun King of the Gu-Blade Mountain, Kong Kong of the Great Sage Mountain, Li Hongyi of the Divine Prefecture, and Wu Sang and Wu Idian of the Fusang Mountain all stood behind with strange expressions on their faces. Is he really dead? There was dead silence in the main hall of the demon court. After a while, an old man stood up in panic and cried out. This old man was the first elder of the Blackwood Ridge. Seeing this scene, he was already trembling in fear and didn't dare to look at the Gu-Blade Mountain's Peng 5. He's really dead? At this moment, Peng 5 also felt like he was struck by lightning. His expression was extremely ugly. In Wu Sanger's memory, even when Jin Liuzi's father died, he didn't cry so much. Some people looked like a wounded beast, but the great golden crow, who was hugging Fang Xing, didn't look like a wounded beast at all. It was more like a wounded beast's mother. It hugged the motionless Fang Xing tightly with its two big wings and cried so hard that its tears and snot almost flowed onto Fang Xing's face. Its voice was long and melodious. It was even more melodious than singing an opera. Simply put, the Taoists of Mount Wuing, Kong Kong Little Pun King, and Wu Sang couldn't bear to look at its sad appearance anymore. They turned around with a sad face. Wu Idian, on the other hand, looked quite sad. After holding back his emotions for a while, he also cried. He reached out to pull Fang Xing's trousers and wiped his snot and tears on them. This made someone's teeth itch. What's going on? Peng Fifth had already stood up. He was a grand nascent soul ancestor, but right now, his figure seemed to be unstable. He almost didn't dare to believe the scene before his eyes. Those juniors, how could they really dare to be so ruthless? How dare they kill people? The great golden crow howled several times louder and cried, Ancestor of Mount Guren, you have to help us. That bitch is too ruthless. She directly gathered a group of people to besiege us. Xingfang clearly admitted defeat and begged for mercy, but she didn't let it go. She insisted on killing people. In the end, she joined forces with the bastards of Purple Mist Lake, Blackwood Ridge, and Taisher clan to kill him. If I hadn't acted quickly and snatched his body and rushed up to the altar, I don't think he would have been left with a whole body. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Many people were whispering to each other and deeply felt that the matter had become serious. For a moment, many powerful divine senses scanned the corpse in the arms of the great golden crow. However, after scanning it, they felt a chill in their hearts. That's right, its aura was almost gone, and its vitality was almost completely cut off. It looked like it had just been beaten to death. This kind of thing couldn't be faked. After all, in front of so many yuanying old demons, no one could deceive them. Impossible, Xianxia wouldn't act so recklessly. The old woman of Green Hill rose and shouted, subconsciously about to step forward to examine the corpse in the great golden crow's arms, but Peng 5, who had stepped forward, swatted her away with a wave of his palm. Astonished, Peng 5 grabbed Fang Xing's body and hurriedly channeled his power to examine. The nascent soul ancestor of Green Hill was not enraged when she was swatted away. Though she was a nascent soul cultivator, she appeared to be lacking in confidence at the moment. Her desire to step forward to examine was merely a subconscious action, not really suspecting anything. After all, the human cultivator Xingfang's corpse was right in front of her, and her divine sense had already concluded that the child's vital signs had indeed been severed. Moreover, the Taoist of Mount Invisible had come out and said so earlier, giving them a preconceived notion in their minds that it was true. Sigh, little Pung King Ling Tian walked down from the altar and glanced at Pung 5. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Old ancestor, please restrain your grief. This matter is too complicated. Listen to my report. Actually, when we first entered the demonic emperor pavilion, we actually encountered the fox fairy, but we did not harm her. We only forced her to sign this contract of surrender and let her go, but we didn't expect that she would secretly contact the Taoists of the various lineages to surround and kill us. In the end, it was a fierce battle. We couldn't stand against so many people, and they were vicious as well, so we finally died in the hands of the Taoist of Violet Mist Lake, the Snake Queen, Taisher Idiot, and the others." His voice was calm and low, without any expression, and it sounded like his heart was immeasurably heavy. As he spoke, he also took out a jade talisman and handed it to Pung 5. Pung 5 received it expressionlessly and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately understood everything with a single glance, then let out a long sigh and tossed it into the air. The old ancestors of the other lineages, including the old woman from Green Hill, all scanned the jade talisman with their divine senses, but they were all greatly shocked, having confirmed that the jade talisman was genuine. They could not help but have such a thought in their hearts: could it be that the little fox from Green Hill had lost the first round and was forced to use her divine sense to admit defeat? Even if she were to turn the tables later, it would be difficult for her to change the fact that she had lost the first round, and she was afraid that the existence of this jade talisman would confirm the fact that she had lost the bet after leaving the demonic emperor pavilion, so she was so ruthless. As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, 70 to 80% of them were certain. Even the old woman from Green Hill could not help but think so. Impossible." At that moment, a trembling old man cried out in grievance. He was the great elder of the Blackwood Ridge. He cried out bitterly, "I've already warned Shah not to interfere in this battle. We can't afford to offend either side. Why did she still interfere? She's an obedient child, how could she not understand the situation and insist on interfering?" All the demons were silent, secretly sympathizing with the head elder of Blackwood Ridge. This person was skilled in scheming, managing Blackwood Ridge to its current state, and its influence was at its peak. If not for the fact that Blackwood Ridge did not have a Yuaniing old ancestor, it would probably be on par with the demon veins in the land of demons. But now, since the Snake Queen had offended Mount Lone Edge, it was not far from the annihilation of Mount Lone Edge. Green Hill could barely withstand the fury of Mount Lone Edge, but Purple Mist Lake and the Taisher family were in grave danger. After all, these two lineages only had one Yuaniing, while Blackwood Ridge did not have the ability to defend itself at all. Without Yuaniing, there was no foundation. It was also at this moment that Wu Dian, who had been silently waiting for an opportunity to speak, suddenly cried out, "Isn't it all because the fox fairy revealed his identity?" He pointed at Feng Xing, who lay quietly in the arms of the great golden crow, and cried out, "The fox fairy said that Xing Feng was only an alias, and was actually the #1 genius of Nanzhan, Feng Xing. They all said that he had many treasures on him, so they were all moved and set up a trap to kill him. Aya, how could this be true? His death was too unjust, Nanzhan Feng Xing." Apart from the old woman of Green Hill, the eyes of every ancestor-level figure froze, their emotions stirring. He's Feng Xing? The Feng Xing who caused so much trouble in Nanzhan? Someone cried out involuntarily, looking at Pung 5 strangely. But now, even Pung 5's face was full of shock, and he could not say a word. At this moment, the Divine Prefecture cultivator, Li Hongyi, spoke up, "Seniors of the demon race, I'm sure some of you have investigated my background. I was born in Nanzhan, and once met this person in the mystic region, so I can be a witness. He is indeed Feng Xing, the Feng Xing who once made an enemy of the Huangfu family but did not suffer a great loss, and left with Huangfu Daozi's head, whoosh." With Li Hongyi's testimony, Zhu Xiu was immediately mostly convinced of Feng Xing's identity, and his expression was one of great shock. Speaking of which, the so-called first little demon of Nanzhan, or the little disaster, Feng Xing, was like an ant before them, but that did not stop him from being famous. The enmity between the demon territory and the Huangfu family had caused the demon lineages to constantly pay attention to the Huangfu family's movements. Because of that, the little demon who had once beheaded Huangfu Daozi and then killed 10 golden core cultivators of the Huangfu family was extremely famous in the demon territory. Even the old fellows had heard of him, and some had even said that they wanted to take the little demon as a disciple. But no matter what, they never thought that the little demon would appear before them at this moment. Moreover, he was already a dead man. For a moment, the people of the demon lineages all had complicated expressions, unable to describe what they were feeling. Where are they? Why haven't they come out yet? We'll know what happened when we ask them. Suddenly, someone yelled out, his expression filled with anger. Those people took my brother's storage pouch, which contained various treasures of the mysterious region. They're fighting over the treasures inside right now. If they hadn't been focused on attacking each other, I wouldn't have had the chance to take my brother's corpse. The great golden crow began to cry again, snot and tears running down his face. The demons did not doubt his words. They were all old and cunning fellows, so they understood very well. Why were the other juniors attacking this human cultivator? Was it not for the treasures of the mysterious region? Everything made sense now. Xianxia foxes, what a good successor you've raised. Suddenly, Peng Fifth, who had already reached the limit of his fury, bellowed and swung his palm towards the old woman of Xianxia foxes. The force of the palm was entwined with countless strands of golden light, filling the entire interior of the demon palace with terrifying power. It almost shattered the space with a single strike, and with an indescribable power of destruction, it struck towards the old woman's chest. Fellow Peng Fifth, let's talk this out. At that moment, the old woman of Xianxia foxes was greatly alarmed as well. As she cried out, she did her best to resist. However, she had been injured when she forcefully sent the immortal fox fairy into the Demon Emperor Pavilion 10 days ago, and had yet to recover. Coupled with the fact that her cultivation was inferior to Peng Fifth's in the first place, she was actually unable to resist his palm. Her body shuddered and she spat out a mouthful of blood, flying through the demon palace behind her. Hold on. Please calm down, fellow Daoist. At that moment, the ancestors were greatly alarmed and hurried over. Peng Five, meanwhile, was already burning with rage, and was about to follow up with another palm strike at the old woman of Xianxia foxes, only to be stopped by the elders of the various lineages who had hurried over. Still, Peng Five could not care less now, and pointed at the nascent soul elders of the Taisher clan, the nascent soul elders of the Violet Mist Lake, and the Golden Core Mastery Grand Elder of the Blackwood Ridge who were mixed in the crowd, barking, "This matter is clearly related to your lineages. Do you really think that we, the Lone Edge Mountain, are so weak that you can bully us? Today, we'll get to the bottom of this." Asterisk kaboom, asterisk Peng Fifth struck out with his palm again, striking at the Yuanying ancestor of the Amethyst Lake. His power engulfed the great hall, almost burning the heavens. Under such circumstances, every golden core cultivator present had already fled. Who would dare to approach a Yuanying ancestor when he was enraged? Big Golden Crow also wiped away the tears and snot on his face. He sneakily carried Fang Xing and slipped out. At the same time, he shouted, "Make way, make way. I want to bring my brother back to Mount Fusang as soon as possible. I want to see if Uncle Jen can save him." Fang Xing appeared for the first time in the demon territory that was most likely to accept him as a dead man. However, even as a dead man, he still displayed his extraordinary abilities as the #1 disaster of Nanzhan to the demons of the demon territory. Simply put, in less than 10 minutes after his identity was revealed, a great battle broke out in the main hall of the demon court. In his rage, Peng Fifth went berserk and injured the Yuanying ancestors of Qingqiu Mountain and Purple Mist Lake. Even the Yuanying ancestor of the Taisher family had half his beard cut off, and the great elder of the Blackwood Ridge had almost been stomped into meat paste. Fortunately, the Yuanying ancestor of Great Sage Mountain had lent a helping hand in time, saving his little life. However, most of his cultivation had been destroyed. Right now, Peng Five was truly angry, and this anger was something that was only right and proper. Everyone understood. Even though the little devil, Nanzhan, was a calamity that gave others a headache no matter where he was, but any clan that encountered this kid would want to pull him into their ranks. After all, not to mention that his ability was truly extraordinary amongst the younger generation, even if it was the legend that he'd monopolized 30% of the fortune in the Nanzhan Profound region. It was still a wealth that moved the hearts of all the 8 great demon clans, but who would have thought that the little guy had already joined the Lone Edge Mountain and died just like that, and after he died, the fortune in Nanzhan's profound domain was taken by the younger generation of the other tribes. If it were him, he would also be angry. With this thought in mind, it was not that the Yuanying ancestors of Purple Mist Lake and Xianxia Mountain did not lack the strength to fight Ping Fifth together, but they truly felt that they were in the wrong in this matter and could not force their way to the end. The ancestors and elders of the other demonic tribes had no choice but to stop Peng Wu of Mount Lonely Edge in order to prevent internal strife from breaking out in the demonic land. However, Peng Wu seemed to have really gone mad. He directly sent a message to the other 2 Yuanying ancestors and 3,000 demonic soldiers of Mount Lonely Edge. He acted as if he was going to fight the other tribes to the end, which frightened all the demonic beasts. Fortunately, the Dragon Mother of the Sea Dragon clan spoke up in time to persuade them. The oldest ancestor of the Lonely Blade Mountain also said that he wanted to take a look at the little ancestor of the Lonely Blade Mountain, Feng Xing, who had been beaten to death by the juniors of the other clans. He wanted to see if he could use his power to go against the heavens and help him return to life. However, at this moment, the beasts realized that the little devil of the human race, Feng Xing, had already disappeared. He was taken to Mount Fusang by the Golden Crow Prince. Someone shouted a reminder, and the monster ancestors of all lineages rushed to Mount Fusang on a cloud. The matter had become too big, and there was no one who did not want to save Feng Xing. First, because they had lived long enough, they thought more than the youngsters. They knew very well that the little devil could die anywhere but in the demonic land. After all, the little devil had made an enemy of the Huangfu family, which could be considered as helping the demonic beasts vent their anger. If he was killed because the juniors of the demonic beasts had stolen his opportunity, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of the demonic land if word got out. They had originally wanted to send the juniors to the divine continent to develop their orthodoxy, but if their reputation was damaged, it would be disadvantageous. Secondly, if the little devil was saved, the demonic land was likely to avoid a major internal strife. The demonic land was originally not as powerful as the divine continent and the demon-chasing league. If there was internal strife, not to mention rising in the future, it was likely that they would be destroyed. There were already people asking the Taoists of Mount Wuing and the Taoists of the Great Sage Mountain, and even the divine continent cultivator Li Hongyi. However, the Taoist of Mount Wuing solemnly swore that he had seen the little devil being besieged, and the Taoist of the Great Sage Mountain lowered his head and sighed when he heard the question, as if he could not bear to mention it again. The divine continent cultivator Li Hongyi only said one sentence: "Money kills people." After a series of questions, even the old beasts who originally had doubts were no longer suspicious. After all, the Taoists of Mount Wuing, the Taoists of the Great Sage Mountain, and the cultivators from the divine continent, no matter how they looked at it, they could not be together. Their personalities and identities were very different, and it was almost impossible for them to lie together, so it could only mean that this matter was true. All the beasts rushed to Mount Fusang, but they were stopped by the patriarch of Mount Fusang, Wu Gumu. He said that the divine Wood patriarch of his clan had already gone into seclusion, and planned to use his supreme power to gather the remnant soul of the little ancestor of Mount Fusang, who had a deep relationship with Mount Fusang, and try to return him to life. This technique was too important, and it must not be disturbed. My fellow Taoists, please stay for the time being. In the past, Wu Gumu was really not taken seriously by these old beasts, but now that Mount Fusang had an ancestor with unparalleled power and a mysterious identity, his status also rose with it. Moreover, this matter was related to the little demon's last chance of survival, so the beasts really did not dare to disturb him. The 3 patriarchs of Mount Fusang even stood up and directly ordered the mountain to be sealed, and no one dared to take even half a step closer, or else they would be seen as deliberately disturbing Uncle Jen's casting, and wanting to harm the last chance of survival of Mount Fusang's little ancestor, and would be killed without mercy. Under such circumstances, even the Yuanying patriarch of Xianxia Mountain did not dare to raise any objections. Moreover, he was very worried that things would develop beyond his control, so he hurriedly returned to the demon palace. First, he wanted to quickly bring back his juniors and bring them back to his clan to protect them, lest Mount Fusang retaliate with a tooth for a tooth, and wait for an opportunity to harm their lives. Second, he urgently needed to discuss a countermeasure. After all, that human cultivator was definitely dead, and the so-called resurrection was only a good idea, and it might not succeed. They were in a hurry to discuss a countermeasure. If that bastard really did die, how would they appease Mount Fusang? The demon realm must not fall into chaos again. Surely we don't have to elaborate on the importance of this matter. In the demon palace, the venerable Yuanying patriarch of the Great Saint Mountain, a white-furred, half-human, half-ape demon spoke first. Full of bitterness, the old woman of Xianxia Mountain said, "Bright sage, I naturally know that the demon realm must not fall into chaos. Just now, Peng Fifth attacked me like a madman, clearly intending to take my life, but I did not retaliate because I considered that. But the problem now is that Mount Fusang would not let it go. If they really want to fight us, his eyes were bright, as if testing which side the Great Saint Mountain would stand on. The old white ape, however, appeared rather displeased as he spoke flatly, "Don't think about such useless things for now. Even if war really breaks out, the Great Saint Mountain would never join in, much less help your Xianxia Mountain against Mount Fusang. From what I can see, your Xianxia Mountain has learned this art of invincibility from who knows when. It's so boring. I'm only advising you to be more open-minded. If your Green Hill Mountain managed to obtain such an outstanding junior like Nanzhan and Fangxing, and even had the fortune of the arcane domain behind him, what would your performance be like if you were to lose your riches and die when the time comes? Your reaction would probably be 100 times more intense than Mount Fusang's. Am I wrong?" The old woman of Xianxia Mountain was already losing her composure. It was fortunate that the one who spoke was the old white ape of the Great Saint Mountain, a man of high seniority and virtue, which was why she did not retort. Instead, she said helplessly, "I'm just thinking about the bigger picture. If Mount Fusang really wants to fight, we can't be unprepared, can we?" I didn't expect something like this to happen either." Heh. A human cultivator agreed to the wager in order to protect the little fox of your Green Hill foxes, only to be slain by the Taoist of your Green Hill and various factions after winning. You should think about how serious this is. Does your Green Hill foxes really only care about resources and not reputation? It would be a severe blow to all demons if word of this spreads. I'm old, so I advise you to think more about the present and not the future." The old white ape's words left the old ancestor of Xianxia Mountain unable to even lift her head. Reputation is something that can't be seen or touched, but who can say that he's useless? The old white ape sighed, his gaze distant. After a long while, he said regretfully, "It's a pity for that little fellow who was born Nanzhan. His reputation really isn't something that can be achieved easily. I can only hope that he can be saved. Please, give me an idea, or I'll have to ask my master uncle to come out of seclusion." The old woman of Xianxia Mountain sighed softly and said quietly. The old white ape glanced at her, and then at the Yuanying ancestor of Violet Mist Lake, the Taisher ancestor, the Golden Core Mahayana elder of Blackwood Ridge who was beaten half to death by Peng Wu, and the Shadowless Peak ancestor who was watching from the sidelines. The old ape sighed deeply and said, "Is there a need for me to say more when things have come to this? The juniors of your bloodlines have gained considerably by snatching away that little fellow Nanzhan's providence. The old brothers of Lone Blade Peak are not people who can't see the big picture either, since their true little ancestor had left the Demon Emperor Pavilion unscathed. That's why they lost." The Yuanying ancestor of the Taisher family did a double take, and asked softly, "Senior, you mean, to compensate?" The old white ape did not say anything. After a long while, it nodded its head and said, "No matter what we do, we must do it before that human junior successfully returns to life or before the outcome is confirmed to be hopeless. As long as the outcome is not completely confirmed, then the matter will be easy to negotiate. However, if the outcome is confirmed, then let's not talk about whether Lonely Edge Mountain will agree to reconcile. The price will, we understand." The Yuanying ancestor of Violet Mist Lake promptly rose to his feet and said to the Green Hill Foxes, the Taisher family, and the Blackwood Ridge, "This is not the time to be petty, so let's not hide it and discuss it. Moreover, to put it bluntly, Brother Cloudsmoke, the Green Hill Foxes must take the lead in this matter. After all, it all started because of you, and the child of my clan was dragged in because he was trying to help." The Cloudsmoke ancestor of the Green Hill Foxes nodded helplessly in tacit agreement. shouldn't there be a venerable senior to mediate this matter? The Taisher ancestor suddenly spoke and looked at the old white ape. The old white ape was a little helpless, but eventually nodded. The elders of the other bloodlines breathed a sigh of relief at his agreement, and were ready to order their clansmen to prepare. Even so, they had a vague feeling that something was not right, with some of them even glancing at the altar and mumbling, "Why aren't the other juniors coming out yet?" While the elders were discussing in the demon palace, Fangxing had already packed up his bag in the demon land of Mount Fusong. He poured the magical treasures he had taken from the Demon Emperor Pavilion onto the ground and picked up a lot of them himself. He filled up 4 storage pouches. In addition to his original pouches, he had more than 10 storage pouches on him. He simply wrapped these 10 storage pouches into a bundle and carried them on his back. Wu Sang-er, Kong-er, and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry at his get-up. Why did cultivators use storage pouches? Wasn't it for convenience and relaxation? This little devil, on the other hand, actually used storage pouches to make him look like a country bumpkin entering the city. Of course, no country bumpkin would have the treasures in his storage pouches. They were all priceless. "I'm leaving. Just do as we discussed and push everything else to me." Carrying the big bundle, Fangxing smiled and waved to the people beside him, and was about to slip away. This time, he also knew that he had caused a lot of trouble. Not to mention the fact that he had killed the Dao children of the Purple Mist Lake, the Taisher clan, and the Blackwood Ridge. The divine prefecture cultivator Zhou Xianxia had died at his hands. In order to cooperate with the divine prefecture, the demon land would probably make an example out of him. Although Mount Guren might be able to protect him, the price would definitely be very high. Perhaps the demon land would directly fall into internal strife. Fangxing didn't want to owe Guren Mountain such a big favor, so when he was about to leave the Demon Emperor Pavilion, he planned to escape without a trace. Because of this plan, he simply made the matter even bigger. He directly locked all the other prodigies of the demon lineage in the Demon Emperor Pavilion and then played dead. He estimated that this would buy him at least 2 days of time, which was enough for him to escape. Speaking of which, his ability to pretend to be dead was not just for show. After practicing the chi concealing technique and the nameless secret art passed on by the Black Giant Sword, he could now use this secret art to the limit and even hide from the heaven's secrets. On the bigger picture, if he hid himself, those powerful Yuanying stage-old monsters, even if they used the method of calculating the heaven's secrets, would not be able to find his position. On the smaller picture, although he could not hide himself in front of a Yuanying stage-old monster, he could hide his chi. Temporarily pretending to be dead was not a problem. Of course, there was also a possibility of failure. Perhaps some old monsters with powerful spirits would sense that there was still a glimmer of life in his body and find some clues. But after all, he had already arranged the trap in advance. Even if those Yuanying old monsters found out that he still had a glimmer of life, most of them would think that he had just died and his life had not completely ended. As long as his death was exposed to the demons of the Demon Emperor Pavilion, Fangxing was not overestimating himself. There would definitely be a crisis. After all, who was Master Fang? Even Fangxing himself admired him. Would Mount Guren let it go? The reason why he did this was to avoid being targeted as soon as he left the Demon Emperor Pavilion. Fangxing knew very well that Fairy Fox had already guessed his identity, and Qingqiu foxes were probably no exception. In that case, no matter what, as long as he left the Demon Emperor Pavilion alive and well, Qingqiu foxes and the other lineages that did not like him would definitely keep a close eye on him. If he wanted to escape his sight, he would have to disturb their minds. It was precisely because of this that Master Fang smacked his head and came up with this idea of playing dead. The hardest part about this was the performance of the others. Fortunately, Fangxing had not misjudged the Taoist of Mount Wuing. After his little life was in Fangxing's hands, his performance was quite spectacular. It could be said that the old Taoists were so easily fooled because of his foreshadowing, and the great Golden Crow's acting skills. Fangxing's teeth ached at the thought of it. It was so terrible that he wanted to jump up and slap that bastard. He clearly had no talent in acting at all. He was not even as good as Wu Dian. His performance was a bonus. As for Kong, the Taoist of the Great Sage Mountain, it took a little effort to convince him. As the Taoist of the Great Sage Mountain, I disdain lying. Kong was very determined when he first heard Fangxing's plan. Do me a favor, I can help you kill and ambush, but I'll never help you lie. I'll give you money. How much? 300 spiritual essences? Give me some more, 500. Deal. Just like that, 500 spiritual essences bought Kong a chance to help him lie. Li Hongyi was very helpless. In the end, she decided to help Feng Xing. Of course, she had her own principles, everything that came out of her mouth was the truth. However, how others would interpret it depended on them. Even if someone asked her about it later, she would be very calm. I said that money would kill people, but I didn't say that it would harm the little devil's life. Now, Feng Xing was prepared to escape from the Ting province first. He had the aura-concealing technique to protect himself. As long as he escaped a certain range, he would be able to fly anywhere in the world. Although there were many Yuanying ancestors in the land of demons, it would not be easy to find him. Of course, there would be trouble for Mount Gu Ren and Mount Fusang after this, but Master Feng could not care less. After all, these two lineages were guarded by Yuanying ancestors. They would not be destroyed so easily. At this juncture, it was more important for him to take care of himself. The great golden crow clenched his teeth and said, "No, let's escape together. If anything happens, I can help you escape." Feng Xing waved his hand. Forget it. This disaster cannot be escaped with speed. I have the ability to conceal my aura. As long as I hide in the setting sun desert, they will have to dig through the entire desert to find me. However, it's different if I bring you along. The more people I protect, the less effective it will be. It's fine if I can protect myself, but it'll be easy for me to be exposed if I bring you along. As he spoke, he bade farewell and prepared to escape. After all, it was not easy to buy some time. If he did not leave now, he might not be able to leave again. Old man, I'm quite satisfied with your great killing technique. Thank you. After bidding farewell to Uncle Jen, who was lying lazily on a cliff nearby and basking in the sun, Feng Xing had already dashed out of the mountain. He moved close to the ground and did not dare to enter the void directly, as he was worried that he would be discovered. When Uncle Jen saw this, he seemed to understand Feng Xing's thoughts. He only shook his head slightly and chuckled. He did not say anything. At this moment, Peng 5 and Ancestor Pure Heaven of Lonely Edge Mountain were sitting cross-legged on a cloud high in the sky outside Fusang Mountain. In the eyes of others, the two of them were guarding Fusang Mountain to prevent Fusang Divine Tree Zhenbo, who was in the middle of reviving Feng Xing's soul, from being disturbed. However, in reality, the two of them were using their divine senses to observe a certain direction from afar. They knew that someone was fleeing in that direction. He actually thought of feigning death. This brat from the evil king's bloodline is really... Peng Fifth could not help but speak. He shook his head with a wry smile. Do you still remember that after we stepped into the Gold Core realm, we already had the demeanor of an ancestor? We were strict and old-fashioned when we did things. Even if we were arrogant, our arrogance was extremely reasonable. As for the juniors now, how could they be Gold Core realm? I reckon that even foundation building realm cultivators would disdain to do such a thing. They are really shameless and have no demeanor. Ancestor Pure Heaven chuckled and said, if it wasn't for the fact that ordinary people can't do such a thing, this brat would not be able to deceive others so easily. I have to say that his aura concealment technique is really amazing. It should have been taught to him by an expert. Even I know that he is fleeing in that direction, but I can't sense his existence. I should be proud of this. Peng Fifth smiled bitterly and said, if I hadn't run into his identity and become suspicious, and then because I know Ling Tian too well, I noticed that there was something wrong with his reaction and slowly figured out the truth. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been deceived by him. At first, I thought it was absurd, but after thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. As long as he escapes, we can pretend that we don't know anything and pretend to cut off all contact with him. I don't think the chaos in the demon land will affect too much. After all, this is indeed not a small matter. With so many people locked up in the Demon Emperor Pavilion, I'm afraid that even our Lone Edge Mountain will not be able to protect him. Now that he has escaped, it's probably because he doesn't want to cause this big trouble for us. Ancestor Pure Heaven also frowned. This brat is bold but not unreasonable. He doesn't care about trifles but upholds the principle of righteousness. In the cultivation world, it is rare to see a free person. Unfortunately, he is not a true disciple of Lone Edge Mountain. Otherwise, we would risk everything to protect him. Even this time, when the demon race goes to the divine prefecture to establish the Tao, he is very qualified to be the divine son. Hearing this, Pengwu also fell silent for a long time. After a long time, he said, "How much should we protect him?" Ancestor Pure Heaven sighed softly. "We will cover him for 2 days. After 2 days, the people in the demon palace will be anxious. At that time, we will take the initiative to tell them the truth. When we rescue those juniors who are imprisoned in the Demon Emperor Pavilion, we will help them. Then, no one will say anything wrong about us. As for this brat, if we don't want the demon land to be in chaos, we have to cut off contact with him." While they were talking, they suddenly heard a voice coming from afar, which shocked them greatly. "The dragon clan of the Sea of Azure Waves pays respect to Elder Immortal Fusang." The voice was soft and gentle, and it spread across the entire Fusang mountain. In the void in the distance, a woman with a head full of pearls and emeralds flew over. She had a cold temperament, but her eyes and brows seemed to be the center of the world, intoxicating all things. Judging from her appearance, she was only about 30 years old. She was plump but not fat. Her facial features were delicate but not coquettish. Her temperament was cold but not cold. In short, when people saw her, they would only think of one sentence: heaven and earth could not give birth to such a person. Naturally, the one with such charm was Yumei, the mother of the sea dragon, who had bewitched a dragon king. Why is she here? Both Peng Fifth and Patriarch Pure Heaven were shocked to see her, and a bad feeling arose in their hearts. The Kanglan sea dragon mother flew over gracefully. At this time, she didn't bring any maids or attendants with her, nor did she ride on a phoenix chariot. She arrived alone in the air. Peng Wu and Elder Hun Tian exchanged glances when they saw her. They didn't let the Gu-Blade Mountain's monster soldiers and monster generals stop her. They let the Kanglan sea dragon mother land directly at the foot of Mount Fusang, and then sent a letter of greeting into Mount Fusang. A jade talisman turned into a spiritual light and flew into Mount Fusang. The sea dragon mother of the deep sea pressed her hand on her abdomen and waited quietly. Even Peng Five and Hun Tian were shocked by this scene, not to mention the demon soldiers and generals of Gu-Blade Mountain and the people of Fusang Mountain who were guarding the corner of the mountain. The dragon mother of the Sea of Dragon was backed by the Dragon Palace of the Sea of Dragon, which ruled the 4 seas and was on par with the major sects of the Divine Prefecture. She might not be the most honorable person in the world, but there was not much difference between her and the dragon mother of the sea. Seeing this, they all became vigilant, but none of them showed up to ask. They wanted to see what Dragon Mother wanted. "I'm busy, I don't have time," Dragon Mother handed her jade talisman into the mountain. She remained silent for a long while, but eventually, only this voice could be heard. The people who heard it were speechless. They knew that this was the voice of the propping mulberry tree. The Dragon Mother of the Deep Sea was not angry. She just smiled and replied, "I know that Senior is using a supreme divine ability to revive that human cultivator. Mayor has cultivated the soul-splitting technique since she was young and has some understanding of the great Tao of the soul. I think I can help Senior a little. Why don't Senior let Mayor in and perform a great technique for this human cultivator? It can also be considered as helping the demon race avoid a great disaster. How about it?" Hearing this, Peng Five and Hun Tian exchanged a meaningful glance. They didn't know what Dragon Mother was planning. In Fusang Mountain, Uncle Jen's reply was even more straightforward. "No need, this old man can handle it. Come back in a year or 2. Hee, are you sure you don't want me to go in?" The sea dragon mother smiled and did not say anything else. She slowly rose into the sky and only looked in one direction when she reached a height of 3,000 feet. The place where her gaze landed was illusory and empty. However, at this moment, a gust of chilly wind suddenly blew in that illusory place, revealing a figure that was flying at high speed. Fang Xing. His gaze was directed at Fang Xing, whose saws were smeared with oil and flying swiftly. When she saw Fang Xing, the dragon mother of the Sea of Deep Waves smiled and narrowed her eyes. Fang Xing, who was running close to the ground with a big bag on his back, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He hurriedly turned his head and looked over. What he saw scared him out of his wits. With a strange cry, he flipped over and fell to the ground. When he turned his head, he saw a strange bird with 9 heads. It was as huge as the sky and the earth, and it was fiercely pouncing on him. Fangxing's cultivation was not low now, and his strength was enough to show disdain for the younger generation. However, when he faced this strange bird with 9 heads, he suddenly felt that even the sky and the earth could not protect him. His mind was in a mess. Not to mention using the breath concealment technique, he could not even control the momentum of his flight. He directly fell to the ground and fell flat on his face. He turned over and jumped up, ready to risk his life. However, when he looked down, he saw that the void was misty and empty. Only then did he realize that what he saw just now was actually an illusion. It was a spiritual pressure formed by some existence on him. It was the same principle as when he looked at someone with a lower cultivation than him. The other party would have the illusion of a 3-headed and 6-armed fierce god. However, in this way, he was even more shocked by the strength of the other party's spirit. Until now, he still did not know where he went wrong. However, he knew in his heart that he had provoked a powerful person this time. Even when he faced the Yuanying ancestor of the Lonely Edge Mountain, Peng Wu, he did not feel this kind of fear. Who set me up? Come out. Fangxing picked up his weapon and carried a large backpack on his back. He alertly shouted around him. However, after shouting a few times, no one appeared. Fangxing also began to hesitate in his heart. It was also at this time that a strong aura suddenly came from the direction of Mount Fusang. It flashed and disappeared, making one's heart jump. An expert has made a move. Fangxing's eyebrows immediately turned cold. He thought of Uncle General. He knew that the gaze that looked at him just now was definitely not from an ordinary person. The dangerous aura was even stronger than the ordinary Yuanying he had met. He thought that such a powerful person actually had his eyes on him. Now that the person had made a move, could it be that the old bastard Uncle Jen had stood up for him? For a moment, he was shocked and angry. After hesitating for a while, he secretly made a decision in his heart. That old bastard Uncle Jen seems to be only an empty shell. He can't win against anyone. Since this gaze is fixed on me, it means that he has already noticed me. I'm afraid I can't escape even if I want to. If that's the case, I might as well go back and talk to her directly. Little girl, where did you get the courage from? Just as the sea dragon mother looked at Fangxing, an angry voice suddenly sounded from within Mount Fusang. Whoosh! At the same time, something suddenly flew out from Mount Fusang. It tore the void in a split second, turned into a green light, and flew past the sea dragon mother. Even the sea dragon mother's expression changed at this moment. She gently raised her hand and touched her earlobe. The ice blue pendant that was originally worn on her earlobe had been cut in half, and it quietly fell into her palm. Then, she turned around and saw a coin-sized, oval-shaped leaf with fine teeth on its edge slowly falling behind her. It was abnormally intact, without a single scratch on it. In front of her, there was a crack in the void that stretched from Mount Fusang to her. It was like a terrifying wound that had slashed across the sky, and it was such a terrifying wound that it had split the sky apart. This wound was only lightly scratched by a leaf. It was an unintentional move. The person in Mount Fusang wanted to give her a warning, so he casually threw out such a leaf. Because the distance was too far and the leaf was too light, that person attached a bit of magical power to it. Because of this bit of magical power, when the leaf flew towards the sea dragon mother, it emitted a divine power and cut the void, creating a heaven abyss across the void. It's really you. The sea dragon mother smiled. Ignoring the young man who was already thousands of miles away from her, she lowered her head and slowly walked down Mount Fusang. There was a trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth, but there seemed to be a trace of coldness in her smile. Seeing this, Peng Five and Han Tian were slightly moved. They looked at each other and made a decision. They wanted to fly over and stop the sea dragon mother. But at this moment, a voice came from Mount Fusang. Little girl, although you gave me the invitation according to the ancient rules, I haven't agreed to let you in. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you if you break into my dojo like this? The sea dragon mother smiled very casually. It's just a clone anyway. You can kill me if you want, old senior. The voice from Mount Fusang said, what if I kill your real body too? The sea dragon mother was also a grandmother, but she was smiling like a little girl now. My real body is cultivating with my elder brother in the blood pool. Elder, if you want to kill my real body, you have to fight with my elder brother first. Humph, you think I don't dare? Come in. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared around Mount Fusang, and all the restrictive spells melted like snow. The demon soldiers and demon generals stationed outside the mountain were also sent to the side by a tremendous but harmless force. In front of the Dragon Mother of the Sea, a path suddenly appeared, leading straight to a place on Mount Fusang. That place was the Taoist Palace of Mount Fusang, the most honorable place. Uncle Jen was small, but he was currently standing in front of the Taoist Palace with a crutch and one hand behind his back. He looked over calmly. Greetings, old senior. The Sea Dragon Mother gracefully came before Uncle Jen and greeted him with the etiquette of a junior greeting an elder. Uncle Jen was not tall, but he was currently standing on the highest stone step of the Taoist Palace so that he could look down at the Sea Dragon Mother. Seeing that this woman was still following the etiquette of a junior, even though he understood that she was doing this so that he, as an elder, would not be able to bully her, he felt comfortable. He only snorted coldly, "You know who I am?" The Sea Dragon Mother was not afraid. She smiled and said, "I only knew that there was a person like you in the land of demons, but I just confirmed it. For years ago, when the mystic region of Nanzhan opened, chaos ensued due to the fight for opportunities. It was known as the Nanzhan Calamity. A mysterious lotus lady appeared and signed a 9 heavens alliance with the 9 strongest people in the world. The cultivation of those 9 people was far higher than the sect masters and the secluded elders behind them. Since then, there has been a saying, although there are no immortals in the world, there are 9 saints who are close to immortals. It means that although there are no immortals in the world today, there are 9 saints who are closest to immortals. Unfortunately, when the 9 saints rushed to the 9 heavens, their auras were so powerful that no one could see their true faces. They could only guess their origins from where they appeared. After that, countless people guessed the identities of the 9 saints, but they only knew that 3 of them were great saints of the divine continent, 2 were elders of the demon abyss, and the identities of the other 4 were unknown. However, one thing is certain, one of them came from the land of demons. I came to the land of demons this time for the establishment of the land of demons in the divine continent, for my husband's hidden illness, and for the third, or should I say the most important purpose is to find the saint of the land of demons and pay my respects to him. Haha, I am very lucky. I didn't have to spend much effort to guess the identity of the saint. I was bold enough to test you previously, and you have admitted it. At this point, she raised her head and looked at Uncle Jen with a smile. Then, she bowed for the 3rd time and kowtowed. Her voice was clear and gentle. Yumeir greets the great saint of divine wood. I hope you will forgive me for my previous rude test. Being worshipped by Dragon Mother for 3 times in a row, this was a rare honor in this world. However, Uncle Jen remained expressionless, showing neither anger nor pride. He just stared at Dragon Mother with a pair of weird eyes. After a while, he said, although it is only a clone, if I kill it, your cultivation will be damaged by at least 10%. You risked your clone to come see me. What is your intention? Seeing Uncle Jen's question, San Lan Sea Dragon Mother heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, nothing much, I'm just worried about my wastrel. This time, I'm here to ask if my child is dead or alive. Can he still come out? Hearing this, Uncle Jen's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't say a word as if he had just swallowed a fly. He impatiently waved his hand and said, you don't have a good view of your own son. Why did you come here to ask me? I don't know. Dragon Mother was speechless. She didn't expect that Uncle Jen, with such a high status and cultivation base, would act shamelessly. Feeling helpless, she calmed herself down and said with a bitter smile, I've been cultivating the art of soul since I was young. If I couldn't tell that the young man was pretending to be dead, it would be unreasonable. Since he wanted to escape in this way, it must mean that something big has happened in the Beast Monarch Pavilion. I just want to know how many people he killed, how many people he tricked, and why the others haven't come out yet. Uncle Genbua was also speechless. After a long while, he smiled embarrassedly. Just as he was about to reply, he suddenly heard a gong being struck from outside. The sound of the gong was so loud that it made one's eardrums go numb. Then, the little bandit's voice sounded from below, old woman from the Dragon Palace, come out right now. Was it you who looked at me just now? I'm telling you, your son is in my hands. Behave yourself. This has nothing to do with that old deaf man. If you can, come out and negotiate with me. Don't fight. Old hag? Hearing this title, Dragon Mother's eyes shivered. She raised her head and glanced at Uncle Jen, then said with a bitter smile, this disciple of the sage is really filial. I guess he is afraid that I might hurt you, so he came to negotiate with me. She said this because she wanted to save Uncle Jen's face. However, she didn't expect that after Uncle Jen heard this, he suddenly waved his hand and said, you wait, I can't teach this kind of bastard disciple. After saying that, he stuck his head out of the house and shouted at Feng Xing who was hitting the gong on the cliff, little bastard, who are you calling old deaf? Do you believe that I won't slap you? Eh? Old deaf, you didn't pinch me to death? Feng Xing let out a sigh of relief and shouted. Just now, he was also targeted by Dragon Mother. That great pressure scared him. He knew that he couldn't escape anymore. Seeing her enter the valley where Uncle Jen's cave was located, Feng Xing became nervous. He had heard from Uncle Jen that this old bastard was indeed at a very high level, but now, he was almost at the end of his life. He was worried that Dragon Mother would pinch him to death. Therefore, he made up his mind and came back to negotiate with Dragon Mother. He had been thinking for quite a while, and the only one he could use as a bargaining chip was that little Dragon King in the Kanglan Sea. However, his kindness was misunderstood by Uncle General. The old man was so angry that he burst out cursing, you little bastard, you are the one who will be pinched to death. How dare you come back to negotiate with others with a broken gong? Didn't you want to run away? Why didn't you run away? Damn it, you old bastard, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness? Feng Xing was enraged. He leaped up and shouted at Uncle Jen, if I could run, I would have done it long ago. Do I need you to teach me? I'm telling you, don't be so stubborn. If you can't beat me, don't fight with me. I'm very capable, and I don't need an old man like you to protect me. Old woman in the Dragon Palace, come out and let's have a talk. I'm telling you, your son is in my hands. Behave yourself. Old hag. Dragon Mother's eyebrows twitched again. Uncle Jen was enraged as well. He turned around and shouted at Dragon Mother, little girl, you go kill him, I don't care. Dragon Mother gave a bitter smile. She didn't seem to want to make a move. Fortunately, at this moment, Peng 5, Hun Tian, and the other Yuanian great ancestors of the Lonely Blade Mountain had already landed. They covered Feng Xing's mouth and brought him aside. Just now, when Uncle Jen made his move, Feng Xing was too far away, so he didn't notice it. However, the two of them weren't far away from him. They had guessed the power of that leaf, and they knew that Uncle Jen's identity might be beyond their imagination. Therefore, they decided to wait and see. This little bastard, if he didn't give me a threat of thunder intent, I would have pinched him to death. Uncle Jen cursed as he retreated back into his cave. It seemed that he was quite angry. Dragon Mother didn't know how to answer. After a while, she said, only a junior like him could make my spoiled son suffer. Hearing her mention this again, Uncle Jen didn't try to be polite anymore. He said directly, you don't need to test here. Although this kid killed a few people in there, your son wasn't among them. He just blew up the teleportation altar of the Beast Sovereign Pavilion before he left. Your son and 41 juniors of the Beast Territory are all trapped in the Beast Sovereign Pavilion. They won't die, they just can't get out. Dragon Mother didn't show any worry on her face. She just smiled and said, then who died? Uncle Jen grinned, looked at Dragon Mother and said, you have a problem with that? Dragon Mother chuckled and said, Junior doesn't dare to, but this time, those who entered the Beast Sovereign Pavilion are all geniuses of the Beast Territory. The matter of the Beast Territory going to the Divine Prefecture to be apprenticed to a master is of great importance. It almost affects the future of the Beast Territory. Speaking of which, every one of them is a rare genius, and they are related to the fate of many Beast Territories. No matter which one of them is killed, it will cause great chaos, right? At this point, she purposely smiled and said, of course, if your identity were to spread, those demon veins wouldn't dare to have any objections. They could only swallow their anger. Yumeir was overthinking, please don't take offense. Uncle Jen snorted and said indifferently, "You can go back and tell your brother that I have no intention of becoming the king of the beast territory." Uncle Jen's words had exposed Yumeir's scheme, and her expression changed slightly. After a long while, she stood up again, bowed, and said, "Junior is showing off in front of an expert. Senior, please don't blame me. If Senior doesn't mind, Junior will help resolve the chaos in the demon land. Of course, I need your advice on how to save those juniors. Junior can't do it." Uncle Jen snorted and said, "I know what to do." Dragon Mother nodded and thanked him again. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. As if she had just thought of something, she said softly, "I see that the disciple of the Divine Prefecture's lunar path has come out, but the other two are nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the three envoys from the Divine Prefecture's northern three paths are having internal strife?" Uncle Jen said indifferently, "Actually, you already know, why do you ask me?" Dragon Mother was startled. She could only smile bitterly and said, "I shouldn't have played this trick in front of the saint. I hope Senior can forgive me. It's just that Mayor has lived in intrigue all her life. I'm used to speaking with caution. I didn't mean to play tricks in front of you." Seeing that Uncle Jen was looking at her with displeasure, she stopped talking and said directly, "The kid with the iron lotus is dead. I'm afraid the Divine Prefecture's northern three paths will cause trouble. Originally, they promised not many talismans to the demon territory. Now, I'm afraid they will keep more. What do you think about this, Senior?" Uncle Jen sneered and said, "What talisman of guidance? Becoming a disciple of the Divine Prefecture?" To put it nicely, it seemed like he was giving some luck to the demon realm, but in reality, he just wanted the demon realm to help him bear this karma. How could there be such a good thing in this world? You let others bear your debt, but they still have to be picky and be grateful to you at the same time? Girl, you've been in charge of the Sea of Azure Waves for so many years. Surely you can see through this, right?" The Dragon Mother of the Sea of Azure Waves was silent for a while, then she said in a low voice, "Although my cultivation base is a little weak, I'm not a fool. I can naturally see through the intentions of the Divine Prefecture. It seems like the demon territory has gained a great advantage in this matter. The Divine Prefecture, which is like the sun in the sky, is finally willing to share a portion of luck with the demon territory. Haha, but there's no need to say more. The outstanding disciple of Nanzhan joined the Divine Prefecture 4 years ago. Everyone knows what kind of a mess he has become now. Now, the cultivators of Nanzhan are already grieving and regretting their actions. The ancestors of the Great Snow Mountain are preparing to go east to the Divine Prefecture to seek a chance of survival. How can we, the demon territory, follow the old path of Nanzhan?" Seeing her indignant expression, Uncle Jen only snorted coldly and did not say anything. The Dragon Mother had no choice but to say, "The cultivators of the Divine Land are indeed full of extraordinary people. There are 4 paths, 8 heavens, 12 palaces, and countless orthodoxies. They have the ability to seize the heavens. They have set up such a big plan, which is indeed an earth-shattering plan. However, although the plan is big, they are worried that they can't bear the consequences, so they want to drag the land of demons into this mess. Unfortunately, they are too stingy. The condition they gave is only to allow a few juniors of the land of demons to join the sects of the Divine Land. Haha, the land of demons is not Nanzhan. With the example of cultivator Nanzhan, if we foolishly join them, it will be too easy for those old guys. Although I am now the Dragon Mother of the Sea Dragon, I am from the land of demons after all, and I can't bear to see the juniors of the demon clan work for them. After some consideration, I discussed it with my elder brother." Hearing the anger in her words, Uncle Jen was slightly aware of it. He did not comment and listened to her quietly. The Dragon Mother could not figure out what Uncle Jen was thinking, but after hesitating for a moment, she continued, "The land of demons cannot follow in the footsteps of the Divine Land. This welcoming talisman that seems generous but is actually full of evil intentions, we would rather not take it." After she finished speaking, she looked at Uncle Jen seriously and waited for his reply. She looked calm on the surface, but her heart was already in turmoil. Meanwhile, Uncle Jen looked at the Dragon Mother of the Sea Dragon, who was many generations younger than him, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. What a joke! After a while, Uncle Jen spoke. Hearing Uncle Jen's comment of a joke, Dragon Mother's expression remained unchanged. She quietly waited for Uncle Jen to continue. Uncle Jen chuckled, stroked his beard, and said, "You are indeed the Dragon Queen. You are so generous. Do you really think that we don't want it? When the catastrophe comes, even if we live in a remote corner of the land of demons, can we survive?" What a joke, those old guys from the Divine Land are indeed powerful. Even I admire them. It is their ability to set up such a big plan. Now, the Divine Land has given us a little bit of luck, but I don't think they personally gave us the order. It is just that their descendants are too stingy. Our land of demons has always been a mess. For thousands of years, we have never had any backbone. Although the luck we got today is a little bit less, do you really think that we don't want it? Dragon Mother smiled and said, "Senior, do you mean that we still have to accept the talisman from the Divine Land?" Uncle Jen laughed and said, "Small as the mosquito is, it is still meat. Although the luck is little, it is not as strong as the luck." A hint of anger appeared in Dragon Mother's eyes. "Senior, are you just going to watch the juniors of the Land of Demons become puppets?" Uncle Jen interrupted her. "When did I say that I want the juniors to join the major sects of the Divine Land?" Dragon Mother choked, wondering if this old man was really as deaf and muddle-headed as the rumors said. However, after meeting her, she realized that he did not look like the rumors said. She paused for a second and suppressed her impatience, then chuckled and said, "I understand now. Senior, you said that you will share the luck, but you don't want to be a disciple. Do you want to establish a Taoist system in the Divine Land?" Uncle Jen nodded and said with a smile, "That's right." Dragon Mother chuckled and said, "Being a disciple is one thing, but establishing a Taoist system is another. With the cunning and deep foundation of the cultivators of the Divine Land, it is already not easy for them to allow us to send our juniors to the major sects of the Divine Land. How can they allow us to establish a Taoist system in the Divine Land so easily?" At this point, his gaze gently fell on Uncle Jen's face, and he said with a smile, "Of course, old senior, your supernatural power is unparalleled. If you personally appear and talk to the great sages of the Divine Prefecture, there might be hope. I'm too old. It's not appropriate for me to travel such a long distance to China." She paused for a second and was about to say something else, but Uncle Jen impatiently interrupted her and grinned, "Little girl, don't play tricks in front of this old man. I'm getting old, but you're the most cunning one. I don't think you came back to this place just to visit me. You don't need to test me anymore. It's tiring to talk too much. Just tell me your brother and sister's plan. This old man wants to hear it." Being seen through by Uncle Jen, Dragon Mother's expression changed slightly, but she quickly covered it up with a smile. She paused for a second, thinking about what to say. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth and said, Elder, my elder brother did say that it is not suitable to be a disciple of the Divine Continent. It is equivalent to handing over the future of the Land of Demons to the Divine Continent. However, if we establish a sect in the Divine Continent, although it might be a little difficult before we can gain a firm foothold, there is still some hope. Besides, our Xianxia has some influence in the Divine Continent, maybe we can help." Uncle Jen glanced at her with a faint smile and said, "What are the conditions?" "Establishing a Taoist system is naturally a good thing for the Divine Land, but according to the habits of you and your sister, I'm afraid you won't help so easily, right? What are the conditions you were planning to discuss with the 8 branches of the Divine Land? Do you want the entire Divine Land to be under the rule of the Xianxia? Or do you want them to worship your brother as the emperor and be his henchman?" Dragon Mother didn't deny it. After a while, she slightly nodded and said, "We do have an idea. Of course, we need your permission. This time, I came to the Divine Land to find the great saint who lives in seclusion in the Divine Land and ask him for his opinion. After all, you must know that among the 3 kinds of spirit creatures, human beings, and demons, spirit creatures are the weakest and have a lot of internal strife. It's better for us to unite as one." "I don't agree." Uncle Jen grinned and said blandly, but his tone was unquestionable. Dragon Mother's expression slightly changed. Before she said anything, Uncle Jen grinned again and said, "But about establishing a Taoist system, you can do it." Dragon Mother's smile turned a bit bitter. She looked at Uncle Jen and said in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Uncle Jen said leisurely, "I mean you can borrow the power of the Xianxia to help the Divine Land." I don't ask for much. I just want to establish a Taoist system in the Divine Land. They don't have to decide who will cultivate there. Talented young spirit creatures will go. In the end, he chuckled and continued, to put it simply, in the next 300 years, we, the spirit creatures, can bear the consequences, but we also need some fortune. You're really direct. Dragon Mother was a bit speechless. She sighed inwardly and lowered her head, thinking about how to answer. Uncle Jen glanced at her and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to beat around the bush? Dragon Mother sighed, seeming to have made up her mind. She said straightforwardly, what will I get if I do this? Isn't it too straightforward? Uncle Jen was a bit speechless. Aren't you a spirit creature? Don't you want to forget your roots? Dragon Mother said expressionlessly, I won't forget my roots, and I won't let go when it's time for me to take back my roots. After all, you have lived for so long, I'm sure you know that face and other things are all empty words. When it comes to important matters, we can't avoid exchanging benefits. I can ask the Divine Land to set up 100,000 mountain range to help the Divine Land establish a Taoist system, and I can also play some small tricks to help the Taoist system develop more smoothly. But face can't be exchanged. It all depends on the benefits of the Kanglan Sea. Hearing such straightforward words, Uncle Jen laughed out loud instead. Now, this old man finally likes you a little. Isn't it good to be straightforward? That way, everyone can save some effort. Fine, since you are so honest, I won't waste any more time. After that, he stretched out 3 fingers and said in a low voice, first, the Divine Land will not follow the decree of the Kanglan Sea. Second, you or your brother can both be titled monarchs, but you can't be the ruler of the Divine Land. Third, it's not like you don't have any benefits. After all, you have another purpose for coming to the Divine Land. Dragon Mother looked confused at first, but in the end, her eyes brightened as she looked at Uncle General. Uncle Jen let out a soft sigh and looked towards the south. After a while, he said, I don't know what you juniors are thinking. Cultivators are not like mortals. When choosing a Tao companion, you have to be together for thousands of years. The higher your cultivation, the more you have to be careful. Since you don't like each other, why do you have to stick together? Is it really necessary for you to sacrifice your whole life for the so-called fame and power? Dragon Mother's cheeks turned red. After a while, she said in a low voice, Senior, are you willing to save him? Uncle Jen said, since you caused him to become like this, why do you still want to save him now? Dragon Mother suddenly sneered and said, Senior, you worry too much. Mayer is not soft-hearted. It's just that in the past, he could die. After all, as long as he didn't die, I would be his concubine. Although everyone in the 4 seas respected me, they were not under my control. But later, after I found out some of the things in the sky, he couldn't die. At the very least, he couldn't die so easily. Uncle Jen was silent for a while before he bitterly laughed and said, That's true. Now that he's dead, the karma has fallen onto your shoulders. You can't shoulder it, your son can't shoulder it, and your brother can't shoulder it either. Dragon Mother looked directly at Uncle Jen and said, Since Senior has mentioned this matter, I believe you have an answer. His identity is now extremely weak. I have searched all over the Tianyuan spirit medicine, but I can't help him extend his life. I accidentally heard someone say that the Golden Crow Prince of the Fusang bloodline has a strong body and an extraordinary cultivation method, so I decided to give it a try. But since I know that these little crows are under your protection, Mayer naturally doesn't dare to use force. I wonder if you can be merciful and teach me his cultivation method? Uncle Jen said indifferently, Can this method be exchanged for a dojo in the Divine Land? Dragon Mother was silent for a while, then said, Not enough. Uncle Jen snorted softly, and the walking stick in his hand slowly tapped on the ground. Dragon Mother smiled and said, But since it came from your mouth, it's naturally enough. I hope that the cultivation method is useful. Uncle Jen said indifferently, You can't get the cultivation method that Lu Er cultivates, and even I can't get it without hurting him, so don't even think about it. Hearing that, Dragon Mother's look slightly changed. However, what Uncle Jen said next reassured her, But I've been cultivating a scripture of immortality. Although I can't bring the dead back to life, I can at least keep that old Dragon King alive for a while longer. Then he looked at Dragon Mother and said, "This method will definitely work, are you relieved now?" Dragon Mother was stunned for a while, then she stood up and bowed again. "Thank you on behalf of my husband, Senior. You can go first." Uncle Jen didn't say anything more to her. He sighed softly and slowly closed his eyes. Dragon Mother bowed and slowly left. Behind her, Uncle Jen's voice sounded again, "Half of it is fortune, half of it is disaster. No matter how you calculate it, it's always empty. Little girl, go back and tell your brother that if he can't get through this disaster, it's useless even if he has the world." "Got it." Dragon Mother smiled and flew out of the cave abode. Dragon Queen of Xianxia. After leaving Uncle Jen's cave, Dragon Mother looked around and saw Wu Gumu, the leader of the Gold Crow clan, standing in the clouds not too far away, with a group of clansmen. When she looked at him, Wu Gumu hurriedly bowed to her. Although he didn't know what this noble Dragon Mother had talked about with Uncle Jen, he dared not to be careless in front of such a noble being, and politely bowed to her. Dragon Mother suddenly smiled, walked to Wu Gumu with light steps and said, "Leader, do you have a son?" Wu Gumu paused for a second, then hurriedly replied, "I only have one son, and his cultivation is shallow." Dragon Mother interrupted him, smiled and said, "I have a daughter named Yingzhu. How about we get married?" "Eh?" Wu Gumu was stunned. "Ka." Inside Mount Fusang, Wu Yidian was kicked flying by Fangxing from the main hall embedded in the mountain. He reverted to his original form in the air and shouted while flapping his wings with all his might, "It has nothing to do with me, it was my father who said." While fleeing, Fangxing furiously chased after him with a saber in hand and shouted, "Stop right there. You dare to snatch this young master's woman, I'll chop you into pieces." Although Wu Yidian was crazy, he was not stupid. He flapped his wings and fled as fast as he could. Following behind him were three people with different expressions. One was a Gold Core realm elder of Fusang Mountain, who looked stunned, one was the Great Golden Crow, who was laughing out loud, and the last one was Wu Sanger, who looked anxious. She was pulling the sleeve of the Great Golden Crow and yelling, "Cousin, go save him. I think this little bandit really wants to chop him to death." The Great Golden Crow didn't seem to move at all. He laughed out loud and said, "He deserves to be chopped. How dare he steal a female dragon from a little bandit?" At this moment, it had been half an hour since Dragon Mother left Fusang Mountain. Fangxing was so worried that he even prepared to risk his life to fight Dragon Mother. However, he didn't expect that Dragon Mother, who could frighten him with just a single glance, didn't show any sign of attacking him. Instead, she just talked with Uncle Jen for a while, then flew away. This made this little bandit feel like he had just punched the air. After Dragon Mother left, Peng 5 and Hun Tian immediately went to visit Uncle General. Nobody knew what they talked about, but when they came out, they were all smiling and laughing. They only comforted Fangxing by saying, "Don't worry about anything." Then, they left with little Peng King and the other spirit creatures. They didn't explain anything to Fangxing in detail. However, Fangxing could guess that Uncle Jen must have done something for them. He knew that Peng 5 and Hun Tian were trustworthy people. If he didn't have a solid foundation, he wouldn't have been so assured. Therefore, the little bandit gave up on the idea of escaping and decided to stay and take a look. However, when he was counting his treasures in the hall, an elder of Fusang Mountain rushed over with a happy expression on his face. The elder was grinning from ear to ear and said that something great had happened. After asking, he found out that the Dragon Mother of the Ocean Sea was going to marry a princess named Ao Yingzhu from the Dragon Palace to the son of the chief of Mount Fusang. Wasn't this a joyous occasion? The Xianxia clan valued bloodline the most. In the past 10,000 years, which princess of the true dragon bloodline had ever married outside? Before this, who would have thought that a person of Wu Yidian's status would be able to marry a true dragon princess? Even Wu Yidian was in a daze. He didn't expect that such a good thing would fall on his head. It took him a full 3 breaths of time to react. Just as he was about to grin in joy, his butt had already been kicked. The little devil was furious. The name Ao Yingzhu sounded familiar. Thinking carefully, wasn't that the dragon who had slept with this young master? Wu Yidian, with your cowardly appearance, you dare to snatch this young master's woman? His temper suddenly flared up. He raised his saber and was about to chop this bastard Wu Yidian. The pitiful Wu Yidian didn't know what was going on. He was already running around in fear. "Cousin, what the hell is going on?" Wu Sanger was confused. He asked anxiously and curiously. Even the Gold Core Realm Elder of Mount Fusang was extremely puzzled. He urged the Great Golden Crow to quickly save him. The Great Golden Crow smiled and briefly explained Fang Xing's experience at the Red Meeting of the Thousand Flowing Sea. He laughed and said, "That dragon slept with the little devil. Isn't that the little devil's man? Cousin Adien's luck is really not good. If it was another princess of Dragon Palace who was betrothed to him, it would really be a good thing. But if it was the Princess Royal, then whoever provoked her would be unlucky." Ha ha ha. This matter stunned Wu Sanger and the Gold Core Realm Elder of Mount Fusang. They momentarily forgot to save Wu Yidian. On the other hand, the Great Golden Crow laughed heartily. But the Gold Core Realm Elder hesitated and said, but I haven't finished." After careful consideration, the Patriarch felt that young Master Yidian's cultivation was still too low. He was afraid that he would disgrace the Princess Royal, so he recommended you to the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen agreed without thinking. "You are the one who is betrothed, Ka." The Great Golden Crow, who was laughing wildly, suddenly became tongue-tied. His eyes widened. "Golden Liuzi, you dare to snatch this young master's woman?" In the air, Fang Xing's ears were extremely sharp. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the Great Golden Crow with a murderous look. "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding." The Great Golden Crow fled with a whoosh. The little bandit had already chased after him while shouting. "What's going on?" Wu Gumu, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion, was also shocked when he saw the murderous scene in the air. Logically, he should have stopped them, but he couldn't. He was just an ordinary Gold Core middle stage cultivator. There was nothing special about him. But this little bandit had already entered the Gold Core middle stage. Moreover, he was the top of the Gold Core stage. If they really fought, he, the Patriarch of the Golden Crow, was really not the little bandit's opponent. "Sigh, things are a little troublesome." The Elder of Fusang Mountain who came to deliver the good news had a bitter face and whispered a few words to Wu Gumu, but Wu Gumu was also stunned. In the end, he frowned and nodded. He said to himself, "That's good too. Anyway, I thought about it carefully just now. The true dragons of the Sea of Blue Waves never marry outside." That dragon mother said it so casually. Setting a marriage was like saying it for fun, as if marrying her daughter to anyone was the same. I'm afraid that things are not quite right. I've heard people say that the Dragon Palace of the Sea of Blue Waves is very chaotic now. I reckon that there must be something fishy going on. No matter how I think about it, I still feel that something is not right. It's better not to get involved in this matter. Thinking like this, he could only bite the bullet and order Fang Xing and Jin Liuzi to stop messing around. In any case, Fang Xing still gave him, the chief of the Golden Crow tribe, some face. In addition, he was originally just venting his anger. He knew that even if he gave the Great Golden Crow a few more guts, this bastard wouldn't dare to snatch his girl. Thus, he stopped and announced to Wu Gumu, "That girl is mine, you can change to another one." Wu Gumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Go and talk to the Dragon Queen about this, I can't interfere." "Dragon Mother?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes and put away his knife. "I'm not going." He wasn't stupid. That stare from the Dragon Mother made him shudder with fear. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend this woman now. Wu Gumu laughed bitterly and said, "Looks like you still know fear." Fang Xing said disdainfully, "How can I be afraid of her?" As he said this, he looked into the void and said with a little guilty conscience, "That woman has really left, right?" Wu Gumu nodded and said, "She has already returned to the demon court." "Then I still have to go," Fang Xing muttered to himself. Just now, he also realized that the Dragon Mother of the Sea was indeed extraordinary. She actually saw through his real body, which made him a little frightened. But thinking about it, the Dragon Mother must have had her eyes on him in the demon court, which was why she could release a strand of divine sense to keep an eye on him all the way. And if he escaped thousands of miles away without being detected by her, this woman couldn't do anything to him. Wu Gumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he stopped him. He wanted to say more, but suddenly, outside Mount Fusang, there were layers of dark clouds pressing down on the border. Several angry auras soared into the sky. In the dark clouds and black wind, there were countless figures of demon soldiers and demon generals. Just the pressure alone was enough to make one's heart shudder. Impressively, the old ancestors and great elders of various branches had come together. There were hundreds and thousands of them, and it could be said to be an army pressing down on the border. "Where's the little devil man John? I'm so angry, he actually dared to fake his death and escape. My clan's Daoist is locked in the demon sovereign pavilion by him, and no one knows whether he is dead or alive. Where did he get this kind of courage from? I've lived for thousands of years, but I've never seen such a shameless person. Quickly come out and beg for forgiveness." For a moment, countless angry gazes tore through the void and looked into Mount Fusang, looking for the figure of the little devil. Damn it, I'd been blocked in my nest. Even though Feng Xing was extremely daring, he felt a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. He originally planned to escape after tricking people, but he didn't expect to be targeted by the Dragon Mother of the Sea, so he had no choice but to return to Mount Fusang. And now, he wanted to continue to escape while the Dragon Mother was sent away by Uncle Jen using some unknown method, but he didn't expect that many old ancestors and elders of the demon lineage would come looking for him angrily. Seeing that they couldn't wait to tear him apart, he must have been exposed. To put it bluntly, any one of those old ancestors could pinch him to death. At such a close distance, Feng Xing didn't use the breath concealment technique, so he was directly exposed to the eyes of those old monsters. Their eyes were burning with anger, and their gazes were like knives. Some of them were so excited that they wanted to rush in and catch him, but Feng Xing was so scared that he cried bitterly in his heart, thinking, "Am I going to be beaten to death?" Fortunately, just as those people were about to rush in, a soft cough suddenly sounded in Mount Fusang. Those old monsters who were about to rush into the mountain immediately froze, and all stopped at the edge of Mount Fusang. Some of them were quick enough to stop the excited demon cultivators who were about to rush in. The black mass of old monsters stopped at the edge of Mount Fusang, but the anger on their faces didn't diminish. Among the demon lineage, the noble Yuanying old ancestors were all silent. Their eyes were deep, and no one knew what they were thinking. However, there were still some elders in the Golden Elixir realm who were still angry, pointing at Feng Xing and scolding him. "Little devil, come out now, and I'll leave you a whole corpse. How dare you, young man? How dare you trick us like this? Even the gods can't save you today. Brat, give me back the life of the Taoist of Purple Mist Lake." Layers upon layers of vigorous murderous aura pressed down on Feng Xing like billowing waves. It was even more terrifying than a real spell. "This group of old bastards doesn't seem to dare to come in." Feng Xing's heart trembled slightly. In addition, he was not one to be bullied, so he was annoyed to be scolded by so many people. He suddenly jumped up and squatted on the roof of a hall in Mount Fusang that was close to Uncle Jen's cave abode. He scolded the group of old monsters. "Old bastards, are you done? If you have the ability, come in. See if I don't slap you old bastards." For a moment, there was a moment of silence among the angry demon clan cultivators. The angry demon clan cultivators all looked a little dazed. Did this little bastard just scold all the demon clan old ancestors and the elders who had real power? After a few breaths of silence, the sky outside Fusang Mountain was suddenly filled with anger. The patriarchs and elders were almost driven mad. They had just heard about what happened in the Demon Emperor Pavilion in the Demon Court, so they rushed to Fusang Mountain angrily. However, because the Dragon Mother had made it clear that the only person who could save them was the great sage of Fusang Mountain, they did not dare to barge into Fusang Mountain rashly. They only blocked the entrance and cursed angrily. However, they didn't expect that this little bastard, who had wantonly killed and trapped their children, not only didn't apologize after seeing them, but also jumped out to openly scold them. If this wasn't bullying, then what was it? "Little bastard, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Old bastard, come in, I'll cut you into 3 pieces with my saber. Ah, I'm so angry. Little devil, return my son Taisher's life. Fine, call your wife over, I'll help you give birth to a nest of. Little devil, you'll die a horrible death. The demon land will not rest until you die. Didn't I just kill a few of your grandchildren? If you have the ability, kill my grandson too. You're so young. Where did you get your grandson? Aren't you my grandson? Just kill yourself with a slap." With his hands on his waist and his feet jumping, Feng Xing's chi sank into his dantian, and his tongue was like a lotus flower. He scolded the countless patriarchs and elders of the demon clan who occupied half the sky. There were endless layers of filthy words and hundreds of evil theories. He did not quote from the classics, but just pestered them endlessly. It could be said that his tongue was comparable to 1,000,000 masters of the demon clan. These patriarchs of the demon clan cared about their reputation. Although they roared in anger, they were not as professional as this little bandit when it came to scolding. After scolding for a long time, they were actually weakened by his scolding. They really wanted to kill him with a slap. This was the common thought in the minds of all the patriarchs and elders of the demon clan, even Peng Wu and Han Tian, who were secretly watching the situation from outside Fusang Mountain, had quite a strange expression on their faces. Although they knew that these old demons would never dare to rush into Fusang Mountain to kill the nominal little ancestor of Mount Gu Blade, they still couldn't help but worry for him, wondering why he was so daring. Dragon Mother, who was hiding in the clouds, was also secretly shocked. Only now did she realize that the little bastard was actually giving her face by calling her old woman. As for Kong Kong of the Great Sage Mountain, the cultivator of the divine land, Li Hongyi, the cultivator of the divine mountain, and the cultivator of the divine land, Li Hongyi, the mountain, the great golden crow, Wu Mountain, Wu King, and the leader of the clan, they were also. Mountain, the clan, they of them, and the clan, and the clan, and the clan's clan, Wu of, and. However, although the demons were angry, they didn't rush in and start a fight. Before the Dragon Mother of the Sea and the two ancestors of Mount Gu Blade left, they discussed two important things with the ancestors of the demon bloodlines and the 10 elders of the demon court. One of them was to unceremoniously expose his deception of pretending to be dead, and to tell the truth about the Taoists of the demon bloodlines being killed by him. Many old demons were so angry that they vomited blood, and they insisted on rushing to Fusang Mountain to kill him. However, soon, the Dragon Mother said another thing, which immediately made the ancestors and elders of the demon bloodlines fall silent. The silence was not from fear, but from ecstasy. What the Dragon Mother said could be summed up in 4 words: the establishment of the divine land. All the demon bloodlines would have a Taoist field in the divine land. Taoists of the demon bloodlines, regardless of their cultivation base, bone age, or race, could go to the divine land to cultivate as long as they had the talent and potential. At first, this didn't sound very surprising, but the meaning behind it was extremely shocking. It made many old demons who were as slippery as ghosts feel as if they had fallen into a dream. It was as if they couldn't believe that this big pie had fallen into their heads. What kind of place was the divine land? Even the demon race and the devil's abyss admitted that it was the place where the Tao originated. The world was so big, and 70% of the destiny was in the divine land, and how big of a deal was it to be able to establish a Taoist field in the divine land? Even the old white ape of the Great Sage Mountain, who was the oldest and had the highest cultivation base in the demon bloodlines, didn't think about it. Of course, the more important point was that it was only spread among the great demons with the highest status in the demon bloodlines. At this time, establishing the Tao in the divine land was not only about having a Taoist field, but also a symbol. It symbolized that the great plan of the cultivators of the divine land had already included the demon bloodlines. Moreover, this share was not just to let their juniors get some benefits, but to truly become a force and participate in this plan. In the future, the great creation of the demon bloodlines would have a share. Upon hearing this news, not to mention the Green Hill Mountain and the Shadowless Mountain, even the Taisher clan and the Purple Mist Lake fell silent. Why did the demon bloodlines value their Taoists so much before? First, it was naturally because the Taoists were cultivated with great resources and energy, representing decades or even centuries of effort. Second, it was because in this special period, the Taoists had hopes of entering the divine land to cultivate and fight for a chance for the demon bloodlines. It was a hope. If the Taoist died, they would not be able to cultivate a suitable junior to send to the divine land in a short time. But now, the demon bloodlines had their own orthodoxy, and any junior with potential could be sent to the divine land, one in exchange for 10 or even 100. Was this a deal or not? Of course, although the deal in the mainland had been made, the anger in their hearts did not dissipate so easily. The old demons were also very angry, and their hatred for Feng Xing was real. Therefore, after they came to Mount Fusang, they wanted to find the little devil and kill him 4 or 5 times to vent their anger before they even discussed the proper business. Of course, thinking was just thinking. For the sake of Uncle Jen and the Lone Edge Mountain, they did not really intend to kill him now. They only scolded him a few times to vent their anger. However, they did not expect the little bastard to dare to scold them in front of them, which was even more unbearable. They really had the urge to strangle him to death at all costs. Fellow Taoists, please calm down for now. Why bother arguing with a junior? It's more important to beg the old senior to save our children. Someone could not stand it anymore and stood up to advise them. The old demons who could not win against Feng Xing in a scolding could use this as an excuse to get out of the situation. With their status, it was really not a big deal to scold a little bastard like this. Besides, they could not win. Humph, you better pray that you don't fall into my hands, or I'll make you wish you were dead. My Taoist's death will not be in vain. Little devil, you will pay with your life sooner or later. Although they decided not to scold him anymore, the old demons were still angry and spat out harsh words. Hey, do you think I'm scared? At this moment, Feng Xing was very sure that this group of old monsters did not dare to go to Mount Fusang anymore. He became bolder and bolder. He sat on the roof ridge casually and drank a mouthful of wine to moisten his throat. He decided that if these old monsters were not convinced, he would continue to scold them. The old demons really did not dare to talk to him. They simply pretended not to hear him and looked at the cave abode of Uncle General. After a quiet discussion, the Yuanying ancestor of Xianxia Mountain stepped out of the crowd and bowed to the inside of Mount Fusang. He said loudly, "We, the dozens of caves of the 7 lineages and 9 mountains, have come to pay our respects to the divine wood saint. We beseech the saint to save our children who are trapped in the demonic emperor pavilion, inside Uncle Jen's cave abode." However, no one answered at once. The various demon ancestors looked at each other. "We beseech the saint to save our children who are trapped in the demonic emperor pavilion." The Yuanying ancestor of Xianxia Mountain took another step forward and spoke sincerely. Ahem, finally, a short figure walked out of the cave abode. From the looks of it, he was not putting on airs, but walking slowly. He had already left when the Yuanying CEO of Xianxia Mountain said it for the first time, and had only just come out now. Silence filled the air as everyone stared at the short old man. "It's useless to look for me if you want to save the juniors trapped in the demonic emperor pavilion." Unexpectedly, after Uncle Jen walked out, he slowly raised his head to look at the demons in the sky, and shook his head. The demons were immediately shocked, and looked at the Dragon Mother and the 2 Yuanying ancestors of Mount Guren. They were the ones who told them about the establishment of the Divine Prefecture and the news that the great Saint Shenmu would save the juniors trapped in the demonic emperor pavilion. However, when they looked over, they saw that the Dragon Mother, Peng Wu, and the 2 Yuanying ancestors were frowning as well, as if they did not understand the situation. They were all looking at Uncle Jen below. "I only said that I know the way to save the juniors, but I never said that I would do it myself. I don't have that kind of ability. If you really want to save those juniors, you'll have to look for this little bastard." Uncle Jen coughed softly. Janbo coughed lightly. His walking stick paused on the ground and pointed at someone. "Him?" The demons in the sky suddenly froze, and followed Uncle Jen's gaze blankly. "Me?" Feng Xing, who was squatting on the roof not far away, was also shocked. He thought that Uncle Jen, this old bastard, was not joking, right? However, from the looks of it, Uncle Jen really did not have the intention to joke around. He glanced at Feng Xing and gave him an unnoticeable look. Then, he clenched his fist and coughed lightly. He reminded, "That's right. Only he can reopen the Arch Pavilion." Wow. How is that possible? Where did this brat get his ability from? Is this old senior playing tricks on us? He was the one who locked the juniors in there. Do we have to beg him to save them? The demons were already in a mess. After a while, they were all whispering to each other. No one had expected that the old man they had high hopes for would say such a thing. For a moment, they could not tell whether it was true or not. But even if it was true, a sense of absurdity appeared in their hearts. Their old faces looked as if they had been punched hard by someone. Their expressions were strange, suspicious, and a little sullen. He. However, Feng Xing understood what Uncle Jen meant, and he chuckled. The little devil's chuckle made the demons of the northern mountain tremble. He was the only one who could open the Demon Emperor Pavilion. Just a moment ago, the group of demons had wanted nothing more than to crush the little devil to death. They really didn't want Uncle Jen to be telling the truth. The Yuanying ancestor of the Qingqiu mountain took a step forward and cupped his hands. Elder, the demonic emperor pavilion was jointly built by 3 demonic emperors 10,000 years ago. The fates of the 3 demonic emperors were different after that. The green ghost demonic emperor ascended to immortality, the void demonic emperor passed away 1,000 years later, and the other mysterious demonic emperor only exists in legends and no one knows where he went. In short, ever since the demonic emperor pavilion was built, the only connection it has with this vast thousand world is the remains of the void demonic emperor's body in the demonic palace after he passed away, as well as the altar left behind by the 3 demonic emperors. Now that the spiritual energy on the remains of the void demonic emperor has been exhausted, it can only be used to open the demonic emperor pavilion again after 100 years, and the altar in the pavilion has been destroyed by this child. The connection between the 2 worlds has been severed. This question was also the doubt in the hearts of all the demons, and they all looked over. Even Fangxing looked at Uncle General, his eyes lit up. He had already made up his mind. No matter what this old man said, as long as he could be of use, he would give these old monsters a taste of his power. The little bastard is only good at scolding people. What ability does he have? The one that can reopen the demon's sovereign pavilion isn't him, but the mask in his hand. Uncle Jen didn't keep them in suspense and sneered. When the demons heard this, they immediately looked at Fangxing with bright eyes. Fangxing was also slightly startled. He took out a mask from his storage bag and looked at it over and over again. That is the unique treasure of my fox clan, the Yuanying old woman of Green Hill cried out involuntarily when she saw the mask. Will it answer if you call it? Fangxing rolled his eyes and ignored the old woman. He turned to look at Uncle Jen. You mean it? Move aside. Uncle Jen lazily lectured Fangxing, then massaged his waist. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also explaining to the demons. Back then, the 3 of them predicted that there would be a calamity in the land of demons. In order to give the land of demons a chance to rise again, they worked together to build this pavilion. Only the 3 of them could open this pavilion. Ever since they ascended to immortality and passed away, the later generations could only use their belongings to open this pavilion. Usually, the physical body left behind by Elder Su Kong is used to open the pavilion, but now, the key he left behind can no longer be used. Now, the only thing that can open this pavilion is the mask in this little brat's hand. Something left behind by another person? Listening to Uncle Jen's words, the demons suddenly felt a strange feeling in their hearts, carefully pondering the meaning within. However, the old woman of the Green Hill Foxes suddenly thought of something and said with a panicked expression, "Old Senior, could this item be the fox ancestors?" Uncle Jen coughed softly, neither denying it nor nodding. However, in the eyes of the old woman of the Green Hill Foxes, this undoubtedly meant that Uncle Jen had tacitly agreed with her guess. Her face wrinkled in horror as she cried out involuntarily, "Impossible!" The fox ancestor, Green Ghost, had already ascended to the realm of immortals, but communication was lost because the heavenly path was blocked. Once the heavenly path is reopened, he would descend to receive the descendants of the Fox clan. His belongings, how? The old woman was no fool. She had long known that the green fox mask was related to the Fox clan, and had been wondering which ancestor had left it behind. However, she could not figure it out no matter how she thought about it. It was only when Uncle Jen spoke that she suddenly realized that one of the 3 demon emperors who built the Fey Emperor Pavilion was the fox ancestor, Green Ghost. Uncle Jen said that the mask was his belongings, but after the Green Ghost demon immortal had ascended, his celestial voice had vanished, and he had clearly never descended to the realm. So, what was with this mask? Moreover, the word belongings, if it was a living person, why would it be a belongings? But if it was a demon immortal who had already ascended, why would his belongings land in the mortal world without a sound? As it was related to the secrets of the heavenly man, all the demons were shocked and listened quietly. Uncle Jen sighed softly and said, "It has already descended for a long time. I don't know the specifics, so don't ask. That's all I have to say. If you want to reopen the Fey Emperor Pavilion, you can only rely on the godly power of this mask. As for the other matters, you may have the chance to figure them out after you've established yourselves in the divine continent. As for whether it's a blessing or a curse, no one knows." After he finished speaking, Uncle Jen had already walked slowly towards the cave dwelling. When he passed by the main hall where Fang Xing was, he raised his head and shouted at him, "Little bastard, once you've comprehended the 9 seals, you can wear the mask and sense the location of the Fey Emperor Pavilion in the void small Kiliacosm. At that time, you can send the seal of the main hall of the demon court into that world. With the seal of the Tao, those trapped juniors can repair the altar and return. So we really have to rely on me." Fang Xing lowered his head to look at the mask as well, pondering in his heart. He had previously used his immortal essence to activate the green fox demonic mask, so he knew that the mask contained the inheritance of the 9 seals. He had only cultivated 3 seals, but he had learned the fox core sword, one of the 3 great divine arts of Green Hill. Apart from that, there were still 6 seals that he did not have the time to learn. From what the old tree root said, he had to cultivate all 9 seals before he could activate the demon tower and use it to open the Fey Emperor Pavilion. His words were very believable. "Little devil, return my demon immortal belongings." The old woman's face was full of panic. It took her a while to recover from the fact that their celestial ancestor had fallen, and she shouted coldly at Fang Xing. "On what basis?" Fang Xing could not care less about what she was saying, and retorted with just 2 words. The old woman of Green Hill was immediately enraged. In her panic, she could no longer care about anything else. With a move of her body, she charged into Mount Fusong and grabbed at Fang Xing. However, Fang Xing was so frightened that he screamed and rolled down the hall, landing not far away from Uncle Jen, who was walking slowly back to his cave abode. The old woman of Green Hill's furious palm was still following right behind him, grabbing at him. Cough. At that very moment, Uncle Jen, who was walking into the cave abode with his hands clasped behind his back, did not bat an eyelid. Hiss. With a soft sound, the old woman of Green Hill Mountain was greatly shocked. The palm she had used to grab Fang Xing actually shattered like porcelain, spreading from her palm to her arm. Her entire arm and even the Taoist robe she wore on her arm had been reduced to shreds, and then the shreds turned into dust, scattering down onto the crimson cliff. It was the exact same fate as Grand Elder Taisher had suffered back then. "Elder, this junior only wishes to retrieve my celestial ancestor's relic." The old woman of Green Hill paled in shock and retreated out of Mount Fusong's domain, shouting at Uncle Jen that item will eventually return to your fox clan. "There's no harm in lending it to the little bastard for now." Uncle Genbua didn't get angry and said calmly. At those words, the old woman of Green Hill's brow was already furrowed tightly. Fang Xing, on the other hand, tightened his grip on his mask and whispered to Uncle Jen, "What do you mean borrow?" "It's mine." Uncle Jen coughed softly and lowered his voice as well. "Deceive her first. We'll talk about the future when it's done." Fang Xing was at a loss for words. "Old senior, is what you said true?" In the eyes of the old woman of Green Hill or the other demonic lineages, Uncle Jen was now comparable to a celestial saint. His words were like a decree. When the old woman of Green Hill heard those words, she subconsciously believed most of it and asked with a trembling voice. When they saw that the green fox grimace was extraordinary, the Fox clan had been mulling over it and determined to reclaim it. Now that they had confirmed that it was the relic of the immortal Fox clan all those years ago, there was even less room for discussion, and they would reclaim it even if it cost them their lives. Uncle Jen said flatly, "The descent of the Green Fox clan's relic is a matter of fate. According to this old man's deduction, the relic would eventually return to the Fox clan, although it is uncertain who it would end up in. With the current karma of your Green Hill, I'm afraid no one would be able to handle it. Moreover, the relic falling into the little bastard's hands is precisely because it is fated with him. It is fated to send him off on the path of immortality, and when that fate is extinguished, it would eventually be given to the true owner of the relic through his own hands. Don't make a fuss here." The old woman of Green Hill was stunned at those words, feeling that Uncle Jen's words were a little mysterious and unsure if she should believe it. Fang Xing looked at Uncle Jen in surprise as well, and the old man gave him a look. "Scare her first." Fang Xing nodded at once and shut his mouth cooperatively, not making a fuss. "This old man has said too much today. You guys handle the rest as you see fit." As long as Uncle Jen did not speak to Fang Xing, he had the demeanor of a master. He sighed softly and said, "Establishing the path in China, enlightening and saving people. You guys handle the specifics yourselves." Sigh, those old fellows from China are too ambitious, and they've included everyone in their scheme. Motherf asterisk cur, we know that those old bastards are playing with fire, but we still have to join in the fun. Are we not cheap wretches? As he ranted and cursed, he slowly walked away, leaving the group of demons and demons staring at each other. Little demon, little brat, when can you enlighten and save people? After a while, someone finally came to his senses and asked Fangxing, save people? Fangxing also reacted. He rolled his eyes and suddenly rubbed his waist like Uncle General. He sighed and said, of course saving people is very important, but I was scared by an old fox just now and fell from the roof of the hall. I think I hurt my waist, and it hurts so much that I can't concentrate. It looks like I'll need at least 100 years to recuperate. A golden core cultivator could hurt his waist from falling. The group of demon cultivators was speechless. Someone shouted, little bastard, stop messing around. You're the one who got into trouble. Why don't you make up for it? Fangxing suddenly held his head and shouted, why are you so fierce? I was scared by you, and I'm out of my wits. You. What do you want? The group of demon cultivators were disgusted by him. Someone already frowned and shouted. Fangxing straightened his body and said, you scared me and scolded me. Shouldn't you compensate me with at least 1,000 spiritual essences? You, dream on. Little bastard, if you dare to mess around again, you're asking for trouble, the group of demon cultivators shouted angrily. They felt that their hatred for this little brat was even fiercer than the Huangfu clan. Shameless. How can you be so shameless at such a young age? You're actually using this to threaten me. This is blackmail. Fangxing simply sat on the steps and crossed his legs. He rolled his eyes and said, so what if I'm blackmail? The demon court has been arguing for half a month now. The establishment of the divine prefecture is of great importance to the demon realm, and every trivial matter has to be discussed in detail. However, with your entrustment, Lone Edge Mountain can be considered to have grasped the lifeblood of the various mountains. No matter how they negotiate, they will not lose out. Hee, the evil king wanted us to take care of you before, but now it seems that Lone Edge Mountain has taken advantage of you. In the main hall of Mount Fusang, Pengwu came over and talked to Fangxing about the results of the negotiations with the demonic lineages. Now that the matter of establishing the divine prefecture had been settled, the only thing left was to divide the rights and benefits equally among the mountains. This was a painstaking effort that would take a long time. The Yuanying ancestors had decided on the general trend, so they did not interrupt again. It was all the elders under them who fought the war of words. Fortunately, with Fangxing around, the Lone Edge Mountain was considered to have the upper hand. Among the 8 lineages of the ancient demons, only the Lone Edge Mountain, Xianxia Mountain, and the Great Sage Mountain could stand side by side with Lone Edge Mountain. The other lineages were weaker in terms of influence, number of Yuanying ancestors, ability, and seniority. The Great Sage Mountain's old white ape was an amiable demon, and his relationship with Lone Edge Mountain was shallow. Moreover, because the Taoist of Great Sage Mountain and Fangxing had some personal ties, the Great Sage Mountain's position was inclined towards Lone Edge Mountain to a certain extent. At the very least, they would remain neutral on certain issues, not helping either side. Xianxia foxes, on the other hand, wanted to cry but had no tears. The Fox clan, the most resourceful among the 8 lineages of ancient demons and having an innate advantage, realized that they had somehow become so unpopular. When they entered the demonic emperor pavilion, the little demon cut off their creation with a single stroke of his sword, implicating Xianxia foxes and earning the displeasure of several demonic veins, including the Nether Mountain. Later on, the little demon feigned death and escaped, thinking that they were implicated by Xianxia foxes and secretly hated Xianxia foxes. Although it was later proven that the little demon was playing tricks, a rift had already been formed. Later, when they heard that Xianxia Mountain's celestial ancestor had fallen, some felt that Xianxia Mountain's recent misfortune was due to its declining immortal fortune. As such, they did not interact too closely, fearing that they would be tainted by such inexplicable misfortune. Under such circumstances, Lone Edge Mountain, which should have become the target of public criticism because of the little devil, instead rose in status, and their words carried enormous weight. This was also why Pengwu exclaimed, Lone Edge Mountain has benefited because of you. In response, Fangxing pursed his lips, thinking, ever since your old heretic, you've been benefiting from me since long ago, Pengwu could not help but ask. Most importantly, when do you intend to study the 9 seals of the Green Demon? Fangxing reclined comfortably on the back of the rattan chair, took a big gulp of wine, and sighed. Did they agree to compensate? Peng Five smiled bitterly. You said that the ancestor of Green Hill scared you so much that you fell off the main hall and was seriously injured. You asked for 1,000 mystical essences as compensation, which she at least agreed to. In addition, she also formally admitted defeat in the previous bet. Those little foxes are now your disciples, and their master's orders are heaven, so they will follow you from now on. Besides, you said that the other demonic lineages came to Mount Fusang to denounce you, which scared you. You asked for a compensation of 500 mystical essences from each lineage to appease them, and they pinched their noses and accepted it. Of course, only those whose juniors are locked up in the demonic sovereign pavilion are willing to pay. Purple Mist Lake and Taisher clan are still trying to extort a sum of money from Mount Lone Blade through the death of their Daoist. Anyway, it's a war of words, let them slowly fight it out. Fangxing chuckled and straightened his body. Tell them, if they don't see the cash, they won't do it. Pengwu sighed. He was really speechless. If he could make this brat listen to him, he would rather turn around and call him ancestor. What about Xianxia? Did they agree? Pengwu looked at Fangxing with a strange expression. Do you really want a princess from them? Fangxing said, 2 is fine. It's better to be safe than sorry. Pengwu's expression became even more strange. After a while, he said, I've sent the message, but Xianxia still hasn't replied. Fangxing stretched his body and grinned. Their 9th prince is locked up in the Fey Emperor Pavilion. Isn't it fair to exchange a princess? You can talk to that old hag Xianxia again. Anyway, if she doesn't agree, I won't do it. Pengwu was speechless. He stood up and said, I will talk to Dragon Mother about this. I can't guarantee success or failure. Also, you should hurry up and comprehend the 9 seals. Once the matter in the land of demons is settled, we will move east to the divine continent. Sigh, he shook his head and was about to leave. However, Fangxing stopped him. Can you help me find a treasure? Pengwu vigilantly looked back at him. What treasure? Fangxing grinned and gestured with his hand. He said, a storage pouch, or a heavenly cave ring. Anyway, it's a storage artifact. A bigger one is fine. Ordinary storage pouches are too small. I have too many things, I can't fit them. You think the storage pouch is too small? Pengwu was a little speechless. However, when he thought of the string of storage pouches on this little bastard, he understood. He sighed and said, it is extremely difficult to expand this kind of spatial artifact. The land of demons is not good at talismans, so it is even harder to find one. However, I will help you look around. If there is a mountain with this kind of artifact, I will help you find it. How big do you want? Fangxing thought for a moment and said seriously, find me one as big as a mountain, or else it won't be enough. Pengwu's face looked as if he was struck by lightning. The way he looked at Fangxing became more and more strange. When this great Yuanying ancestor left, he couldn't help but think, don't tell me this little bastard is richer than our Lone Edge Mountain? After seeing Pengwu off, Fangxing lazily drank for a while. Then, he walked out of the grand hall and walked towards Uncle Jen's cave. Even though he said it was easy, in fact, he had already started to comprehend the 9 seals inside the Green Fox Ghost Mask under Uncle Jen's guidance. The Green Fox Ghost Mask was the 9 seals inherited from the demon immortals of the Fox clan from 10,000 years ago. It was truly profound. If he wanted to completely grasp the mysteries of the 9 seals, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. However, under Uncle Jen's guidance, Fangxing could only imitate the 9 seals to open the demon tower. Thus, he put on the mask and replayed the scenes of slaughter to comprehend the seemingly simple but actually profound Green Fox 9 seals. At least, he had enough immortal essence to consume. When he was comprehending the 4th seal, blood spurted out from his mouth and nose, and he fell out of the illusion. Uncle Jen quietly arrived and used his crutch to knock on his side. Only then did Fangxing realize that his body scripture was complete, but there were still flaws in his cultivation. Uncle Jen was using this opportunity to give him pointers. After he had cultivated the art of killing, he actually understood the many flaws in his cultivation, and this was one of the most serious flaws. The great art of slaughter could stimulate the potential of the physique, control the terrifying murderous energy, and transform into the supernatural power of 3 heads and 6 arms. This art could not only be used to kill enemies, but it could also be used to check and mend flaws, and control one's own flaws. If one's cultivation progressed too quickly, it was inevitable that there would be various flaws. While Fangxing did not know much, Bai Qianzhong had personally taught him this principle, and so he kept it in mind. Thus, he grasped this opportunity to mend his flaws bit by bit. At the same time, the Great Golden Crow, Wu Sang'er, and even Wu Yidian had already gone into seclusion to comprehend the Great Tao and improve their cultivation. When they came out of seclusion, it would be the time for the juniors of the Land of Demons to inherit karma and share fortune. At first, Fangxing was not in a hurry to cultivate the seal. After all, he was not the one locked up in the pavilion of the Demon Emperor. Instead, it was the demonic tribes who were restless and could not wait to rush him 3 times a day. Moreover, the Green Hill Foxes had already spread the word that from the characteristics of their techniques, it would only take about 2 months to copy the 9 seals. Otherwise, it would be the little demon slacking off. Fangxing sneered at the probing person who said that to him. So what if he's slacking off? As the saying goes, the devil rises 10. The Green Hill Foxes really could not do anything to the little demon. He would reason with you if you tried to reason with him, but he would be a scoundrel if you tried to reason with him. The demonic tribes were helpless as well. They had already delivered the spirit essences that the little demon had demanded, but the little bastard was so unethical that he did not do his job efficiently even after receiving the money. Moreover, he was protected by a great figure of unknown origins, which was why they dared not force him. All they could do was stay in their cavern dwelling and curse him, or make up villains to poke him with silver needles every day. Nonetheless, there were still people who had the means to subdue demons. The Dragon Mother, who was anxious to bring the little Dragon King back to the Cerulean Sea with Ao Bai, grew impatient and sent her maid to bring Crown Prince Luli to Mount Fusang to visit Fangxing. The little prince, who was so afraid of Fangxing that he could not sleep at night, stood before Fangxing with a pale face and sweat all over his forehead, muttering something that the Dragon Mother had told him. Fangxing's expression, who had been reclining on the rattan chair and looking incomparably calm, changed with a whoosh. Is what you're saying true? She grabbed Crown Prince Luli's lapel and dragged him forward. Crown Prince Luli was about to cry. It's true, Mother *Ker, this woman is asking for a beating. After throwing Crown Prince Luli away, Fangxing stopped pretending and immediately sent a message to Mount Guren. Then, under the protection of Peng Wu and Han Tian, the 2 Yuanying, he hurriedly came to the front of the demon court and transformed into the great elephant with 3 heads and 6 arms. At the same time, he performed the Green Ghost 9 seals. A mysterious spiritual light shot out and opened the demon tower at the top of the demon court. Then, he guided the magical chi activity and sent seals into the demon sovereign pavilion. With these seals, the Taoists in the demon sovereign pavilion could repair the altar and return to this world. All the demons were dumbfounded. Didn't they say that it would take at least 2 months? It had only been a month. However, Fangxing, who had completed the task, didn't look proud at all. He didn't even stay to say anything to the elders of the various demon lineages who were prepared to talk to him. Instead, he rushed back to Mount Fusang and carried his storage bags on his back. Then, he rushed to the back of Mount Fusang and dragged out the Great Golden Crow, who was lying in the coffin in seclusion, and ran away with his wings. What are you doing? What are you doing? The Great Golden Crow had never seen Fangxing so anxious. He asked in surprise and annoyance, where are you going? Fangxing was fuming with rage. I'm going to China to beat my wife. In the northern region of the Divine Land, to the north of Yi Province, about 10,000 miles away from the worship Zen Mountain, there was a jade mirror lake. The orthodoxy of Tianyi Palace, one of the 12 palaces of the Divine Land, was located there. Tianyi Palace was the neighbor of the northern 3 paths of the Divine Land. It was a famous immortal force. It was said that the orthodoxy of Tianyi Palace came from the 4 seas. The Tao ancestor of Tianyi Palace once asked the Dragon King of the Sea to become an immortal. After he succeeded, he established his own orthodoxy at the Jade Mirror Lake. Immortals liked peace and quiet. Even if they had citizens, they would often build their cities thousands of miles away to avoid disturbing their peaceful cultivation. But now, the big city of Yi province under the rule of Tianyi Palace was full of people. Immortal disciples came to the city day and night on their swords and stayed overnight. For the ordinary people living in Yi province, the number of immortal disciples they saw this year was really more than what they saw in their whole life. And all this was because of a Dharma decree issued by Tianyi Palace a year ago. The eldest princess of the Dragon Palace of the Sea was looking for a husband, a year ago. As the Dharma decree of Tianyi Palace was brought to all corners of the world by messengers, it immediately caused a stir in the 4 provinces. It was a well-known fact in the cultivation circle that princesses of the Dragon Palace were not allowed to marry outsiders, let alone the eldest princess, Ao Zhen. Even in the Divine Land, this eldest princess had a good reputation. It was said that because of the fight for the throne of the Dragon Palace, she had endured humiliation and lived in seclusion in the thousand-flowing sea. She did not hesitate to sully her own reputation, just to preserve the lineage of the Dragon Palace. It was only because of a coincidence that a vision was projected in the void that her reputation of chastity spread throughout the 4 provinces. When this woman was mentioned, many virtuous old Jinren nodded and praised her. As for the fight for the throne of the Dragon Palace, these old Jinren would not talk about it. But it did not prevent them from saying strange to this woman who cared about the Dragon Palace. It was even said that an ancestor of an ancient family once sighed at a Taoism discussion, with such a daughter-in-law, why worry about the family's prosperity? It was said that if it were not for the inconvenience of his identity, this ancestor would have personally proposed for his great-grandson. Of course, reputation was one thing. The other was that marrying a woman from the Dragon Palace had its own wonderful benefits. Status, reputation, and the fact that the eldest princess of the Dragon Palace was a world-famous beauty. Therefore, when the decree was issued, the entire Tianyi Divine Water Temple became lively. The temple master of the Tianyi Divine Water Temple had recognized the Dragon Lady as his adopted daughter. He had considered everything for her. The decree was issued a year ago, and it took a whole year of preparation and selection just to find a good son-in-law. Nowadays, it was hard to count the number of young cultivators who came from all over the world. Those with high status had already moved into the Tianyi Holy Water Palace. However, even though the Tianyi Holy Water Palace had countless buildings and a vast area, it could not accommodate so many talents and their servants and mounts. As a result, those with low status could only live in the mortal cities thousands of miles away. If worse came to worst, they could sleep in the wild, and no one would care about them, but it would make them lose face. It was precisely because of this reason that there was a saying in the surrounding cities: tens of millions of immortals entered the city and exchanged their spirit stones for copper coins. There were simply too many people coming. Even the city where ordinary people lived was overcrowded. Those who came late couldn't even find an ordinary inn even if they wanted to. Moreover, ordinary people didn't recognize spirit stones. They only recognized copper coins. If you gave them a bright red stone, they wouldn't want it. Through this, the status of the disciples of the immortals could be distinguished. Those with the highest status were directly invited into the Tianyi Palace to rest. Those with lower status could also use the divine skills to build pavilions in the open space around the Holy Water Palace as a temporary resting place. Those with lower status could only stay in the cities of mortals. But this was only for those who came early. For those who came late, even the inns and houses of mortals were full. It was difficult for them to find a place even if they had the money. At this time, outside the city of Yezhou, there was a young man with a dirty face and a fat golden crow walking into the city gate. The mortal general who guarded the city had trained his eyes in the past year. At first glance, he found that the young man's clothes were messy but not dirty. Obviously, they were the Taoist clothes that the disciples of the immortals liked to wear. They could avoid dust. The style of the Taoist clothes was rough and the patterns were not particular. It was not a product of the Taoist clothes pavilions in the Divine Land. Therefore, he determined that the young man came from a remote area. Behind him was a fat crow, which meant that he still needed a mount. It was obvious that his cultivation was not very high. Besides, he had no other ornaments except for a small white bone tower hanging around his waist. Therefore, it could be inferred that he did not have much money on him. Of course, the disciples of the immortals were the disciples of the immortals. No matter how weak they were, they were not people that the mortal general could afford to offend. Therefore, the general who guarded the gate politely allowed the young man to enter the city and then handed him a scroll. The young man opened the scroll and glanced at it. It was a decree issued by the Tianyi Holy Water Palace, which forbade the disciples of the immortals from fighting and making trouble in the city. More people meant more trouble. In the mortal cities, it was extremely easy for the disciples of the immortals to take someone's life and make the city collapse. However, the Tianyi Holy Water Palace also issued a strict order. Anyone who used magic in the city would be severely warned and expelled from the city, not to mention making trouble. If any trouble was caused because of magic, the disciples in charge of the Tianyi Holy Water Palace would take action and kill them on the spot. The order was very strict. These disciples of the immortals, who were not even qualified to enter the periphery of the Tianyi Holy Water Palace and could only live in the pond, could not do anything about it. I've been on the road for 3 months. I'm really tired. Let's find a place to stay first. After entering the city, the Great Golden Crow sent a voice transmission to the young man lazily. These 2 guys were, of course, Feng Xing and the Great Golden Crow, who had come from the northern demon land. At that time, Feng Xing could not stay calm because of Crown Prince Luli's words. The reason was that he had heard about the Dragon Lady's son-in-law selection. This be *tch, how dare she look for a man behind my back, how dare she? If I don't go and beat her up, she will go to the roof and tear down the tiles. In a rage, Feng Xing immediately rushed to the divine land with the Great Golden Crow. It was not until they left the demon court that they realized that they had thought too simply. The demon court was separated from the divine land by the vast territory of the demon land and the boundless Kanglan Sea. Even if the Great Golden Crow could control the extreme speed under the Yuanying, it would take years to fly there with its wings. Moreover, this was under the premise that it did not eat, drink, or rest. When he got the news, there were only 3 months left before the day of the son-in-law selection, which was mentioned by the Tianyi Holy Water Palace. It could be said that he could not make it there even if he worked hard. In desperation, after a discussion, the 2 guys ran to the Wing Prefecture, which was under the control of the Demon Driving League. Under the eyes of the public, they fought their way into the city, forcibly snatched the altar, and teleported to the divine land. However, because they were not familiar with the altar, the location was a little off, and they ran to the neighboring Ming Prefecture. When they came back to Yi Prefecture, the time was almost up. "Immortal, please wait a moment." Just as he was about to find a place to have a good meal and rest, someone came to greet him from the side of the city gate. It was a chubby little old man with a big belly and a mustache. He wore a long robe with copper coins printed all over it. He looked like an unscrupulous merchant, but he had a kind smile on his face. He cupped his hands in greeting and walked toward Wang Zhong. "What do you want?" Feng Xing was also a little tired and asked lazily. "Hee, if I guessed correctly, this little immortal is also here for the son-in-law selection of the Dragon Lady, right?" "None of your business." Feng Xing was infuriated when he heard this. However, what made him curious was that this old man was only a spirit formation realm cultivator, which could be said to be no different from an ordinary person. However, in front of him and the Great Golden Crow, there was not a trace of fear on his face. He smiled naturally and said, "Immortal, don't worry, I was once a disciple of Tianyi Palace. Later on, I had no hope of cultivating, so I gave up my immortal status and came to Yi Prefecture to do a small business to make a living. This time, I'm here to help Immortal. This little immortal is new here, so you probably don't know that Yi Prefecture is already overcrowded with people. Moreover, there is a rule that only spirit stones are recognized, only copper coins are recognized. Little immortal, if you want to find a place to live or prepare for your daily expenses, you can't use immortal essence in Yi Prefecture. You have to exchange it for gold, silver, and copper coins that are recognized by the secular world. This little old man is here to provide convenience for little immortals who have come from afar. Exchange it for gold, silver, and copper coins?" Feng Xing and the Great Golden Crow looked at each other and felt a little strange. In Nanzhan, it had always been gold, silver, and copper coins that could be exchanged for spirit stones and spirit essences. Why was it the other way around in the Divine Land? How do you exchange it? The fat old man smiled and said, "It's easy. Nowadays, there are too many immortals coming from all directions in Yu Prefecture. There are also many spirit stones and spirit essences that need to be exchanged. It has already become a market. I see that little immortal looks familiar, so I'll give you a discount. One spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 tael of silver, which is equivalent to 100 copper coins. If you want to find the cheapest place to stay in Yu Prefecture, I'm afraid it will cost at least 100 silver coins. So, little immortal, you have to exchange at least a few thousand silver coins from me. Do you have enough spirit stones? 1 spirit stone for 1 tael of silver. Fang Xing's face turned green. Isn't this too much of a scam? Logically speaking, he didn't lack money, but he really didn't want to suffer such a loss. Hee, little immortal, if you really don't want to exchange, you can also go to the mountains outside the city and sleep under the cover of heaven and earth. However, now the entire Yu Prefecture is divided according to the status of immortals. If you can't even afford to stay in an inn in Yu Prefecture, I'm afraid you don't even have the qualification to visit Tianyi Palace. So, listen to me, at least take out some spirit stones to save face. The old man seemed to be familiar with this business. As soon as he saw Fang Xing's expression, he followed up, making it hard for Fang Xing to refuse. Oh. You're right. I'm in a hurry and need to buy some clothes. I need money. Fang Xing remained calm and collected, muttering like a country bumpkin who had just seen the world for the first time. The fat old man nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is not the time to save money. Fang Xing seemed to have made up his mind. He stamped his feet, looked around, and said, Don't show your wealth. Find a secluded place to exchange. The fat old man immediately smiled, but in his heart, he despised him. He thought, don't pretend to be an expert when you've just entered Jianghu. Don't show your wealth. The immortals of Tianyi Palace had made a lot of money by exchanging copper coins. There were people keeping an eye on the order of the city, so no one dared to make trouble. As long as you obediently took out the spirit stones, you would be safe and sound. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. He followed Fang Xing into a small alley very cooperatively. Give me all the silver and copper coins you have. A flying sword suddenly pressed against his neck, which made the excited fat old man's smiling face freeze. Little immortal, what do you mean by this? Fang Xing pressed the flying sword a little tighter and said in a low voice, This is a robbery. Can't you see it? The first thing he does after coming to the Divine Land is to rob people? At the entrance of the alley, the big Jinwu, who was on lookout, clenched his teeth and looked speechlessly at Fang Xing, who had taken all the silver, notes, gold, silver, and copper from the fat old man from head to toe. He felt a little speechless. Although this little bandit was not as rich as a country, he could be considered as rich even in Shenzhou. How could he rob someone for such a small amount of money? You better think about it. I'm doing this for young Master Zoli of the Tianyi Palace. He's the inherited disciple of the Tianyi Palace. If you rob me, young Master Zoli will kill you on the spot when he enters the city. The fat old man was trembling with fear. He had seen some people who used their supernatural powers to cause trouble in the city and were expelled, but he had never seen someone who caused trouble as soon as they entered the city. This alley was less than 1,000 feet away from the city gate. Where did this country bumpkin get such courage from? Although he was surprised, he did not dare to make a sound with the flying sword on his neck. He could only stammer out threats. Using this method to make money, you city people really know how to play. Fang Xing did not show any mercy. After searching the old man for all his money, he knocked him out with his finger. There was a lot of money, a few dozen pieces of silver, a dozen strings of coins, and 1,000 taels of silver note. It had been a long time since he had robbed people of money. Fang Xing was very satisfied with the feeling. Then he put the money in his storage bag with a smile and put his arm around the neck of the great golden crow. He said, Let's go, I know you've been tired these days. Let's go and have a good meal. The atmosphere in the Divine Land was different from other places. Although Qiuzhou City was only a city inhabited by mortals, and not an immortal city where cultivators came and went to exchange items, it still showed that the Divine Land, a place rich in spiritual qi, was not ordinary. Even if they found a random restaurant in the city, it still looked rich and elegant. On the old-fashioned walls, there were many calligraphies left by scholars and immortals. As for the dishes, they were not cheap, but Fangxing had enough money. He and the crow bought a table of dongpa pork, roasted suckling pig, drunken prawns, lion's head, and so on. They also bought 2 jars of pear blossom wine. They each took one side and began to wolf down the food. During the 3 months of continuous travel, their stomachs had suffered. These 2 guys drank to their heart's content as if there was no one around, which attracted a lot of sidelong glances. At this time, on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, although it was not mealtime, there were many elegant customers sitting there. They ordered a pot of wine, a few dishes, and drank slowly just to kill time. This made Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow even more unsightly. Some people looked at them with disgust, but unfortunately, it did not work on Fangxing. If anyone dared to look at him, he would stare back, as if looking for a fight. Just when half of the jar of wine was drunk, 3 customers came up from below the restaurant. They were tall and slender, their Taoist robes were clean, and they carried long swords on their backs. They looked energetic, and the waiter next to them was attentively serving them. It seemed that they were also regular customers. When the 3 people came up, they saw Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow eating at the table. They frowned immediately. "Waiter, when did your Tai-Bai restaurant become a place for barbarians to eat?" The leading child, who was about 30 years old, gently tapped the waiter with a folding fan in his hand and ridiculed him. The waiter was a little embarrassed, but he did not want to offend Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow. He thought, "They just took a banknote of 1,000 taels of silver and asked us to eat and drink as much as we can. It's much more generous than you coming to the 2nd floor every day and ordering a pot of wine and 2 dishes for the whole afternoon. At most, you can eat 10 taels of silver. Why are you pretending to be a big boss here?" However, the waiter was also discerning. He had heard that this child's identity was not ordinary, and he was a true disciple of a small immortal sect 300 miles outside of Chiu State City. He used to come to this city often. He did not want to offend him, so he did not answer. He just smiled and led the 3 people to a table by the window on the west side. During this time, Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow surprisingly did not get angry. It seemed that they did not want to cause trouble. It was not that these 2 guys' tempers had become better. The main thing was that after hearing the man's words, Fangxing was slightly stunned. He bent down and asked the Great Golden Crow in a low voice, "What did that bastard mean by eating?" The Great Golden Crow did not know, either. He said casually, "He thinks that we are his grandfathers?" Fangxing nodded his head and did not intend to haggle with the fan-wielding bastard. Their voices weren't loud, but a woman in white at the table next to them heard them and laughed out loud. This woman had been there before Fangxing and the others came up. She was alone, with a pot of wine and 2 cups in front of her. However, she did not touch her lips. She just stared out of the window in a daze, as if she was full of sorrow. Her sadness could be felt by everyone within 10 meters of her. At this time, because she accidentally heard the conversation between Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow, she could not help but smile and turn around to take a look. "Yo, this woman is not bad," Fangxing smiled and showed the wine pot to her. However, when the woman saw the messy cups on their table, she frowned and ignored them again. Fangxing was immediately dissatisfied. He thought, "What a pretentious woman, eh?" The young man with the folding fan, who was led to the table on the west side by the waiter, also saw the woman's beautiful face. His heart moved slightly, and he coughed lightly and whispered something to the waiter. The waiter immediately looked at Fangxing with a troubled expression and did not move for a long time. The young man with the folding fan was already somewhat dissatisfied. He snorted lightly and simply ignored the waiter, walking over by himself. "Paula!" 2 pieces of silver suddenly fell on the table in front of Fangxing and the Great Golden Crow. They rolled twice and fell into a bowl of pickled vegetable soup. Fangxing was stunned and looked up in disbelief. The young man with the folding fan looked at the woman at the table next to Fangxing and said lightly, "You guys changed tables. Don't disturb this lady's peace." Fangxing's eyes became even more dazed and did not speak for a long time. The young man with the folding fan was already somewhat impatient. He waved his fan lightly as if he was swatting away a fly. Although Tai-Bayan is a place of mortals, it has always been known for its tranquility. How could it allow the 2 of you to wolf down your food here? You're clearly disturbing the scholarly atmosphere here. This young man will not bully you. Go downstairs and eat. This silver will be your compensation. Fang Xing's expression became even more dazed. Someone actually took the initiative to look for this young master. When the young man with the folding fan saw this, he thought that he had scared Fang Xing and said impatiently, "You're still not leaving?" His eyesight was not very good, similar to that of the general guarding the city gate. He saw that Fang Xing's robe was not exquisite, his gray hair, and he had a fat crow on his back. His aura was faintly discernible, and he did not look that old. Thus, he thought that Fang Xing was a spirit formation realm cultivator, a small cultivator that could not fly clouds. Thinking that if Fang Xing was not satisfied, he would flick his fan and throw him out of the window. Under the urging of the young man with the folding fan, Fang Xing finally opened his mouth. "Screw you, compensate me for this bowl of pickled vegetable soup." When this shout came out, the entire second floor of Tai Bai became silent. What did you say?" The young man with the folding fan originally wanted to show off in front of the woman next to the window, but after being scolded, his expression changed. "Say your uncle, compensate me for my pickled vegetable soup, or else I'll slap you, bastard grandson." Fang Xing slammed the table and jumped up. His nose and eyes were much fiercer than the young man with the folding fan. Under this great anger, the aura on his body circulated, but it also revealed that his cultivation was not ordinary and he was definitely not an ordinary person. The young man with the folding fan could no longer maintain his composure. He was so angry that his palms were trembling. He repeatedly said, "Good. Good. You're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As he spoke, the fingers holding the folding fan had already turned blue. Spiritual energy surged in his body and he was about to make a move, but at this moment, his two companions behind him hurriedly pulled him back and whispered, "Don't make a move. Now is not the same as before. Tianyi Palace has already issued a decree that no spells can be used in Yezhou City." The young man with the folding fan finally reacted after the two of them persuaded him. The spiritual energy on his body gradually faded, and he coldly glared at Fang Xing. He whispered, "Bumpkin, you've got guts. Unfortunately, today we're in Yezhou City. I'm here for Dragon Lady's son-in-law selection. I don't want to lose the bigger picture because of a small matter, so I'll let you go for now. I only hope that you never leave the city, otherwise." He smiled sinisterly and was about to throw down some harsh words and leave. However, it would have been better if he hadn't mentioned the son-in-law selection. As soon as he did, Fang Xing immediately became angry. He jumped up and slapped him, scolding, "Son-in-law selection my ass. What's so good about that B*TCH that she even attracted a bastard like you?" Slap. This slap didn't seem to be anything special. It was just that it was filled with spiritual energy, so it was extremely powerful. The young master with the folded fan was shocked. He had already raised his fan in front of his face, but this palm directly shattered the fan into pieces. Then, the palm landed solidly on his face, causing his body to fly up. He spun in the air like a spinning top and slammed into the wall with two so-so sounds. Then, before he could even let out a scream, he had already smashed through the wall and was sent flying into the street. You dare to use spells in Yezhou City?" The two people next to the young man with the folding fan were already so scared that their faces turned ashen. It seemed that the ban on using spells in the city had a great impact on them. Even now, they had no intention of fighting back. "So what if I use spells?" Fang Xing didn't hold back. With a backhand, he sent out another palm strike. Invisible spiritual energy was drawn in, but it seemed to have landed solidly on the other person's face. That person had already put all of his concentration into defense, but the result was no different from having no defense at all. He also smashed through a wall and flew out. The last person was so frightened that he screamed and turned to escape. However, the large wings stretched out and patted his back, and he also flew out. For a moment, 3 of the 4 walls on the second floor of the Taibai restaurant were broken. Only the wall next to the woman sitting next to him was still intact. Does he want to die? How dare he use spells in Yezhou City? I didn't feel wrong. He just used spiritual energy. He definitely used spiritual energy. This is troublesome. With such a big fuss, the disciples of Tianyi Palace will definitely be alerted. The entire second floor of the Taibai restaurant was in a mess, as if it had provoked a hornet's nest. If I don't show you my temper, you'll think I'm a pushover. Fang Xing was still panting. He sat down indignantly and slammed the table to ask the waiter to bring him a bowl of pickled cabbage soup. The woman sitting by the window also turned her head and looked over with a cold look in her eyes. There was a decree in Yezhou City that no immortal disciples were allowed to use their magic recklessly and cause trouble. Otherwise, they would be given a warning and driven out of the city, or killed on the spot. There would be no way to reason with them. In the past year, after the decree of selecting a son-in-law for the Dragon Lady was sent out, thousands of small immortals came to Yezhou City to settle down. More than a dozen troublemakers had been driven out by Tianyi Palace, and no one was spared. But now, the second floor of Taibai House was in an uproar again, attracting countless onlookers. This is the decree of Tianyi Palace. Who dares to make trouble in Yezhou City? When more and more onlookers gathered around, someone shouted in the air. 4 or 5 young disciples in the robes of Tianyi Palace flew over on a cloud. The one in the lead was in his 30s, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He looked indifferent, and there was still a trace of anger on his face. He looked down at the cloud and wanted to see who was so stupid that he could vent his anger on him. It was not the first time that this group of people had appeared in Yezhou City. Even the ordinary people in the city knew them. But they were curious about why the disciple was carrying a fat old man with him. Eh? Zoli? That is Zoli, the inherited disciple of Tianyi Palace. Why is he here in person? Shoo. I heard that the person sent by Zoli to compete for the copper spirit stones was robbed. He is here to investigate this matter. That audacious guy is unlucky. He actually ran into Zoli, the inherited disciple who just entered the city. Hee. In normal times, he would have been scolded and paid some money. But today, he is in big trouble. Looking at Zoli's cold face, many people who were familiar with the rules of the city had begun to whisper to each other. After the disciple on the cloud descended from the sky, he landed on the same level as the second floor of the Taibai residence. The cloud was divided into 4, and the 4 disciples of the Tianyi Palace guarded the 4 sides to prevent the person inside from escaping. Zoli, whose face was as cold as ice, descended with the fat old man in his hand. He threw him to the ground and shouted coldly, "Settle the matter here first, then go find the person who robbed you." Humph, if there really is such a person, then it's fine. But if you're full of nonsense and have swallowed my spirit stones, I'll make your whole family pay. The fat old man was so scared that he knelt down and kowtowed. Senior brother, please spare me. Even if I have the guts, I will not dare to steal your things. Zoli ignored him and clasped his hands behind his back. His cold gaze swept across the area and saw the young man with the folding fan who had just woken up. The young man had just woken up and felt a burning pain on his face. His head was dizzy from the slap. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zoli, the successor disciple of Tianyi Palace, standing not far away with his hands behind his back. He anxiously rushed up and cried, "Senior brother Zhou, you have to help me. I was restrained by the rules of Tianyi Palace and did not attack, but that bastard took the opportunity to hurt me." Puff. Before he could reach Zoli, a beam of light suddenly flew out from Zoli's sleeve. The young man's arm holding the folding fan flew into the air and blood spurted out. The young man with the folding fan held in pain and fell to the ground. Causing trouble is the same as violating the rules of Tianyi Palace. Do you really think that the decree of the Palace Lord of Tianyi Palace is a joke? Zoli waved his sleeve slightly and the beam of light flew back. It was a flying sword. Zoli's face was as cold as ice. He looked mockingly at the young man with the folding fan who was lying on the ground, holding his injured arm and sweating in pain. Regardless of whether you attacked first or not, you have violated the rules. Hand over 1,000 spiritual stones and I will let you leave the city alive. Otherwise, you will die here. After saying this, he turned around and walked toward Taibai Tavern. He lightly spat out, "Who is talking to you about us?" At this time, the Taibai Tavern was completely silent. Everyone was cowering in the corner and staring blankly at Zoli who had walked into the Taibai Tavern. Zoli did not even look at them and slowly walked up to the second floor. Before he could ask who had attacked just now, He had already seen Feng Xing and the great golden crow eating at a table on the east side as if there was no one else there. Zhou Li's eyes turned cold. He, Zhou Li, had come in person. The entire building was filled with people who feared him as if he was a deity, but only these two tables of people had no regard for anyone else and ignored him. This made him hate the girl sitting by the eastern window who was in a daze, and he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Are you the one who violated the rules of Tianyi Palace by using magic in the city? Zhou Li looked at Feng Xing with a cold expression. He slowly stepped forward and a beam of light was already flashing in his sleeve. But at this time an extremely excited howl suddenly rang out, "Senior brother Zhou, it's him, the one who robbed me of my money is him. It's this bastard. God has eyes. I've finally found you." The one who spoke at this time was the fat old man who had been carried here by Zhou Li. When he saw Feng Xing and the great golden crow, he was so overjoyed that he almost lost his breath. He quickly rushed over and pointed a trembling finger at Feng Xing. It seemed that if it were not for the fact that his cultivation was too low and he was afraid that he would be killed by Feng Xing with one hand, he would have rushed up and attacked Feng Xing himself. Zhou Li was also slightly stunned. A trace of viciousness appeared in his eyes. He stared at Feng Xing's face like a sword and said softly with endless killing intent in his voice, "You're the one who broke the rules as soon as you entered the city and robbed my junior brother of his money?" When the people around heard this, they were also surprised. They all felt that there would be a good show to watch. They had thought that this guy with a crow was very bold, but they didn't expect him to be so bold. When they saw him beating people in the city, they were already secretly impressed. They didn't expect him to steal money from Zhou Li's subordinates. It should be known that Zhou Li had informed the city lord before he used this method to earn money from the person looking for a son-in-law. The city lord had specifically ordered that all the businesses in the city, big or small, could only accept ordinary gold, silver, and copper. They couldn't accept even half a piece of spirit stone. That was why this ridiculous situation of tens of millions of immortals entering the city and exchanging spirit stones for copper was formed. Otherwise, even mortals weren't stupid. Would they not want spirit stones if they had them? It was also because of this that so many people with low cultivation and even ordinary people brought bags of silver and copper to exchange for spirit stones with the immortals who had gathered in Yi State City from all directions. It was so unfair, but nothing had happened. This was the first time someone had directly robbed someone of silver and copper. Otherwise, Zhou Li wouldn't be so angry. He was angry because if everyone learned from this bastard, how could he continue doing business? So what if it's me? Feng Xing fiercely turned his head and glanced at Zhou Li. He didn't like the disciples of Tianyi Palace at all. They were the ones who helped his woman find a man. They were all bad guys. However, Zhou Li noticed the dissatisfaction in Li Mu's eyes and paid him some attention. With a sneer, he walked over slowly and said, "Fellow Taoist, you first entered the city and robbed my junior brother's money, and then you made trouble in Tai Bai House. You don't take the decrees of Tianyi Palace seriously. Do you have any prejudice against Tai Palace? Or, do you have evil intentions and come to ruin eldest princess's son-in-law selection?" When he was sure that Feng Xing had robbed the silver and copper, he already wanted to kill him. He had to hang this bastard's head on the city gate to make an example of him to other cultivators. However, it was not a big deal to injure someone, but it was a big deal to kill someone. He had to put the blame on Feng Xing first before he could report to his superiors. "Hey, you're right. I'm here to ruin your son-in-law selection. What do you think?" Feng Xing sneered, slapped the table, and picked up a pair of chopsticks on the table. Zhou Li was putting on airs, but in fact, he was only at the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. He didn't take him seriously at all. Zhou Li didn't expect to put the blame on him so easily. He sneered and was about to raise his sleeves. At this time, the great golden crow also narrowed its eyes. It knew this little bandit's character very well. If Zhou Li wanted to hurt someone instead of killing him, he would be beaten half to death today and robbed of all his money. If he wanted to kill Li Mu, he would be dead on the spot. Tianyi Palace really has some rules. Just when Zhou Li was about to kill Li Mu, he suddenly heard a sneer. Zhou Li was slightly taken aback. He raised his head and just happened to see the woman by the wall turn her head around. There was a trace of a mocking smile on her beautiful face. As she spoke, she placed a small token on the table in front of her. The token was only the size of a baby's palm. It was dark green and crystal clear. As soon as it was released, the surrounding temperature seemed to suddenly drop and frost formed. Zhou Li's eyes suddenly froze. He took a step back, bowed respectfully, and said with his head down, "Senior sister cultivator of the Nether Spirit Doctrine, Zhou Li, a true disciple of the Tianyi Palace, didn't recognize you. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you, the Nether Spirit Doctrine?" Hearing that, the people around were a little surprised. Even the disciples of the Tianyi Palace who had been guarding around Fangxing just now also bowed to the woman. "My surname is Qiu. This man is my personal follower. Can I ask the Tianyi Palace to spare his life?" The woman sneered, put away the token, and asked in a low voice. Zhou Li was sweating profusely. He forced a smile and said, "Since he is the personal follower of Senior Sister Qiu of the Nether Spirit Doctrine, everything is easy. But when did you come to Yezhou City? Why didn't you tell the Tianyi Palace? I'm sure the senior brothers in the palace and our young master would have come to pick you up in person. Our two sects have been best friends for many years. It's not right to let you live in Yezhou City." The woman surnamed Qiu said lightly, "I was just sitting here thinking about something. It's just that it's too noisy with you people coming and going. You should go back now. I'll pay a visit to Tianyi Palace in an hour." She then glanced at Zhou Li and said, "Don't blame me for interrupting you. I saved your life for the sake of your young master. Don't be fooled by his vulgar appearance and weak aura. If I'm not mistaken, his cultivation is at least at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. That crow is also extraordinary. His qi and blood are vigorous. Even though he's still a bird, his strength is probably enough to kill someone at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. With your cultivation, you really can't defeat them." Hearing that, Zhou Li's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Fangxing and the great golden crow coldly, repeatedly said yes, and slowly retreated. Fangxing and the great golden crow looked at each other, wondering who this crazy woman was. After scolding Zhou Li, the woman was lost in thought for a while. Then she turned around to look at Fangxing and said with a sneer, "I saved you because of what you said just now. That Princess Royal of Dragon Palace is just a B***tch. What's so good about her?" Fangxing was not happy to hear that. "Hey, why are you scolding me? I just said B***tch. Who said B***tch? Besides, I can scold my own woman. How can you scold others so casually? How dare a cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm come to the Tianyi Palace to make trouble? Do you really think you're the Divine Son?" The woman in white rebuked Zhou Li from the Tianyi Palace. Only then did she cast a cold glance at Fangxing. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes. She snorted and said, "You might be able to play the pig to eat the tiger and make Zhou Li suffer a loss. However, the Tianyi Palace has 10 true disciples. The first 3 disciples and the young sovereign of the Tianyi Palace have all reached the core formation realm." Fangxing and the great golden crow looked at each other, speechless. "You're just in the Foundation establishment realm, and your whole family is in the Foundation establishment realm. Where does this woman get her arrogance from? If you don't have the vision, don't talk nonsense, okay?" Not being able to write one's cultivation level on one's face was really a headache. People looked down on them everywhere. Zhou Li of the Tianyi Palace treated them like pushovers, but this woman who thought she had a good eye also thought they were in the Foundation establishment realm. Of course, they couldn't be blamed. The main thing was that Fangxing's cultivation level had improved greatly. He had reached the middle stage of the gold core realm, and the aura concealing skill taught by the giant black sword had also reached a higher level. Now, his cultivation level seemed to be covered by a layer of green mist, which was faintly discernible. He could hide in the void at any time, so it was very difficult for ordinary people to judge his cultivation level. The great golden crow was the same. He had taken a different path of cultivation from everyone else. Now, although he had reached the gold core realm, it was hard to judge his cultivation level. This woman could tell from the qi that Fangxing occasionally revealed and the fluctuation of qi and blood of the great golden crow that their strength was beyond the level of ordinary cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm, which was quite impressive. Of course, this woman seemed to have a lot of faith in her own judgment, but she didn't know whether she had underestimated it. For a moment, Fang Xing and the Great Golden Crow didn't want to answer her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although this woman had good intentions just now, her unbridled arrogance made people want to tear off her clothes. The woman surnamed Qiu didn't know what Fang Xing was thinking. Seeing that he didn't answer, she thought he was scared by her identity. She sneered and said, "You don't have to be afraid of me, and I won't make things difficult for you. On the contrary, for the sake of what you just said, I will take you to Tianyi Palace. If you dare to say it again in front of that person, I will reward you handsomely." Fang Xing was even more speechless. But when he heard the latter part of her words, he was slightly moved and said with a smile, "Can you take us into the Tianyi Palace?" The woman surnamed Qiu sneered and said, "It's not difficult to enter the Tianyi Palace. I'm afraid that if I don't go, they will come to invite me." Fang Xing immediately agreed. "Okay, who do you want me to tell?" The woman surnamed Qiu laughed coldly. "What a heartless man." After a pause, 2 streams of anger seemed to flow out of her eyes, and she said coldly, "I want that person to hear the truth that even a bumpkin from the countryside can understand. Why can't he understand it?" After that, she suddenly looked at Fang Xing and said, "It's easy to take you into the Tianyi Palace and give you a reward, but you'd better not just say it, otherwise, you will end up miserably." Fang Xing picked his nose and looked at the Great Golden Crow. That guy was smiling sneakily, and his bell-sized eyes were full of a look of watching a good show. Fang Xing couldn't help holding his forehead, but he thought it was better to follow this woman than to fight his way into the Tianyi Palace by himself, so he agreed casually. But in his heart, he was so depressed that he lifted the wine jar to calm himself down and refrained from beating her. The woman surnamed Qiu didn't say anything. She sat by the window for a long time, and a tear rolled down her cheek silently. After a while, she suddenly stood up, threw a spirit stone on the table, and said coldly, "Let's go." After that, she flew out of the window, with clouds under her feet, stood proudly in the void, and waited for Fang Xing for a while. Fang Xing and the Great Golden Crow looked at each other and quickly discussed, "You carry me, why should I carry you? You can fly. It's cool, and I can help you lose weight, why don't you lose weight? I have a good figure." The woman surnamed Qiu outside the window couldn't wait any longer, and shouted, "Why don't you go?" Helplessly, the Great Golden Crow had to let Fang Xing step on its back and fly lazily. This was also discussed when they arrived at the Divine Land. After all, it was the territory of the Divine Land, and it couldn't be neglected. So the Great Golden Crow temporarily disguised itself as Fang Xing's mount, and didn't show its ability to speak in front of others. This could be considered as a foreshadowing of a plan if it met someone who didn't know what to do. However, it flew lazily, as slow as a tortoise, and the woman surnamed Qiu looked down on Fang Xing even more. After flying through the fairy mountains for about an hour, they arrived at a large lake that looked like a jade mirror embedded in the mountains. This lake was about 100 miles in radius, and the water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Under the sunlight, faint blue ripples could be seen. At first glance, one could feel a sense of coolness. Nobody knew how deep the lake was, but because the water was so clear, one could see the bottom of the lake at a glance, and it was particularly intoxicating. On a mountain beside the lake, there was a building. At the center of the building was a palace with green tiles and green eaves. It covered an area of thousands of feet and was about 10 stories high. It was magnificent, but not domineering. Instead, it looked like an immortal. Around this palace, there were no less than 100 palaces of various sizes, which were connected in a continuous line, hidden in the misty clouds. They were in accordance with the divination of the stars, and contained mysteries inside. "This is the Tianyi Palace?" Fang Xing looked around, and at the same time, he pinched the Great Golden Crow, asking it to pay attention to the deployment of Dharma formations and so on. The Tianyi Palace was one of the 4 paths, 8 heavens, and 12 palaces in the Divine Prefecture. Although it was not the top force among the forces in the Divine Prefecture, as long as it had a name and was often talked about, it should not be underestimated. This time, Dao Wuya, the palace lord of the Tianyi Palace, knew that the Dragon Lady did not get along well with the Kanglan Sea, but still dared to help her find a son-in-law with great fanfare, which showed the boldness of the Tianyi Palace. Of course, in Fang Xing's view, this matter was just that the Tianyi Palace was too meddlesome, and it had nothing better to do. Perhaps the Tanny Palace did not expect that it had unknowingly offended the little devil Nanjon. Junior sister Chiao, please forgive me for not going out to greet you earlier. As soon as they arrived, they heard a hearty laugh in front of them. They saw a blue-robed man coming to them on a cloud. This man was tall and had an outstanding temperament. His cultivation was already half a step away from the gold core realm. Judging from his age, he was quite outstanding. With his big sleeves fluttering, he flew in the wind. Beside him was Zoli, whom they had met not long ago in Yezhou City. This arrogant disciple of the Tanny Palace was now cowering behind the blue-robed man. It seemed that they were all true disciples, but there was a difference in their status. It turns out that senior brother Su Yun, who ranks fourth among the top 10 true disciples of the Tanny Palace, has come to pick me up in person. Junior sister, don't be afraid. Seeing this man, the woman surnamed Chiao was no longer as indifferent as before. She chuckled and bowed to him on the cloud. The blue-robed man, Su Yun, hurriedly helped her up and said with a smile, Chiao Xiaoyu, the genius disciple of the spirit of Yin, has come in person. How dare I not come? Hee, just now when junior brother Zhou came back and told me that junior sister Chiao had appeared in Yezhou City, I immediately came out. I wanted to tidy up my clothes and go to Yezhou City to pick you up, but I didn't expect that I would be a step too late. You came by yourself, please forgive me. How dare I trouble senior brother Su to pick me up in person? I am not afraid. Seeing the two of them greeting each other hypocritically, Feng Xing was already very impatient. He lazily squatted on the back of the golden crow. A clean attic has been cleaned in the Tanny Palace. Junior sister Chiao, you should stay here for a few more days. Fortunately, Su Yun had already invited her. When he saw Feng Xing and the great golden crow, he slightly frowned and said, Junior sister Chiao, did you only bring one follower and one mount? This golden crow looks pretty good. When did junior sister Chiao tame it? Chiao Xiaoyu did not stand on ceremony in front of Su Yun. She indifferently said, I came in a hurry and snuck out. Master didn't know and I didn't bring any follower. I met these two by accident in the city and found them interesting, so I took them in. Hee, it's nothing. I will arrange for a few maids to dress up junior sister later. Su Yun chuckled and did not take it seriously. He signaled for Feng Xing and the golden crow to follow behind him. On the other hand, Zoli had already suspected that Feng Xing and the great golden crow did not know Chiao Xiaoyu. After hearing what she said, he was certain of this and looked at Feng Xing with an unfriendly expression. Feng Xing also happened to look at him and deliberately spat into the jade mirror lake below. This provocation immediately made Zoli seethe with anger and he almost fell from the cloud. Is he in the palace now? After entering the Tanny Palace, Chiao Xiaoyu glanced around imperceptibly and asked in a low voice. Su Yun knew who she was asking about. He looked embarrassed and said in a low voice, Senior brother Liu is preparing for the ceremony. He is not in the palace. Chiao Xiaoyu nodded and said noncommittally, since I'm here, I will be able to see him. Su Yun did not say anything. He smiled bitterly and led the way in front. Where is the dragon lady? In the silence, Feng Xing, who was also looking around after entering Tanny Palace, suddenly asked. Seeing this, Su Yun frowned as if he was annoyed by his rudeness. However, he did not say anything. On the other hand, Zoli suddenly smiled coldly and said, Actually, you are also here to find a son-in-law, right? There's no harm in telling you. The Tsung Lanxi's eldest princess, Fairy Ao Jin, lives in the Iching Lake in the middle of the lake. If you are also interested in finding a son-in-law, why don't you pay her a visit in advance? Who knows, maybe the eldest princess will take a liking to you. Haha. Is it there? Feng Xing ignored him and glanced at an exquisite little building on a small lake in the palace. He chuckled and said, I'll go again tonight. His smirk immediately made Su Yun look at him. He smiled and shook his head, as if he found it very funny. Chiao Xiaoyu was also very unhappy. She glared at him with a gloomy face, already regretting bringing him in. Don't blame me for not reminding you that the Tanny Palace is full of crooks and honest people. Every 8 steps, there is a ban, and every 100 steps, there are countless guards in the open and in the dark. If you go out, you will be killed if you can't explain yourself clearly. For the sake of your life, you'd better stay downstairs. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important, and don't go upstairs. If you dare to go upstairs, I will stamp your foot. If you go upstairs, I will kill you. Under the guidance of Su Yun, the successor disciple of the Tianyi Palace, Qiu Xiaoyu, Feng Xing, and the Great Golden Crow came to a small building on the western edge of the Tianyi Palace. Both the location and the exquisiteness of the small building were far inferior to those in the Tianyi Palace. However, Qiu Xiaoyu understood her identity. Su Yun, the fourth successor disciple of the Tianyi Palace, came to pick her up in person and even gave her such a small building for the sake of her master and her unfaithful senior brother. So, she settled in without saying anything. The small building had 2 floors. Of course, the upper floor belonged to her. But she just had to give Feng Xing a few words with a straight face. It seemed that if she didn't say so, Feng Xing would go through her window at night, which made Feng Xing feel very uncomfortable. Obviously, she didn't trust his character. How many handsome men like him would go through someone else's window? Qiu Xiaoyu naturally didn't bother to say more to Feng Xing. After giving him the warning, she went upstairs. Even the 2 outer female disciples of the Tianyi Palace sent by Su Yun to serve her were asked to stay downstairs. They were treated equally, and the 2 maids were also warned not to go upstairs casually. Feng Xing tolerated it not because his temper had become better, but because he didn't know what to say. If he met a fool with a one-track mind, he could beat him up. But if he met a fool, he would be too lazy to beat him. Through his senses, he could clearly sense that Qiu Xiaoyu had already laid down an almost undetectable formation between the first and second floors when she went upstairs. It seemed to have sealed off the entire second floor. She was on the second floor, so she could observe the movements on the first floor at will. However, if anyone tried to spy on the second floor from the first floor, they would immediately be discovered by her. It could be seen that she was extremely careful. However, although the spirit array that she had set up looked brilliant, it was nothing in the eyes of the current Feng Xing. While she was setting up the array, Feng Xing also tapped lightly with his finger. He had already tampered with the array. Simply put, she could only see what Feng Xing wanted her to see. Heartless, shameless. 10 years of vows of undying love can't compare to a decree? Just because there's hope of marrying the dragon lady, you've forgotten your promise to me? To think that I, Qiu Xiaoyu, am as beautiful as a flower, gentle, and lovely. How can I not compare to the homeless dragon lady? Qiu Xiaoyu went upstairs and sat down against the wall. She took out a wine jar from her storage bag and drank until she was completely drunk. She was too confident in the array formation that she had set up. Instead, she threw away all pretenses. She drank, cursed, gnashed her teeth, cursed Dragon Maiden with a murderous aura, and blamed senior brother Lu for a while. It was as if she had become a heroine. She cried and laughed like a madwoman. This woman is a lunatic. Feng Xing shuddered with fear after staring at her for a while. He felt that this woman was a psycho. He simply ignored her and went up to the 2 female disciples of the Tianyi Palace with a smile, trying to get some information from them. Hee, little sister, why do you look like you're in a painting? He tried to make himself look harmless and used the unique skill that Uncle Jiu had taught him years ago to one of them. However, the plump female disciple of the Tianyi Palace ignored him, snorted, and didn't even raise her head. Feng Xing rolled his eyes and went up to the other female disciple of the Tianyi Palace, who was thinner, and tried to get close to her. Sister, how do you look? You're even more beautiful than a painting. Pfft, this woman seemed to have a better temper, and she couldn't help but laugh. The other female disciple couldn't help but give him a hard look. Where did this wild cultivator come from? He's so annoying. Hee, you look better when you laugh. Feng Xing struck while the iron was hot. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, did you lose something just now? The female disciple was a little surprised and looked at him. Feng Xing fumbled in his storage bag and took out a crystal pendant. I picked it up behind you just now. This is a spirit pendant? The female disciple immediately covered her small mouth in shock, and her eyes emitted a burst of excitement. Spirit pendant was refined from the best spirit stone. It could be used as a resource, and its color was pleasing and crystal clear, so some people refined it into jewelry. It was the same as the precious horse carved with spirit pendant that Feng Xing had looted from the Dragon Lady's treasure house. In the eyes of these outer disciples of the Tianyi Palace with low cultivation, it was like a poor mortal seeing a golden jewelry. I wanted to keep it for myself, but since you're so beautiful, I'll give it to you. Fangxing smiled, took the female disciple's hand, and put it in her palm. Of course, the female disciple knew that he was giving her some benefits. She wanted to refuse, but she hesitated and couldn't say it. After the immortals of Tianyi Palace came to the Tianyi Palace to select a son-in-law, the status of the disciples of the Tianyi Palace had risen, and they had indeed received a lot of benefits. It was not the first time that she had received a reward. However, she did not expect that a guy like Fangxing, who looked like a servant of the successor disciple of the spirit path upstairs, would also give her benefits, and he even appeared to be so generous. The plump female disciple, who didn't bother to pay attention to Fangxing, was even more regretful now, her eyes shining. Are you people of the spirit doctrine so generous? The thin woman didn't return the pendant after all. She asked softly with a smile. I'm not a disciple of the spirit doctrine. Aren't they all women? Li Hongyi, Xiaoxiaoyu, I'm actually here to select a son-in-law, but I can't get in, so I gave her some benefits and asked her to take me in. Fangxing talked nonsense casually, pulled the thin woman to his side, and asked her in a low voice. The thin female disciple couldn't hide anything since she had taken such a valuable pendant from him. So, as Fangxing asked, she told him everything that had happened to the dragon lady in the past year. Of course, because of her low status, she wouldn't know anything confidential. She could only tell him the news that had been spread in the Tianyi Palace. I've only seen the first princess from afar when the palace master took her in as his adopted daughter. She's unbelievably beautiful. I've never thought that a woman could be as tall and beautiful as she is. At that time, the palace master said that he pitied her for not being able to return home, so he decided to find a husband for her. When the decree was sent out, many people immediately came. There were even more people who couldn't make it in time because of the long journey, so the palace master set the time for the second year. Now, there are only 10 days left. The first princess rarely shows her face. She has always lived in the Merry Pavilion in the Little Mirror Lake. Many young masters from influential families have come, wanting to meet her in advance, but she has never agreed. There were some people with special identities that even the young palace master had to plead on their behalf, but she still did not agree. Later, perhaps because she was annoyed, she set up 99 restrictions on the Little Mirror Lake, a 7-layered formation. She said that if anyone could break through the formation and enter the Merry Pavilion without triggering any of the restrictions, she would meet them in advance. Unfortunately, although there were many powerful people who came to find a son-in-law, no one was able to break through the formation she set up. Until now, no one has succeeded. That's more like it. When Fangxing heard this, he chuckled and seemed to be very satisfied. Young master, you also came for the selection of a son-in-law. Have you prepared any gifts? The thin female disciple took a spirit essence pendant and even changed the way she addressed Li Mu. Gifts? I don't need them. Fangxing shook his head repeatedly. Why? Because that woman was originally my wife. Alas, the selection of a son-in-law behind my man's back is really unfortunate, Fangxing sighed. Seeing that it was already late outside, he sighed, shook his head, and turned to walk out of the small building. What are you doing? Where are you going? The two female outer disciples of Tianyi Palace, one fat and one thin, shouted in unison. But Fangxing turned his head and smiled, then flicked 2 fingers. The 2 women's bodies immediately went limp, and they quietly lay down on the ground. I'm going to open my wife's window. With a smile, Fangxing dashed out of the small building like a puff of smoke. With his current cultivation, he could come and go freely. Xiaoxiaoyu, who was half a step away from the elixir realm on the 2nd floor, would not notice anything he did. Let's go, old Jean, take me to find my wife, he called the great golden crow, who was lying lazily outside the building and looking at the stars. Then, the man and the crow soared into the sky and disappeared into the night. The Tianyi Palace was indeed heavily guarded. All kinds of restrictions and magic arrays turned the quiet palace in the night into a castle defended by thousands of soldiers and horses. Unfortunately, Fangxing and the great golden crow were moving in this castle. Coupled with the yin and yang devil mirror, the powerful divine sense, and the divination ability that the great golden crow inherited from Uncle Jen, they moved like fish in water. Without making a sound, he arrived in front of the small mirror lake and looked at the pleasant passion pavilion within. 7 layers of magic arrays, 99 restrictions. This woman really doesn't meet with men casually. I forgive you. Looking at the pleasant pavilion, Fangxing chuckled and began to cooperate with the great golden crow to break the arrays. With the yin and yang devil mirror, the restrictions on the lake could be seen at a glance. They were practically useless. As for the magic array, it was up to the great golden crow. This guy learned divination from Uncle General together with the 8 skills that Fangxing gave him. It was too easy for him to calculate. However, after arriving at the conclusion of his calculation, Fangxing pondered for a moment. He didn't directly enter, but instead squatted by the lakeside and wiped his hair with the lake water. Then, he rummaged through his storage bag for a long black cloak that he had plundered from someone else. With a whoosh, he tied it on his back and faced it against the lake's surface. After making a few funny faces, he nodded in satisfaction. What a handsome and elegant man. Let's go. The handsome man jumped into the air and stepped on the great golden crow. The cloak was pulled into a line by the strong wind, and he flew straight to the pleasant pavilion. Who is it? The moment he stepped on the stairs, a vigilant voice sounded in the wooden building. Haha, your man is here. Fangxing recognized the voice as Dragon Lady and Ao Xin. He laughed and kicked the door open. Inside the small building, it was quiet and peaceful. The wooden door was kicked open, and the breeze on the lake immediately poured in. What came in through the curtain was a small and quiet house. There were only a few things such as futon, wooden table, plain zither, and bookshelves. In the middle of the small building, there was a copper lamp that emitted a faint light. A tall woman in plain clothes was sitting on the futon. She just turned her head, and her eyes were like swords. He. When Fangxing saw this lady, he realized that she was the ridiculous Dragon Lady Ao Zhen from the Thousand Flowing Sea. He leaned against the doorframe and laughed. It's you? Dragon Lady's murderous expression gradually changed. Her eyes were obviously widened as she looked at the shameless guy leaning against the doorframe. He appeared so suddenly that Dragon Lady couldn't even hide the change in her heart. Her expression changed from shock to surprise, then from surprise to anger, from anger to shame, from shame to hatred, and from hatred to killing intent. Why are you looking for a husband behind my back? I'm not dead. Fangxing walked in and wanted to put on a face, but he couldn't do so. He complained with a smile. She was the woman who had slept with him after all. He was angry when they met, but he couldn't be angry when they met. I'll send you to hell. Little did he expect that before he could finish his sentence, the Dragon Lady would strike him with her palm. Whoosh, the space solidified, and the water vapor was dense. This palm seemed to want to smash Fangxing's head. Io, trying to murder your husband? Fangxing let out a strange cry and waved his palm to block Dragon Girl's palm. Then, with a whoosh sound, he jumped several feet away. How did he become so powerful? The Dragon Lady was also taken aback. In her memory, this little bastard was still an extremely audacious thief. She did not expect him to be able to calmly deflect her palm strike and even leave no room for maneuver. Although she did not kill him just now, the fact that he could receive her palm strike so easily meant that his cultivation had probably broken through the Golden Core realm a long time ago. Why fight when we meet? Can't we sit down and talk like an old couple? Fangxing squatted on the railing 100 feet away, and said angrily, as if his nose was not his eyes. Who is an old couple with you? Dragon Lady scolded again. It seemed that she wanted to fight again. Don't fight, don't fight. Let's talk. With a whoosh, Fangxing flew over 100 feet away and looked at the Dragon Lady with vigilance. Dragon Lady had already raised her palm, but she didn't make a second palm. She frowned and looked at him with a complicated expression. It's been 4 years. Aren't we an old couple? Fangxing came over again and muttered in a low voice. Dragon Lady was secretly angry again, but she suppressed it. She stared at Fangxing coldly. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. After a while, she said in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" Seeing that she didn't want to fight for the time being, Fangxing chuckled. As soon as I heard that you were looking for a son-in-law, I hurried over. I've been in a hurry these few months. Can't you see that I've lost weight? I was afraid that you would run away with another man if I was late." Hearing his vulgar words, Dragon Lady frowned again. She had an extremely strange feeling for this little bastard. She couldn't tell what kind of feelings she had. After thinking for a moment, she said coldly, "Even if I'm with another man, what does it have to do with you?" Fang Xing immediately glared. "If it has a big relationship, won't I be cuckolded?" "Hey, hey, hey," the great golden crow, who was eavesdropping on the roof not far away, snickered. "Get out." Fang Xing swept over with his palm. The great golden crow was scared and flew away with a quack. "You." Hearing the words cuckolded, Dragon Lady couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. After a while, she forced herself to calm down and said softly, "That night was an accident. We didn't mean it. Don't mention it again. Just forget it as a dream. I have nothing to do with you. Go back to your Nanjan. You and I are strangers. It's good to be strangers again." After saying that, her expression seemed a little bleak. She sighed softly and was about to turn back to the small building. "No." Fang Xing suddenly spat out two words resolutely and decisively. Dragon Lady was slightly stunned and turned to look at him. Fang Xing said seriously, "How can I forget it after sleeping with you? Don't worry. I am not an irresponsible person." Dragon Lady's eyebrows twitched again. She suppressed her anger and shouted, "I told you not to mention it again." Fang Xing whispered, "Whether I mention it or not, I still slept with you. Shut up." The dragon girl could no longer suppress her anger, and a knot formed between her brows. With a stern shout, she waved her white sleeve in the air, and a large portion of the sparkling lake water around the pavilion immediately flew up and froze into ice spots in the air. The sword light was dazzling, and it actually turned into thousands of flying swords that filled the void within 1,000 feet. Then, with a buzzing and trembling sound, it pierced towards Fang Xing from all directions. "You slept with me and you still don't admit it?" Fang Xing was shocked. As he shouted angrily, he made a circle with his hands and released an invisible gravitational force, locking the void. The ice swords that filled the sky seemed to have fallen into an invisible swamp. Their spiritual power was confined, and they actually hung densely in the air, unable to fall. "You still dare to say it?" Dragon Lady just didn't want this little bastard to mention it, but his voice became louder and louder. She was so angry that her face turned red. She gritted her teeth and pressed down with her palm. The thousands of flying swords retreated. Under the full moon in the sky, they merged with each other and turned into an ice sword that was more than 3 meters long and covered with exquisite runes. She grabbed it in her hand and slashed at Fang Xing. Okay, I won't say it anymore. It was me who slept with you, okay? Be good and come with me. Fang Xing said confidently. In the past, he had heard Uncle Jiu say that women didn't mean what they said. They just needed to be coaxed a little. He smiled and took out the blood drinker saber, swinging it in the air like the wind. The astonishing flying sword that stabbed at him was actually ground into ice shards that filled the sky. They flew into the air and then floated down. It was like a sky full of snowflakes that enveloped the people fighting. "Only a ghost would go with you." Dragon Lady's face was no longer red, but green. She let go of the seal and formed another seal. "Aya, if you don't go with me, where are you going? Could it be that you're really looking for a son-in-law?" Fang Xing put away the blood drinker saber and flipped his hands to resist the seal. His body floated like a kite, and his voice was already filled with dissatisfaction. "So what if I am?" Dragon Lady's seal didn't work, so she used another seal. She gathered the power of heaven and earth and directly hit Fang Xing's chest. "Smelly woman, I'm warning you, don't mess around. Do you think I don't know how to hit my wife?" Fang Xing was angry. He pressed down with his palm, dispersing Dragon Lady's seal, and said angrily, "You're still talking." In her rage, the Dragon Lady sent out another palm strike. "Hee hee. I'm just scaring you. Come with me and I won't hit you." Fang Xing's manly spirit disappeared after a few breaths of time, and he laughed very slyly. "Get lost, I don't want to see you again." "I'll get lost just because you say so. I'm a responsible man. I don't need you to be responsible. But you still have to be responsible for me." I'll still kill you. Aya, this young master has lived 8 lives, how did I sleep with a tigress like you? Ha 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 ha. You two fight every time you see each other. How are you going to live in the future? The great golden crow on the roof roared with laughter. Get lost. Feng Xing and Dragon Lady attacked at the same time, cutting off a piece of the great golden crow's feathers, and it caught as it ran away. With great difficulty, Feng Xing looked at Dragon Lady seriously and said, actually, what he said makes sense. We have to treat each other with respect. I'm going to kill you today. Dragon Lady slashed at Feng Xing with her sword again, which scared him so much that he turned around and ran away. On Little Mirror Lake, a man and a woman, one dressed in gray and the other in white, were engaged in a lively battle like fluttering butterflies. As they fought, they bickered. The spells and martial arts that the two of them casually used were all profound and profound. They contained the great Tao and were naturally very beautiful. Their figures were also like fairies. They did not look like they were fighting, but more like they were having fun. The dragon girl did not reveal her dragon form. She only wanted to chase the little bastard away, but she did not expect Feng Xing to be like sticky candy. She really could not chase him away. When they started bickering, she felt that this fellow was shameless and scoundrel. She was completely not his match. The fight between the two of them had alarmed the cultivators in the Tianyi Palace. In just a few seconds, dozens of powerful auras had risen and were looking in their direction. Many more cultivators arrived on clouds, including the disciples of the Tianyi Palace and the young immortals who had come from all over the world to find a son-in-law. They looked into the Little Mirror Lake and were even more shocked when they saw the Dragon Lady fighting with someone on the lake. What's going on? Why is the eldest princess fighting with someone? Who is that man in gray? How did he enter the Little Mirror Lake? Is he the one who successfully broke the array and entered the Pavilion of Amalgamation? No, even if he wants to break the array, he should first send a notice, ask someone to testify, make an appointment, and then calmly enter the lake. How could he sneak into someone's bedroom in the middle of the night? This man must be a playboy who offended the eldest princess and was chased by her. For a time, all the cultivators spoke one after another, and it was a mess. Some of them, who wanted to show off, had already stepped forward and shouted, "Where did this wild cultivator come from? How dare he fight with the eldest princess? You bastards, get out of the way. What does it have to do with you that we are fighting?" Feng Xing, who was dealing with the Dragon Lady's pursuit, turned around and scolded. He hated these people who were watching the fun. The embarrassed and angry Dragon Lady was unable to restrain her anger, but she was also afraid that he would ruin her plans. She clenched her teeth and hardened her heart. Suddenly, she withdrew her spell and stood in the air. She pointed her finger at Feng Xing and coldly shouted, "I don't know where this wastrel came from, but he snuck into my place and spouted nonsense to tarnish my reputation. Fellow Taoists, who can lend me a hand and capture him?" What? The cultivators in the sky were stunned at first, and then they were all angry. Damn it, we all followed the rules. How dare this bastard play dirty? Kill him. For a moment, it was unknown how many people were enraged and filled with killing intent. Feng Xing was also stunned, and then he said angrily, "Bitch, you colluded with others to kill your husband. I will divorce you." This is too much. The cultivators who were watching the fight from the small mirror were furious, and their killing intent was rising. Firstly, this guy was too shameless. How dare he pester the Dragon Lady in the middle of the night? Didn't he see that so many of us came here to find a son-in-law? Regardless of our status, we can only stay in the Tianyi Palace and can't even see the Dragon Lady? This bastard went straight to the Dragon Lady's boudoir. Obviously, he didn't care about morality. Moreover, after being here for so long, he didn't even get to see the Dragon Lady, nor did he get to give her his exquisite gift. He lived here for half a year and didn't even get to talk to her. All his time was wasted. Wasn't this a good opportunity to please her? It seemed that the Dragon Lady was very angry with this bastard. If he captured him for her, wouldn't his impression in the Dragon Lady's heart soar? There were too many people who had the same idea. Before the Tianyi Palace disciple could make a move, someone had already rushed out and shouted, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? How dare you disrespect the eldest princess? I, Dong Baiyun, am here to fight you." Whoosh! A black-silver spear spun like a dragon. Like a drill, it rolled up waves of water and whizzed toward Fangxing Damyu. Fangxing was even more ferocious. As he cursed, he slashed out with his hand, and as if there was a huge force on his palm, he directly grabbed onto the black-silver spear that was spinning non-stop. The spear that contained an endless amount of power, once it entered his hand, was like a rock that was rooted to the ground, unable to move at all. Behind him, Fangxing pulled out his palm, snatched the spear in his hand, and smashed it down on his face. "How dare you seduce my wife? How dare you show off in front of me? How dare you wave around with a broken spear?" After a series of fierce slaps, the man who stuck out screamed and ran away with his head swollen. This little dog is so fierce, that Dong Baiyun is also a famous person. Why is he being slapped as if he is beating his own son? When Zhu Xiu saw this scene, his heart sank. Although the scene before him was comical, it also showed that this person was not to be trifled with. "Your Highness, I'm Xian Jiuhua from the Cross Ridge Qingyang Monastery. I'll help you kill this thief." A man wearing a green hat and dressed like a Taoist priest was the fastest. He shouted and his flying sword was like a rainbow. "Since when was it your turn?" "I, Mu Xiaomu of the Withering Flame Cave, am here to help Princess Royal vent her anger." "Lad, don't be so fierce. The second generation of the Tingling Snow Guild is here to learn from you." "Wow, I'm here. I'll pinch you to death." The Divine Land was indeed the Divine Land. It was not intimidated by Fangxing's ferocious aura. For a moment, 7 or 8 figures rushed out, either wielding their celestial devices or casting spells, and approached Fangxing eerily. There were even more people who were eager to fight with Fangxing, their eyes lit up, waiting to fight with Fangxing. Among them, there were also some cunning people who scattered in the void, ready to take advantage of Leng Zi's celestial device. For a moment, Fangxing was surrounded by more than a dozen celestial devices and spells, like a fish in a net. "I'm going to kill today. I'm going to kill all of you bastards who seduce my wife." Fangxing was not afraid and directly rushed up to them. He reached out to the back of his head and pulled out a blood-colored saber from the grotto heaven ring that he used to tie his hair. He stepped into the void, and with every step he took, there seemed to be invisible ripples blooming in the air. It was as if a phantom of a lotus appeared with each step. When he was halfway, he brandished the blood-drinker saber and slashed out a saber shadow. Boom! The saber slashed through the air, and it seemed to cut the sky, splashing out a bloodstain. The 4 cultivators at the front were clearly attacking from different directions, different angles, and different techniques. But at this time, they seemed to be besieged by Fangxing's saber. They felt that they were surrounded by saber light, and the spiritual power that they had unleashed with their spells seemed to be sucked away by the void, and they could not control themselves. Bang! 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 The saber slashed out, but there were 4 loud sounds, and 4 splashes appeared in the little mirror lake. With just one slash, he defeated these 4 people. What's his cultivation? He didn't use his full strength in a casual slash. He must still have some strength left. Listening to this person's accent, it's similar to the group of Nanzhang cultivators who came to the Divine Land 4 years ago. Is he also a fierce dragon? In the midst of the panic, countless onlookers around were shocked and whispered to each other. In a few small buildings not far from the little mirror lake, there were already a few really powerful auras quietly rising, quietly watching the battle. "Why, don't run if you have guts." After slashing down the 4 cultivators at the front, Fangxing waved his saber and rushed to the cultivators behind him. His strength had soared in the Demon Land. Except for the battle at the Demon Emperor Pavilion, he had not fought to his heart's content. But the battle at the Demon Emperor Pavilion made his cultivation rise by 4 ranks, and he had already entered the middle stage of Gold Core. He had not fully comprehended the increase in strength brought by his cultivation. At this time, he had the opportunity, and the more he fought, the braver he became. He slapped the young man in green clothes, and slapped the man in black clothes down. He turned his head and kicked the long-bearded sword cultivator's buttocks, causing the swordsman with fluttering sleeves to scream and fall into the lake. Even the dragon lady was a little surprised at this time. She did not use her true power just now, so she did not test Fangxing's true ability. At this time, she was surprised to find that in the past 4 years, the little bastard had not only advanced to the Gold Core realm, but his strength had also improved tremendously. From the distance to the little mirror lake, it could be seen the identity, status, and even strength of the cultivators who came to the selection. If they were not strong enough, they were not qualified to live in the place closest to the little mirror lake. After discovering the disturbance here, they still remained calm and did not rush to jump out to show off. However, after Fang Xing slashed down 4 cultivators with one slash, there was an aura that was tempted. This person's strength is really good. Even if he enters the Northern Three Dao, I'm afraid he is qualified to be a true disciple. The onlookers were also secretly shocked when they saw the cultivators in the air being slapped down like flies by the young man in grey clothes. Seeing the fierce state of that guy, some people had quietly retreated and left the battle circle, not daring to continue to fight with him. Originally, he wanted to show off. If he did not perform well and was slapped into the lake, it would be embarrassing, a little interesting. At this moment, among the several tyrannical auras that had been quietly watching, there was a slight fluctuation. From the distance to the little mirror lake, it could be seen the identity, status, and even strength of the cultivators who came to the selection. If they were not strong enough, they were not qualified to live in the place closest to the little mirror lake. After discovering the disturbance here, they still remained calm and did not rush to jump out to show off. However, after Fang Xing killed off the cultivators with one slash, there was an aura that was tempted. Who else? Fang Xing held his big saber and looked at the onlookers. His arrogant aura flared up, and he looked at everyone like a fat sheep. At this moment, among the cultivators who had just attacked, more than 10 of them had been slapped into the little mirror lake by him. The rest did not dare to fight with him. However, Fang Xing did not seem to be satisfied. Instead, he started to provoke them. Who else wants to snatch my wife? Come out, I promise I won't beat you half to death. He gestured with his blood-red long saber, his eyebrows furrowed. The onlookers looked dignified. Although they were all angry, no one stepped forward. Haha, since all of you are hiding, then let me show my incompetence. Amidst the silence, a soft voice suddenly rang out. As the voice rang out, a faint light flashed in a small courtyard about 1,000 feet away from Little Mirror Lake. It was as if the moonlight that filled the sky had brightened a little at this moment. Then, it condensed towards the small courtyard, turning from nothingness into reality. Layer by layer, it spread down, and in a few breaths, it formed a flight of stairs formed from the moonlight. From bottom to top, it extended into the air. In the small courtyard, a young cultivator in a white robe with wide sleeves appeared with his hands behind his back. He slowly walked up the stairs. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes, a high nose bridge, and cheeks as sharp as a knife. His face was as beautiful as the moon, and his expression was indifferent but not cold. His temperament was extraordinary but not sharp. He was the kind of person that people would forget about, feel close to, and subconsciously keep a distance from. It's Xianxia, the true disciple of the true God path in the northern region of the Divine Land, the successor disciple of the true divinity path has made a move. This guy is in danger, alas, with these powerful people here, our trip to select a son-in-law will only be the icing on the cake, countless discussions rang out. Some were excited, some sighed, and some were so jealous that they felt uncomfortable. While the cultivators were talking, Xianghua's expression was calm. He walked up the moon stairs at a steady pace. With every step he took, he seemed to be closer to the bright moon in the sky, and the faint moonlight on his body became brighter. When he stepped into the air, he was like a bright moon. Every thread of his white robe seemed to emit a soft light. The surrounding discussions had long been suppressed by the invisible momentum of his body. Everyone's mind was captured by him, and they stared blankly at the moonlight. Around the Little Mirror Lake, there were already countless female disciples of the Tianyi Palace staring at him blankly. Is Her Highness the eldest princess alive or dead? Xianxia suddenly turned his head and asked politely to the dragon lady who was standing on the Little Mirror Lake with a gentle smile. The dragon lady frowned, but still answered, just drive him away. There's no need to kill him. I will respect the eldest princess's decree. Xianxia nodded and then turned to look at Fang Xing with a faint smile on his face. However, just as he was about to speak, he was slightly stunned. The wild cultivator who had just made a scene at the Little Mirror Lake had disappeared. Whoosh! At this moment, suddenly, a black light fell from the sky. It was so fast that the strong wind created by the figure caused a huge pit to appear in the little mirror lake. The lake water directly below was blown to the side by the strong wind created by the figure. Xianxua's reaction was also very fast. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and raised his hand to make a seal. However, just as the seal was made, the dark figure had already arrived. Bang! The dark figure stepped forward, but it collided with the seal that Xianxua had raised high. Even though Xianxua had condensed all his spiritual power to block the force of the foot, he was still kicked by the violent force of the kick. The moonlight steps under his feet were shattered at this moment, and he fell into the little mirror lake with a splash. Damn it, flirting in front of me. Do you think I am a light bulb? Fang Xing, who had kicked young Master Xia into the lake, was still angry. He was panting and cursed. He hated this kind of handsome gigolo the most. The little immortals of the various sects and sects who were watching all felt as if something in their hearts had been broken. That Xianxua was not an ordinary person. He was a true disciple of the pure Yang Dao, and was only a step away from being one of the 7 sons of the 3 Dao. In the divine continent, it was not easy to be a true disciple, especially in a big sect like the Northern 3 Dao. It was even more stringent, and only those who met the age of Dao could be accepted. This so-called Dao age was the age of cultivators, the age of great potential. Spirit formation under the age of 16, foundation establishment under the age of 40, core formation under the age of 100, nascent soul under the age of 300, and crossing tribulation under the age of 1000. These 5 ages were the most commonly seen Dao age. In other words, all children under the age of 16 were true disciples because they all had great potential. No matter how stupid they were, they might become true immortals in the future. Corresponding to Ling Dong under the age of 16 was foundation establishment under the age of 40. To be able to foundation establishment under 40, one's talent must not be bad, and one could have high hopes. By the same logic, there were Jindan stage cultivators within 100 years of age, Yuanying stage cultivators below 300 years of age, and Tribulation stage cultivators within 1000 years of age. These were all amazing ages. As long as they were still within this age, they had unlimited potential. For example, the Taoist of the Taisher family in the Demon Land, Taisher Qi studied until he was 70 before he began to cultivate. It took him 3 years to successfully foundation establishment, and at the age of 73, he did not have the qualifications to be a true disciple in the divine continent. But later on, he formed his core in 7 years, at the age of 80, and was the model for forming his core within 100 years. It was precisely because of these harsh conditions that all the cultivators of the divine prefecture, regardless of whether they were big or small sects, aristocratic families or countries, all fought to be the first. Because even if you were originally a true disciple, if you exceeded the age of Tao, for example, if you had not built your foundation at the age of 40, formed your gold core at the age of 100, or formed your nascent soul at the age of 300, you would lose the title of a true disciple. Instead, you would become an elder of a sect or establish your own sect. And even if you were not a true disciple in spirit formation and foundation establishment, if you could form your core at 100, you could still become a true disciple. Under this standard that was commonly used in China, even if it was the son of a sect master or a young master of a path, if they were weak, even if they had the protection of their elders, they would not have the face to be a true disciple under the disdainful gazes of others and would often retire. Xianxua was only 73 years old this year, but she was already at the 4th refinement stage of the Golden Core realm. She was definitely a true disciple. Among the cultivators who came for the selection of a son-in-law, he was one of the more popular ones. He thought he could at least have a fierce fight with those peerlessly powerful people. Even if he couldn't win the heart of the beauty, he would at least make a name for himself. But who would have thought that before the selection of a son-in-law arrived, a grey-robed young man of mysterious origin would step into the lake? Although there was some suspicion that it was a sneak attack, even if it was a sneak attack, not many people could make Xianxua step into the lake. "How dare you humiliate me, I'll make you pay with your life," a loud roar sounded. In the little mirror lake, a person brought up a huge splash, like a giant dragon coming out of the sea, and fiercely charged towards Fang Xing in the air. It was the unlucky Xianxua. At this moment, he looked really angry, but he was also very disheveled. His body was covered in water, mud, and there were even a few algae hanging on him. He looked flustered and exasperated, no longer as calm as he was earlier. When Fang Xing's foot was about to land on him, he was able to make hand seals in time and put up a defense, so he wasn't injured. However, not only was he pushed into the lake by that foot, but the momentum was so fierce that half of his body was buried in the mud. This was a huge loss of face. Therefore, once he came out, he was going to fight with Fang Xing with his life. "You're in the right to seduce my wife?" Fang Xing shouted. He didn't take half a step back, but took a few steps forward. The mountain scenery transformed, and continuously pressed down on Xianxia. It was the mountain skill that he became more and more familiar with during the battle in the Demon the Arch Pavilion: one step, one shadow, one mountain. "I'm going to kill," Xianxia roared as he rushed up, but he was suddenly pressed down by a mountain, forcibly interrupting his roar. Just as he was about to move this mountain away, another mountain pressed down on him. The weight on his body instantly doubled, and his momentum of rushing up into the air was stopped. In the midst of his angry roar, he was about to circulate his spiritual power again, but another mountain pressed down on him, and then another one. 4 mountain shadows pressed down on him in a row, and Xianxia couldn't hold on any longer. With a miserable and painful scream, the true disciple of the pure yang path had just come out of the water, but he was pressed back into the water again. How sad! The crowd of cultivators around the little mirror lake was speechless. They looked on in a daze, not knowing what to say. What was the background of this gray-robed young man in a black cloak? Even if his strength was not as good as Xianxia's, he still had a keen eye. He could clearly see that the gray-robed young man's strength was not something Xianxia could compare to. Their hearts were shocked, and they were already guessing. As for the few powerful auras just now, their sharpness was slightly restrained, and they weren't as aggressive as before. Even the dragon lady had a strange look in her eyes. She didn't seem to expect that after a short 4 years, this little brat, who she had chased on the sea and forced to flee for his life, would actually have such an ability. She even began to secretly consider whether she could take him down if she revealed her true form. This person was actually pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. He even deceived me. On a cluster of weeping willows by the little mirror lake stood a fairy-like woman. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Fang Xing, who was in the air looking for a fight. It was Xiaoyu, who had rushed over after being alarmed. She was no fool. When she saw Fang Xing's attack, she immediately felt that she was too ridiculous. Such a powerful cultivator was actually treated as a foundation establishment cultivator by her. For a moment, her face was burning. The thought that the little brat might be secretly laughing at her made her feel like she had been slapped in the face. She was embarrassed and resentful, and a murderous intent surged in her heart. "Junior Sister Qiu, do you know this guy's background?" At this time, several streams of light flew over. The one in the lead was Su Yun, the 4th successor disciple of the Tanny Palace. Behind him were Zhou Li and several other inner disciples. Hearing his question, Xiaoyu felt even more embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and said, "I was also deceived by him. Damn it, this guy deliberately hid his cultivation to deceive me. He used my identity to sneak into the Tanny Palace. I think he must be up to no good. That's not all, but he got me into trouble. Senior brother Su, don't worry. I'll kill this guy for the Tanny Palace right now." As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a small mahogany coffin about a foot long appeared in her palm, spinning gently. Seeing this coffin, Su Yun's expression changed slightly, as if he was a little afraid. He subconsciously took a few steps back and was about to speak when he suddenly heard a laugh. "This is the Tanny Palace. How can it be Junior Sister Qiu's turn to fight?" When they heard that, they looked over and were immediately shocked. Not far away, above the pavilion and palace, there was a huge cloud flying over. On the cloud, there were 8 cultivators in the early stage of the gold core realm. They were all expressionless, and on their shoulders, they were carrying a huge purple wooden sedan chair with a circumference of 100 feet. The sedan chair was covered with a thick white bearskin cushion, and a fat man was lying on it. It was indeed a fat man. He was wearing a blue Taoist robe with the collar open all the way to his navel. His belly was as big as a hill, and the skin that was exposed was a strange golden color. The fat on his face seemed to squeeze out his facial features. When he smiled, his two bean-sized eyes shone brightly, and the fat on his cheeks trembled like waves. He must weigh 500 kilograms? Greetings, young palace master, Su Yun, Zoli, and the other disciples of the Tianyi palace all bowed down, not even daring to breathe. The man was the leader of the 10 inherited disciples of the Tianyi palace, the son of Palace Master Dao Wuya, young Palace Master Dao Wufeng. Xiaoxiaoyu was the only one who didn't salute. Her eyes fell on the person next to the purple sedan chair. The man wore a linen robe and a purple crown. His face was simple and plain, and his expression was indifferent. His eyes seemed to have no focus. Even when Xiaoxiaoyu looked at him with tears in her eyes, he didn't even look at her. I thought you weren't in the palace? Xiaoxiaoyu looked at him for a long time, and then asked in a trembling voice. The man was silent for a long time, and then said softly, Why are you here? Xiaoxiaoyu bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, I came to find you. The man with a simple and unadorned face said indifferently, Why are you looking for me? Xiaoxiaoyu was speechless. Her eyes were full of tears, and it seemed that she was about to cry. Haha. Senior brother Liu, this is your fault. How can you be so indifferent to junior sister Qiu? The young palace master of the Tianyi palace, who was as fat as a monster, burst out laughing. His belly rippled again. Cut the crap. This guy has made a scene in your Tianyi palace, and you're just going to sit back and watch. The man with the simple and plain face chuckled. His eyes seemed to have a focus, and he looked at Fangxing on the lake in the distance. At this time, Fangxing was trampling Xianxia into the bottom of the lake again, and then he chased after a group of onlookers, slashing at them. He was so invincible that none of the onlookers dared to get close to the little mirror lake. But he still had the time to shout at the dragon lady, Your man is awesome, isn't he? This scene made the onlookers speechless. The dragon lady was angry, and the man was ready to kill. The young headmaster of the Tianyi palace, Dao Wuya, understood what he meant, but he shook his head on purpose and sighed, If an ordinary person dares to cause trouble, the Tianyi palace will not forgive him. But this young man with a blade doesn't look like he's easy to deal with. This is not something that can be taught by an ordinary person. Don't tell me he's the last disciple of some big shot. If we accidentally kill him, it will be troublesome, the man with the simple and plain face snorted, You can't tell his accent? Dao Wuya was stunned, and then he shook his head, He doesn't sound like someone from the northern region of the Divine Land. I can't tell where he is from. The man said, I can tell that he is the same as those Nanzhan country bumpkins who came to the Divine Land 4 years ago. Nanzhan? Dao Wufang laughed, Then there is nothing to guard against. You over there, your name is Zoli, right? Take my token and tell the elders that they can make their move. No matter how well the Tianyi palace treats its guests, it will not allow those Nanzhan country bumpkins to show off their power. After that, he paused as if he was making a conclusion, and then smiled again, Nanzhan's life is worthless. At this time, more than a dozen grey-robed cultivators had appeared among the onlookers by the small mirror lake. They were all in the gold core realm. The weakest was in the 2nd stage, while the strongest was in the 7th stage. They were all staring at Fangxing, who was fighting fiercely with Xianxia in the air. The positions they were standing in had hidden skills. As long as they rushed out from their positions, they could immediately turn into a large array and trap Fangxing in the middle of the array. Elders, the young palace master has ordered us to kill this guy. Don't hold back. Zoli rushed over like a flash of lightning, holding a token in his hand, and sent a message to the elders. The old men nodded. All of a sudden, they shot up into the sky and surrounded Fangxing from all directions. The elders of the Tianyi palace have made a move? Dragon Lady's eyes turned cold, and a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. She glanced around and saw Dao Wufeng, the young palace master of the Tianyi palace, and Lu Linyuan, one of the 7 disciples of the northern 3 Taoist sects, in the distance. At this time, she was a little hesitant. She knew that Fangxing was in danger, but she didn't know whether she should help him or not. Towards this little bastard, she already had very complicated feelings in her heart. She had been guarding the South Sea for decades, tarnishing her reputation, but she kept her chastity, just so that one day she could return to the Dragon Palace of the Sea, kill all the traitors, and avenge her parents and younger brother. But she never expected that her decades of hard work would be wasted because of this little bastard. Without her chastity, wouldn't her self-tarnishing reputation become a real stain? At the thought of this, she gnashed her teeth with hatred. It was also at that time that she was discovered by the Dragon Queen, who sent people to hunt her down. She narrowly escaped death. At the most critical moment, a mysterious woman saved her, took her to a deserted tomb in the Bohai country, and taught her for 3 years. 3 years later, the woman said that it was time for her to leave. When the dragon lady was about to leave, the woman said that it was not her who wanted to save her, but a person who begged her. It was equivalent to exchanging his life for hers. She owed that person a lotus seed, so she had no choice but to save him. So if you want to thank someone, thank him. The dragon lady naturally knew who she was talking about, but it was difficult for her to get over that hurdle in her heart. After that, she came to the divine land alone. Knowing that she couldn't hide anymore, she began to plot her revenge. This marriage decree was also the result of her discussion with Dao Wuya, the palace lord of the Tianyi Palace. She thought that was it, but she didn't expect. The day of the son-in-law selection was approaching, and this little bastard had actually appeared. On one hand, he had ruined his decades of hard work, and on the other, he had also conveniently stolen his decades of treasures. On the other hand, he had once used his life to exchange for his own. This debt, how was he going to settle it? The dragon lady was in a daze. The cultivators around the little mirror lake were also stunned, and their eyes were very complicated. This wild cultivator, who came to pester the dragon lady, was finally not captured by the people who came here for the son-in-law selection, which made them feel very complicated. On the one hand, because no one had been captured, it meant that no one had succeeded in showing their faces in front of the dragon lady, which was a good thing for them. On the other hand, no one had captured this man, which just showed that the strength of the people who came here for the son-in-law selection was not good enough. At this time, the 12 elders of the Tianyi Palace had already occupied 8 positions on the little mirror lake, and their chi was surging. The 12 elders of the Tianyi Palace had surrounded him, and they could also use the power of the Tianyi Palace's formation to suppress him. It seemed that no matter how they looked at it, Fangxing could not escape. But it seemed that he was not afraid. He casually stepped Xianxia into the mud at the bottom of the lake, and then he waved his broadsword, laughed, and said, "What a joke. I will go if I want to, and come if I want to. Who can stop me?" As soon as he said that, the cultivators around the little mirror lake were slightly stunned, and then they laughed and shouted. "You come and go as you please? What kind of place has the Tianyi Palace become? You'd better surrender now. If you're really killed by the elders of the Tianyi Palace, you won't be able to reason with them. This man's strength is really extraordinary, and he doesn't look like a rogue cultivator. Is he an inherited disciple of some sect? But his accent is a little strange. Is he one of those Nanzhan disciples? Haha, so what if Nanzhan is here?" For years ago, he was also amazing for a while, but he was soon suppressed by the divine princes of our divine land. Dozens of them came back then, but how many of them are still showing their talents now? It would have been better if they hadn't mentioned Nanzhan. Now that he was mentioned, the cultivators seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts, and they sneered. "Bumpkin, you still fell into my hands after all." Seeing that Fangxing was trapped, Zoli also felt relieved. He stepped out of the crowd and shouted at Fangxing coldly, "In Yezhou City, you violated the rules of the Tianyi Palace, so you should be executed on the spot. For the sake of senior sister Qiu of the Spirit Path, we let you live until now. But you don't know what's good for you, and you really came to the little mirror lake to make trouble. You are courting death. Elders, don't show any mercy, just kill him directly." Buzz, there was a ripple in the air, as if there was a muffled thunder, and the shock made those with lower cultivations unable to stand still. It was the 12 Golden Core Realm cultivators who were ready to take action. They released their chi, causing the void to tremble. At this time, Fangxing didn't dare to be careless. He held his broadsword horizontally and looked around. "Wait." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The cultivators looked over and found that it was Dragon Lady and Aozhen who spoke. "The selection of a son-in-law was originally decided by me and the palace master after a discussion, just to find a good son-in-law. No matter what my fellow Taoists are like, since you came to the Tianyi Palace, it means that you think highly of me. I'm ashamed, so how dare I be disrespectful? This fellow Taoist just came to visit in the middle of the night, and I was angry. Don't make things difficult for him. Let him leave the Tianyi Palace. Her voice was cold, and she turned to look at Feng Xing. Why don't you leave? Hearing this, the cultivators were all stunned, but they also understood, and their faces softened a little. After all, Dragon Lady's words sounded nice. Although she wanted to let Feng Xing go, in fact, she was giving them face. The 12 golden core realm cultivators in the air turned to look at Dao Wufang. The fat man grinned and crossed his palm in front of his neck. It was obvious that he didn't want to leave anyone alive. In the air, Feng Xing was also stunned, and then he looked at Dragon Lady excitedly. Dragon Lady frowned and didn't know what his creepy smile meant. Alas, I know you are still on your man's side. I won't divorce you. Come with me. Feng Xing held it in for a long while before he suddenly said, moved. Dragon Lady was suddenly annoyed. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. She shouted, if you want to die, do it. The cultivators also started to talk about it. Some scolded, some laughed, and all said that this guy really deserved to die. The selection of a son-in-law was not here yet. Did this bastard really think that Dragon Lady was his Taoist companion? Oh? Bitch, you let people hit your man again. I have to divorce you. Feng Xing also became angry. With a loud shout, he brandished his saber and chopped down, shattering the invisible binding force that 3 of the 12 gold core realm elders had secretly cast. Then, his figure soared into the sky with the Blooddrinker saber in front of his chest. The black cloak behind him fluttered in the wind, and the huge full moon was reflected in the sky. For a moment, he appeared imposing and murderous. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Boom. He suddenly formed a seal and shouted, I said, if I want to leave, I can leave. Who dares to stop me? The surrounding cultivators, the 12 golden core realm cultivators, and even Dragon Lady, who was planning to go back to the house, all felt a chill in their hearts. They turned to look at him, thinking that he was going to use some trump card. After all, he had fought several people and pushed Xianxia into the little mirror lake several times. He had already shown his amazing abilities. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. But unexpectedly, although he shouted loudly and his cloak fluttered majestically, behind him, there was no sound, nothing had happened. The cultivators looked at each other and felt the muscles on their faces stiffen. Feng Xing was also a little embarrassed. He put down the seal he had just formed and said to himself, where did that bastard go? Zoli was also startled by Feng Xing's imposing manner just now. Seeing that there was no reaction from Feng Xing, he calmed down and laughed, you still dare to bluff? Elders, please act quickly and capture this bastard who dares to cause trouble in our Tianyi Palace. Come here, you. At this moment, a muffled shout suddenly rang out. A streak of golden light rushed out from the crowd. Its momentum was as fast as lightning. 7 or 8 of the cultivators surrounding the little mirror lake were sent flying. Before Zoli could react, a sharp claw swiped at his chest. He cried out in fright. A clear light shone from his sleeve as he slashed at the claw. He wanted to push the claw back, but the claw was as hard as iron. After a few clanging sounds, he was not hurt at all. Then, the claw grabbed his chest and the demonic power poured into Zoli's 8 extraordinary meridians. His spiritual power was scattered and he was like a piece of mud. Then, the 2 golden wings expanded and carried him up into the sky. Get out of my way, or I will crush this inherited disciple of the Tianyi Palace. The big golden crow, which looked like a golden cloud, cried out loudly, spread its wings, and soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Ha 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 ha, Feng Xing also laughed heartily. His hands pressed downwards, and the water arts in his dan had already been displayed. For a moment, the entire little mirror lake seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and was directly lifted into the air by him. Then, he raised his hands in the air and threw them forward. With a splash, the entire little mirror lake, which seemed to cover the sky, actually smashed towards the 12 golden dan elders. Rumble, the lake water fell from the sky with an indescribable momentum. All the surrounding cultivators screamed miserably and hastily retreated to avoid the surging lake water that was like a monstrous wave. Even the 12 gold core realm elders could only avoid it for the time being. Feng Xing, like a flash of lightning, rushed out of the encirclement and met up with the great golden crow. Let's go. We will kill whoever dares to stop us. End of chapter 601. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.